Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. The Pittsburgh Penguins won yesterday 6-3 over the St. Louis Blues, and they continue to have success early on this season. The Penguins in the Metropolitan Division, they are second now. They have 15 points. They're 1 point behind the New Jersey Devils. The Penguins have 7 wins, 2 losses, 1 overtime loss through 10 games so far this season. Penguins' next game coming up is tonight at 6 o'clock. They're playing the Philadelphia Flyers on the road. Also in the World Series, big game yesterday. It was Game 3 of the series, and it went 18 innings long. Los Angeles Dodgers ended up winning on a walk-off home run by Freddie Freeman. The final score there, 6-5. Dodgers now lead that series 2-1. Game 4 of the series is tonight. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Fan Early Morning Show with me, Nicholas Callis. That is next. You're listening to Sports Radio 937 The Fan.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here for Blue Chew. And Blue Chew isn't just a tablet. It's a cheat code for your crotch. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best. Stronger, harder, longer lasting, like somebody gave your downstairs a nice pep talk and then a gym membership. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. And guess what? We all want to be more confident where it counts. We all want a little more boing in the bedroom, and Blue Chew can help. Guys, it's not just about performance either. You want to give her group chat something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. You can discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. That's promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
This holiday, give the gift of peace of mind with a AAA membership. Enjoy exclusive savings on shopping, dining, theme parks, and even travel planning. Plus, 24/7 roadside assistance. Right now, gift a membership for just $35 and get a free household member. We'll even thank you with a $20 Visa gift card. Visit AAA.com/gift. AAA, we're always with you.
In St. Pete Clearwater, you can chill by the crystal clear Gulf.
And stroll downtown St. Pete's galleries and murals.
And hang with the locals at a fishing pier.
And escape to secluded white sand beaches.
Secluded, huh?
Yeah. And they're spectacular.
And then grab a sandwich at the grouper capital of the world.
And maybe a nightcap at a rooftop bar with sunset views.
Okay. In St. Pete Clearwater, you'll find just what you're looking for.
And then some.
Your Florida escape begins at visitspc.com.
Bank of America is a nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement. Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. As the days get shorter and the air gets crisper, football is back across the area. And we want to encourage the young players out there with our youth football showcase. All season long, we're taking our hosts on the road to fields across the area. And we want to be part of your team. Go to 937thefan.com and sign up your league and let us come out out and show our appreciation for all the youth players and coaches. Brought to you by Steel City Shredding, Hellman Electric, Keystone Custom Apparel, Living Treasures, and Saloni's Italian Bread. From Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Get up with the Fan Early Morning Show, presented by Steel City Medical Center. Put the smile back in your life.
Let me tell you a little bit about Pittsburgh sports.
The biggest name in Pittsburgh sports media. Ladies and gentlemen, Nicholas Harry Callis.
Yay!
Oh, Harry.
We don't know how he does it. He doesn't know how he does it. But he's up at 5 every morning to get the sports talk day started in Pittsburgh. This is the Fan Early Morning Show with Nicholas Harry Callis on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Happy Tuesday. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. And what a day. It's cold, but it's all right. It's not a bad morning at all. Get up with the Fan Early Morning Show. It's brought to you by Steel City Medical Center. Put the smile back in your life. I just realized as I started talking, we are 1 day away from Andrew Filipponi getting his nipples pierced. Pony made a bet. He guaranteed the Steelers were going to beat the Bengals. The Steelers did not beat the Bengals. Pony said that if the Steelers didn't beat the Bengals, he would get both of his nipples pierced. And then the Steelers didn't win. So tomorrow at Mike's Beer Bar from 6 to 8, we're doing Pony Gets His Nipples Pierced party. Check-in's at 5 o'clock, but it's open to the public with a $33 donation to breast cancer awareness. So if you pay $33, you get in. You're helping support to find a cure to get against breast cancer. So it's a good cause, and I'm like looking forward to it because I like Mike's Beer Bar. I like going down there. I like when we have our events down there. We do our holiday karaoke, the Christmas karaoke event every month. Not every month, every year. Jeez. My mind's everywhere this morning. A little tired, but we'll get there. But we do that every year. So this is just a nice special event that we all get to go down there together and watch Pony suffer for an incorrect prediction for his overconfidence in the Steelers. So go down there. I'll be there. I know Crowley's going. Of course, Pony will be there, and plenty of other people from the Fan will be down there watching that. So we'll all be there. So yeah, just come down. It's a good time. I'm sure it'll be a good time. At least we'll be amongst each other having a good time, spending an evening together watching Pony pay off a bet. So, and it's all for a good cause. Again, it's supporting the fight against breast cancer. So your $33 donation through the door will go toward that. So we're also, it's nice to see him suffer, but it's also nice to see some money go toward a good cause as well. So that's a Mike's Beer Bar. Like I said, tomorrow, 6 to 8. Check-in is at 5. So be there. Because I certainly will be. All right. World Series game yesterday was incredible. And I was watching some highlights because I did not stay up for the whole thing. It went 18 innings long yesterday into this morning, really. Clayton Kershaw's out there playing, which I didn't expect to see. This is really interesting. John Schneider, the manager of the Toronto Blue Jays, kept walking Shohei Ohtani of the Dodgers, kept intentionally walking him, was intentionally walking a bunch of people, was playing really conservative, and the Dodgers weren't scoring. Freddie Freeman, I saw before he hit his walk-off home run, kept hitting fly balls that were nearly home runs, and they weren't getting out of the park. And then all of a sudden, there's that one fateful swing in the 18th inning that sent the game to a conclusion, gave the Dodgers their second win of the 7-game series. was very interesting. I mean, this is a solid World Series, I'd say, through the first 3 games. And that one right there was an exciting one. Maybe you could say the intentional walks weren't exciting, but, in World Series games, when you're trying to win, Shohei Ohtani can't be the one to beat you. And I saw a stat, too, as I was looking at the highlights on TV, that Shohei Ohtani tied a record or broke a record. He had 4 extra base hits in one game, which is insane to think about, really. When you're talking about the World Series, he's on a new level. He's on his own level there. And so they didn't want to pitch to him. So in extra innings, the Blue Jays did not pitch to him. Then Ohtani tried to steal one time. He got thrown out. So paid off a little bit for the Blue Jays in those moments. It wasn't Ohtani who beat them, but Freeman, he got a hold of one in the 18th. And the Blue Jays failed to capitalize. If you're going to walk Shohei Ohtani, you got to capitalize at some point because that Dodgers lineup it's scary. So Dodgers lead that series 2-1. Game 4 of that series is tonight. And now I ask another question, more related to directly to Pittsburgh sports. Is it time to just say screw it on the Steelers? Let's pay attention to the Penguins. Maybe. Penguins won 6-3 yesterday. 2 goals by Brian Russ. Sidney Crosby had a goal. Evgeny Malkin had an empty netter. Mantha scored. Witherspoon scored. Lot of good stuff coming from the Penguins. Tristan Jarry, 3 goals allowed. Yeah, not bad. Not bad. 26 saves and 29 opportunities. That's okay. That's all right, especially the way that the Penguins have been scoring recently. Giving up 3 goals isn't the worst thing. Blues fall to 3-5-1. Penguins now 7-2-1. The Penguins are in second place in the Metropolitan Division. They are 1 point back of the New Jersey Devils right now. The Devils 8-1 with no overtime losses through 9 games. Penguins 7-2-1. 7 wins, 2 losses, 1 overtime loss through 10 games. If only the Penguins didn't lose in that shootout to the Columbus Blue Jackets, they may be tied. They actually probably would be tied. Yes, they would be tied at 16 points, but that's okay. They are exceeding expectations so far this season. Exceeding them. I just looked at the Atlantic Division too, and seeing that the Canadiens have 14 points as the leaders of that division. The Penguins have the second best point total in the entire conference. So they've started hot. I can't remember the last time that they've started hot. They've usually struggled out of the gate. Even with the seasons where they were making the playoffs, they were kind of struggling early on, struggling through the middle of the season, and then somewhere in February and March they picked it up and were able to qualify for the playoffs. This is something that I haven't really seen in a long time, where they've started this strong. And they continue to start strong because they only have 3 losses total, 1 an overtime loss of those 3. I mean, at what point are we going to get to where we get tired of what the Steelers are putting out there, and maybe we're just like, hey, let's go to a Penguin game. Let's go root for the Penguins. Let's go to a Saturday Penguin game. I think that's a fair question to ask at this point because the Steelers are starting to fail us a little bit. 4-3, coming off of a couple of wins by other teams, so a couple losses for the Steelers, that you just shake your head at and go, what the heck are we looking at? Especially the defense. We talked about that. Crowley has criticized them like crazy on the Fan Morning Show with righteousness. I mean, it's a proper thing to do, and they're getting paid that much. And guys like Juan Thornhill are saying, like, we're going to be historic. We're going to be the best defense the NFL's ever seen, and then they're just giving up 35 points to the Green Bay Packers. It's not a good look. So we turn this one around. We pivot. We look, and the Penguins, they've collected themselves, and they are putting together solid hockey. They don't play again at home until Thursday the 6th. So not this Thursday, but the Thursday after that, they've got a road trip here. They haven't had a super long home stretch, and they won't have a long home stretch until the weekend of November 16th, where they play the Predators, then they play the Wild and the Kraken, and then the Sabres. So that big stretch, 10-day stretch, they have 4 games in. So you won't get to see them at home too consistently for a little bit. Their next game at home is going to be against the Washington Capitals. That might be some appointment viewing there. That might have a pretty high demand. The Capitals are in 4th right now in the Metropolitan Division, or tied for 3rd technically. Now that I'm looking at it, they're just listed as 4th. But the Capitals, 6 wins, 3 losses, no overtime losses through 9 games. With the Penguins doing as well as they are, I think that Capitals game, especially being a Thursday, 7:30 start, I think that game might be popular. I think people need to start showing up for the Penguins. You know, we should be rewarding teams that are performing. And the Steelers, I'm starting to check out of the Steelers season. I don't have faith in this game against the Colts that they're playing in. I don't have too much faith in their game against the Chargers. The Bengals, when they play on Sunday, November the 16th, I mean, I got a little bit of faith. They're playing at home against the Bengals, but I'm running out of faith in this team just based on how their schedule looks, because I'm almost now allowing myself to see the reality of the situation, that I don't think that this Steelers team is going to be able to win in the playoffs. Like, I mean, it was nice to think that maybe Aaron Rodgers was good enough to support them into, you know, a playoff win. In the back of my mind, I still, you know, and I said it out loud too, I made the prediction, I still don't think they're going to be able to make the playoffs based on how they're currently constructed and how they're performing. And so I just look at the schedule now, and I'm looking at the schedule more clearly because now we have an idea of how teams are performing this season. And the Colts, a team that you thought, like, yeah, they should go in there and smack them. Spank them, as Crowley put it once. They should go in there and spank them. No, they're not going to spank the Colts. Colts are really good. So there's more of a danger in this sense playing the Colts. There's more uneasiness because they are a team that is coherent, that's good. And they're like one of the best teams in the NFL right now, especially with the way Jonathan Taylor's running and how Daniel Jones is playing quarterback. It's just all the opponents that I see that they have on their schedule, like I am not confident right now. The only team that I am certain, like that I'm 100% certain the Steelers will beat is on December the 15th. They've got a home game against the Miami Dolphins. And if they lose that game, that'll be the end of all things, because the Dolphins are really bad. That's a game that I would put my nipples on the line for, that they would beat the Dolphins on December 15th. They really should do that. It's just, I'm tired of seeing the same thing over and over again, and I've professed this every season, especially after they lose in the playoffs. I just said it. I've looked at it and I've said, you know what? I'm tired of this. And I've said that over the last couple seasons now on this particular show, as I've been able to do it. You know, I'm tired of seeing the same things over and over. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see any more playoff losses. And these previous two, the losses to the Bengals and the Packers, have just made me think that this team is not good enough to win in the playoffs, which is why I pivot to hockey. Well, I'm pivoting to the NHL because Penguins are now 7-2-1. And I think we should be having more of an appreciation for that and their efforts, and they're actually picking it up. When the Penguins were not good either, I mean, we were chanting things, you know, fire Ron Hextall from a few years ago. People weren't showing up to games. It was really lackluster. Mike Sullivan was getting frustrated, you know, like we've never seen before. It wasn't a good time, and hockey wasn't really big, and it's something I never really talked about because, you know, they weren't good after the season's beginnings. Over the last couple seasons, they have started out weakly. They have struggled. They've done really bad. Now I think we need to reward the Penguins. I think we need to start going to those games and appreciating those games and not letting ourselves get frustrated with football. You can still watch every Sunday or whenever they play, but I'm checking out. Right now I'm mentally checking out. Not that you can't follow football, but I mean, I might go to a Penguins game. My girlfriend just asked me if she wanted to go for Star Wars night. There's a game in December. That's Star Wars night for them. It's like, yeah, I'll go to a Penguin game. I mean, am I going to go pay money to watch the Steelers play right now? Probably not. Probably not, because what am I investing in? Going and showing up to a Steeler game at this point. And this is what you got to think. I mean, especially the defense. Like, I mean, that's why I made this argument profusely in the offseason. And when TJ Watt got his extension, or when he started holding out, like I said, do not pay him. Like, that was just a bad idea. And now it's looking like more and more like a bad idea because the Steelers' defense is heavily invested in. They have so much money put in this defense, and to give up 35 points to the Green Bay Packers, it's just like, it feels like a waste of money and a waste of time at this point. You've got all this money invested in a defense that has given up too many points per game. And Adam Crowley brings this up on the morning show all the time. That's his favorite pastime right now is to criticize this defense, but with good reason, I mean, he has good reason to do it. It's legitimate to criticize this defense. I mean, they're among the bottom of some defensive categories in the entire league. They struggle stopping the run. Then they struggle stopping short passes. They struggle on third and fourth downs. Teams are converting on third and fourth downs because they can't stop those teams in those situations. And then another thing that bothered me, too, just real quick. It was like 8 minutes left in the fourth quarter. The Steelers were fourth and short to medium. I forget exactly what it was, but I remember they punted. And I just asked myself, I said, why are they punting now? They're down 2 possessions. I mean, just some of those decisions as well. Boy, I'm taking a hammer to the Steelers right now in just multiple random ways. But that's what I'm saying. Like, if I'm going to choose a sport at this point, like, I'm going to go watch the Penguins and see if they can, have a complete season. If they can continue this success and sustain this success through the entire season. They're more exciting to me right now than the Steelers are. The Steelers have been unstable from the start. It was nice to see a little winning streak there, but now they've lost 2 in a row. In bad ways. And just some of the decision-making is, like, it annoys me. And that punt was one of them. The defense struggling as mightily as it has annoys me. I don't want to deal with it. I would encourage all of you to go watch hockey. I mean, honestly. Before it was a little different because the Penguins weren't good. Now they're good. And I would just encourage everybody, go support the teams that win. Penguins tried something different. The Penguins were doing the same thing over and over again, too, and it was frustrating. Ron Hextall a few years ago was a disaster of a GM, but he's gone. Fenway Sports Group is selling off this team. They haven't already. I'm sorry. That story came out a while ago. But ownership transitioned. New head coach on the team now. The Penguins finally said, hey, Mike Sullivan's not good enough. This is stale. Let's move on. And they did. Reward them. If we want to talk about, we want to clamor for the Steelers to get a new head coach, I think we should support the team in town that was willing to fire its championship head coach in place of a new one. And right now those rewards are being reaped. Crosby and Malkin doing pretty well as some of the old-timers on the team, complemented with guys like Brazeau, some of the younger guys out there, and the goaltending situation is also stable, alternating between Shilovs and Jari. Reward that decision-making. I guess that's my ploy to you this morning, is that, we criticize the Steelers for doing what they're doing, and we can complain every week, and that's fine, but I would argue reward the team in town that is winning games. I'd say that for Pitt football, too. They're winning games. They made a change at quarterback. Mason Heitzel, he's a superstar. Pitt's toward the top of the ACC in the standings right now. Like, go reward the teams that are winning. You do that, you still get to enjoy sports, and then on top of that, you might eventually cause the Steelers to make a decision based on fan interest at that point. But we've got a couple of good teams right now in our town. Go support them. And I'm declaring it right now. It's Nicholas Callis, stamp official. Bang, go support the other teams. It's hockey season right now, as far as I'm concerned. 412-928-9370. We got a caller on the line. So we'll take this caller now. Good morning. What's your name?
Good morning. Old German Rod. You take my thunder away every time. I was just about to tell you, don't forget the Pitt. Pitt, they're winning. You need to get more people out to see Pitt. And, I'm like you, beating the Steelers up. We got a one-trick pony with Watt. He's on the one side. You see how they move Parsons around? I thought we were going to move T.J. Watt around. I'm tired of the same old story. It's you can read the book. It's like watching a B-rated movie. You think it's going to get better, but it never, ever does. Time to go, Mike. Have a great day. I'll listen to your thoughts.
Thank you for the call. Yeah, I mean that's the same analogy I use almost every morning. You're watching the same movie. This is the same movie over and over and over and over again. I mean, would you sit there? You might watch the same movie, every couple months. You might watch the same movie every year. Right, when it's Christmas season, I'll watch Christmas movies. Nothing wrong with that, but we're watching the same movie every week. Eventually, you're going to get tired of that. Great analogy, absolutely. I mean that's like I said, that's something I talk about all the time. Like, don't keep being okay watching the same movie. It gets boring. The Steelers right now are becoming super boring because they're doing the same thing over and over again. You're really going to sit there and think if they make the playoffs, they're going to walk in there, division winner or not, and you're telling me they're going to compete with one of the best teams in the NFL, in the AFC, and they're going to compete, and they're going to be able to keep up with that team that might be more prepared, more ambitious, maybe younger? You think the Steelers defense is going to be able to stop a team that is a playoff caliber? I don't think so. And you're not going to win every game every season. But there's a couple games, like you can't, like 33 points to the Bengals, 35 points to the Packers is just not acceptable. It's not. You beat up on the Browns. Great job. The Vikings almost came back. They didn't. But you beat the Vikings. That's all right. And those are the last two wins before these two losses. Just reflecting on it, it's just you can't have it. You can't be giving up over 30 points with that defense to those two teams. I may give them a pass for Thursday Night Football because it was a short week. Maybe. But the Packers had no business scoring 35, and I'm going to stick to that. I'm hard-pressed on that. 412-928-9370. I got another caller on the line. Good morning. What's your name?
My name's Glenn. How you doing, Harry?
Good. You're on the air. What's up?
Good. Hey, I agree with you. I've grown tired of the Steelers. I used to be a huge fan. You know, if they're on and I'm home, I'll watch them. I didn't think the Pens were going to do very good this year. My girlfriend and I usually buy a game or two and go spend a weekend in the city. I pulled the trigger. I bought tickets for November 21, 22, and a room in the city. So I'm all in.
All right. Well, thanks for the call, Glenn. I appreciate it. November 21st, 22nd, they've got the Minnesota Wild and the Seattle Kraken, back-to-back games. Fine choice. Like I said, I think there's a Star Wars night, too, in December that I will definitely be going to. My girlfriend told me about it. She's like, do you want to go to a Penguin game? I'm like, sure. So I'm going to go. Why not? Yeah, no, I mean, I'm glad I'm not the only one thinking this. But, I mean, the Steelers now have some solid competition. The Penguins are back. also exciting. They're going to be making a run here, it looks like. They have to keep up in the standings, but right now they're toward the top, and I'll get the exact position they're in right now. They're 4-1 in conference. They're in third right now. Georgia Tech on top of the 5-0 conference record. Virginia is 4-0. Pitt will play Georgia Tech on November 22nd. I don't see Virginia on their schedule. They might not play them. So that's the biggest game for Pitt. Everybody else, in theory, should be opponents they can handle. But even the fact that they're in it should give you the indication, like, hey, go watch. Go watch Pitt. Go watch the Penguins. Pitt's next game coming up is against Stanford on the road this coming Saturday at 3:30. And guess where you can listen to that game? Right here on 93.7 The Fan, flagship home of Pitt football and men's basketball. Yes. Yeah, just final thoughts, which I'm just going to be repeating myself. I sound like a broken record at this point, but I'm that frustrated that this super $1 million defense can't stop a team like the Green Bay Packers from scoring over 30. They can't stop Joe Flacco and a Cincinnati Bengals team that is limping. The Bengals lost to the Jets this past weekend. How dare you? Tell me Joe Flacco's something special. Tomlin's all afraid of Joe Flacco. Got a lot of respect for that guy. Grr! No! The Jets beat them for crying out loud, and they put 30 on the Steelers. They scored 33. Well, now I'm mad. I didn't mean to get this bad. I'm sorry. I thought it was going to be a calm conversation of transitioning to hockey, but no, now I'm mad. Sorry. But it is frustrating when you think about it, and there's no reason that the Steelers need to be playing this poorly the way that they are. They need to be winning more games, and until they do that, until they win a playoff game, I'm watching hockey. I'm going to hockey games. I'm supporting the Penguins. They have 7 wins, 2 losses, 1 overtime loss. They've got 15 points. They're in second right now in the Metropolitan Division. They're the second best team in the Eastern Conference. Go get them. Go watch them. Please clap. No, don't clap. I'm just kidding. My name is Nicholas Harry-Callis. This has been the Family Morning Show. Fan Morning Show pre-show with Adam Crowley's coming up next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Tuesday morning rush starts off with a little bit of trouble. This report brought to you by Robert Half. Oakland section of the city, crews on the scene of a pedestrian accident. This ties up the intersection of Forbes and Oakland Avenues. Just be aware there could be some road closures as you head through the zone. Parkways east and west mainly steady into their respective tunnels, while Route 28 and the Parkway north are up to speed. Ongoing work on I-79 southbound. Watch for a lane restriction around that Wexford interchange. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies want to increase contract talent. That's why our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI work quickly to find the candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
1 in 8 women will face breast cancer. But the Breast Cancer Research Foundation is changing that. With breakthroughs in prevention and treatment, we're not just saving lives, we're rewriting the future, giving those diagnosed more time to not just survive, but thrive. This is the moment. This is the mission. Support breast cancer research. Until 1 in 8 is none in 8.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and everybody wants the shortcut. Players stealing signs or even betting on their own games. Guys juicing to hit one more homer. People taking shots to drop a few pounds. It's all the same thing, trying to cheat the system. I wanted results, but I didn't want to gamble with my health. I didn't want a short-term fix. I went with Awaken 180, and I received both the short-term and long-term results we all want. 35 pounds down in just 6 weeks. So think about it. If you start Awaken 180 today, you could be down 35 pounds heading into the holidays. Now, that might sound crazy, but you really could be. I did it. Donnie, Paul Alexander, and probably people that you know personally have done it as well. We all had the same results. 4 to 5 pounds gone each and every week until reaching our goal. It's that simple. So if you're tired of shortcuts that don't last, stop gambling on the quick fixes and play the sure bet and win it. Start today at awaken180weightloss.com.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, Colin Dunlap from my great friends at Schultz Ford and schultzford.com. Be sure to check everything out. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but it's going to get cold. So you better get a vehicle to get ready for that cold. Get in that Explorer. Get in that Expedition. How about that F-150? Get you geared up for that cold weather. Listen, there's so much happening. Great people at Schultz Ford. All those spectacular locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, and Schultz Ford in Wheeling. Again, always online at schultzford.com. They got mobile service, too. You need anything done to your vehicle? Come right to your driveway. Get it done there. Pickup and delivery. If it's a little bit more extensive, they'll grab it, take it to the dealer, bring it right back. So there is that. And again, it's going to get a little bit cold. So be sure to be prepared for this winter. Richard Bazzi and his staff will treat you well. All those great locations and always online, schultzford.com.
Hey, Steelers fans, this is Chris Muller. And as we get into the heart of Steelers football season, I want to talk about something more important than football, and that is our commitment to our veterans. Verizon has teamed up with the Steelers on an inspiring mission to give back to our nation's heroes. They've committed to an incredible goal of eliminating up to $1 million in veteran debt right here in southwestern Pennsylvania. And for every Steelers win, $100,000 will be eliminated. This is a powerful commitment and a way to honor the service and sacrifice of our veterans. It shows that whether our team is on the field or not, Verizon is working to make a real, tangible difference for those who have served our country. Verizon is proud to stand with our veterans. And to all who have served, we want to say thank you for your service.
Celebrate the spooky season with Zero Res and get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129 and take 15% off your air duct and dryer vent cleaning. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and take advantage of these huge savings.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Tailgating without Pepsi this football season? That'd be like playing football without pads. You could do it, but I wouldn't. But like watching the Steelers without a "Here we go" chant. Here we go! It's just not the same. Your tailgate's kielbasa is good, but kielbasa paired with a crisp, refreshing Pepsi Zero Sugar? That's a game changer. Steelers Nation, stock up on Pepsi Zero Sugar at Giant Eagle today. Because tailgating deserves Pepsi.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here for Blue Chew. Blue Chew isn't just a tablet. It's a cheat code for your area downstairs. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best. Stronger, harder, longer lasting. Like somebody gave your privates a pep talk and a gym membership. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. Date nights, they just got longer and better for everyone. And with Blue Chew, you can be ready when she is. And guys, it's not just about performance. It's about maybe giving her group chat something to talk about. Because nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, that's promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Zero Res. It is officially fall. It's spooky season. Most importantly, it's football season. You're going to have a bunch of people over at your house eating the dip, eating the chips, crumbs, nastiness everywhere with all that foot traffic. A perfect time to remember that carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery can be Zero Resified, so it's time to call my cleaning pros at Zero Res. Right now, you can get your entire home Zero Resified from Pittsburgh's ultimate carpet cleaner and get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129. There's something scarier than ghosts and goblins hiding in your house. Something scarier than your defense not playing great on Sundays. It's your air ducts. This month, take 15% off your air duct and dryer vent cleaning. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,800 reviews. So schedule your appointment at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188 and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same, Zero Res.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and everybody wants the shortcut. Players stealing signs or even betting on their own games. Guys juicing to hit one more homer. People taking shots to drop a few pounds. It's all the same thing, trying to cheat the system. I wanted results, but I didn't want to gamble with my health. I didn't want a short-term fix. I went with Awaken 180, and I received both the short-term and long-term results we all want. 35 pounds down in just 6 weeks. So think about it. If you start Awaken 180 today, you could be down 35 pounds heading into the holidays. Now, that might sound crazy, but you really could be. I did it. Donnie, Paul Alexander, and probably people that you know personally have done it as well. We all had the same results, 4 to 5 pounds gone each and every week until reaching our goal. It's that simple. So if you're tired of shortcuts that don't last, stop gambling on the quick fixes and play the sure bet and win it. Start today at awaken180weightloss.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In the Oakland section of the city, crews working to clear an earlier accident involving a pedestrian. This is the intersection of Forbes and Oakland Avenues. Just watch for lane closures as you head through the zone there. Parkways east and west, just a little heavy into their respective tunnels. Route 28 is up to speed, so is the Parkway North. I-79 southbound, you do have that lane restriction around that ongoing project at the Wexford interchange. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Brought to you by Moderna.
Mnexspike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's MNEXSPIKE.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation online at awaken180weightloss.com. It's Crowley. It's Nicholas Harry Callis. Doran Dickerson out on paternity leave. He'll be back in short order. Asked him yesterday how things were going. He said they're going great. So happy for him. So happy for Rochelle, for the boys, that they got a little girl, JoJo, who's cute as a button. Can't wait to meet her. Harry, how you doing today, big guy?
Yeah.
The Penguins are hot.
Yeah.
They're hot.
Woo.
How about that? 2 goals in the first 55 seconds. And then before you knew it, it was tied 2-2. And I thought, ooh, this looks like the old Mike Sullivan vintage Penguins. Turns out it wasn't. 6-3. 2 points in the back pocket. 7-2-1. Second most points right now in the conference. And tonight, they take on the hated Philadelphia Flyers at 6 p.m., and I'm jacked up for it. What a nice little palate cleanser these Pittsburgh Penguins have been. But we'll get into them a little bit later on in the show in the 6 o'clock hour. Jeff Hathorn's going to join us at 7. Are you smarter than a plumber at 7:35? Jake was texting me yesterday talking smack, saying he's going for 3 in a row. We've got Trey Essex at 8. We've got Jason LaConfort to talk about the suddenly resurgent Baltimore Ravens at 9:35. And because it's just me and Harry today, a whole lot of you at 412-928-9370. Harry, I've lived 35 years, gone around the sun 35 times. Yesterday was my birthday, and it took until I was 35 to get the greatest birthday gift of my entire life. My wife absolutely hit it out of the park yesterday. We have the man cave set up in the basement, a couple of TVs. One of them's on wheels. It's one of them TV stands on wheels, which is just great because you can take it in the bathroom if you want to, or the laundry room, wherever, if you're watching a ball game. My wife brought the TV upstairs into our bedroom. We're a no TV in our bedroom kind of family. You know, blue light, things of that nature. I want to try to get some sleep. So she brought it up to the bedroom, brought up a sound machine from one of the girls' rooms, dimmed all the lights, had my comfy clothes sitting out. When I got home from work yesterday, my wife said, "You can stay in this room and you can nap for as long as you want." Got me a new pillow that should be good for my neck and my back. My back is terrible even at 35. So a new pillow, some comfy clothes, the TV up there, and she said, "Hey, nap for as long as you want." And I took her up on it. I love my kids, but as a parent, if your significant other, if your partner gives you the free reign to take as long of a nap as you want, you got to take full advantage. I'm going to reciprocate on her birthday because, my God, what a gift. So I had like 3.5 hours of silence, and I'm not kidding. It's the best nap I've taken in like 5 years. Sometimes you can nap too long. Usually there's a sweet spot. Like, you want to get that power nap. Like, you get a 30-minute nap, you're going to be reinvigorated, you're going to be energized, a siesta. But I took a 3.5-hour nap yesterday, and it reset my entire life. I've never had more energy. I feel great. What a gift. Pillow, comfy clothes, watched a little NFL prime time as I took a nap. It was glorious. So thank you to my wife, Leanna. That is an unbelievable gift.
Is this what I have to look forward to in life? It's just, yay, I got the nap.
You will take, at this time in your life, and I know this because I did, you will take naps for granted. You will take silence for granted. You will take alone time for granted. There's nothing better than kids. There's nothing better than marriage. My wife and I, happy marriage, love her to death. But when you get that 3.5 hours or however long, I could have milked it for more than that, but I felt bad. I got kids, got to handle the parental duties. When you have that time to yourself, it is glorious. I felt like I napped in dog years, Harry. It was a 3.5-hour nap. That's more than I slept the night before after the football game coming into the show on Monday. I woke up, I looked in the mirror, I was like, holy cow, the bags weren't under my eyes anymore, although they're back. They always come back. It was special. And for that, I thank her. And the sound machine was a great touch. Because the kids create chaos. They're just running around the house, tackling each other, screaming, yelling, crying. Didn't hear any of that. The dog didn't come in. The cats were outside. It's the happiest I've been in years. Texter, you've been 35. You just started your 36th year. Your birthday number is the year you just completed. Get out of here.
He's right.
He is right. Like, my daughter is 1, but she's on her 2nd year of life.
Mm-hmm.
I've always found that dumb.
Why?
Should we fix that?
No.
Oh. Shouldn't you be born in your 1?
No.
Okay.
I thought that when I was little. But no, you haven't lived a full year. So you're in your first year of life from 0 to 1. And then you're 1 year old when you complete 1 year of life. So then you go on your 2nd year.
Did you know that we're changing the clocks this weekend?
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean we get an extra hour of sleep?
Yes.
So that's another thing you'll learn if and when you have kids.
Remember when you said Eastern Standard Time to that guy the one time, like you thought you knew what you were talking about?
Mm-hmm.
But we're actually still in Eastern Daylight Time. Eastern Standard Time is when we pull the clocks back an hour.
Let me tell you something, Harry. One of the talents you need as a sports talk radio host, a Marconi award-winning sports talk radio host, is to say things confidently while sometimes not knowing what the hell you're talking about. And that's what I did when I talked Eastern Standard, Eastern Daylight Time.
How come I get things wrong and you get all callous? Look at you. Ha ha.
Well, sometimes it's fun to point and laugh.
Ah.
Texter, all you were missing was a Lagazin cherry on top. Oh, buddy, no. I took the lap with a full cheeker in there.
What's a log?
A log would be 5 zins. You can get it at the store. They sell 5 at a time if you are really looking to get freaky. Great gift. What was your favorite birthday gift of all time? 412-928-9370.
I got Monopoly one year and I was thrilled. It was my 17th birthday.
Was it one of those like deluxe Monopolies? Like the wooden ones? Have you ever seen that?
No, but I've wanted to buy one of those before. Like,
I bet you they're really
$500.
I was just going to say that. I bet you they're incredibly expensive. When my grandma died back in 2001, she had one of those fancy Monopoly boards. And
what happened to it?
We wound up getting it. And I would
transfer that over to the Callis household.
I would gift it to you if it didn't have sentimental value. I love you, but not as much as my dead grandma.
Oh, is this the one that just passed away last year?
I just said in 2001. Thanks for listening.
Oh, wrong one. Sorry.
Texter, Crowley, why do fans keep falling from the sky at all of our sporting venues? Yeah, that was scary last night. Someone fell from the upper deck at PPG Paints Arena and was removed from the arena in critical condition. Actually, Crosby was asked about his 1,700th point last night, one of only 9 players in NHL history to do it, and Sid said, I heard that a fan fell. It doesn't feel right to talk about points right now. So hopefully the fan is okay. I haven't seen any additional reporting on that, but just another example of Sidney Crosby being total class always. Harry, you'll find out when you got kids that when you get that extra hour to sleep, it's great, but it's not because the kids will still wake up when they, like, with their body clock. Like, they don't give a rat's ass. They'll be up at 6 instead of 7 now. So I will actually not get an extra hour of sleep. In fact, I will have an extra hour of day to have to deal with. Or did I get it backwards? It's hard to say. Texter writes in, favorite gift, original Star Wars trilogy on video cassette. Oh, yeah.
Do we still have VHSs?
Oh, you can still pop a VHS in. My father-in-law
I'm not saying
has
you
one.
can't. Do you still have one even? I don't know.
I do not.
We got one buried in my house somewhere, but it's not like it's readily available.
Yeah, my father-in-law has one. He's got all kind of old classic VHS. There's
Look at
something
you telling me, you're like, yeah, you can still watch them, Gallows.
You
Yeah,
can.
I'm like, no, you can.
You can. Texter, 30th birthday Vegas trip with the boys. They paid for me. That's pretty damn cool.
Wow.
I will never go to Vegas in my life.
No?
I think I've missed that. Unless, are you going to, when you get married, you want to have your bachelor party in Vegas? I'll come with you.
Jada's a wild card. She likes to travel, so I don't know exactly. That's a plan for way in the future, but
Not according to your mom.
No, my mom's Facebook post said way in the future.
Oh, okay.
Potentially. So, yes, way in the future. I've never thought about it. I don't really care. I'm not a big travel person. If you tell me what to do, I'll do it.
Can I be your best man?
No.
Oh. Texter, happy belated birthday to the Marconi Award-winning Adam Crowley, the radio broadcaster who's like the kid in the group project who does nothing but puts his name on it and still gets an A. That's right.
You love all these happy birthdays. Look at you. You're happy.
Oh, it's such a dopamine rush.
Look at you.
I only look at Facebook on this work computer because I forgot my password and I can't log in anyplace else, but that's good because I want to stay off the internet as much as humanly possible. But I logged in this morning. I looked at the birthday wishes. Bang! Hit a dopamine right to the face. I always say I'm not a big birthday guy, and I don't think about it until my birthday. Like some people do birthday month, birthday week, right? It's a very white girl thing. I don't. But then when it's happening, I'm like, yeah, it's pretty damn good.
I ask for two things on my birthday. Pie. I do birthday pie instead of cake. I don't know if that's a hot take.
Real quick before you get to point number 2, my daughter's birthday, she just turned 6 on the 23rd. She requested a birthday pie. My wife made apple pie. I'm with you. I'm not a huge cake fan. All right, what's number 2?
You're not a huge cake fan? Well, it's not that I don't like cake. I just love pie. Anyway.
I don't like overly iced cakes.
Yeah, they're too sweet.
Mm-hmm.
Too
I
sugary.
like a burnt almond torte if I had to have a cake. Red velvet, to me, incredibly overrated. What was your second point?
There's got to be a big game where everybody participates, like Clue or Monopoly for that matter. So if you'd like to come celebrate my birthday in the wintertime, you could be a part of the Monopoly game. I need 6 willing participants.
That sounds like an absolute blast. I'm not even joshing you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, for my bachelor party, we played a big game of softball, then we played a big soccer game, and we played 2-hand touch football. Just all the buds got together, ran around, got a little exercise in, then hit up the bars at night.
That sounds tremendous.
Just pick up sports, baby. Texter, will this fan get to drop a ceremonial puck in a later Penguins game?
Why did you read that?
I shouldn't have. Texter, my wife took me to the NFL Hall of Fame. Best game ever. Best gift ever. I can't read. Texter, banana cream birthday pie. Mark from Fairchance. I do love a banana cream pie. I also
They make them chocolate peanut buttery. That's the ones that I usually prefer.
Oh,
to get. So good.
Yes, Harry. You are speaking my language. I also like a key lime pie. You a big fan of the key lime pie?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I like cheesecake. Is cheesecake cake?
Cheesecake.
Is it?
There's an Italian restaurant that had pumpkin-flavored cheesecake.
Oh, give it to me.
And my mom got a piece to take home, said we were going to share it, then I never got a piece.
Texter, Crowley, you don't have to wait for your wife's birthday to let her have a long nap. It's a pretty good point. I can't...
Well, that way I just thought the one texter got a game out of a birthday present and you got 3 hours to yourself.
I know, man. It was absolutely fabulous. It reset my entire life. I feel like I've been exhausted since Ireland. Just have not caught up with sleep. We've had 2 night games, which when you're doing morning radio, it's the best because the reaction shows are so fabulous. And yesterday, we're setting all kind of YouTube records. We're setting all kind of stream records because we're the first show that gets a crack at it. So I love it, but you never catch back up on the sleep unless your wife says go into the bedroom and you get 4 hours of sleep. It was wonderful. Absolutely wonderful.
I am getting excited, though. Do you want to come to my birthday party this year?
Yes.
Yeah!
And
we're playing games!
And I know exactly when your birthday is. I would never forget that. December 26th. When is your birthday?
The 29th.
Oh, I was so close!
You got your 6, 9 upside down.
Texter, I stopped listening to the flagship station of the Steelers because they play the same garbage music all day. Tired of Tom Petty, tired of Queen, so I chose the fan, and I'm glad I did. I never looked back. Well, thank you very much.
Well, we won a Marconi.
Yeah.
I don't think they did. Yay!
Texter, Boston cream pie.
I haven't had that very often, so I don't know.
Texter, you went to Ireland? I did. You guys want to hear about my Ireland trip?
No. He went there to watch the Steelers beat the Vikings. The end. There's no need to go into detail.
That's the last time I was happy as a Steelers fan. Coming up in 30 seconds, help is on the way. The Steelers made an addition. How impactful is the addition? We'll get into it. Do they need to do anything else? Do they deserve to have their roster augmented? Bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the man,
Rodgers going to air it out. There he is. Valdez-Scantling for the touchdown. Right on cue. He's got his second of the year, 52 yards, and Rodgers just let it fly and knew he had an easy 6.
Marquez Valdez-Scantling, friend of Aaron Rodgers, soon to be, hopefully, a friend to all of you. The Steelers, according to reports, are signing the 6'4" wide receiver, the big play threat. This coming on the heels of Roman Wilson's best NFL game. Roman Wilson got 3 feet down in the end zone for his first NFL touchdown at 74 yards. Calvin Austin is back. But Omar Khan says that's not enough. We need reinforcements. We need, because our defense blows chunks, to be able to fight fire with fire. We need to take the Cincinnati Bengals game plan, the Dallas Cowboys game plan, the old Texas Tech Mike Leach game plan. We got to outscore people, so let's get some reinforcements. And the Steelers have signed Valdez-Scantling. Rodgers and Valdez-Scantling, of course, have a relationship. Valdez-Scantling started 39 of 59 games in 4 seasons with Rodgers, had 123 catches, just over 2,000 yards. But here's where I think he can make a difference. Over that time, he averaged 17.5 yards a catch, 13 touchdowns in 4 years. In 2020, it was half a decade ago, MVS, as we'll call him, led the NFL with 21 yards per catch, 33 catches for 690 yards. He caught 6 touchdowns that year. Now, he hasn't played a full season since 2023 with the Chiefs. He caught 21 passes for 315 yards. But this is a guy who can stretch the defense. This is a guy that can take the top off the defense. And I think it's a necessary piece. If not the player himself, then the archetype. Been saying it for weeks. The Steelers needed a wide receiver who could threaten down the field. They needed a bigger body to mix in with the Calvin Austins and the Roman Wilsons of the world who aren't all that big. The Scotty Millers of the world who aren't all that big. When I'm building, if I were the GM of the Steelers, and I would be for 80K, when I'm building a wide receiver room, I look at it like a basketball roster. I want my shifty point guard like a Calvin Austin. I want my shooting guard like a Roman Wilson, who's a little bit thicker. I want my 4, my wing player like a DK Metcalf, who can box out and grab rebounds. And then you got to get your center. And Marquez Valdez-Scantling can perhaps be that. Now, he's going to start on the practice squad. And as Mike Tomlin always likes to say, and I'm sure he'll say it today in his press conference, he's going to have to jump on the moving train. He's going to have to pick up the offense. But you would think his relationship with Aaron Rodgers will help him out there. I think this matters more than just the X's and O's and the roster construction of the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think this helps, ideally, free DK Metcalf up a little bit more. One of the things we knew about DK Metcalf when the Steelers acquired him, he's a great teammate. He's a tireless worker. He busts his ass. He causes no problems off the field. But when he gets frustrated, his emotions will boil over, and he will do some George Pickens stuff between the white lines. That's been his MO throughout his NFL career. He's gotten into fights with defensive backs. He's a highly penalized offensive player. And we finally saw the pot bubble over on Sunday against the Green Bay Packers. He poked a guy in the eye. He also committed a penalty on one of the first two drives that pushed the Steelers from potentially being able to score a touchdown to having to settle for a field goal in the high red zone. He's frustrated right now. The Steelers have lost 2 straight games. That's frustrating on everybody, but he has not had double-digit targets. This is hard to believe, but it's the truth. In any game this season, the most targets DK Metcalf has had in a game was 9 against the Cleveland Browns. The most receptions DK Metcalf has in a game this season is 5. Those aren't wide receiver 1 numbers on any team in the NFL, but he is clearly the Steelers' number 1 wide receiver. Doesn't mean he hasn't been productive. He has 5 touchdowns, among the league leaders at the wide receiver position. And he's still on pace to go over 1,000 receiving yards. He's having a pretty good year, but not to be confused with a great year, and you're not seeing week in and week out number 1 wide receiver numbers. He's only gone over 100 yards 1 time. Closest to that he's come besides that game was 95 against Cleveland, and he had an 83-yard game against the New York Football Jets. He has yet to have multiple touchdowns in a game this season. I'm not putting that all on him, although he did drop a touchdown on Sunday night. He would have had 2 in the game had he hauled the ball in. That's when Aaron Rodgers said something you can't say on the radio, and all the lip readers out there thought he was yelling at DK Metcalf. I think he was yelling at the defensive back, but that's neither here nor there. DK Metcalf, the last 2 games, has 8 catches and 105 yards, which is fine, but it's not great. He's getting frustrated. He needs help. He needs reinforcements, and he needs a guy that is going to command safety help over the top. In an ideal world, that's what MVS can provide for this team. But I'm not willing to put the cart yet before the horse. Last year, I said all the same stuff about former Rodgers teammate Mike Williams when they brought him in. Mike Williams could stretch the field. We saw it against the Washington Commanders. He may have made the play of the Steelers season when Russell Wilson found him for the go-ahead touchdown prior to Wilson then drawing the Commanders off sides and doing the finger wag to win that ball game. I had thought at that point, oh, here you go. Mike Williams has exploded onto the scene. He's going to add a different dynamic to the Steelers offense. And then you know what we saw the rest of the way? Only 8 more catches for under 100 yards. All told, Mike Williams, 9 catches, 132 yards, and a touchdown. If MVS doesn't outperform those numbers, then this was all a waste of time. Do you think he's going to have better numbers than Mike Williams had last year for the Steelers? 412-928-9370. You can give us a ring in the fan hotline. Presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. You can give us a text at 412-928-9370, or you could tweet us at _Adam Crowley or at Callis_33. Will MVS outperform Mike Williams? It's a low bar. I think the answer is yes, but how much more will he outperform Mike Williams? That's the question. The reason why I think he's going to put up better numbers than Mike Williams is because Aaron Rodgers trusts him. Aaron Rodgers is a big trust guy. Over the course of his career, people have ripped on Aaron Rodgers for being critical of teammates, but I think he demands perfection. The fact that MVS is here means that Rodgers trusts him, and he should be able to bring him up to speed quicker than Russell Wilson and Arthur Smith were able to bring Mike Williams up to speed last year. So I think he'll outperform the Mike Williams numbers. But here's another question. Is this enough? Jacoby Myers is available. It would take a lot, but Jalen Waddle from the Miami Dolphins is reportedly available. There are other names out there that titillate, such as Rashid Shaheed from the New Orleans Saints. According to reports, they're trying to get a contract extension done with Chris Olave, so he's going to come off the trade market. But that would make Rashid Shaheed expendable. He's another one of those top off the defense kind of guys. Is Marquez Valdez-Scantling enough, or do you think the Steelers need to add another one of those guys? 412-928-9370. For me, I don't think the team's good enough to give up a draft pick right now. If the Steelers beat the Indianapolis Colts on Sunday, which I don't think they will, I'd be okay with buying before the November 4th trade deadline. And I'd be okay with potentially giving up a draft pick. But should they lose the game, and I think they will, and they're sitting there at 4-4, I ain't giving up a third-round draft pick. I ain't giving up a fourth-round draft pick for a team that looks like it's not going to win a playoff game for the 9th straight year. Why the hell would I want to give up future assets for a guy that's not going to get this Pittsburgh Steelers defense to play postseason quality football? And probably isn't going to move the needle enough for them to score points to overcome this maligned defense. If they beat the Colts, I could change my tune, but MVS seems like enough for me right now because it's a low-risk, potentially decent reward move that costs you nothing, that makes Aaron Rodgers happier, and that takes some of the pressure off of DK Metcalf. But I am not enthralled with the idea at this point of giving up future draft picks to add another wide receiver to a team that's going nowhere fast, and before we blink is probably going to be sitting here at 4-5. What say you? We're taking calls until 7 o'clock. 412-928-9370. I mentioned DK Metcalf's frustration, which was evident on the field on Sunday night. How about Aaron Rodgers? After the game, he was crestfallen. He said it wasn't a revenge game, but you know he wanted to stick it to the Green Bay Packers. He's yelling insults in the direction of DK Metcalf. He looked pissed off for 60 minutes in each of the last 2 games. And I don't think the wheels are totally going to fall off Rodgers and he's going to become the malcontent that the national media thinks he is. But I don't want to risk it, and that's why I like this MVS signing. Give him a buddy, give him a whoopee, give him a security blanket to make him feel a little bit better. Maybe take some of the frustration off of Rodgers' shoulders, maybe take some of the frustration away from DK Metcalf. I like the move for MVS. Do you? 412-928-9370. Is it enough? 412-928-9370. Would you give up a draft pick to get another wide receiver? 412-928-9370. Or, I'll throw another one at you. Do they need to make an addition on the defensive side of the ball? 412-928-9370. Your calls, texts, and tweets coming up next. There is a semi-high-profile defensive player that would be available. Does he interest you? We'll get to that when we come back. We're getting into Crosby's excellence at the bottom of the hour right now. It's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins, they won yesterday 6-3 over the St. Louis Blues to improve to 7-2 on the season with one overtime loss. They have 15 points. They're in second right now in the Eastern Conference, second in the Metropolitan Division as well. Penguins and Flyers play tonight at 6 p.m. in Philadelphia. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the A-Rod Report. A-Rod came up short in the battle of the aging QBs, but not without a great effort. Still showing nice footwork, A-Rod threw for 249 yards and 4 touchdowns. But 2 first-half interceptions proved costly. Rodgers did find 88 in this game after being MIA for most of the year, including a touchdown with 2 minutes remaining. A near 70-yard Hail Mary pass by A-Rod was close, but it was swatted down at the end of the game. The A-Rod Report, brought to you by Steel City Shredding, Pittsburgh's locally owned and operated document management solution. On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucco's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Without Jaden Daniels, Washington was doomed in Kansas City. 28-7 was last night's final score, and the contest was really not even that close after a reasonably close first half. Travis Kelce got a jump on turning back the clock. He caught 6 passes for 99 yards and a touchdown, which tied him with Priest Holmes for most TDs in franchise history with 83. The Chiefs remain on a roll. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Warning, the national debt is spiraling out of control. Trade wars are causing record volatility, and tariffs could cause inflation to make a devastating comeback. Are you ready for what more 2025 could bring? Will you sit on the sidelines and wait, or will you take action today to help protect your hard-earned retirement savings? And what if you could do it tax-free and penalty-free. Find out more by requesting your free 2025 Gold and Silver Kit from my partners at the top-rated precious metals company, Goldco. Plus, you can get an unlimited instant match on bonus silver if you qualify. Help secure your future today. Call 855-969-GOLD to learn more. That's 855-969-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
If you're considering functional medicine, there's only one Steel City Medical Center. We specialize in bioidentical hormones for women, testosterone replacement, peptides, medical weight loss, and medical weight loss done the right way. Our highly educated, experienced medical team is here for you. If experience and results matter, there's only one Steel City Medical Center, serving the greater Pittsburgh market for 10 years with a 5-star rating. Steel City Medical Center.
Visit the North Shore Tavern located on Federal Street right across from PNC Park for Pittsburgh's most memorable meal. Enjoy an array of delicious apps, entrees, homemade soups, desserts, cocktails, and of course, delicious steaks and seafood served on a sizzling lava stone. The vast menu changes weekly, offering something for every taste bud. Why not let their staff pamper you while you host a family or work event? The North Shore Tavern, a stone's throw away from PNC Park and Pittsburgh's home for steak on a stone.
Have you been diagnosed with metastatic prostate cancer? You may qualify for a clinical trial studying an investigational therapy designed to activate your immune system to fight cancer throughout the body. If your prostate cancer has spread and you've received prior hormone therapy, you may be eligible. Take the next step in your fight. Visit Legion100trial.com to learn more or call 1-888-636-5344. That's Legion100trial.com or 1-888-636-5344.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/life.
Mostly sunny today, the high 57.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back?
back. If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code TRAVEL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code TRAVEL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code TRAVEL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Ongoing construction causing lane restrictions on the inbound Parkway East. This is between the Penn Hills and Wilkinsburg interchanges. Also, road work restricts a lane of I-79 southbound as that ongoing project continues around the Wexford interchange. Parkway West, your delays starting right around the top of Green Tree Hill, and then again as you approach the runaway truck sand pile. Parkway East heavy at Wilkinsburg, again at Edgewood Twistvalle. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Got junk? Two Men and a Junk Truck.com. At twomenandajuncktruck.com, you can book same day or next day. Then we arrive, we quote, you like the price? Yes! We haul it away. Yeah, it's that easy. We'll even whistle while we work. 2 men and a junk truck.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
The Steelers have signed Aaron Rodgers' buddy Marquez Valdez-Scantling. He ain't what he used to be, but he is 6'4", and he's averaged over 16 yards a catch in his NFL career. He's a big play threat, or at least he was in his heyday. You would figure Rodgers and he have a good rapport, and Rodgers should be able to get him up to speed quickly. Do you like the move? Simple question, 412-928-9370, or do you think the Steelers need to do more? 412-928-9370. A texter writes in, the Steelers are turning into the Jets, going out and getting Aaron Rodgers' buddies. I think Rodgers has been the best player on the team this year, and I don't think it's been particularly close. If Aaron Rodgers needs help, then he should have some say in who helps him. And last year we saw it with Mike Williams. It's hard to get players on the same page. We saw it across the NFL. Amari Cooper, he was running great routes in Cleveland. He gets to Buffalo. He didn't pick up the offense. He got banged up, and it never worked out. Devontae Adams and Aaron Rodgers worked out. Why? Because they had a rapport. So I think MVS and Aaron Rodgers can hit the ground running a little bit here. Also, we've talked about this for 2 years. If your number one wide receiver goes down the way that George Pickens did last year, you need a reasonable facsimile to stand in. The Steelers, prior to the signing of Marquez Valdez-Scantling, did not have that on this roster. And I'm not saying that Valdez-Scantling would fill in and do what DK Metcalf has done, but at least you would still have that element of a field stretcher. Last year, you didn't have it. Last year, Pickens went down, and you had to deal with Van Jefferson as your number one wide receiver from that point forward. And Calvin Austin. Those guys don't look like George Pickens. Those guys don't have one iota of the talent of a George Pickens. At least if DK Metcalf were to go down, knock on wood, grab your lucky rabbit's foot, pray on the rosary, if he were to go down this year, you've got a 6'4" guy who could fill in. Roman Wilson not capable of that. Calvin Austin not capable of that. I have been delighted by the growth of Roman Wilson, but you needed to add another body, and I'm happy they did. What say you? 412-928-9370. A texter writes in, why didn't they trade for Jacoby Myers? Well, according to Jordan Schultz yesterday, big-time NFL insider who gets in fights with other NFL insiders at Starbucks at the NFL Combine, Jacoby Myers is going to cost a day 2 pick. So a second or third round pick. Second, get the hell out of here. Third, if it were the right circumstances, I'd be interested. I ain't giving up a third round pick for a team that I think is going to be 4-5 in 2 weeks. Now, if you beat the Indianapolis Colts and you're 5-3 and you just beat the best team in football prior to the trade deadline, maybe you could coax a 4th round pick out of me. But I'm not giving up any futures for a team that I think probably ain't going nowhere. And that's why I like the Valdez-Scantling signing. Cost you nothing but dollars. and not very many dollars at that. Rob in West Mifflin first up today. Good morning to you, Rob.
Good morning, Adam. How you doing, man?
I'm great today. How are you?
I'm good, man. I just went to I was watching that baseball game all night, man. Classic, man.
Classic. You think that Shohei Ohtani guy's pretty good?
Listen, man, you can't go to sleep. He's must-watch TV, man. Must-watch TV. You got to stay up and watch. We ain't seen nothing like this in years and won't see it again.
I agree with that, man. He's got 8 homers in the postseason, went 4 for 4 last night, hit 2 dingers. He hit 3 the other day when he struck out 10. And while I hate the Dodgers with every fiber of my sports being, I can't help but root for that guy because he's the best we've ever seen. But I digress. I'm sure you want to talk about the Steelers.
Absolutely, man. It's he's 6'4", he's a big guy, big body, but Adam, this doesn't move the needle, man. You know that, man. This doesn't move the needle, man. Like, if he does go down, he's the number one. Nah, I mean, if you get Chris Olave or Jacoby Myers, maybe you're not 4 or 5 in 2 weeks. I mean, that's where I'm at with it because I'm done with getting these old veterans, man. Look at the secondary. All old. They can't run. You got to go get some guys that can play football still, man. That's the bottom line. You have to do it.
I get what you're saying, but the last time that he played a full season, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, 14 games, he averaged 21.6 yards per catch. I still think the guy can play, and I appreciate your call. And I think the relationship with Rodgers makes this more likely to work than what happened with Mike Williams last year. And you're giving up nothing to get him. This team doesn't deserve for the general manager to give up a 3rd-round pick to augment the roster. Go out and beat Indianapolis, and maybe I'll change my tune. But right now, they're going nowhere fast. They've lost 2 games in a row. They've given up 70 points combined in those games. The defense is historically bad. And you're going to love what I got planned for 9 o'clock, by the way. Make sure you are listening at 9. Because this defense has been historic. But they're not good enough right now to give up a prominent draft pick to probably still not go anywhere. Scantling was a nice little compromise. You get a guy who can fill in for DK if DK gets hurt. You get a guy that can help in the red zone. You get a guy who can help take the top off the defense. You get a guy who takes some of the pressure away from Metcalf. You get a guy who can help Aaron Rodgers feel a little bit more comfortable. And you give up nothing. This is the kind of move that these players deserve right now. Something to help, but you're not selling any part of the farm because they suck so bad, they haven't earned that. A lot of people are texting in, get a player and add him to the defense. Justin Simmons is getting thrown around a bunch on social media. He was a good player before. He's a free agent. He's a free safety. You just lost to Deshaun Elliott, according to Jeremy Fowler, for the year. Folks, what makes you think any player they add to this defense is going to get utilized properly? Nick Herbig's been their best defensive player this year. He played 24 snaps, my God, on Sunday night. Alex Highsmith hasn't come close to living up to his contract this season or prior, and he played triple the amount of damn snaps that Nick Herbig did. They don't use the players that they've got right now appropriately. Hey, Jalen, you're a slot. Hey, Ramsey, you're an outside corner. Hey, Ramsey, you're a free safety. Hey, Herbig, you're a best pass rusher. We're not going to play you very much. And then think about what they did at safety on Sunday night. Chuck Clark is no good. He played 55 snaps. Juan Thornhill played 26 snaps. He stinks. Jabril Peppers, who had a really good season last year, might be the best of the 3. I'm certainly willing to find out. He only played 13 snaps. Chuck Clark played 87% of the Steelers' defensive snaps. That guy stinks. And you could say, hey, Crowley, aren't you arguing out of both sides of your mouth? You're telling me that the safeties stink, and now you don't want Justin Simmons, who would be an upgrade? Yeah, that's right, because guess what? They wouldn't use him correctly either. They didn't use Minka right last year. Minka's one of the best ball-hawking safeties in the entirety of the NFL, a multiple-time All-Pro, and they took him out of the box. They took him away from the football, and were playing him in Monessen. They're playing him 38 yards off the damn ball every snap. They didn't know how to use him. They don't know how to use Herbig. They don't know which safeties to play. Need I say more? Add another star to this defense. Another guy that's 30-plus years old. Add another football card to the mix. Hell no. He ain't going to help because all the talent in the world don't help because the coach and the defensive coordinator don't know what the hell they're doing. You can weigh in at 412-928-9370. We'll continue to take your Steelers calls all morning long. Jeff Hathorn at the top of the 7 o'clock hour. We'll mix in the Steelers calls when we come back, but we got to talk about Sidney Crosby making history again. And the Penguins sitting at 7-2-1 has me thinking about something, a question that I never thought I'd ask this year. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry-Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
In the World Series yesterday, Game 3 of it, the Los Angeles Dodgers won on a Freddie Freeman walk-off home run in 18 innings. The final score of that game, 6-5. Game 4 of the series played in Los Angeles will be tonight. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
If the Steelers lose tonight, I'll get both of my nipples pierced with no numbing agent.
Wednesday at Mike's Beer Bar. Join us as we present a painful pony party for a good cause. It's 93.7 The Fan's Pony Pierces Cancer. Tickets are only $33. The ticket gets you a commemorative t-shirt and appetizers. The piercings take place at 7:30 with the help of Gilded Violet Piercings. All proceeds will benefit McGee Women's Research Institute and Foundation. Pony Pierces Cancer is brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel, South Hills Kia, and South Chrysler Dodge Jeep. Hampton Beer Outlet and Cheerleaders. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
BetMGM is inviting you to charge the field this pro football season. Existing BetMGM customers can have a ball without having to sweat. Log into your account to get a Pro Football No Sweat token. Apply the token to your next pro football bet. If you lose with the token attached, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets. That's right. With a No Sweat token, you get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. There's nothing like a fresh set of downs. And that's just what BetMGM is offering if you don't win with a No Sweat token. So find your favorite matchup and be a part of all the hard-hitting, crowd-pleasing pro football action. Make this pro football season one for the ages. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Dan Zangrili from my friends at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Fall into a great deal this month with their 7-month CD offering a 3.95 annual percentage yield. And you only need $1,000 of new money. Full terms at AllegiantFCU.org.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. If your garage floor looks lousy with stains, cracks, or bad epoxy job, right now you can get 50% off labor on a new Comer & Cross garage floor. Call them now because 50% off labor ends soon. Here's their number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A new Comer & Cross garage floor will be your favorite home improvement. It's going to feel like pulling into a new car showroom every night. Guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And Comer & Cross makes it so easy. All their employees are well-trained pros. They don't use subcontractors ever. They're in and out in one day. They'll fix your cracks and pits perfectly. They even take your stuff out for you. For 50% off labor and your new Comer & Cross garage floor installed by the holiday, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or go to COMERcross.com. Comer & Cross Garage Floor Coatings.
Hey Pittsburgh, it's Chris Muller here with some big news. Verizon, America's best 5G network, wants you to bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill, and they'll give you a better deal. If you think Verizon is expensive, well, think again. Not only does Verizon let you lock in your low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plans with my plan. And they let everyone get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on my plan. That means new and existing customers. That's more reasons to save, more reasons to switch. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Pittsburgh Verizon store, and they'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score Report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply to promotional offers. See Verizon.com/switch to Verizon.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Zero Res. It is officially fall. It's spooky season. Most importantly, it's football season. You're going to have a bunch of people over at your house eating the dip, eating the chips, crumbs, nastiness everywhere with all that foot traffic. A perfect time to remember that carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery can be Zero Resified, so it's time to call my cleaning pros at Zero Res. Right now, you can get your entire home Zero Resified from Pittsburgh's ultimate carpet cleaner and get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129. There's something scarier than ghosts and goblins hiding in your house. Something scarier than your defense not playing great on Sundays. It's your air ducts. This month, take 15% off your air duct and dryer vent cleaning. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,800 reviews. So schedule your appointment at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188 and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
This is Pat Bostic. Pittsburgh was built by hardworking people, and no one has shaped our city more than P.J. Dick, Trumbull, and the Lindy Group. From our skyline to our bridges and roads, their craftsmanship stands strong. Now, they're looking for local talent to help build the future. Join an award-winning team that values quality, safety, and attention to detail. Ready to be part of something bigger? Join the team where hard work meets passion. Start your career today. Visit pjdick.com.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Up top, one-time across the redirection, score! The goal to Rust, but for Sidney Crosby, it's 1,700 points. The captain climbs to rarefied air.
Don't look now, but the Penguins have the second most points in the league. They're sitting at 7-2-1, and Sidney Crosby making history yet again. He has 1,701 points now. Multiple points in last night's game. Drinking out of the fountain of youth. By the way, Evgeny Malkin leads the NHL in assists. Crosby last night, a goal, 2 assists. He was outstanding. I thought the youngsters played probably their worst game of the season. I thought Kindle looked not so good. I thought Brunick looked not so good, but the Penguins win nonetheless. 6-3, they'll take on the hated Philadelphia Flyers tonight. How about this stat? This is from Bob Grove. The last time the Penguins were 7-2-1 to start a season was 2016-2017. They won the Stanley Cup. Crosby and Malkin combined for 24 points in their first 10 games of the 2016-2017 season. This year, Crosby and Malkin through 10 games have combined for 30. We know Sid will keep it up all season long. Malkin got off to a pretty good start last year. Can he keep it up? That's a big question. If he can, the Penguins are going to be in this thing. Because I think the Eastern Conference stinks, and I think the division is crap. And so here's the question. Fan Morning Show Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. Which team's more likely to make the playoffs? The Penguins or the Steelers? You can vote at _Adam Crowley. We'll get into this a little bit more in a couple of minutes. People are still chiming in about the Steelers signing of Marquez Valdez-Scantling. A texter writes in, this is like sending your wife to Giant Eagle to get milk, and she comes back with eggs. You need milk, not eggs. Get somebody to help us on bleeping defense already. Guys, they drafted a defensive lineman in the first round. They added an all-pro jack-of-all-trades in Jalen Ramsey. They added a Super Bowl champion cornerback from last year, Darius Slay, and paid him $10 million. Brandon Echols has been a good slot in this league. You added him to the mix. They drafted a nose tackle in the middle rounds. They've added a ton to this defense already that has an all-pro in Cam Hayward, a future Hall of Famer in T.J. Watt, a highly paid edge rusher in Alex Highsmith, one of the best edge rushers at getting after the quarterback in the entire league in Nick Herbig. And guess what? They're still one of the worst defenses in football. You're telling me they need to add more to this unit? Hell no, coach them up. Go get Justin Simmons. They won't use him right. They've got more than enough talent to, for God's sakes, be a middle-of-the-pack defense. And they're one of the worst in football. Going out and signing a free agent Justin Simmons off the street ain't going to change anything. Going out and trading a draft pick for another corner or for a safety ain't going to change anything. They've got enough talent. And relative to their talent, they are the most disappointing unit in the entire National Football League. And it's not even close. Their numbers defensively rival that of the Ravens and of the Bengals. The Bengals were historically bad defensively last year, did nothing to fix the defense, have been without Trey Hendrickson, and you're in that grouping. You compare more favorably to them than you do the Browns' defense. The Ravens have been horrific defensively, but at least they've got excuses. They've been banged up more than any team in football. They didn't have Humphrey. They didn't have their star inside linebacker, Roquan Smith. Matabuki's out for the season. Kyle Hamilton's been hurt. And they haven't had their quarterback. And yet defensively their numbers are better than the Pittsburgh Steelers. And you want more? They could add Troy Polamalu in his prime, and Mike Tomlin would find a way to screw that up. They could add James Harrison in his prime, and they'd probably play Alex Highsmith over him. I understand that the defense stinks and people want to see the defense get better, but giving up draft picks or spending money on a Justin Simmons ain't going to fix this defense. The guys they've got in the room should be good enough, but the head coach, the defensive coordinator, can't coordinate this thing out of a brown paper bag. 412-928-9370. Texter, just checking in on Crowley to see if he's checked his blood pressure this morning. Blood pressure's good. Cholesterol's dropped 30 points in a year. My doctor's very happy with that. Been exercising regularly in my basement, jumping around doing Richard Simmons videos. And I got a nap yesterday. I've never felt better. Texter, defense stinks because Tomlin won't let the coaches do their job. Yeah, it's his defense. If it were Terrell Austin's defense, I'm not sure it would be better, but it is Mike Tomlin's defense. And all the Justin Simmons of the world ain't fixing this. 412-928-9370 is the number. Also, I want you to weigh in on the question, you think it's more likely the Penguins or the Steelers make the playoffs? I think it's the Penguins. I look at the Steelers' schedule. I don't think there's a snowball's chance in hell that Mike Tomlin gets over his Shane Steichen problem and they beat the Colts on Sunday. I just ain't seeing it. The Colts are dropping 30 points, 40 points on everyone, and the Steelers' defense is like playing 7-on-7. Then you got to go across the country and play Justin Herbert, who is as physically gifted as any quarterback in the NFL, and a team that wants to beat you to a pulp. I think they're going to be sitting there at 4-5, and I think the Ravens are going to be at 4-5 as well. I don't think the Steelers are making the playoffs. I think the Penguins got a shot. Sidney Crosby's not going to stop being Sidney Crosby. The goaltending's been much better this year. And if Tristan Jarry should fall apart the way that Tristan Jarry always seemingly falls apart, their best goaltender right now, you'd think, is actually in the AHL and Sergei Marashov. He's going to come up here and augment things. And again, I'll say it, the East stinks. A couple of weeks ago, we were saying the same things about the AFC and the Steelers. It looked like, oh, hey, maybe they'll have a shot to be the 1 seed. Yeah. All of a sudden, New England 6-2. Kansas City won last night. They're 5-3. They're going to be a game up on the Steelers after Sunday. The New England Patriots are sitting there at 6-2. The Indianapolis Colts are 7-1. They're about to be 8-1. All of a sudden, the AFC looks pretty tough. The Buffalo Bills turned it around and played their best football game of the season this weekend. They seemingly are getting better. The Steelers getting worse. I don't think the Steelers are making the playoffs. I think the Penguins have a puncher's chance. And if they're in it come December, which you keep stacking wins now, you're going to be in it come December. I think Kyle Dubas might have to shift and start adding pieces. You got $50 million in cap space. You got a whole bunch of draft picks the next few years. This might not be the best version of the Penguins. They're still leaving a lot to be desired on the left side of the defense. They're still leaving a lot to be desired, I think, in the bottom six. If they're in it come December, perhaps Dubas makes a trade or two. I think the Penguins have a much better chance of making the playoffs than the Steelers. What say you? 412-928-9370. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. I want you to answer that question for me when we come back. More likely to make the playoffs, the Penguins or the Steelers? And do you like the Marquez Valdez-Scantling signing? Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry-Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins beat the St. Louis Blues yesterday by a 6-3 final score. Penguins are now 7-2-1 on the season. They're going to Philadelphia, and they're going to play a game tonight in Philly against the Flyers at 6 o'clock. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, hi, it's Nicholas Harry-Callis. We're in the heart of football season, and let's be real for a second. There's no better place to bet than Fanatic Sportsbook. Don't wait for a bad beat with another sportsbook. Switch to the home of fair play, where they protect all pro player prop bets, straights, parlays, and same-game parlays across any first-half injury. Some books protect your bet for just the first quarter. Some do nothing. But not a Fanatic Sportsbook, where they flip losing bets into winning bets on every football game day. Whether it's quarterbacks, running backs, receivers, or any eligible player prop bet, Fanatic Sportsbook's fair play policy gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up a parlay. That means if your player gets injured in the first half, your bet will still play on with all the remaining legs, meaning a loss can be turned into a win. You can also track your player performance in the Fanatic Sportsbook app. Oh, and the payout speeds are lightning quick, too. Bet with the book that always has your back. Fanatic Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatic Sportsbook app.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiance Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Marshall Township, crew still on the scene of some earlier downed power lines that has tied up Warrendale Bakerstown Road. That's the red belt in Marshall Township, not far from the intersection with Franklin Road. Parkway West, you are heavy as far back as the bend at Carnegie and then jammed as you approach the top of Green Tree Hill down to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East solid at Greensburg Pike. Route 28 heavy at the Route 8 at the bypass past Shaler Waterworks. Another delay approaching the 31st Street Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Buy 2 replacement windows from Window Nation. Get 2 for free, plus pay nothing for 2 years. WindowNation.com. This October, eliminate chili drafts for good with Window Nation. Right now, when you buy 2 replacement windows, you'll get 2 free, plus pay nothing for 2 whole years. Hurry, sale ends October 31st. Schedule your free estimate now at WindowNation.com. That's WindowNation.com.
This year's senior class is back at homecoming, reunited and protected with mNEXSpike, the new COVID-19 vaccine from Moderna for adults 65 and older. That's because these seniors know they face the highest risk of severe COVID. mNEXSpike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA, is a COVID-19 vaccine for people 65 and older and for 12 to 64-year-olds at high risk for severe COVID. You shouldn't get mNEXSpike if you've had an allergic reaction to a previous Moderna COVID-19 vaccine. Rare cases of inflammation of the heart muscle and outer lining have been reported. Common side effects include pain at the injection site, tiredness, headache, muscle or joint pain, chills, nausea, vomiting, and underarm swelling or soreness. mNEXSpike may not protect everyone. This year's senior class came ready with a COVID-19 vaccine that helps them keep showing up. mNEXSpike from Moderna, here for the senior class. Visit mnexspike.com to schedule your vaccine today. That's mnexspike.com.
Leaves and interest rates are falling at the gorgeous Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram here in Washington. New Ram trucks, 0% financing for 72 months. That's incredible. New Grand Cherokees, 0% financing for 60 months. New Wranglers from just $339 a month, plus up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. The bow tie means a better buy. Drive into fall event. Visit us next to Washington Crown Center or at crownjeep.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
Aviation technicians are considered some of the most skilled and technically capable mechanics in their field. They ensure our most precious cargo, from family to goods, arrives safely every day. Whether you're thinking about a skilled trade or a 4-year education, if you enjoy combining problem solving with hands-on training, then explore an in-demand career in the aviation industry. Visit PIA's Pittsburgh Campus Open House on Saturday, November 8th at 11 a.m. Take pride in your career. RSVP at PIA.edu.
Kevin Moret here for Mentality. Listen up, gentlemen. You're fighting an unfair battle. Studies show testosterone levels in men have plummeted by 25% in just 2 decades. That's why you're struggling with energy, muscle, and drive. But here's a game changer. Mentality's FDA-approved treatments boost testosterone by 30% on average. Imagine reclaiming the vitality your grandfathers had. Picture turning heads, dominating your career, and feeling unstoppable again. Don't settle for today's normal. Seize the day at mentalityhealth.com/radio. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. A robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Penguins winners again last night. They're 7-2-1. Sidney Crosby was outstanding with 3 points, a goal, and 2 assists. Evgeny Malkin leads the league in assists. 50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. You think it's more likely the Penguins or the Steelers make the playoffs? Penguins currently sit at second place in the entire league in points. That has them at second place in the Metropolitan Division because the New Jersey Devils have had a great start to the year. They're 8-1-0. Penguins' point differential is plus 11. Goal differential for the New Jersey Devils is plus 13. Penguins have the second best goal differential in the entirety of the NHL. Generally, that's a pretty good predictive metric. Penguins have scored 38 goals on the season. That's among the league leaders. In fact, it is tied with the Ottawa Senators for the league lead. Penguins have given up just 27 goals on the season. That's better than average. They've got pretty good goaltending, and their best goaltender is currently in the NHL, and I think at some point he'll be up here. He's got a save percentage hovering around .950. I think the Penguins have a better chance of making the playoffs. Now, Vegas hasn't bought in. The Steelers are plus 125 to make the playoffs. The Penguins are plus 310. The Steelers are minus 165 now to miss the playoffs. The Penguins are minus 390. And the Penguins, despite being a significantly better team to this point in the season than the Philadelphia Flyers, who have 9 points, are an underdog on the road for their 6 p.m. puck drop tonight. This has more to do with the Steelers for me than it does with the Penguins. I just don't think the Steelers are going to make the playoffs. I don't know how they fix the defense. They don't know how they'll fix the defense. They won't fix the defense. You go back 14 games. I've been ripping this stat over and over again on the show. You go back the last 14 games, the Steelers are giving up more than 25 points per game. They've given up 4 30-point efforts this season in their 7 games. This is what the defense will continue to be because they don't have answers. They've been figured out. They blitzed more in this game against Jordan Love, and he carved him up. They sat back against Joe Flacco. He carved him up. They doubled Jamar Chase. They couldn't stop him. They threw zone at him, matchup coverages, man coverages, safety over the top. They did all kinds of stuff, couldn't stop him. There are no solutions, and thus they're not going to make the playoffs. They're not going to win the division. The Ravens have shown me something these last couple of weeks. So do I really think the Penguins make it? No. But I think they're much more likely to make it than the Steelers because I actually think their coach is doing a good job. The Penguins did what the Steelers should have done. The Chicago Bears called and said, hey, Art, we'd love to trade for your head coach. And Art hung up the phone. The Penguins had a 2-time Stanley Cup winning head coach that they said, nah, see you later. They hired the bald guy, Dan Muse, and they're playing much better systematic hockey. The Penguins did the thing the Steelers should have done 2 years ago, and they're reaping the rewards right now. Mike Tomlin can't fix this Steelers defense. You can vote on our Twitter poll @_Adam Crowley. Which team do you think is more likely to make the playoffs? 75% of people saying the Penguins. We'll get Jeff Hathorn's opinion on that coming up next. Also, we'll get his thoughts on the Marquez Valdez-Scantling signing. Do the Steelers need to add anybody on the defensive side? Should they be looking to add another wide receiver besides Marquez Valdez-Scantling? That's all on the way with our sports director, Jeff Hathorn, next. Right now, fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. KDK will take care of that in a moment. It's the Fan Morning Show.
Good morning. Temperatures have dipped into the 30s once again with clear overnight skies giving way to plenty of sunshine for the day. At Pittsburgh, seeing a high of 57 degrees with noon temperatures in the low 50s. Winds will be out of the east at 5 to 10 miles an hour. Right now, it's looking like most of Wednesday it's going to be dry with rain arriving from the south just after sunset. Rain chances will stick around through at least Friday morning. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and everybody wants the shortcut. Players stealing signs or even betting on their own games. Guys juicing to hit one more homer. People taking shots to drop a few pounds. It's all the same thing, trying to cheat the system. I wanted results, but I didn't want to gamble with my health. I didn't want a short-term fix. I went with Awaken 180, and I received both the short-term and long-term results we all want. 35 pounds down in just 6 weeks. So think about it. If you start Awaken 180 today, you could be down 35 pounds heading into the holidays. Now, that might sound crazy, but you really could be. I did it. Donnie, Paul Alexander, and probably people that you know personally have done it as well. We all had the same results. 4 to 5 pounds gone each and every week until reaching our goal. It's that simple. So if you're tired of shortcuts that don't last, stop gambling on the quick fixes and play the sure bet and win it. Start today at awaken180weightloss.com.
NBA tipping off, and FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge is your home for live betting. So even if you miss the start of the game or want to ride the hot hand, FanDuel has live bets on everything from who will score next to fourth quarter comebacks. Man, I was watching the Lakers and their opener, and without LeBron, it's Luka, and more Luka. They're the Los Angeles Lukas. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now is the perfect time to join because FanDuel has given new customers $300 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey. Play your game with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters.
Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzz driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone,
Welcome to AutoZone.
where friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets the Duralast battery.
Have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Inbound Parkway West, jam between Carnegie and Green Tree down to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound, you're steady toward Pittsburgh International Airport. Parkway East stacking at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass and down past Shaler Waterworks. Parkway North remains up to speed. Route 65 traffic light delays at the McKees Rocks Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Brought to you by Moderna.
Spike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's MNEXSPIKE.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sidney Crosby making history once again. One of only 9 players to amass 1,700 points in his NHL career. 3 points last night, a goal and 2 assists. Sid now has 7 goals, 7 assists, 14 points in 10 games. Evgeny Malkin, 3 goals, 13 assists, 16 points in 10 games. Gino on pace for 131 points this year. Joining us now to get into the Penguins and a whole lot of Steelers stuff is our sports director, Jeff Hathorn. Jeff is brought to us by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. October, 3.95% 7-month CD special at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It is the Hawk Report. The Hawk Report. Good morning, Jeff. How we doing, buddy?
Good morning. Nice jersey.
Oh,
or sweater.
It felt right today, Jeff. I got the feels. I feel like the Penguins have been a nice palate cleanser, mixing them in around the laughable Steelers defense. They're 7-2-1. The old guys are playing well. Up until last night, the young guys are playing well. And then you got the hated Philadelphia Flyers tonight. I guess we'll start here, Jeff. how sustainable is this, in your opinion?
Well, this is exactly how we thought the sports calendar would play out, that at this point, Pitt would be getting votes in the AP Top 25.
Man.
Penguins would be one of the better teams in the East, and the Steelers' defense can't stop anybody. It's exactly what we thought going into this part of the season. I don't know if it's sustainable, but obviously we like what we're seeing. I mean, to watch these two guys, the two highlights that you played, to watch Gino and Crosby still have this type of game, even if it's just a 10-game sample size, is pretty exciting. And I just love the fact that the Pens are playing a system.
Yes.
And it's being proven that you could play a system and not only win, but be entertaining. Because it always seemed like when you said system to a lot of guys in that room, it was like, oh, I don't want to be New Jersey of 1990 and play this boring hockey, and I'm not going to do it. Or, okay, I'll do it for a couple of games, but once we have success, then we're going to go some fire wagon hockey. Dan Muse has convinced them, and the guys in the room have bought in. I mean, even Carlson is blocking shots, and he's playing a different type of hockey than he's played before. And I mean, credit to Dan. It's his first time as a head coach. You're walking into a room with Hall of Famers, and he's been able to get them to buy in.
They lead the NHL with 38 goals scored, and goals against, they're closer to top 10. They're right in the middle of the pack, but they're closer to top 10 than they are to the bottom half of the league. And I think the offense, or the defense, has led to the offense for them, Jeff. And I think their top six is pretty good. I thought Koivunen looked like he was shot out of a cannon last night. And that second line with all the big dogs, it looks pretty damn good to me. Can you clear this up for me? Russia's not partaking in the Olympics, right?
Correct.
And they're not doing the funky thing where it's like the Russian team, but they're not called the Russian team, correct?
Yeah, with no flag, or they're the independents or whatever. No, I mean, it's a sad thing politically, because it's best when everybody's there.
Of course.
Not to get political, and I feel for the players that are just caught in the middle. But yeah, that's going to be something special. And listen, Hollander comes in and he jumps right in. I mean, Brunick and Kindle they've been impact guys. I mean, not huge number guys, but they look like they belong in the NHL. And I think early on, the goaltending was so good, maybe that gave the team some confidence, because the goaltending hasn't been at the same level, but it was so good early that kind of like, okay. And then it hasn't been as lights out, they're scoring, so they're staying in games. I mean, you start saying, oh, they haven't played anybody, and then, oh, they beat Florida.
Mm-hmm.
And, you're checking off some boxes. I don't know how long it is sustainable, but I do like this hockey, and I like the fact that they're establishing a system that seems to work for them. And we're starting to see a couple of young guys that aren't superstars, but at least look like they can play in this league.
And you can make the argument that their best goaltender, certainly their most talented goaltender, is in AHL right now, and at some point should buoy the cause up at the NHL level. The reason I asked about Russia is, Gino got off to a pretty good start last year, but he has got the old legs, and I'm not blaming him for that. I mean, that's life. That's how it goes. I turned 35 yesterday, and when I got my hair cut, the hairdresser said, you got more whites than you do brown hair anymore. So that happens as you age. Malkin's going to get 3 weeks off to reset the legs. I mean, that's like a third of the typical NHL offseason. I think that could help in the second half of the year, Jeff.
Yeah, I mean, let's see where they are. I mean, I don't have any dreams of some kind of miracle run. I mean, I guess at this point I'm enjoying what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
Because I think it got to a point, I think Mike Sullivan's a good coach, obviously won a couple of Stanley Cups, where it just wasn't there. The buy-in obviously wasn't there. And then they had some guys, I mean, they were running graves out there every night. They stopped that. It's not a good financial decision, but it was a good decision for them. And they're, and I think Dan said this a couple of weeks ago, that he thought he would get buy-in from veterans because they want to go to the Olympics. And I think we know exactly who he's talking about specifically.
Carlson.
That they want to prove that they're good enough, that they can be on that team. And he might be right. I mean, we're seeing him play. And sadly, I mean, losing Raquel is just, that really stinks on multiple levels, from that potential trading or being alongside and being a part of this. But man, I love the little things. I love that they have some guys that are coming up from the AHL that can play, because it seemed like for the last few years, you brought up guys from the AHL. It's like, oh, well, obviously this guy is in the wrong league.
Yeah. It's not Brian Gibbons or Jason Megna, guys of that quality, to name a few from back in the day. I do think, necessity can become the mother of invention, and I do think that Koivunen belongs up here. And so at least with Raquel being on the shelf, you'll get to see more of him. Let's change gears and get to the Steelers, Jeff. Marquez Valdez-Scantling, according to reports, is your latest Pittsburgh Steeler, a friend of Aaron Rodgers. I saw the piece you put up on 937thefan.com. Your thoughts on the move?
A couple of weeks ago, I would have thought like the lone problem, like it's the thing you have to get. Offense doesn't seem as big a problem right now, but I mean, listen, a few years ago, the guy averaged 20 yards a catch, and he's had some success, and you don't need him to be a number one. You may not need him to be a number two. So I think it is a room that needed some depth. You feel if DK goes down, you've got nobody that could fill those type of shoes.
Right.
But if something were to happen, you feel better about your depth. I know Roman had his first touchdown, had 74 yards catching, receiving. So that was a good game, and maybe Roman's coming along, but it doesn't hurt to bring another guy into the room. I don't think you're stopping anyone's availability, and with Miller's injury, I think that kind of slides him right into that spot.
Two-part question. Will they add more to the wide receiver room? Will they be willing to part with a draft pick? And the second part is, are they thinking about adding to this defense in your mind?
I think they're looking at everything. I do. And I don't think they would add another receiver. I just don't. I don't see that at this point, just because of all the tight ends they have. So I think they feel like they have receiving options. But you never know. I mean, listen, a lot of the things 5 years ago we said the Steelers don't do, or this isn't the Steelers, have changed. So for us to just blanketly say, we're still figuring out how Omar works in these scenarios. And some of the moves he made in the offseason surprised people that have covered the team for a long time. So I don't want to say never. As far as the secondary, it's funny because I've seen people tweet this, and we just had a brief discussion about it yesterday over there. Do you go get Minka and bring him back? I don't think that's going to happen, but do you potentially add to the secondary? Yeah, maybe. Until then, you've got a lot of guys that need to step up that have played good ball in their career. And I mean, right now for Chuck Clark, here's your opportunity to show everybody wrong. When you're sitting around as training camps opened and you didn't have a job, here's your chance to show that you were the guy with the Ravens. And we'll see how he steps up. I mean, they've got some guys with some pedigree, between him and 40 that can play in that position. And I don't want Thornhill in the box, but maybe he can do some things in the back end.
I might put him in a box and ship him elsewhere, but that's just me. Jeff, last thing for you, our sports director, Jeff Hathorn, with us here on the Fan Morning Show. We're going to find out today the extent of Sayamalu's injury at Mike Tomlin's press conference. There were reports last night that Deshaun Elliott's going to be out for the season and that Equale is going to be out for the season. Which of those losses is the biggest, do you think?
Oh, I mean, Elliott's the big loss because you watch them. Their defense looks different when he's out there. Not always, because obviously they've had struggles when he's out there, but there's a different level of communication. He seems to be like that missing piece back there. Again, not that they haven't had issues with him back there, but he's the one. Listen, we saw Sayamalu in the locker room yesterday. Now it's a pec injury, so walking around the locker room doesn't necessarily tell you that he's going to play, but he is still around there, and he was around the guys. You never know with those injuries. because it's so hard to gauge. Because again, you see a guy walking around, but you know, with those injuries, I mean, you think about the pack and trying to push off 300-pound guys coming at you. They've always liked Spencer Anderson, and not just as a guy that they put out as an extra blocker. They've always thought that he has ability, and he's going to get an opportunity. It was one of the funniest lines after the game, very subtle, was Aaron Rodgers saying, "Yeah, it took away one of my pass options." But I do think they believe in him, and we'll see what he's able to do. It's going to be a run for him.
Jeff, say hello to your cat for us, all right?
Yeah, I don't. The dog chases the cat around, so she's coming upstairs to avoid the dog. Who every time when she gets up, she's like, let's go," and the cat's just a cat.
Cats are cats. I saw a TV commercial last night that said 60% of all cats are overweight. I think that number is staggeringly low. Cats don't do anything. They just lay around and lick themselves. Doesn't sound like the worst life.
We have a cat obesity problem in the United States. I think we need to start a GoFundMe.
Jeff, appreciate your time as always, buddy. We'll talk to you on Thursday.
All right, thanks, Adam.
That's Jeff Hathorn. Jeff brought to you by Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. That was the Hawk Report. The Hawk Report. Coming up next, so much to react to from Jeff, including what the Steelers could be looking to do prior to the trade deadline and the biggest injury loss for this team. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And you can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Mike Tomlin's press conference is at noon today. The Steelers are playing the Indianapolis Colts this coming weekend at home. It's a 1 o'clock kick for that game. But listen to Mike Tomlin's press conference where he will recap the previous week and preview the upcoming week. Listen to that right here on 93.7 The Fan. We've got it live for you. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Red Ed, sponsored by Napa, the pros that know how to keep your business moving at full speed. Game 3 of the World Series was an epic affair, folks. From Shohei Ohtani getting on base 9 times to defensive gems to Clayton Kershaw coming in with the bases loaded. After 6 hours and 39 minutes and no sleep for me, Freddie Freeman's 18th inning walk-off homer ended the World Series game. I'm Boomer Esiason.
From pads and rotors to shocks and struts, coming to a full stop should never mean your business does too. At Napa, we are the pros that know brakes and suspension better than anyone. So when others are grinding their gears, our premium parts and exceptional service deliver results. Whether you're operating a local shop or managing a national fleet, Napa has exactly what you need, when and where you need it. Get the brake and suspension parts you're looking for right now at Napa.
Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Think again. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store today and we'll give you a better deal. Now, what to do with your unwanted bills? Maybe turn them into paper airplanes headed to See Ya Never AT&T and T-Mobile. Jokes aside, the best 5G network has you covered with the most ways to save on plans, streaming, and phone deals. So bring in your bill to your local Verizon store today and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on root metrics score report dated 1H 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
I'm back to doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet store.
How long have you had sharp pains in your heel or that burning sensation on the bottom of your feet? Do you want to lose weight and exercise but cannot because of foot, ankle, knee, or low back pain? Many people come to the Good Feet store and talk about these same issues. The Good Feet store has helped thousands of customers.
The pain in my foot was so bad I could not walk for any length of time. I walked in the Good Feet store in pain, and I walked out pain-free.
Good Feet arch supports fit in all your own shoes. Ladies, you can now be comfortable in your favorite high heels. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
No shots, no surgery, and no medication. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Come in for a free test walk today.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. So you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Some problems heading out of the South Hills now. This report brought to you by Injury Lawyers LGKG. Be careful fighting morning traffic. If injured in an accident, local super lawyers LGKG will help you navigate the legal fight. An accident on the northbound Liberty Bridge just outside the Liberty Tubes and the intersection with P.J. McArdle Roadway. That's causing delays back through the tunnels and onto the intersection with West Liberty Avenue and Sawmill Run Boulevard, which at this time is stacked back to Edgebrook Avenue. We also have an accident reported on the inbound Parkway West near the Banksville Merge Point. Delays over the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East jams at Greensburg Pike. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Brain injury, debilitating pain, broken bones. Car crashes don't always heal with time.
LGKG has helped thousands in western Pennsylvania. Get real compensation when the stakes are high. Be careful out there this morning.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Rodgers going to air it out. There he is. Valdez-Scantling for the touchdown. Right on cue. He's got his second of the year, 52 yards, and Rodgers just let it fly and knew he had an easy 6.
If you missed it, Steelers signed Marquez Valdez-Scantling. His last full season in the NFL, he averaged over 20 yards a catch. That was 2024. He is Aaron Rodgers' buddy. Aaron threw 13 touchdown passes to him over 3 years, and in one of those seasons, Marquez Valdez-Scantling led the NFL in yards per reception. So Rodgers gets his friend. He should be able to get him up to speed quickly, you would think. Didn't work out last year with Mike Williams, who only had 135 receiving yards and 9 catches. If you take away the touchdown catch against the Washington Commanders, he didn't have 100 combined yards following that. But this gives you DK Metcalf insurance should he go down, and this gives you a body type that other than Metcalf you don't have in the wide receiver room, and it's at a low cost, 0 risk, and there's a potentially decent reward here. I don't think the Steelers are good enough right now to justify Omar Khan trading a draft pick for a guy like Jacoby Myers or Rashid Shaheed or insert wide receiver here. They're 4-3. Their defense has given up 70 points combined the last 2 weeks, nearly 1,000 yards. They're going to get absolutely destroyed defensively, I think, by the Indianapolis Colts on Sunday. Then they got to take on the Chargers. Then they got to take on Joe Flacco again. I think the Steelers will be sitting at 4-5. And if that's the case, I don't want to be giving up any futures. So I like the Marquez Valdez-Scantling signing. It could potentially help. You give up nothing, so you can tell your guys in the locker room, hey, we tried, but you're not selling the farm in a season that looks like it's going down the tubes fast. Now, we had Jeff Hathorn, our sports director, on in the last segment, and Jeff is as tapped in as anybody in town. He's in the Steelers locker room every day. He's at all the games. He travels on the road. And he says, I think the Steelers are looking at everything, end quote. That means that the Steelers would not be against going out and acquiring a defensive player. And I'm not shooting the messenger here. I just think that that would be a laughable thing for Omar Khan and company to do. This defense has TJ Watt. This defense has Nick Herbig. This defense has Alex Highsmith. This defense has Patrick Queen and Jalen Ramsey and Darius Slay. All kind of high-priced dudes who have great resumes, a couple of which are going to be wearing gold jackets at the end of their careers. You've got a head coach that's making $19 million a season. His background is as a defensive coordinator and a secondary coach. If the solutions to the defensive woes aren't in the room, then everybody needs to get fired. And again, this isn't me disagreeing with Jeff. I think Jeff's point was a salient one. We don't know what Omar Khan's all about. It's still a body of work that's developing. One of the things we do know about him, though, he'll do the thing that historically the Steelers never do. Historically, they don't trade a second-round pick for a wide receiver and then pay that guy $150 million. Historically, they don't go and get a quarterback who's 41 years old and pay him $13 million. They don't go out on the free agent market and get a Patrick Queen. They don't trade an all-pro player in a blockbuster deal to acquire 2 Pro Bowl players. They don't do those things. So anything's on the table. I'm saying it's a terrible idea for them to augment this defense in any way, shape, or form. If you can't get it done with the bodies you've got in there, you got to look long and hard in a damn mirror. The defense has been a disaster. Going out and signing a street free agent like Justin Simmons, come on. That ain't going to move the needle. Trading for a defensive player. People are texting, oh, go get Christian Wilkins. It ain't going to move the needle. They've got enough pieces to be good defensively. They've got enough pieces to be great defensively. And they're one of the worst defenses in the league, and relative to expectations, they're the worst defense in the league. Adding somebody that nobody else wants ain't going to change that, because the problem is the guy stalking the sideline wearing a headset. 412-928-9370. Jeff mentioned that the biggest loss on defense to him is Deshaun Elliott. The biggest loss due to injury, I should say, is Deshaun Elliott. And he is going to be a big piece that they're going to be missing, according to Jeremy Fowler, now for the rest of the year. But again, they should have enough players defensively to be good without him. When you've got all those guys, the names that I rattled off, all the salary that these guys are bringing in, and boy, TJ needed more, and boy, Cam Hayward needed more. When you've got all those guys, losing Justin Simmons shouldn't end. Deshaun Elliott shouldn't end your hopes of playing good defense. I almost swore there, and I was saying the wrong name anyhow. Guess that nap didn't do wonders for me yesterday the way I thought. I actually think the biggest loss will be Isaac Seumalo. Not because Spencer Anderson can't fit into that left guard position and play well. They've got a lot of faith in him, and I've been pleasantly surprised by him. But because he's been so valuable to them as that sixth offensive lineman, the nipple rubber. Without him in that role, I think they're going to have a much more difficult time rushing the football. So no, I wouldn't trade for a defensive player. I wouldn't sign a defensive free agent. And I actually think that the Seumalo injury is going to ultimately have a bigger ripple effect on that side of the ball than the Deshaun Elliott injury should have on the defensive side of the ball. I keep calling Deshaun Elliott Justin Simmons. It's because I'm an imbecile. We'll see just how dumb I am coming up next. Are you smarter than a plumber? I'll test my trivia wits against Southside Jake. We'll take your calls on the biggest injury problem with the Steelers. Also what they should do prior to the deadline at 412-928-9370. Right now it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins won 6-3 yesterday over the St. Louis Blues. Penguins are going to turn around. They're going to travel to Philadelphia, and they've got a game tonight at 6 o'clock in Philly against the Flyers. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now, here's Crowley.
Tonight, your favorite hockey team plays your least favorite hockey team, and you got to put your feet up and eat some chips and veggies and wings, and you can make it all better with Daisy French onion dip. And now Daisy's come out with a delicious ranch dip. These are a game changer. You dress up all your big game day fixins with Daisy Ranch Dip and Daisy French Onion Dip. Do what I do every game day and get yourself some Daisy French Onion Dip and some Daisy Ranch Dip at a grocery store near you.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. He is obviously the biggest voice in Pittsburgh sports. We break down his comments after every presser.
Seriously, it's awesome. It's awesome. Come on, let's get this money.
It's the Tomlin Rewind every Tuesday at 12:30 with Joe. The Tomlin Rewind is brought to you by Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Schley Deck and Fence, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, Smale Lincoln Greensburg, and Twin Peaks Sports Bar. The Tomlin Rewind is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and everybody wants the shortcut. Players stealing signs or even betting on their own games. Guys juicing to hit one more homer. People taking shots to drop a few pounds. It's all the same thing, trying to cheat the system. I wanted results, but I didn't want to gamble with my health. I didn't want a short-term fix. I went with Awaken 180, and I received both the short-term and long-term results we all want. 35 pounds down in just 6 weeks. So think about it. If you start Awaken 180 today, you could be down 35 pounds heading into the holidays. Now, that might sound crazy, but you really could be. I did it. Donnie, Paul Alexander, and probably people that you know personally have done it as well. We all had the same results. 4 to 5 pounds gone each and every week until reaching our goal. It's that simple. So if you're tired of shortcuts that don't last, stop gambling on the quick fixes and play the sure bet and win it. Start today at awaken180weightloss.com.
Got plumbing problems? Call the pros who've been going down the drain since 1969. A quick drain service. Serving the entire tri-state area, they offer expert plumbing, sewer and drain cleaning, plus DOT certified gas, water, and sewer line installation. Senior and military discounts available. And get a lifetime guarantee on all sewer and water lines. Need help now? They're available 24/7 at aquickdrain.com. PA license 074216. A quick drain service. Fast, reliable, done right.
5 words no one wants to hear. You need a new roof. What do you do? Who do you call? How are you going to pay for it? It's Chris Muller, and these are all questions that run through people's minds when they hear those 5 words. But if you pick up the phone and call MHI Roofing, your new roof will be the easiest, most hassle-free home improvement project you'll ever do. MHI has thousands of 5-star ratings for both customer service and high-quality installation. Plus, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. And since no one wants to pay these high interest rates, for a limited time, MHI is offering 5-year no-interest financing with minimum monthly payments for qualified buyers. So if you need a new roof, don't stress. MHI Roofing has got your back. It all starts with a free 21-point roof inspection to assess the exact condition of your roof and what needs to be done next. Set up your inspection today. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com.
This just in, Guardian Protection is giving you double the security for the price of one. Buy a Guardian camera today, get a second camera absolutely free. That's right, 2 cameras, 1 price, and total peace of mind. Use them inside, outside, or both. It's your choice. But hurry, this BOGO deal won't be around for long. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to claim your buy one, get one free cameras. That's 1-800-PROTECT. Terms and conditions apply.
This October, Power meets Performance at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. Get behind the wheel of a 2025 Ram 1500 with savings up to 25% off, or take advantage of 0% financing for 72 months. But hurry, these fall deals won't last. See dealer for details.
In St. Pete, Clearwater, you can chill by the crystal clear Gulf.
And stroll downtown St. Pete's galleries and murals.
And hang with the locals at a fishing pier.
And escape to secluded white sand beaches.
Secluded, huh?
Yeah. And they're spectacular.
And then grab a sandwich at the grouper capital of the world.
And maybe a nightcap at a rooftop bar with sunset views.
Okay. In St. Pete, Clearwater, you'll find just what you're looking for.
And then some.
Your Florida escape begins at visitspc.com.
NBA tipping off, and FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge is your home for live betting. So even if you missed the start of the game or want to ride the hot hand, FanDuel has live bets on everything from who will score next to fourth quarter comebacks. Man, I was watching the Lakers and their opener, and without LeBron, it's Luka, and more Luka. They're the Los Angeles Lukas. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now is the perfect time to join, because FanDuel has given new customers $300 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey. Play your game with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
And now it's time for Who Wants to Be Smarter Than a Plumber? Presented by Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Johnny and Cranberry, others waiting patiently on hold. We'll get to you. What do you want to see the Steelers do before the deadline? 412-928-9370. They've added Marquez Valdez-Scantling. Is that enough? Do you want to see them add to the defense? 412-928-9370. Before we get to you, we got Southside Jake from Southside Plumbing and Heating. Are you smarter than a plumber? He's on a 2-game winning streak. I'm trying to stem the tide right now. Jake, let's get right to it, buddy.
Woo! What's going on? How are you?
Peachy.
Oh, man. I like the sound of that. Well, let's jump into it then. If you want to try to weather the storm here, get back off the snide, let's go.
Let's go.
All right. The 2020 Washington Commanders made the playoffs with the worst record by a team to ever make the playoffs. What was that record? A, 8-8. B, 9-7. C, 7-9. Or D, 10-6.
I know the answer.
Yeah, they were 7-9.
Oh.
There you go. Boom. Nice job.
The Seattle Seahawks, when they had the Beast Quake against the New Orleans Saints, I believe they were also 7-9.
And actually, Carolina Panthers team, I think it was like 2011, was 7-8-1.
Look at us.
Yeah. Yep. Well, you guys did good. That was a nice one. I think you're going to win this one today, because I have a feeling the last question I'm going to ask you, Harry's going to know it. So let's go to the second one. This one you might not have. All right. Penguins play the rival Flyers tonight, I believe. And we always have these guys on particular teams called the Penguin Killers, right? I mean, they're the guys who score the goals on the Penguins, and, you know, they might score on other teams, but particularly the Penguins. So, that being said, in our lifetime, I'm going to say from 1985 to current, who is the Penguin Killer on the Flyers with the most goals against the Penguins? A, Claude Giroux. B, John LeClair. C, Jacob Voracek. Or D, Simone Gagne.
Well, I wrote down Briere initially. That's just the name that popped into my head, so obviously I'm wrong. Let's do a little 50-50.
All right. We got B, John LeClair. C, C, Jacob Voracek?
I was at a Penguins game when John LeClair was a Penguin, and he fell down because he was 800 years old and couldn't move. He fell down and slid, and the Penguins were offsides because he fell into the offensive zone, and everyone at Mellon Arena laughed. I do think John LeClair is the answer.
B, John LeClair. It's incorrect.
No!
It's C, Jacob Voracek. He
I knew that.
23 goals in 46 games played, along with 26 assists. So averaging a little bit over a point per game against the Penguins.
Good question.
Pretty good.
I'm
Very
kidding. I
good.
didn't know that, by the way.
All right, Harry, this is your time to shine.
Yay!
This is him. All right. There have been 5 back-to-back World Series winners. How many teams or team has won it 3 times in a row? A, 1, B, 2, C, 3, or D, 5?
Are we talking about, like, at least 3 in a row? Because I know there's a couple teams that won 4 in a row.
Yep. So we're talking 3 in a row.
Just 3.
Total 3. Just 3.
Oh.
Oh.
Well, the Yankees did it in the late 90s.
Very good.
So that's 1.
Very good.
The Athletics did it. The Athletics did it in the 70s, in the early 70s.
That is also correct, Harry. Very good.
That's 2. I don't think there's many more times where there's been just 3 in a row. I know the Yankees early won like 4 in a row. The Athletics had a stretch too early on where they won like 4 in a row. I mean,
none of us are alive for that stuff.
I know, but my guess would be, well, 3's also an option. Yeah, I'll say 3. C, 3.
3. Well, unfortunately, the answer is B2. You had the
son of
answer, and
You had it. You screwed yourself, Harry. All right, Jake.
All right, 3-peat for Southside Jake. Let's go. It's going to be a great day.
Part-time Packers owner.
That's correct.
Southside
I
Jake.
actually have a certificate of me owning the Packers.
Hey, Jake, we love you. Go to hell. See you.
See ya.
You walked yourself to the answer and then didn't have confidence in yourself.
That's what happens.
But I can't crush you because I didn't know. All right, 412-928-9370. The Steelers add Marquez Valdez-Scantling. Is that enough? Do you want them to go out and add another wide receiver? I do not, unless they beat the Colts. If you beat the Colts, you show me something. But if you're sitting there at 4-4 before the deadline and your defense blows, why would I give up a draft pick for a receiver when it's not going to get you over the top? Johnny and Cranberry next up wanting to talk about that, I believe. Hi, Johnny.
Hey, Crow. Hey, guys. Love the positivity from that last segment. Love having him on. Congratulations on your Marconi.
Thank you.
Very success. Yep, well deserved. Yeah, I guess I think it's a scheme thing. I mean, not to repeat what we've all been talking about here, but you know it's bad in Pittsburgh, and I've noticed this over the last, 36 hours, is when we start talking about the Rudies, which has always been, like, highly taboo, right? Like we talk about nutting, we talk about some different things, but, man, when you start hearing calls about Rooney and the Roonies and what we're doing here, it's getting a little salty. And that's some rare air, some territory we haven't heard in, probably ever.
I'm sure that Art was pretty upset about what his defense put on the field on Sunday night. But if your emotions don't lead you to action, are you really all that upset? The culprit for the defense ain't going anywhere, Johnny. It's just not going to happen.
No, Adam, I agree. And the one thing that I think gets overlooked is, it's a scheme thing. We are not making changes at all. I mean, that's I think if you're a sports fan, or if you listen to the fan and you're watching these games, we are in neutral or in reverse when we are making changes. Everybody makes adjustments. We are making 0 adjustments. And the one thing on the player side, I will say, that I haven't heard really specifically, really like pinpointedly pointed out, TJ Watt seems to me, I know he does not want to move from his side, but what am I missing on just him individually? He misses. It's like he's stuck in fourth gear. He cannot get to the quarterback. He's not.
Johnny,
to run.
I thought he looked, and thank you so much for the call. I thought he looked as bad late in that game as he has in years. He was getting single blocked by tight ends. He got pancaked. You could talk about him getting the lion's share of the assignments from the opposition week in, week out. That's true. They're on the field so much because they can't get off the field on third downs. He played 90+% of the snaps on Sunday, which isn't something that he typically does. And I thought the fatigue was evident. It was as bad as he's looked in a long time. And Josh Jacobs' touchdown, you know what they did? They ran right at him. Renegade, when they played Renegade, they came out with the big set that the Steelers have been so successful using. They ran right at him. No one's afraid of T.J. Watt anymore. But that's sort of the point when it comes to the deadline. Oh, go get Justin Simmons. You think that guy's going to change things? You've got Watt, you've got Herbert, you've got Queen, you've got all these quote-unquote stars, and you're the worst defense in the league. So you go out and you get some journeyman safety, and that's supposed to change things? Get the hell out of here. Your thoughts on the deadline, 412-928-9370. The Steelers bring in Marquez Valdes-Scantling. Is that enough offensively? Do you want them to see more? To do more, excuse me. Do you want them to give up a draft pick for a wide receiver? Do you want to see them add to this defense? 412-928-9370. We'll take your calls, texts, and tweets on that coming up next. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Trey Essex at the top of the 8 o'clock hour. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Major League Baseball World Series continues tonight with the Dodgers hosting Game 4 of the series. Game 3 yesterday was quite an exciting match. There was 2 full games packed into one. It was an 18-inning game. The Dodgers ended up winning on a Freddie Freeman walk-off home run in the 18th. Dodgers won 6-5. They now have a 2-1 series lead. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the A-Rod Report. A-Rod came up short in the battle of the aging QBs, but not without a great effort. Still showing nice footwork, A-Rod threw for 249 yards and 4 touchdowns. But 2 first-half interceptions proved costly. Rodgers did find 88 in this game after being MIA for most of the year, including a touchdown with 2 minutes remaining. A near 70-yard Hail Mary pass by A-Rod was close, but it was swatted down at the end of the game. The A-Rod Report, brought to you by Steel City Shredding, Pittsburgh's locally owned and operated document management solution on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Book us to manandajunktruck.com. Broken furniture and appliances, abandoned pianos and exercise equipment. Let's deal with that junk that's been haunting you. To manandajunktruck.com.
Hey, it's Chris Muller with a no-risk, all-rewards path to real weight loss. If you're not happy with your Awaken 180 results in the first week, get 100% of your money back. No risk, but every reward with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Crowley here. Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich, & Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms charge. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate, so that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich, & Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Leaves and interest rates are falling at the gorgeous Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram here in Washington. New Ram trucks, 0% financing for 72 months. That's incredible. New Grand Cherokees, 0% financing for 60 months. New Wranglers from just $339 a month, plus up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. The bow tie means a better buy. Drive into fall event. Visit us next to Washington Crown Center or at crownjeep.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
Tailgating without Pepsi this football season? That'd be like playing football without pads. You could do it, but I wouldn't. Or like watching the Steelers without a "Here we go" chant. Here we go! It's just not the same. Your tailgate's kielbasa is good, but kielbasa paired with a crisp, refreshing Pepsi Zero Sugar? That's a game changer. Steelers Nation. Stock up on Pepsi Zero Sugar at Giant Eagle today, because tailgating deserves Pepsi.
Recently, a new client called me and started by saying, "Mr. Morgan, I really need your help, but I'm just a nobody." Those words stunned me, and I immediately called him back, and we're now helping him and his family after a terrible accident. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Everybody who comes to our firm at their time of need is a somebody. I grew up poor, but my grandmother was like a queen to us. At Morgan & Morgan, our goal is to level the playing field for you and your family at your time of need. The insurance company has unlimited money and resources. You need a firm who can fight them toe-to-toe. For right at 30 years, we have fought them in courtrooms throughout America. Our results speak for themselves. And always remember this: everybody is a somebody, and nobody is a nobody. Visit forthepeople.com to learn about our firm. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning, and you too can be so much more.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Zero Res. It is officially fall. It's spooky season. Most importantly, it's football season. You're going to have a bunch of people over at your house eating the dip, eating the chips, crumbs, nastiness everywhere with all that foot traffic. A perfect time to remember that carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery can be Zero Resified, so it's time to call my cleaning pros at Zero Res. Right now, you can get your entire home Zero Resified from Pittsburgh's ultimate carpet cleaner and get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129. There's something scarier than ghosts and goblins hiding in your house. Something scarier than your defense not playing great on Sundays. It's your air ducts. This month, take 15% off your air duct and dryer vent cleaning. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,800 reviews. So schedule your appointment at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188 and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. It's NBA tip-off week, and FanDuel is your home for live betting. So even if you missed the start of the game or want to ride that hot hand, FanDuel has live bets on everything from who will score next to fourth quarter comebacks. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However, you want to play, now is the perfect time to join, because FanDuel is giving new customers $300 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. How about that? So visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to sign up today. Play your game with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquicdrain.com.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Finn Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. In about 10 minutes, Trey Essex is going to join the show. Steelers have signed Marquez Valdez-Scantling to their practice squad. We'll see if they can get him up to speed before the Indianapolis game this weekend. I'm a fan of the signing. Trey Essex is not. We'll get his reasoning at the top of the 8 o'clock hour. The Penguins are off to a surprising 7-2-1 start. They play the hated Philadelphia Flyers tonight. They have the second best record in the entirety of the NHL, and they've scored the most goals in the league. Meanwhile, and we talked to Jeff about this briefly, Pitt is receiving votes in the AP Top 25, and they are right in the thick of the ACC conference race. So we asked the question, which team is most likely to make the playoffs this year? The Steelers or the Penguins? I'll throw Pitt in the mix. Now, ESPN's Football Predictive Index, which I actually think is kind of crap, has Pitt at a 3.6% chance of making the college football playoff. I think, weirdly, because of Pitt's loss to West Virginia, Pitt needs to run the table and win the ACC to make the playoff. I don't think if they went 10-3 with a loss coming in the ACC championship, I don't know that would be enough to get in. I don't. Because that's among one of the worst losses in all of college football, certainly among the contenders this year. But Pitt is right in the thick of the race, and I did not see this coming after the West Virginia loss and after the way they collapsed against Louisville. Of course, nobody did. Now, I want to be fair to the process here. Pitt has played some bad teams. Boston College is one of the worst teams in Power 4. Florida State has lost 4 games in a row. Syracuse blows. But Pitt took care of business. I'm not taking anything away. NC State, not a good football team. You put up 53 on a Power 4 opponent. I don't care who it is. I don't care where you play. That's impressive. But you're about to get to the rubber meets the road part of the schedule here for these Pitt Panthers. At Stanford's tricky. I'm just telling you right now, this is a game that Pitt has historically had trouble with. Not Stanford in particular, but Notre Dame is upcoming. They're 12th in the nation. Georgia Tech, you're on the road in Atlanta. They're 8th in the country. Then you wrap up against top 10 Miami. All that's standing in the way of 7-2 for the Panthers before that stretch is a bad Stanford team, but that also beat Florida State. The travel's an issue, and you don't want to sleepwalk. Now, it helps that Pitt's got a bye week between Stanford and Notre Dame, and as we're peeking ahead, Notre Dame plays Navy before the Panthers. So they won't be off, and they'll be preparing for a totally different offense than what the Panthers are going to be providing. So I like the schedule spot in the Notre Dame game. I hate this schedule spot, though, in Stanford. Stanford's punchy. Stanford's game. Pitt's a 14.5-point favorite. I'm just saying be careful there. Because if you take care of business, then everything's out in front of you. But you're going to need some help. You got to beat Georgia Tech and Miami. They both have 1 loss. But Louisville's going to have the tiebreaker over Pitt because they're 3-1 in conference play and beat Pitt. You don't get to play Virginia. SMU only has 1 conference loss. Duke only has 1 conference loss. I think it's anybody's guess how this all shakes out. But Pitt's playing good football, and I do give them a puncher's chance of winning the ACC, or at least getting to the ACC championship game. 412-928-9370 if you want to weigh in on that. Trey Essex, critical of the Steelers' move to get Marquez Valdez-Scantling. We'll get his thoughts on that and the way the defense is performing when we come back. First, Fan Weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, high of 56, low of 35, clear skies. Tomorrow, rain, high of 55. It's Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
This holiday, give the gift of peace of mind with a AAA membership. Enjoy exclusive savings on shopping, dining, theme parks, and even travel planning, plus 24/7 roadside assistance. Right now, gift a membership for just $35 and get a free household member. We'll even thank you with a $20 Visa gift card. Visit AAA.com/gift. AAA, we're always with you.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Traffic situation not looking very good right now. We do have an accident. This is on Route 60, Steubenville Pike at the intersection with Lourish Road and Haddock Drive. It's just off of I-79, causing delays on 79 northbound. It's jammed all the way back before Carnegie, almost to the Kerwin Heights interchange. Also an accident reported earlier on the inbound Parkway West near the Banksville merge point. You have delays there over the top of Green Tree Hill, and also an accident on the eastbound side of Route 22 in North Fayette Township, approaching the Oakdale interchange. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
They're not playing at a high level. Do you know what I'm saying? Like something they have to perform better. They have to.
Bro, how you don't get up for Sunday Night Football if you can't get up for nothing else? Ain't nothing else on but you at home in front of your family, your kids.
I wasn't out there not.
Make that name on your back mean something. Make them 3 stars on your chest mean something.
Debo. It wasn't me not performing. I'm just trying to let you know. That's why I'm like you said. I could be like your counselor, bro, because it's okay. It's all gonna be okay. Everything's still gonna be okay.
Joe, you came from a line of losers. Y'all gonna always be losers.
Damn, now you being disrespectful. I'm trying to just be here for you.
Wow. James Harrison losing his mind on his podcast. Trey Essex, 2-time Super Bowl champion with the Pittsburgh Steelers. He joins us now, and I would urge everyone to listen to Trey Essex's podcast with Charlie Batch. It is the Snap Count Show. It's one of my favorite listens during Steelers season and even outside of Steelers season. And he joins us right now, does Trey, on the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. So if James Harrison had any hair, Trey, he'd have been pulling it out during Sunday night's game. What was your reaction to, well, that performance?
It was, yeah. I feel you, James. I feel you, Debo. That was horrendous, man, and it was at all levels. It was bad, and it was frustrating, and it was one of those things where you looked at and you don't know what the solutions are, and that's what made it that much more frustrating because it's looked like what it's looked like so far. You would think after this mini bye that they would have fixed some things, and they did not. Nothing looked fixed. Nothing looked better. And yeah, that's where we are now.
And Cam Hayward was talking after the game about the lack of fight in the Steelers defense. And I saw a team, Trey, that fell apart at the seams when there was adversity coming their way. They had what should have been an offsides penalty. Aaron Rodgers was losing his mind, as he should have. I don't know how you missed that. But then the subsequent drive defensively is when they gave up the 59-yard pass play, catch and run to Kraft. I saw a team that looked, and I'm not in there, but I saw a team that looked like it was almost waiting for the other shoe to drop, and then they allowed the other shoe to drop.
I mean, I agree. I didn't like the disposition we came out of at halftime. We were up 16-7. This is a perfect opportunity for us to ground and pound, to really impose our will on that defense and try to get some momentum, extend drives. And I thought that first drive and at the end of that first drive when you said we didn't get that offsides, and that was the turning point. And of course, I think Deshaun Elliott going down shortly thereafter played a big part in that defense just looking super, super vanilla and predictable. And there's a lot of issues, man, and I don't know if they can get fixed in time, especially with the hottest team in the NFL coming into town.
Trey Essex joining us here on the Fan Morning Show, and you can't count on much. You can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long, kicking off with the juicy Week 9 matchup between the Colts and the Pittsburgh Steelers. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Hey, the defense stinks so bad, Trey, but nothing a little Marquez Valdez-Scantling can't fix, right?
Yeah, I don't know nothing against MVS. He's had some good years with Aaron Rodgers, and I don't know if this is a practice squad signing or maybe it's being over-reported and it's not as big of a splash as what we're making it out to be. But the one bright spot that I think did come out the game was how Roman Wilson looked. He looks like a guy that wants to be out there. The way he attacks the ball and his general disposition after he catches it, he wants to get into the action. He wants to get after it. And so I like the way he looked, and I hope he gets more shine.
Trey Essex joining us here, Snap Count Show with Charlie Batch. You should check out that podcast. Trey, you mentioned Deshaun Elliott's injury, which is obviously, you hate to see it for him because he's a really good football player, and I thought he deserved the contract extension he got this offseason. You also lose Isaac Seumalo with a pec injury, and Daniel Ekuale, he's going to be out for the season, according to reports as well. Which of those injuries do you think will have the biggest ripple effect on this team?
Deshaun Elliott, by far. You can see he's the communicator. He's the glue guy for this defense. Also, in his own right, one of our better run supporters in the secondary. And so it's a huge loss for him because I know how much this season meant to him, being able to come back from injury. He's been injured quite a few times in his career, and this is another one. Unfortunately, he has to add to that list, so I feel bad for the man. But for the team, it definitely hurts because that mental load, I think, being put on Patrick Queen and effectively takes away his aggressiveness, because when he's tasked with having to put everybody else in the game, you don't see Patrick Queen get after it. He has been largely absent the last few games, and this past Sunday was no exception. We need somebody else to be able to carry that green, that captain or that communicating role for the defense, because I think it frees up Patrick Queen, and we need him to be more aggressive in order for this defense to turn around.
Sorry there, Trey. One of our favorite segments of the week. Trey Essex joins us at 8 o'clock on Tuesdays. Chuck Clark played 55 snaps on Sunday night. Juan Thornhill, 26. Jabril Peppers, just 13. Jalen Ramsey could throw his hat into the fray to play more safety. What would you do with that group without Elliott, do you think?
You got to go with somebody who can handle the mental load, and it wouldn't take away from their assertiveness. I think Jalen might be a guy who you got to take a serious look at. Jabril Peppers is relatively new to this defense, and from what I'm hearing, it's not that easy of a defense to pick up, and that's why Elliott has been the guy to he picked it up relatively quick, especially with Minka being out the fold now. We need somebody who can take on that mental task, and by all accounts, Jalen Ramsey is that type of player. Now, you bring in a Chuck Clark, you bring in a Peppers to help with that, but these guys are new to this system just this year, and so is Jalen. So you got to really pick who you think can handle it, and I think maybe Ramsey has the best resume of all the four.
You mentioned that it's a complicated defense to pick up. A lot of Steelers fans on our text line, on Twitter, on the phone lines have said, the defense stinks. Forget about another wide receiver. Add to this defense. Yeah, but it's not that easy to pick up, to your point. So if you went out and you got another safety or you got another corner, would they be able to get on the quote-unquote moving train?
Right. Yeah, we already got too many new pieces as is. Yeah, this defense has quite a few free agents that we picked up and traded for. And so adding another person to the mix is not the answer. And honestly, we've already invested so much on that side of the ball. You got to try to figure it out with the pieces that you have. This whole season has been turned on its head because you go into it with a young offensive line, all these new pieces on offense, and you bring in these vets on defense, hoping that they can ride the coattails of the defense until they get into the latter parts of the season, get the offense some more time to mature. And it's been the complete opposite of that. The offense has been the one that had to keep the ship floating, and it's the reason why we're 4-3 right now, despite the defensive play. And so bringing another new body to the mix, I don't think is a solve, but honestly, I don't know what is.
Yeah, over the last 14 games, the Steelers' defense is giving up over 25 points per game. They've given up 30 points in 4 of the 7 games they've played this season. It just seems like this is what they are at this point.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned that the offense is the reason why they're 4-3 in first place in the North right now. I'm worried about the Sayamalu injury, not because I don't think Spencer Anderson could step in and play well at the left guard position, but because he'd been so successful, as Aaron Rodgers said, as a pass catcher, but also in that 6 offensive line package that they have. I think Sayamalu is going to be a big loss because I do think there's a domino effect there.
No, I agree. And how about that, man? The big man catch. Spencer looked good with it, too. Didn't try to juke anybody. He put his head down, got about 3 or 4 more yards. He looked good.
I think he might catch a touchdown this year, Trey. I'd love you would love to see that, wouldn't you?
I would love that. And especially for a guy like Spencer Anderson, who I thought had a fantastic training camp, played all of left guard because Isaac was hurt, and then definitely earned a spot on the team. He played well enough to earn the starting job, if not for Isaac and his the veteran leadership that he brings. And so, but to your point, I do agree. Isaac is a huge loss as well. I think Spencer will come in and play well. I think he's had that good of a camp. I think he's ready to play left guard, but it does mess up some things as far as the big man package that we've had, but it shouldn't. We got 4 tight ends. Jonnu, get in there and block somebody, We got Darnell Washington. We're already bigger than most teams without the big package. And so I want us to take advantage of that more. Run more inside zone plays, not so many toss plays. We are not built for speed. We're built for power. We're built to power through the trenches. We're not built to do all these quick screens and outside passes. We were going against a young, fast defense, and we played right into their hands, I thought, with some of the passes and game plan that we did, and not attacking the softness of the middle of their defense. And so I hope we go back to that more often. But to your point, the big man package, we got to see what Calvin Anderson can do, what Andres Pete can do. He's a vet, so hopefully one of them can step in and be the extra tight end need be.
The Steelers were up 16-7, and by the time that the Packers had taken the lead, the Steelers had run the ball 3 times in the second half. I think you can make the argument that in each of the last 2 games, the running game, which was working for them, they probably got away from it too early.
They definitely did. They ran the ball in the third quarter with 16-7. We had 2 drives in the third quarter. We ran the ball once.
Yeah.
Now, I will say that at least 1 or 2 of those were called runs that Aaron had a side adjustment throw on that didn't work. But to your point, and one of the things that I can't stand is that when we have the lead that we have, when we're built the way that we're built, and Isaac was hurt at that point, so we did have to change some things, but we should have a very good, strong power running game installed in that week's game plan versus this team, and we didn't go to it all. For Jaylen Warren to only have 1 running touch in the third quarter, in the entire third quarter, and we had to lead the entire third quarter, that's a failure through coaching. That's a failure through game planning. We came out through 3 straight passes to start the third quarter, and that's not winning football with the team that we have.
No, definitely not. And that's 2 consecutive games where the Steelers have had a lead and blown it. Trey, it's always good catching up with you, man. We appreciate you jumping on with us. We'll continue to listen to the Snap Count Show with you and Charlie Batch, and let's chat next week.
Appreciate it, my man.
Thanks a lot, Trey. Trey's the man.
No problem.
One of the best in the business. I urge you seriously to listen to the Snap Count Show podcast. I learn something new every time I hear him out there. And Charlie dissecting the Steelers. A lot less yelling than Debo. Debo took that one personally. I wish the guys on the current team would take it as seriously as Trey takes it, would take it as seriously as Debo takes it. I'm not going to pretend like they don't care. I think that's intellectually dishonest. But I want someone to throw a chair. I want someone to flip over a ping pong table. I want someone to peel the paint off the walls. The riot act. And I just don't know that they got that in that locker room. Trey joined us on the hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Some of these defensive statistics are alarming. Wait until you hear how the defense compares statistically to the Matt Canada offense from 2023, and the national media is starting to catch up a little bit on Mike Tomlin. That's on the way. You give us a ring, 412-928-9370. Also a text brought to you by Edgar Steiner & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins, they play tonight at 6 against the Philadelphia Flyers. The Penguins are coming off of a win yesterday over the St. Louis Blues, 6-3. Penguins now have 7 wins, 2 losses, and 1 overtime loss. They've accumulated 15 points. Good enough for second across all Eastern Conference teams for this point in the season. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Crowley.
It's October. It is getting down into the 30s at night, so the chilly air is seeping into your home. If you've got old, stuck, or cracked windows, solve your window problems. Solve your AC and heating problems. Eliminate annoying drafts once and for all with top-quality replacement windows from Window Nation. Some of the best replacement windows out there. Their installation crews, they will finish the job in 1 day or less. It doesn't break up your routine, and Window Nation offers a lifetime warranty on all their windows. You can relax knowing your home's protected far into the future. And this month, when you buy 2 windows, you get 2 for free. No limit to how many windows you replace. Your total price includes 1 day installation. And guess what? You'll make no payments for 2 years. No monthly payments, no down payments, no interest until 2027. That's a big deal with the holidays coming up. I met with Window Nation's executives the other day. They are passionate about saving Pittsburghers Monday. No limit to how many windows you replace. You buy 2, you get 2 for free, and you make no payment for 2 years. Get started on your free estimate before October 31st to save big on your replacement windows. Schedule a fast free estimate now with the pros at Window Nation at 866-90Nation or windownation.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
If the Steelers lose tonight, I'll get both of my nipples pierced with no numbing agent.
Wednesday at Mike's Beer Bar. Join us as we present a painful pony party for a good cause. It's 93.7 The Fan's Pony Pierces Cancer. Tickets are only $33. The ticket gets you a commemorative t-shirt and appetizers. The piercings take place at 7:30 with the help of Gilded Violet Piercings. All proceeds will benefit McGee Women's Research Institute and Foundation. Pony Pierces Cancer is brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel, South Hills Kia, and South Chrysler Dodge Jeep. Hampton Beer Outlet and Cheerleaders. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
For cellular, our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Hey, Colin Dunlap from my great friends at Schultz Ford and schultzford.com. Be sure to check everything out. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but it's going to get cold. So you better get a vehicle to get ready for that cold. Get in that Explorer. Get in that Expedition. How about that F-150? Get you geared up for that cold weather. Listen, there's so much happening. Great people at Schultz Ford. All those spectacular locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, and Schultz Ford in Wheeling. Again, always online at schultzford.com. They got mobile service, too. You need anything done to your vehicle? Come right to your driveway. Get it done there. Pick up and delivery. If it's a little bit more extensive, they'll grab it, take it to the dealer, bring it right back. So there is that. And again, it's going to get a little bit cold. So be sure to be prepared for this winter. Richard Bazzi and his staff will treat you well. All those great locations and always online, schultzford.com.
Tempted to decorate for the holidays early? We like your style. Right now at Kohl's, save 20% on decor, hosting essentials, and more. Plus, get $10 off $50 spent. So go ahead, hang up that wreath, swap out those couch pillows for ones with snowflakes. And while others are panic shopping later, You'll already be cozied up feeling pretty great about these early Kohl's deals. Select styles. Offers end November 2nd. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-2085. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-2085 or biglou.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Accidents and other things making the morning rush a traffic nightmare. This report brought to you by injury lawyers LGKG. Insurance companies prepare to settle auto accident cases, not LGKG. LGKG prepares for trial. LGKG, your home team, LGKG.com. Robinson Township crew still on the scene of that earlier accident that has tied up Route 60 Steubenville Pike at Lorish Road. Now you have leftover delays on 79, pretty much all the way back to the Carnegie interchange. Parkway West, you're jammed inbounds at the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound delays from Roslyn Farms past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East stacked at Greensburg Pike. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your drive this morning on the Parkway, 79 or 28, shouldn't end in an accident.
If it does, LGKG stands with the people of Western PA, making sure medical bills, lost wages, and pain aren't ignored.
Call LGKG, lgkg.com, your local super lawyers.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I'll just tell you right here, right now, and I think Mike Tomlin's going to the Hall of Fame. If the Steelers miss the playoffs this year, we need to have a long conversation about a coaching change.
How about that? Adam Shine, Sirius XM Satellite Radio, saying if the Steelers miss the playoffs, you need to have a serious conversation about a coaching change. Thank you. Somebody on the national side of things seeing things the way that they are. We just talked to Trey Essex in the last segment. Trey, as good of an analyst as you'll find, he doesn't think the defense is fixable. They got all these great players, but you go back a season plus, and they're giving up 25 points per game. Giving up 30 in 4 of the 7 games they've played this season. You can turn over stones. You can blow in the cartridge. You can unplug it, plug it back in. The Steelers' defense is what it is. And Mike Tomlin is making $19 million a year to have this defense playing like one of the best in football, and it's playing like one of the worst in football. I would absolutely, if I were Art Rooney II, move on from Mike Tomlin if the team didn't make the playoffs this year. We all know that won't happen. I'm wasting oxygen. I'm probably wasting content time on this. But I think Adam Sheen's right. Adam Shine? Adam Sheehan? Adam Shine. I think he's right. Because it doesn't happen in a vacuum. The last 8 years, as Starkey so eloquently puts it every day, they haven't even been competitive in a playoff game. They're getting outscored 70-some-odd points to nothing in the first quarter of those 5 playoff games. The defense wilted down the stretch last year. It's never recovered. You've got the highest paid defense in the NFL, and it's among the worst in the sport. And relative to expectations, for my money, it is the worst in the sport. But again, it's not just evaluating the Steelers in a vacuum. They were 4-1 and the Ravens were 1-5, and they're probably not going to win the division. The Ravens spotted you a 3.5 game lead. The Bengals don't have Joe Burrow, and you lost to them. And you're probably not going to make the playoffs unless things turn dramatically. I know they're in first place right now. I know they're 4-3, top team in the AFC North. I know if the playoffs started today, they'd be hosting a playoff game. Does anybody really think that's going to happen? They're going to be 4-5 before you blink. They're going to lose to the Colts. They're probably going to get drubbed. It might wind up being the low point of the Tomlin tenure, and that's saying something. And they're not going on the road and beating the Chargers. It ain't going to happen. So they'll be 4-5, and I think the Ravens will be 4-5 too. They're a 7.5-point road favorite against Miami this weekend. Miami woke up, but they stink. And the Ravens will win their subsequent game as well with Lamar Jackson coming back. You're going to be in a dead heat in this division in 2 weeks. That is unacceptable. You've been gifted a division championship. You're supposed to be the greatest defensive mind in the sport with the highest paid defense in the sport. You've been gifted a division championship, and you peed it away. That's fireable. When you are bad at your supposed strength, that's fireable. The Steelers fired Matt Canada in 2023 because his offense was among the worst in football. Mike Tomlin's defense in 2025, statistically speaking, is actually worse than the offense was at the time of Matt Canada's firing in 2023. Steelers are 30th in the NFL in total defense. The Steelers' offense in 2023, before Matt Canada was let go, was 25th in total yards. So better than this Steelers defense. Points per game, the Steelers defense is 22nd. Points per game for the offense in 23 was 28th. So the offense was actually worse at scoring than this defense is at giving up points. But pass yards per game, the Steelers defense is dead last in the NFL. In 2023, the pass offense was 25th in the NFL. Not good, but better than this pass defense has been. And the Steelers' offense in 2023 was actually 13th in the NFL in rushing yards per game. This Steelers' defense is 18th in rushing yards allowed per game. Mike Tomlin and Terrell Austin are overseeing a defense that's worse than Matt Canada's offense was a couple of years ago. And that got him fired. Why is Terrell Austin still the DC today? And I've heard he's a wonderful person. He's a Pitt guy. He's got a long resume. He was actually qualified for his job, unlike Matt Canada. But how do you get rid of Canada with those results, and you don't get rid of Terrell Austin with these results? Now, I think it would only be a symbolic firing because it is Mike Tomlin's defense. But how can these be the results, and you just throw your hands up if you're Art Rooney II, if you're Omar Khan, if you're Mike Tomlin, and say, we'll figure it out. We'll make some changes. We'll be okay. No, someone's got to pay with their job. And when I compare the 2023 Steelers offense to the 2025 Steelers defense, that was the statistical comparison. That offense had Kenny Pickett at quarterback, Najee Harris and his 3.9 yards per carry at running back, Allen Robinson and Deontay Johnson and George Pickens at wide receiver, James Daniels on the offensive line, Dan Moore at tackle. That offense was crap and young from a talent standpoint. Mason Cole was your center. He rolled the ball back to the quarterbacks as much as he snapped it to their chest. It was a bad offensive line, a bad cast of skill position players, and a quarterback that didn't play all that well. The Steelers' defense this year has a Hall of Famer rushing the passer in T.J. Watt, a highly paid Highsmith. Nick Herbig, statistically speaking, one of the best pure pass rushers in the entirety of the NFL. A highly paid Patrick Queen, an all-pro in Jalen Ramsey, a Pro Bowler and a Super Bowl champion in Darius Slay. And statistically across the board, it's worse than that 2023 Steelers offense. So I'll ask again, why the hell does Terrell Austin have his job right now? 412-928-9370. A caller to the PM team made a great point in regards to firing Terrell Austin. I'm going to use it as a jumping off point coming up next. It's a great call. But finally, the national media sees Mike Tomlin for what he is. All hat, no cattle, a guy who can talk the talk but can't walk the walk. 412-928-9370. Also, aren't we seeing with what the Penguins are doing that it's okay to move on from a great coach who's going to wind up in the Hall of Fame? Sometimes a change is needed. We'll get to that, too. First, a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The World Series Game 3 yesterday was an 18-inning affair. The Los Angeles Dodgers ended up winning that game by a 6-5 final score after Freddie Freeman hit a walk-off home run in the 18th. Dodgers lead the series 2-1. Game 4 of the series is tonight. Los Angeles will host again. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller like to get the party started early. Join them every Friday for the PM Tailgate Party. A first look at all things football for the upcoming weekend.
Tailgate.
The PM Team Friday Tailgate Party is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar, Saloni's Italian Bread, Smale Lincoln Greensburg, and Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers. The PM Team's Friday Tailgate Party is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Taylor, during your Jeep of Pittsburgh's Drive into Fall sales event, what's your difference?
Simple. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we'll beat it. Within minutes. No waiting, no games. Easy as that.
And if you can't,
Bob, we haven't run into that problem yet.
Get to Fournier's Three Rivers Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram at the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard across from the Golden Arches. Or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here for Blue Chew. And Blue Chew isn't just a tablet. It's a cheat code for your crotch. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best. Stronger, harder, longer lasting, like somebody gave your downstairs a nice pep talk and then a gym membership. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. And guess what? We all want to be more confident where it counts. We all want a little more boing in the bedroom, and Blue Chew can help. Guys, it's not just about performance either. You want to give her group chat something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. You can discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. That's promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
Winter is here before you know it. That's the bad news. The good news is there's still just enough time to get that last-minute masonry project complete with Precision Pointing. So if you procrastinated this summer and you can't make it through another winter, well, then you have to act right now, and I mean right now. The window is closing. If you wait any longer, Precision Pointing may not be able to accommodate you. I'm glad I used them, so I don't have the problems that you do because I didn't procrastinate. They did wonders on my all-brick home. So use them, call them. I can't recommend them enough. Visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net today.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and everybody wants the shortcut. Players stealing signs or even betting on their own games. Guys juicing to hit one more homer. People taking shots to drop a few pounds. It's all the same thing, trying to cheat the system. I wanted results, but I didn't want to gamble with my health. I didn't want a short-term fix. I went with Awaken 180, and I received both the short-term and long-term results we all want. 35 pounds down in just 6 weeks. So think about it. If you start Awaken 180 today, you could be down 35 pounds heading into the holidays. Now, that might sound crazy, but you really could be. I did it, Donnie, Paul Alexander, and probably people that you know personally have done it as well. We all had the same results, 4 to 5 pounds gone each and every week until reaching our goal. It's that simple. So if you're tired of shortcuts that don't last, stop gambling on the quick fixes and play the sure bet and win it. Start today at awaken180weightloss.com.
BetMGM is inviting you to charge the field this pro football season. Existing BetMGM customers can have a ball without having to sweat. Log into your account to get a Pro Football No Sweat token. Apply the token to your next pro football bet. If you lose with the token attached, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets. That's right. With a No Sweat token, you get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. There's nothing like a fresh set of downs. And that's just what BetMGM is offering if you don't win with a No Sweat token. So find your favorite matchup and be a part of all the hard-hitting, crowd-pleasing pro football action. Make this pro football season one for the ages. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I had to do something when my headaches were making my entire life a headache. My PCP was so good about it. We talked about my routines, like all the coffee I'm drinking and all the sleeping I'm not doing. We rolled some things out, and I made some changes. So far, fewer headaches. So good. My PCP specializes in me.
Find a PCP near you and connect to a network of nationally recognized care at upmc.com/PCP.
Pittsburgh, you might recognize my name from the football field or my face from television, but now I want you to become familiar with my family. I'm Johnny J.P. Patrician, and in 1955, my grandfather opened Nick Chevrolet right off of Route 28. We have been family owned and operated for 70 years. The number one priority of our standalone dealership is to treat customers like friends. Whether you're looking for a new Chevy or a pre-owned vehicle of any make or model, stop in and see my family. Before you buy, give Nick Chevrolet a try. 724-224-2700 or nickchevrolet.com.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Doran out on paternity leave. Many of you want him back. As a texter writes in, I'm not listening until 10 a.m. Crowley won't shut up. Also, someone writes in, Solo Crowley is the best radio in Pittsburgh. It's not particularly close. I love sports radio because the ratings are great, but half the people hate you. But you can hate me. We're just talking about sports. It ain't that serious. All right, I'm going to get mad again. You compare this Steelers defense to the 2023 Steelers offense, the one that got Matt Canada fired. Across the board, statistically, that offense was better than this defense. And that offense was a bunch of youngsters and Kenny Pickett at quarterback. This defense is a ton of vets, and they're making $160 million. They fired Matt Canada. They needed to engineer victory more fluidly, or whatever the hell it was that Mike Tomlin said. Why the hell does Terrell Austin still have his job? I thought a caller on the PM show yesterday made a great point. He said they should fire Terrell Austin so that everyone knows that this is Mike Tomlin's defense, and you sink or swim the rest of the year, and if you sink, see you later. I like Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin's going to have a gold jacket one day, a bust in Canton. Mike Tomlin won a Super Bowl here. I will always have respect for Mike Tomlin. That's how I felt about Mike Sullivan. Mike Sullivan's a two-time Stanley Cup champion. He's going to be coaching the United States Olympic team because he's a hell of a coach. But sometimes the message grows stale, and sometimes the game passes you by a little bit. And Mike Sullivan's Rangers right now are 3-5-2. They've scored 22 goals. They've lost 3 consecutive games. And I saw a highlight this weekend. They gave up a 2-on-0 shorthanded breakaway. You watch the Rangers, and it's just odd man rush after odd man rush. Meanwhile, Dan Muse, who has as much of a resume as an NHL coach as I do, he's got the Penguins at 7-2-1, largely playing systematic hockey. Usually when you bring up firing Mike Tomlin, the national media goes, oh, who are you going to hire? Right hand to God, I'm a huge hockey fan. I got my Sidney Crosby jersey on right now. When the Penguins hired Dan Muse, I went, who? And he's off to a rip-roaring start. When the Steelers hired Mike Tomlin, a lot of people probably put their hand up and said, who? And he won a Super Bowl. You're allowed to make a change just to make a change, but this wouldn't even be that. The highest paid defense in the NFL is the worst defense in the NFL. Someone's got to pay for it. And I can't see why Terrell Austin has his job today. Chris in Swissvale next up. Hi, Chris.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey,
morning.
This discussion about what to do between now and the end of the season to fix the Steelers, here's how I'm going to phrase it is, this would be like the owner of the White Star Line calling New York City and saying, hey, my boat just left Ireland. It's on its way to New York. And when it gets there, can you have a bunch of new deck chairs ready for it? And the man in New York says, oh, yeah, sure. What's the boat? And he says, hey, it's the Titanic. This is over. I said 2 weeks ago that they were going to collapse and the Ravens were going to win this division. They're done. And if you can't see that Tomlin and Rooney are the problem, you just aren't paying attention.
Agreed, Chris. And that would make Rooney the bigger problem because he continues to allow Mike Tomlin to be the head coach of this team despite diminishing returns. Thank you for the call, 412-928-9370. To get to his point about adding to this defense, which a lot of people seemingly want to do on the text line, and we've had a few calls about it this morning, you've got more than enough pieces to be good on defense. Bringing in journeyman safeties or journeyman corners to augment this thing ain't going to do nothing. Why? Because your head coach is still calling the shots defensively, and your defensive coordinator ain't that good either. Rob and O'Hara, good morning.
Hey, how are you?
I'm okay, Rob.
I got just give me a minute. I got exactly what they should do.
Okay.
You fire Tomlin. You make Artie Smith interim coach so the offense can continue as they are. Let's find out if Terrell Austin is the defensive coordinator or not. Okay? You couldn't send a bigger message to this team than by letting Tomlin go. Because they knew if they let Tomlin go, they could get shipped off to Siberia next year. And I had a letter in the Tribune on the 24th of September calling for the fans to do a sit-out in the parking lot next home game.
They did, Rob. Either that or they all dressed up as Packers fans, and thank you for the call. Obviously, the Steelers will not fire Mike Tomlin midseason. I don't even think they'll fire Terrell Austin midseason. I would settle for Austin, though. Somebody needs to pay for this. That's the industry. You get paid a lot of money to coordinate a defense. The defense ain't performing. They're not going to fire the head coach. Somebody got to go. Matt Canada had to go in 2023. This defense has been worse. See ya. But they won't do that either. Dave in Newcastle, one of our favorites. Hi, Dave.
Hey, what's going on, buddy? So, actually, I have a question, or I guess a comment. I'll start with my question. It's how insulated do you think Art Rooney is? Like, just look at what it took to get Canada fired. And I just wonder, does he realize, because we all know, like you said, the national media, God bless, we got one guy that actually said something.
Right.
But, he's the national media's darling. And I don't, it seems that Art is so clueless. Does he even realize, or does he get a sense of how the local media and how the locals were actually looking at Tom and how sick of this we are? Because, really, he doesn't really get hit with the hard questions about Mike Tomlin. When Canada was the thing, when everybody harped on Canada, but I've never really heard him be questioned about the security of Tomlin's job.
Well, he was last year, Dave, because his brother had come out and he was doing his book tour, right. And he was talking about the mean and being above the mean, and pretty much without saying that they're the best of the mediocre bunch. Thank you for the call, Dave, 412-928-9370. He's been questioned. He's not going to fire Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin's won a Super Bowl. Mike Tomlin's never had a losing season. That might not matter to you. It might not matter to me any longer. It doesn't, but it does to him. And I think he believes so strongly in Mike Tomlin that despite all the evidence to the contrary, I bet you he believes that Tomlin's going to fix this defense. What you want to talk about burying your head in the sand? That'd be the definition right there. Tony, Greensburg, hello.
Hey, what's up, Crowley?
How you doing, bud?
Hey, I got two statements on this. I mean, I was talking to my dad about it the other day, and my take on it is I think this is, at least to this point in the season, it's the worst coaching performance he's had in his career.
Agreed.
You bring in all these acquisitions to prove to the fan base and to the people within the organization that we're going all in. And, you don't bring in Rodgers and Metcalf and the defensive pieces otherwise if that's not the case. And I just, I'm tired of watching this defense play the way they are with the talent on that side of the ball. It just, the last 2 weeks to me, I'm putting it more on the coaching staff and the players because the bottom line is they were getting put in awful situations where the ball's out quick, so the rush has no chance, and the tackling has been downright awful.
Tony, you call
like
all the time, man.
Communication errors.
Tony, you call in all the time. I know you watch a lot of football. No offense in the league is better than the offense that's playing the Pittsburgh Steelers. It doesn't look easier for any offense in the league than whatever offense that particular week is playing the defense. Don't you agree?
Yeah.
It's pathetic. Thank you for the call. We got a bunch of callers on, so I got to move along. 412-928-9370. Canada got fired mid-2023, and his statistics for his offense were better than that of this year's Steelers defense. Why is Terrell Austin still here? React, 412-928-9370. Top of the hour. I got something special planned I think you're going to love. I hope I'm not overselling and setting myself up to underdeliver. I think you're really going to like it. It's a new look at this historic Steelers defense. Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Mike Tomlin's press conference is today at noon, and you can listen to it right here on 93.7 The Fan. Will have it live on the Pomp and Joe Show. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
The traffic mess continues. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Crews have cleared the earlier accident from the Route 60 intersection with Loris Road in Robinson. This is just off of I-79, and most of the earlier delays have gone away as well. We do have an accident now in Jefferson Hillsboro. This is on Coal Valley Road near the intersection with Chambers Lane, not far from South Hills Medical Building at Jefferson. Watch for delays now on the inbound Parkway West, right around the top of Green Tree Hill. Outbound is jammed from Roslyn Farms past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East stacks at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 at the Route 8 at the bypass, and the Parkway North at Bellevue Westview. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Chris Muller with a no-risk, all-rewards path to real weight loss. If you're not happy with your Awaken 180 results in the first week, get 100% of your money back. No risk, but every reward with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
5 words no one wants to hear. You need a new roof. What do you do? Who do you call? How are you going to pay for it? It's Chris Muller, and these are all questions that run through people's minds when they hear those 5 words. But if you pick up the phone and call MHI Roofing, your new roof will be the easiest, most hassle-free home improvement project you'll ever do. MHI has thousands of 5-star ratings for both customer service and high-quality installation. Plus, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. And since no one wants to pay these high interest rates, for a limited time, MHI is offering 5-year no-interest financing with minimum monthly payments for qualified buyers. So if you need a new roof, don't stress. MHI Roofing has got your back. It all starts with a free 21-point roof inspection to assess the exact condition of your roof and what needs to be done next. Set up your inspection today. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should all my money be in checking?
Do I open more than one credit card?
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
How can I make a budget and actually stick to it?
How big of a nest should my nest egg be?
Can I mix a little green into all the black and gold?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Tailgating without Pepsi? That'd be like watching the Steelers without a "Here we go" chant. Here we go! Kielbasa is good, but kielbasa paired with a refreshing Pepsi Zero Sugar? Game changer. Tailgating deserves Pepsi.
The Allegheny County Jail is hiring correctional officers and healthcare professionals now. Get a competitive salary, healthcare, and a pension. Ready to make a difference? Apply today at joinacj.com.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Zero Res. It is officially fall. It's spooky season. Most importantly, it's football season. You're going to have a bunch of people over at your house eating the dip, eating the chips, crumbs, nastiness everywhere with all that foot traffic. A perfect time to remember that carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery can be Zero Resified, so it's time to call my cleaning pros at Zero Res. Right now, you can get your entire home Zero Resified from Pittsburgh's ultimate carpet cleaner and get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129. There's something scarier than ghosts and goblins hiding in your house. Something scarier than your defense not playing great on Sundays. It's your air ducts. This month, take 15% off your air duct and dryer vent cleaning. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,800 reviews. So schedule your appointment at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188 and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
Hey, it's Brian Balding here. Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done. Makita tools at the Home Depot are built with precision. Without shortcuts, Makita delivers results that reward hard work. Year after year, designed for the toughest jobs. It's a choice for pros who invest in performance, not just tools. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best, available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. The Steelers and their head coach were beating their chest about how good this defense would be prior to the start of the season. Mike Tomlin said it could be an historic defense. And you know what? He's right. And we're going to celebrate the Steelers' historic defense coming up at 9 o'clock. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. It's Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. I tweeted it out at _Adam Crowley that the Steelers defensively in 2025 are actually worse than the Steelers' offense was in 2023 prior to the firing of Matt Canada. I'm wondering why Terrell Austin still has a job today. It was one of the worst offensive performances we had ever seen. The Steelers lost to Dorian Thompson-Robinson, and then Matt Canada was let go. Well, isn't the defensive equivalent of that giving up 30-plus points to an aged Joe Flacco and then allowing a quarterback on your field for the nation to see complete 20 consecutive passes? I would say yes. Nolan's calling from Toledo. Hello, Nolan.
Hey, I was just calling to ask why you think Rooney is so hesitant to fire Tomlin. Do you think it's because he's been there as a head coach longer than he's been the current owner? Or do you think it has more to do with, like, the Steelers being the founder of the Rooney Rule?
I think that this is a taboo subject, but I think there's something to that, Nolan. I think Art believes that Mike Tomlin's a great head coach. And Mike Tomlin has never had a losing season, and he's won a Super Bowl. And I think that Art, if he fired a black head coach who has all of that success, I think he thinks it would be a stain upon the family name. I believe that. I think there's a lot of organizations around the NFL that would be thrilled to have Mike Tomlin. I think Mike Tomlin would go elsewhere, probably, and win. I think Mike Tomlin is one of the best culture setters in the NFL. I know you've had players step out of line a whole bunch over the course of his tenure. They do always find a way to win more than they lose. And there's value in that. Elsewhere. Here, it's long since time to say see you later. You can't be non-competitive in playoff games. Forget not winning them. They're not showing up. And now the defensive woes that have plagued them so much in the postseason have plagued them over the course of the last 15 games in the regular season, where they're among the worst defenses in the NFL. I think it's time to go. But Art Rooney's not going to pull the trigger on that. He had a chance to trade him to the Bears, and according to reports, they hung up the phone. That would have been a clean break. That would have been the respectable way to do it. And if you're not going to take that opportunity, then you're going to let him coach here until he didn't want to coach here anymore. But Mike Tomlin can't run and hide from these defensive numbers. There's nowhere to hide. Like Dan Orlovsky tweeted out yesterday, every time I put on the Steelers defense, I'm wondering why the heck they're doing what they're doing. Well, I can tell you why. This has been Mike Tomlin's defense. This is what it looks like in the playoffs, and this is what it's looked like for the better part of the last season's worth of games. It's no surprise to anybody around here. Adam Shine, whatever, said that Mike Tomlin, if the Steelers don't make the playoffs, maybe you should have a coaching change. I think he's onto something. Where's the rest of the national media on this? If the Steelers miss the playoffs, they'll probably find a way to blame Aaron Rodgers, even though, my God, he's not even on the list of problems. 412-928-9370. It's a phone number. Coming up next, we celebrate this Steelers' historic defense. First, fan weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, high of 56, low at 35. Tomorrow, high of 55. On Sunday, when the Colts come to town to kick the Steelers' butt, kickoff temps around 50 degrees. It's Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $399 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires November 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
At Bucko's Roofing, we're on top of it. Whether it's siding, roofing, windows, gutters, or insurance claims, you can count on Bucko's for quality customer service. Find us online and get a free quote today.
It's Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
Bucko's Roofing.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREON info.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Leaves and interest rates are falling here at the gorgeous new Crown Mitsubishi in Washington. It's 0% on all this fall. All Mitsu models now have 0% financing for 60 months. That's incredible. 7-passenger Outlanders take up to $8,000 off. 43-mile-per-gallon Mirage now for $3,500 off. Plus that great warranty and 2 years of prepaid maintenance. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. The bow tie means a better buy. CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See the for details on all offers.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews on the scene of an accident blocking the left lane of the outbound Parkway West near the Carnegie off-ramp. That's causing delays back over the top of Green Tree Hill. Inbound delays near the top of the hill down to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Also an accident now. Crews on the scene in Jefferson Hills Borough and Coal Valley Road near Chambers Lane. And news from the Turnpike. The ramp from Arona Road to Toll Route 66 South is closed because of construction. It will remain closed pretty much until 4 o'clock this afternoon. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I think it can be one of the best there of all time.
Really?
And I'm putting that in there now. One of the best of all time. I mean, when you got, literally, we got pieces everywhere. Look at the roster. Look at who we have. It's incredible.
And you don't want my opinion because I think they the best defense I've ever seen. And
Really?
yeah, like there's some dogs everywhere on the field, and I tip my hat to them because they come to work every day, and you know, we don't have any choice but to get better.
Yeah, I mean, we run a lot of man here, so, I mean, that's definitely beneficial for my skill set. I feel like I'm one of the better cover linebackers in the world.
With that collection of guys that you mentioned, I feel like we could do it against anybody. No disrespect to Cincinnati or anybody else that has an elite group, but that's just a level of confidence that we have in that collective.
That was Juan Thornhill to start, saying that this Steelers defense could be the best of all time. DK Metcalf said it's the best defense he's ever played against. Peyton Wilson saying he's the best cover linebacker in the world. And then Tomlin on the Pivot podcast saying, oh, you can defend the Bengals wide receivers man-to-man because we trust the players we have. Mike Tomlin also said on the flagship station, quote, we feel really good about the prospects of this group. We got to write that story, but we've got enough talent. We've got enough schematics to do big, big things. And when I say big things, I'm talking about historic things. Well, you know what, guys? Mike Tomlin was right. I rarely give Mike Tomlin credit, but he was right. The Steelers have done historic things this season. I got to give credit to Alex Kozora, Steelers Depot, for putting out a bunch of these statistics. Ryan Scarpino, formerly a Steelers PR. He's done a lot of research. Matt Williamson from Steelers.com. I've pilfered a lot of these statistics, and I'm admitting it on the front end. But Mike Tomlin was right. Historic defense. Here are the Steelers' defensive ranks. 30th in the NFL in yards allowed. Dead last in the NFL in passing yards allowed. 18th in the league against the run. 22nd in the NFL in points per game allowed. They're giving up 25 points per game. Worst total defense ranks for the Steelers in franchise history. Well, in 1981, they were 22nd. In 1991, they were 22nd. In 2021, they were 24th. In 1988, they were 28th. Right now, folks, you are watching the worst defense in Steelers history. 30th in the league. Mike Tomlin was right. Historic defense.
I think it can be one of the best of all time.
This is the first time the Steelers are 3+ point home underdogs in back-to-back games since the end of the 1999 season. And as Alex Kozora points out, that's when Mike Tomczak was the starting quarterback. So it hasn't happened in 26 years.
It can be one of the best of all time.
Against the Packers, just the sixth time in Steelers history, postseason included, that they allowed 35 or more points at home while forcing 0 turnovers and getting 0 sacks. The first time was in 1991. I was 1 year old. The second was in 1997. The other 4 have happened since 2010. Historic defense.
I think it can be one of the best of all time.
Pittsburgh has allowed 30-plus points in 4 of its first 7 games this season. That hasn't happened since 2003. Also, the last time the Steelers had a losing season, by the way. The only other times it happened were 1988, 1968, 1966, and 1962. Mike Tomlin was right. Historic defense.
I think it can be one of the best of all time.
The Steelers have allowed 20 or more first downs in 14 straight games, if you include the postseason. This is the longest active streak in the NFL. It's tied for the 5th longest in league history. The record is 24 for the Houston Texans in 19 through 21. So not quite there yet, but pretty close to historic.
I think it can be one of the best of all time.
In the past 2 games, the Steelers have failed to protect 10-0 and 16-7 first-half leads. Historic!
I think it can be one of the best of all time.
The Steelers' defense has allowed 369-plus yards in 6 of their 7 games played this season. That hasn't happened in 20 years. Historic!
I think it can be one of the best of all time.
Jordan Love made NFL history on Sunday night by being the first quarterback in NFL history to complete 20 consecutive passes, throw for 350-plus yards, throw 3-plus touchdown passes, have 0 turnovers, and take 0 sacks. Historic, Harry!
I think it can be one of the best of all time.
The Steelers have a negative 21 explosive play differential, by far the worst in the NFL.
I think it can be one of the best of all time.
Pittsburgh's opponents have produced 40 more first downs, 493 more passing yards, ran 95 more offensive plays, and averaged 97.4 more yards per game than the Steelers. Historic!
I think it can be one of the best of all time.
How about some of the individual history that's been made against the Steelers defense this season? Jamar Chase set a Bengals record with catches in a single game.
I think it can be one of the best of all time.
Kenneth Walker, the third, first time in NFL history a player scored on a run on 3rd or 4th down from 19 or more yards out in a goal-to-go situation.
I think it can be one of the best of all time.
TJ Watt has 4 sacks in 11 games. Highsmith has 2.5 sacks in his last 8 games. Cam Hayward, 1.5 sacks in his last 12 games. And Patrick Queen, who was thought of as one of the best blitzing linebackers in the NFL before coming here, has just 2 sacks in the last 25 games.
I think it can be one of the best of all time.
So I got to give Mike Tomlin credit. He said the defense was going to be historic, and the defense is historic. Lee bad. 412-928-9370. What a flippin' embarrassment. That's the word that keeps popping in my head. It's an embarrassment.
I think it can be one of the best of all time.
And there's no excuses either. You know, last year down the stretch, oh, well, Deshaun Elliott's hurt and they're banged up and the offense is so bad because of their injuries to George Pickens that the defense is just on the field too much. They got no excuses this year. Mike Tomlin constantly plays the wrong players. Nick Herbig played far less than Alex Highsmith did on Sunday night. Chuck Clark, who's just not good, played 55 snaps to that of just 13 for Jabril Peppers. Darius Slay, you talk about historic defense. How about prehistoric defense? That guy can't run anymore. Brandon Echols ain't much better, but he should be playing more. They changed it up a little bit in the second half, but to no avail. They're mixing and matching Peyton Wilson and Cole Holcomb. Mixing and matching their safety. Sometimes Ramsey's a safety. Sometimes he's a slot. Sometimes he's a corner. And they're talking about miscommunication problems. Hey, maybe play the guys you think are better and play them for longer, and you won't be constantly changing parts, and maybe you'll communicate better. This defense is a travesty. It's a joke. No team fears coming into Acrisure Stadium anymore. In the Indianapolis Colts, I would be stunned if they didn't drop 40 points on the Steelers' head on Sunday. 412-928-9370. Been a heavy show today. Tomorrow night, tough one for Pony's nipples. Pony pierces cancer. Proceeds benefit the McGee Women's Research Institute and Foundation. That's at Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore, 6 until 8 p.m. Registration begins at 5. $33 to get in. That would include appetizers and a commemorative T-shirt. And again, all the proceeds benefit the McGee Women's Research Institute and Foundation. Piercing provided by the Gilded Violet Piercing will take place at 7:30. So come on in, have a beverage, have some appetizers. Get ready to watch Pony get his nipples pierced. There will be a cash raffle with all proceeds going to charity. Pony Pierces Cancer is brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel, South Hills Kia and South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Cheerleaders. Texture writes in, bright side, I guess Cam and TJ will give some money back at the end of the season if we go by their logic of getting more. It's not just, that's a great text, because it's not just that the Steelers' defense stinks, and it does. Statistically, one of the worst defenses in the NFL. It's that they pounded their chests about how great they were going to be. Juan Thornhill, my word, of all people, saying he's going to be the best defense of all time, he got cut by the Browns. Peyton Wilson, who was a rookie last season, had the unmitigated gall, the hubris to say, oh, I'm the best coverage linebacker in the world. DK Metcalf had been here for the length of a fart and says, whoa, it's the best defense I've ever played. Mike Tomlin says, Bengals? Of course we can match up against the Bengals. Historic? Yes, we have the personnel and the scheme ability to do great things. And when I say great things, I mean historic things. That's a terrible look for a defense that the last time they played gave up 299 rushing yards on national television and got called out by Kirk Herbstreit for quitting in the second half. No games were played between that point and the time all this crap was being spewed, and yet they still spewed the crap. We cannot criticize them enough, folks, for having the audacity to say that they would be great and not just be less than that, not just fall short of that, but be statistically one of the worst defenses in the NFL. There cannot be enough column inches written on this defense. There cannot be enough airtime spent on how bad this defense has been. And you couple that with the fact that T.J. Watt wanted more money. It's his right. Hey, T.J. Watt, it's his right. One of the best edge rushers, really, of all time. Not in the playoffs, but otherwise. He was focused on getting his money. He has 4 sacks on the season. Myles Garrett, he also wanted to get paid. Myles Garrett had 5 sacks in one game this weekend. More sacks in one game than Watt has in his last 11 games. Cam Hayward wanted to get paid. How's this rush defense look to you? Not good. They sounded like losers this offseason. They talked like losers in training camp, and they're playing like losers now. And we cannot spend enough time on it. When will the national media follow suit in a meaningful way? 412-928-9370. Texter, Crowley, take a deep breath. I think you're going to blow a gasket. Harry, could you bring in a brown paper bag, please?
No.
Oh. It would serve as something that would help my breathing and also something I could wear at the Steeler game on Sunday. Over my head.
You should do that more often, actually, like on this show.
I think the YouTube numbers might go up.
You look better with a smiley face on a brown paper bag than actually seeing your face, that's for sure.
Thank you, Harry. Do they sell brown paper bags big enough to cover your big face?
Is that what you meant when you said the show was being weighed down today?
412-928-9370. Texter writes in, stop saying Peyton said he's the best. He said he's one of the better. All right, well, we got the receipts right here.
Yeah, I mean, we run a lot of man here, so, I mean, that's definitely beneficial for my skill set. I feel like I'm one of the better cover linebackers in the world, to be honest. And, you know, I feel like any tight end, any running back that lines up out there, I'm willing to go toe-to-toe with them. And, you know, I'm excited for whatever role they give me, and I'm going to go out there and try to kill it.
My bad.
Good job, fans.
My bad. He said he's one of the better cover linebackers in the world. Has he been that? No. And they're telling you that they don't think he's that because they're playing Cole Holcomb a hell of a lot. 412-928-9370. If you'd like to pile on, we'd love to have you. Give us a ring, 412-928-9370. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. James Harrison actually did blow a gasket. What did he have to say? We'll hear from him next, but right now it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Steelers, they lost on Sunday to the Green Bay Packers. Now Mike Tomlin's going to talk about that game maybe a little bit, but preview the upcoming game against the Indianapolis Colts set for this Sunday. It'll be another home game for the Steelers. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now this message from Doran Dickerson.
Trust is key in my life, and let me tell you about something that I'd absolutely trust to sell my home, and that's my good friend, Gina Giampetro. You'll have a 5-star experience when you sell your home with Gina, and she always delivers. When you're ready to sell your home, contact my friend Gina to get you great results. Dawn and her husband have worked with Gina twice and said that Gina was able to sell their home in one day on 2 separate occasions. Gina will sit down with you. You agree on a price. You agree on a deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, she will have it bought and turned into a rental. She also offers a no-obligation guarantee. If she doesn't do her job at any point, you're free to get out of the contract. Pull out your phone. Give Gina a call, 724-602-9752, or Google Gina Giampetro of RE/MAX Select Realty, and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucco's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. These have been difficult days for Raiders Nation. On Friday, the franchise's first lady, Carol Davis, wife of the late owner Al Davis, died at the age of 95. And yesterday, legendary defensive back George Atkinson passed away, and he was 78. Davis and Atkinson were 2 prominent links to the Raiders' storied AFL and Super Bowl winning bygone eras. I'm Boomer Esiason.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/play.
NBA tipping off, and FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge is your home for live betting. So even if you miss the start of the game or want to ride the hot hand, FanDuel has live bets on everything from who will score next to fourth quarter comebacks. Man, I was watching the Lakers and their opener, and without LeBron, it's Luka, and more Luka. They're the Los Angeles Lukas. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now is the perfect time to join, because FanDuel is giving new customers $300 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey. Play your game with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Baird is proud to call Pittsburgh home. And with 6 locations in the region, we're even prouder to be helping so many of our neighbors build confident financial futures. From our big picture global perspective and business expertise, down to the personalized financial plans we create based on your unique goals and aspirations, your financial confidence is our first priority. Discover the Baird difference. Visit pittsburgh.bairdwealth.com. Robert W. Baird & Company Incorporated, member SIPC.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Lowe's knows you want to spend less time shopping and more time on the job site. Bulk savings on trusted brands means big savings and more time on the job. Get up to 25% off select drywall when you buy in bulk. Buy more and save to make sure you're prepared for any job. Lowe's, we help, you save. Selection varies by location.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews still on the scene of an earlier accident blocking the left lane of the outbound Parkway West across from the Carnegie off-ramp. There are cars that were involved in this incident that are off to the right shoulder as well, and you could find that right lane a little bit narrow, but traffic is getting by, but stacking all the way back toward that Banksville on-ramp. We have an accident as well on the eastbound turnpike in Plum Borough. It's off to the side between the Allegheny Valley and Oakmont Plum Service Plaza. Meanwhile, if you're traveling through Brookline, watch for delays around an accident on Woodburn Avenue near Pioneer. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
Got junk? twomenandajuncktruck.com. At twomenandajuncktruck.com, you can book same day or next day. Then we arrive, we quote, you like the price? Yes! We haul it away. Yeah, it's that easy. We'll even whistle while we work. 2 Men and a Junk Truck.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
They're not playing at a high level. You know what I'm saying? Like something they have to perform better. They have to.
Bro, how you don't get up for Sunday Night Football if you can't get up for nothing else? Ain't nothing else on but you at home in front of your family, your kids.
I would not do not.
Make that name on your back mean something. Make them 3 stars on your chest mean something.
Debo. It wasn't me not performing. I'm just trying to let you know that's what I'm like you said, I think I could be like your counselor, bro, because it's okay. It's all gonna be okay. Everything's still gonna be okay.
Yo, you came from a line of losers. Y'all will always be losers.
Damn, now you being disrespectful. I'm trying to just be here for you, and then you just gonna
Joe, that was a personal attack. It's
God
not
damn,
about you,
Debo.
I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated.
I feel you. I'm here for you, my brother.
Man, little Steeler on Steeler crime there, as James Harrison and Joe Hayden do a podcast together, and James Harrison says, Joe, you played for the Browns. You're a loser. I do have to correct one thing. James says, if you can't get up for Sunday Night Football, when are you ever going to get up? Everyone's watching you. Do it for your family. Do it for the 3 stars on your chest. Well, they're hypocycloids, but we get the point. The Steelers have a very college feel to them. I hosted an alumni event with a bunch of Steelers alumni back in the day, back when I worked for the team, and they treat their alumni like most colleges treat their alumni. Guys come back. It's a one big happy family. I don't know how you could be a former Steelers defensive player and not be totally embarrassed right now. And a texter writes in at 412-928-9370 that SportsCenter was ripping the Steelers defense this morning, especially Jeff Saturday, so hopefully this gets more national attention. Okay, but were they ripping Tomlin? Everyone wants to put it on Terrell Austin, and I think Terrell should go. But this is Mike Tomlin's defense. And I have found, generally speaking, that when the national media criticizes this particular defense, they don't use Mike Tomlin's name. So that would be the change. Because it's his fault. Emmanuel in Carnegie's next up. Good morning to you, Emmanuel.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for taking my call.
Oh, you got it, man. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, just to continue on what y'all was saying about Tomlin, the problem is the standard is not the standard anymore. There's no – if we were to go 9-8 and our offense struggles again, everybody can point to the offense. Like, we haven't had a good quarterback since Ben Roethlisberger. But we have right now a confident offense right now. And like you said, we rank 31st or 30th defense. Like, this is what is Mike Tomlin's expectations of, like, everybody's talking about them. They're supposed to be the best defense. We're not even a top 10 defense. We're not even a top 10 defense.
They're not a top 20 defense. They're not a top 25 defense. They're one of the worst in the league.
What is the standard? You know, what's your expectations? When you fail to reach your expectations, there should be accountability. And we cannot blame Tomlin, the GM now, for, like, bringing in players in because we didn't have a quarterback. Like, oh, we failed on Russell Wilson and Justin Fields and stuff. You got a defense that is set. These are guys that are paid a lot of money. This is the players that have talent. What are you going to do with them? He's known as a motivator. He's known of bringing the best out of these players. You got a lot of stars on defense. What are you doing to bring the best out of them?
Not enough, because you had Cam Hayward call him out after the game and say that they did not put forth the effort. I'm paraphrasing. And that's what Kirk Herbstreit said in the second half of the playoff game. So, yeah, Tomlin's probably going to get them to 9-8, blah, blah, blah. He always does. But he's not getting the most out of this defense, not even close. In fact, you could pluck any other defensive coordinator in the NFL and have him coordinate this defense, and I think you'd get better results. Who's got better personnel, the Chiefs or the Steelers? Whose defense is better? Which team's got better personnel, the Browns or the Steelers? Which defense is better? It's a joke. Jerry Dulac, he had a tweet that I actually agreed with. He wrote, "There's nothing wrong with the Steelers' offense that a good defense couldn't fix." Aaron Rodgers, this is such a crime, is on pace to set the single-season Steelers touchdown passing record. And right now, the Steelers have minus odds to miss the playoffs. I think we're going to wake up 2 weeks from now, and the Steelers are going to be 4-5 and deadlocked with the Baltimore Ravens in the AFC North Division standings. That should be unforgivable. And to Emmanuel's point, someone should have to pay for that. And someone will. We know what it's going to look like at the end of the season. Terrell Austin's contract's going to run out. They're not going to retain it. And they're going to hire somebody else that's friends with Mike Tomlin. And he's going to run the defense. And the results are going to be the same. And the beat goes on. Johnny, next up on the fan. Hi, Johnny.
Hey, brother. How you doing?
I'm good.
Hey, man, you just said it, bro. Pittsburgh is like a college environment, right?
Mm-hmm.
NFL don't want that, bro. Listen to this. Merch, the fans only account for like $6 to $8 billion a year. Okay, that gambling contract is going to raise revenue $2.3 billion a year. So by the time that's done, that's trillions of dollars. The corporate sponsorships are worth more than the fans. How much is Fox paying the NFL? Okay, so the fans are a small percentage of what pays the NFL, and that's all Gattel cares about. Dude, the inconsistencies are too much. When have you ever seen somebody trade their starting quarterback to their own division for no effing reason? Goodell had to either tell him to do that or give his approval, and not tacit. He gave him his actual stamp into his face and said, "Andrew Berry, I will do whatever you want, buddy. And that's how the demon works. And
Thank
that's
you,
what
Johnny.
Goodell is.
I don't like Roger Goodell either. Not sure what the point was there, though. Appreciate the call. 412-928-9370. Penguins are one of the best teams in the NHL. They just recalled Owen Pickering from the AHL, so another young guy gets folded into this thing. They've been a great palate cleanser. 7-2-1. Malkin and Crosby among the league leaders in points, and they take on the Flyers tonight. Coming up next, we're going to talk to Jason LaConfora, our Odyssey NFL insider. As you know, he's based in Baltimore. What the hell went down with this practice report? Is Lamar going to play on Thursday? Did they really take the fun and games out of the Ravens locker room? Are they about to catch fire? We'll get to all of it with Jason coming up next. The segment was brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Right now, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins won 6-3 yesterday over the St. Louis Blues. The Penguins have improved to 7 wins, 2 losses, and 1 overtime loss. They have 15 points through 10 games, and they're traveling quickly. They're going from a home game to an away game. They're going to play the Philadelphia Flyers on the road tonight at 6 o'clock. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Let's make some dollars with the Monis Sabonis. So the Kings stat sheet stuffer should wax that glass Tuesday night in OKC. So far this season, the Thunder have allowed the second best opponent rebounds per game at over 50 per contest. No matter what the number is, I'm investing in the alt market and maybe 15 or more boards. That's significant. Plus some money. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me. Like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Consider yourself a bourbon connoisseur? In Twin Peaks, they're proud to offer an exclusive collection of rare bourbons, whiskeys, and tequilas. Don't miss out on Twin Peaks Barrel Selects, handpicked by their team and bottled just for you. Supply is limited, so check with your favorite location to see what's pouring. And when it's game day, football and fireball is a match made in heaven. Spice things up with a shot of cinnamon whiskey. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and everybody wants the shortcut. Players stealing signs or even betting on their own games. Guys juicing to hit one more homer. People taking shots to drop a few pounds. It's all the same thing, trying to cheat the system. I wanted results, but I didn't want to gamble with my health. I didn't want a short-term fix. I went with Awaken 180, and I received both the short-term and long-term results we all want. 35 pounds down in just 6 weeks. So think about it. If you start Awaken 180 today, you could be down 35 pounds heading into the holidays. Now, that might sound crazy, but you really could be. I did it. Donnie, Paul Alexander, and probably people that you know personally have done it as well. We all had the same results. 4 to 5 pounds gone each and every week until reaching our goal. It's that simple. So if you're tired of shortcuts that don't last, stop gambling on the quick fixes and play the sure bet
and win it. Start today at awaken180weightloss.com.
Fall is here, and so are the savings at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. Right now, drive home a 2025 Jeep Wrangler Sport with payments starting at just $285 a month for 36 months. Don't wait. These deals won't last long. See dealer for details.
You're ready to ask her to marry you, and you want it to be perfect. So don't let a chain store salesperson rush you into something that may not be right. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler, asking, why not make it easy and visit a family-owned independent jeweler? At Urbanowitz Jewelers, our experts will guide you through the ring buying process and take our time to make your engagement ring the perfect memory with either a designer ring or a custom design, all at an affordable price. Visit us today at Peters Township or online at pittsburghdiamonds.com.
Back to doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet store.
Do you want to be more active and start exercising, but cannot because you know you're going to have pain or discomfort?
I'm a martial artist, a pilot, mountain biker, hiker. The thing that brings me down is my feet. When my wife finally talked me into going into the Good Feet store, the salesperson there immediately started investing himself in my problem. This is not something that you could solve online. There's got to be somebody there that can help you find that fit. You put in the arch supports and the clouds go away and it's a good life. I wear them all the time. Good Feet has saved the day.
You deserve a better life, too. Come into the Good Feet store today. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Good Feet, because you deserve comfort in your life. Good Feet products are proudly made in the USA.
Hi, I'm Nancy Cartwright. You may know me better as the voice of Bart Simpson. On Simpsons Declassified, we're diving into the mysteries that keep the Simpsons forever young. Have you ever wondered how the Simpsons regularly predicts future events? Who better to ask than the show's creators, performers, and writers, the celebrity guests? Be sure to follow and listen to Simpsons Declassified wherever you get your podcasts.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. More history against the Steelers defense on Sunday night. We got more stats to go over. We'll do that coming up next. Right now, we're excited to be joined by our buddy Jason LaConfora, Odyssey NFL Insider, host of the Odyssey original podcast, Wanna Bet. Listen to Wanna Bet now on Spotify or Apple Podcasts, or watch it live daily on Jason's X account. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. How's podcast, Jason?
We're doing great. Had a monster night last night. Almost swept the board. Went 6 or 7 on the Monday night game. Hit all of our NBA bets. So yeah, you can check us out also on YouTube. YouTube.com/@wannabetwithus.
And you should check it out because I had a buddy who hit on a parlay in the NBA last night, texted us all about it afterwards. I'm like, thanks, man. Thanks for giving it to us on the front end. You always give it on the front end, Jason.
We put it out there, brother. We put it into the world. We birth our baby and see where it goes.
That's right. All right, Jason, what the hell happened with the injury report and Lamar Jackson and all that nonsense?
Well, look, it's not just an oversight. It's not, Harbaugh throwing PR people and trainers under the bus. They played a cute little game and they got caught. There's no way they didn't know. This guy's been coaching in the league almost 20 years. You got Ozzie Newsome in the building still, right? He's still a consultant. Like trace Ozzie's career all the way back. Like they know the designations. They know that when your starting quarterback isn't practicing with your real team and he's barely doing anything on a Friday walkthrough with the scout team, that's not a full practice. And they got caught and they were, I guess they thought it was an advantage. I mean, look, these guys have been caught repeatedly cheating during OTAs, doing what they're not supposed to do. They wait till the last possible minute to send their schedule out. They wait till the last possible minute to send out injury reports. If they're playing a West Coast team, they'll send it out way, 9 o'clock Eastern time if they can. Like, it's just who they are. It's just what they do. I have to think Lamar plays Thursday. The good news for them is Snoop Huntley played as well as he's ever played.
Yeah.
I mean, it was more than just a game manager. Like, he outplayed Caleb Williams. Like, he not only didn't turn the ball over, he pushed the ball downfield, which he hasn't done in years. His legs were a major key to that victory. Excuse me. Like, should he have been picked off once? I mean, probably, but that's how it goes. The Bears were the number one takeaway team in the NFL. They had the number one giveaway takeaway ratio in the NFL. And the Ravens, who have stunk in that regard, won the turnover battle handily. So I don't know what to make of Miami. I mean, I don't know what to make of this league from day to day.
No doubt.
Honestly, I don't know that it's quite the layup slam dunk that we would have thought it was 5 days ago or 3 days ago. But it's a pivotal week for the Ravens. There's no two ways about that. You've got 2 games in 5 days, and then you got the trade deadline.
Jason, to get back to the injury report stuff before we get into whether or not the Ravens are quote unquote back, how big of a deal was that? Is there going to be draft compensation they're going to have to forfeit, or is this something that you forget about?
I mean, they're certainly going to be fined. The timing of it optically was terrible, given what was going on in the NBA in real time. It's just really, of all the times you want to be too cute by half, now's not the time to do it. It gives the NFL a perfect opportunity to do what they love to do, which is completely false, but they love to. We're holier than thou. We're above the fray. Nothing like what's happening in the NBA happens here. But even if there's a hint of impropriety regards to things that could move the line, we rule with an iron fist. I mean, that's all poppycock, but I mean, they love this stuff. So they'll, I mean, yeah, could they lose a draft pick? Like, if you really want to hit the Ravens where it hurts, nobody fetishizes and fantasizes about comp picks more than the Ravens. Take away a 6th round or 7th round pick, and you've spoiled Eric DeCosta's Halloween. He started dressing up for Halloween a month ago, but that's a story for another day. So yeah, I think they'll be fine. I think they may lose a draft pick. And it's just so unnecessary. I mean, ultimately, it's so unnecessary.
You told me about the fullback, Patrick Ricard, big deal. The defense healthier now for the Ravens. They didn't have Lamar. They still looked as impressive as they have in a while. Defensively, they played well against the Rams. Vegas has them as the favorites now in the AFC North. Are the Ravens back, Jason?
I don't know if they're back. I think there's still a lot of room for improvement. Look, the defense played with a lot more heart, desire, intensity than we've seen. Roquan Smith came back with a vengeance. Now, can he do it 2 weeks in a row? He hasn't done it 2 weeks in a row in over a calendar year. Like, maybe. I kind of got to see it to believe it. Kyle Hamilton is starting to round a little bit more into form. They need him to be a disruptor and a playmaker around the line of scrimmage. He played basically the entire game as a linebacker. Like, he was not a safety. He was a linebacker, and he did the job against the run, against the pass. And yeah, Ricard was on the field for 3 passing plays in that game. 20-yard shot to Zay Flowers, 14-yard big shot to Zay Flowers, and 10-yard touchdown pass to Kohler. He's also on the field for one of their rushing touchdowns. They didn't run like crazy with him on the field, but when they can get in that super heavy personnel, and there's one receiver, and that receiver is Zay Flowers, there's a pretty good chance that Zay Flowers is going to be a lot faster than everybody else who you've dictated the defense to bring on the field. So if he can beat that corner and you get him on something across the face of that defense, you've got the opportunity to throw to the little guy at a heavy, heavy stuff. And Ricard made the offensive line look better too. So yeah, he's a big efficiency monster for them offensively and defensively when he's on the field versus when he's not.
Jason Luckenford joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs. Nationwide is on your side. I guess I should have asked this when we were talking Lamar. I mean, is he going to be fully healthy for the game on Thursday? Nobody knows yet.
I mean, look, the reality is it's a short week. So yesterday, was a rehab and film day. Today's a walkthrough. Tomorrow they get on a plane and fly to the reality is he's not going to have had a real practice in the NFL in over a month. You'd have to go back to the Thursday before they played the Chiefs. So we're talking, I mean, and I know, look, he's awesome. To me, he's the best football player on the planet. But to go that long without really even having a regular practice, let alone playing, and when he's gone back home to South Beach in the past and he's done it on short weeks, it's been ugly. Now, Flores was running the defense then, and a lot's changed. And so I don't know, but I think it's suboptimal to have him have this long of a layoff. And we know now, even the Friday practice, they pretended as full, which would have been really a full walkthrough. Wasn't even a full walkthrough because he was walking through with the scout team. So, I mean, it's Lamar. I never doubt him.
Right.
This will probably bring out the best in him, and maybe he goes absolutely bonkers. But I do kind of think there'll be some rust, and I do kind of think they'll be working through some things. Again, the good news is that's a Miami defense that's let you do whatever you wanted to do for most of the year, but certainly shut down Atlanta over the weekend.
Jason, last thing for you, and subject to change because it's only October 28th, but as of right now, do you think the AFC North champion finishes with 9 wins or fewer?
Oh, I think it's entirely possible.
Yeah.
People are projecting a long winning streak for the Ravens, and it might happen. I mean, they've still got the Jets and they've got Minnesota looming. But yeah, I could see 9 and some tiebreakers doing it.
Jason, this was great. It always is, man. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
That is Jason Lockenfor, Odyssey NFL Insider. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Jason is the host of the Odyssey original podcast, Wanna Bet. Remember to listen to Wanna Bet on Spotify or Apple Podcasts, or watch it live daily on Jason's X account. My friend really ticked me off. We have a group chat where we send each other stupid bets. More often than not, they're stupid bets. And he texted all of us this morning and said he hit a $1 parlay that paid out $208. NBA parlay from last night. And he texts us bragging about it. The hell are you on the front end? I'll follow my friends through the gates of hell to gamble. And he doesn't tell me about it? Ridiculous.
Don't you think he's upset, though? Imagine if he put $100 on that game.
I know. That's always the rub, isn't it?
That's like, what, 2,000?
I hate when that happens. When you hit a parlay, you put a 5 spot on it, and it blows up big time. You're like, man, I should have put my mortgage check on it. Don't do that. Coming up next, we'll react to some of what Jason had to say. We'll look ahead to Penguins-Flyers tonight. I've been this excited for a hockey game in a long time. And the Penguins have called up more reinforcements from Wilkes-Barre. I think you'll be excited about that, too. First, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Speaking of the Penguins, they played tonight at 6 o'clock against the Philadelphia Flyers. It'll be a road game for the Penguins. Penguins' last game was last night. They played at home against the St. Louis Blues and won 6-3. Penguins have 7 wins, 2 losses, and 1 overtime loss, which accumulates to 15 points through 10 games so far this season. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Crowley.
Oh, thank you so much, Harry. I'm an idiot. I just X'd out of my read. I wanted to tell the people about Daisy French Onion Dip, and now I will. It's my new obsession. I'm going to watch it. I'm going to eat it while I watch the hockey game tonight. Daisy French Onion Dip makes your chips taste better, your wings taste better, your veggies taste better, and now my personal favorite, Daisy's come out with a ranch dip. It is so good on wings and veggies. They're as delicious as homemade dip made with real herbs and spices, other ingredients that you would find in your own kitchen. So do what I do for every big game. Look for Daisy French Onion Dip at a grocery store near you.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
If the Steelers lose tonight, I'll get both of my nipples pierced with no numbing agent.
Wednesday at Mike's Beer Bar. Join us as we present a painful pony party for a good cause. It's 93.7 The Fan's Pony Pierces Cancer. Tickets are only $33. The ticket gets you a commemorative t-shirt and appetizers. The piercings take place at 7:30 with the help of Gilded Violet Piercings. All proceeds will benefit McGee Women's Research Institute and Foundation. Pony Pierces Cancer is brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel, South Hills Kia, and South Chrysler Dodge Jeep, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Cheerleaders. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Some good news on the Parkway West. This report brought to you by Injury Lawyers LGKG. Be careful fighting morning traffic. If injured in an accident, local super lawyers LGKG will help you navigate the legal fight. Earlier accident now off to the side on the outbound Parkway West, right around the Carnegie off-ramp. Traffic is getting by in 2 lanes, but still stacking back over the top of Green Tree Hill before Parkway Center and past the scene. Also, we have inbound delays at Parkway Center down to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Vehicle fire in the city's Ferrywood section. This is at the intersection of Woodmere and Roswell Drives. In the meantime, the Parkway East that stacks at Wilkinsburg. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Brain injury, debilitating pain, broken bones. Car crashes don't always heal with time.
LGKG has helped thousands in Western Pennsylvania. Get real compensation when the stakes are high. Be careful out there this morning.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here for Blue Chew. Blue Chew isn't just a tablet. It's a cheat code for your area downstairs. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best. Stronger, harder, longer lasting, like somebody gave your privates a pep talk and a gym membership. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. Date nights, they just got longer and better for everyone. And with Blue Chew, you can be ready when she is. And guys, it's not just about performance. It's about maybe giving her group chat something to talk about. Because nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, that's promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
BetMGM is inviting you to charge the field this pro football season. Existing BetMGM customers can have a ball without having to sweat. Log into your account to get a Pro Football No Sweat token. Apply the token to your next pro football bet. If you lose with the token attached, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets. That's right. With a No Sweat token, you get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. There's nothing like a fresh set of downs. And that's just what BetMGM is offering if you don't win with a No Sweat token. So find your favorite matchup and be a part of all the hard-hitting, crowd-pleasing pro football action. Make this pro football season one for the ages. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Looking to upgrade your home comfort without the upfront cost? McVay Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling in Bryant makes it easier than ever. Right now, get 0% APR special financing for 60 months on select new Bryant Heating and Cooling systems. That's 5 years interest-free comfort for your home. Don't wait. Call McVay today to schedule a free in-home consultation and stay comfortable year-round. Or visit callmcvay.com to schedule online. McVay and Bryant, whatever it takes. Financing subject to credit approval. Offer applies to qualifying purchases of Bryant systems only. Restrictions and conditions apply. Call for details.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 122. Plus tax acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer doc fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for Santa Fe rebate. Not all buyers qualify. Select units only. Offers end 10/31/25.
Get to Mike Camlin Hyundai today for huge fall savings. New 2025 Hyundai Tucson's 1.99% for 60 months. Or the new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe 1.99% for 48 months. Or up to $3,000 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
Football is on at Rival Sports Bar. So many TVs, every seat at Rival feels like the front row.
I had to do something when my headaches were making my entire life a headache. My PCP was so good about it. We talked about my routines, like all the coffee I'm drinking and all the sleeping I'm not doing. We ruled some things out, and I made some changes. So far, fewer headaches. So good. My PCP specializes in me.
Find a PCP near you and connect to a network of nationally recognized care at upmc.com/PCP.
Spend less time shopping and more time on the job site with bulk savings on select pro-trusted drywall and concrete mixes from Lowe's. You save big and you're always ready for the next job.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
I have mismanaged the clock like Mike Tomlin in a playoff game. 50-minute mark on the fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Jason Lockenford joined us in the last segment. He made a good point. Lamar Jackson hasn't practiced in full in an NFL practice in over a month, and now he's going to play on Thursday, where Harbaugh and the Ravens have been bad on the road. Dolphins a 7.5-point underdog. Please beat the Ravens. They showed a pulse. They actually played for their coach. We can hold out hope. Tonight, Penguins and Flyers at 6 p.m. It is the day that ESPN actually cares about hockey. All 32 teams will be in action. I hate the Flyers more than I love my children, so I'm looking forward to that. And Owen Pickering gets the call up from the AHL. So you'll have Kindle, you'll have Koivunen, you'll have Brunick, and you'll have Pickering. 4 youngsters. I love it. All right, I screwed the clock. We hand things off to Joe coming up next. Fan Weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, high of 56, clear skies. Tomorrow, rain. Goodbye.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is proud to partner with Anderson Windows and Doors to present an all-new interactive showroom, now open in Mount Lebanon. The showroom features an extensive selection of windows, doors, and accessories from Anderson. The space is designed for personalized consultations, so homeowners, builders, and contractors can work directly with 84 Lumber experts to find the perfect Anderson products for their projects. Visit the showroom at 1675 Washington Road, Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. or Saturday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m.
It's Ram of Pittsburgh's drive-in to fall sales event. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we will beat it. No games. Easy as that. Visit ramofpittsburgh.com for all the details. We are Pittsburgh's Ram store.
Doug. Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu, is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Hey, it's Chris Muller with a no-risk, all-rewards path to real weight loss. If you're not happy with your Awaken 180 results in the first week, get 100% of your money back. No risk, but every reward with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Bank of America is a nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive as low as $329 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $229 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires November 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Celebrate the spooky season with Zero Res and get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129 and take 15% off your air duct and dryer vent cleaning. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and take advantage of these huge savings. Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. October is here, and if you've got old windows, that means you're back to dealing with chilly air seeping into your home. Eliminate annoying drafts once and for all with Window Nation. This month, buy 2 2 windows, get 2 for free, plus pay nothing for 2 years. With the holidays coming up, that's a big deal. Plus, celebrate your upgraded home with 2 free tickets to an upcoming Pittsburgh Penguins game. Don't miss out on free windows and 0 payments for 2 years with Window Nation. Visit windownation.com before October 31st to get started.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy 2, get 2 free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews clearing an earlier accident, but now there are more to deal with. This report brought to you by family-owned Saloni's Italian Bread Pittsburgh. Outbound Parkway West, earlier accident being cleared. It's still off to the side at the Carnegie off-ramp. You have delays on that outbound side back before Parkway Center. Inbound, you are jammed at the Parkway Center on-ramp. Also an accident now. This is in Mount Lebanon on Washington Road, Route 19 in the 1500 block near Gilkison Road. Parkway East, you are still jamming right around Wilkinsburg, Route 28 heavy at Millvale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The key to making your tailgate party a hit is the bread, and Saloni's Italian Bread is the key to any great burger or dog. A proud sponsor of the Pirates, Saloni's is family-owned and has served Pittsburgh for over 100 years. Saloni's Italian Bread will be a home run at your next party.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right.
I gotta try that Febreze car.
Just right, just right, just right. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistent sin, all over Febreze car clips right on your bed. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face when it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Hamlin Hyundai, Goodrich & Guys, Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
A World Series classic in Game 3 as the Los Angeles Dodgers win it against the Blue Jays in the 18th inning on a Freddie Freeman walk-off home run. And an insane game that ended 6-5. Toronto scored 4 in the 4th inning after the Dodgers scored 1 in the 2nd and the 3rd. Dodgers respond with 2 in the 5th. They each score a run in the 7th. That was all that was scored until the run in the bottom half of the 18th inning as Freddie Freeman has another big playoff moment and homers for the Dodgers to win it after last year he won Game 1 on a walk-off home run. He wins Game 3. Dodgers up 2-1 in the series. Game number 4 is tonight at 8 o'clock as they played 2 games in 1 yesterday. How many innings will today bring? We'll find out. More headlines 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. It's a Tomlin Tuesday on Pomp and Joe.
So are you ready for your show? When it comes to Pittsburgh sports, nobody's got you covered like Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey.
Oh, that's right.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Good morning and welcome to Pomp and Joe. Bob is over at the Mike Tomlin news conference, which we shall carry live at noon. So it's myself, Austin Bechtold, a.k.a. City Limits. And before we dive into a bunch of, on-field, on-ice, on-court topics, I want to express prayers and thoughts to the fan who fell last night. Limits over at the Penguin game. I mean, this is just frightening stuff. Post-Gazette reporting that the fan in critical condition after falling from the upper level, and you can read that account at postgazette.com. King Jameson reporting there. It's just unbelievable that this has happened now at 3 different venues. Obviously, it doesn't seem like anybody's real fault anywhere,
right?
But it's just horrifying, and obviously best wishes to this person to come through here in good health. I just can't believe this.
Yeah, man, it's scary, but you wish him well, and you just hope that thoughts and prayers amount to a speedy recovery and all ends up being well. Just, man, you just hope for the best.
Just harrowing. And the Penguins put out a statement that the team and OVG management group, the group that manages PPG Paints Arena, are closely monitoring the situation. We will be too, and reporting any news as it happens. In the meantime, back to our playground of sports here. There's a lot happening. Did you stay up for the World Series game?
No.
I tried.
I tried.
I think I missed the home run by 1 out.
Really?
I stayed up for the Warrior game, the Warriors and the Grizzlies. So I was up till like 12:30 anyway. Then I hung in there for what was an absolute epic game. I mean, and you forget how great it is to go to extra innings and have games like that.
Right.
So I was fighting. I was in the basement and I was sitting up, which is always helpful. But then as soon as I went down to the pillows, I went to the mattresses, you might say. That's it for me. And yet, Limits, I woke up, I'm pretty sure, in the 18th inning and then fell back asleep right before the homer. But what a game. What
Incredible.
A great game. I mean, there's Ohtani having, again, one of the great games ever. There's plays at the plate. There's unbelievable defensive plays all over the field. Now I can't even think.
There were a lot of errors in the game as well.
Yes,
for the Dodgers, they tried to give the game away at a couple points.
It was wild. And then the last thing I remember, one of the last things before losing consciousness, and I don't know if you remember this, I don't even know when it happened, was bases loaded with 2 outs for the Blue Jays, and Clayton Kershaw comes in.
Yes, and on a 3-2 pitch, he threw what was ball 4.
Twice he threw it, but the second one, first was high, the second was low, and the guy swung.
Yeah, he swung at it.
What is he doing, Limits?
You just need some plate discipline in that moment. You do, especially
it's
because
easier said than done, though,
right,
with the
definitely.
entire World Series on the line.
But Kershaw's just been wild in this playoffs. That's his career. It's defined by that. He's an all-time great pitcher, but his postseason career has been very up and down. Man, that could have been the opportunity for the Blue Jays.
Were you trying to stay up for it?
I was, but last week was so hectic for me, I knew I needed to get some sleep, or else I would be a walking zombie today.
Yeah, which I am.
So I only made it through 11 innings.
That is a classic and an all-time classic. I'm not going to get into my resentment over a magisterial judge, if that's not redundant, in Scott Township. I guess we left our car, my wife or I, car in the street overnight, 3 months ago.
Your street?
Yeah, I mean, you park out in the street limits and you go to bed.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Well, there is, because you're not allowed to do it, I guess.
Why?
I don't know why. Talk to the guy. I'm cranky, too, today.
He's probably listening right now.
He probably is, and I hope he is, whoever this guy is. I forgot his name, but apparently he has jurisdiction over Green Tree, too, which is where I live. So, okay, I get it. The car was out there overnight. The ticket was written at 3 a.m. like 3 months ago, at least 3 months ago. I've gotten probably 7 or 8 letters, some of them threatening, like if you don't do this and that, this is going to happen. I don't know if they threatened jail time or what. A car got left in the street. They've wasted reams and reams of paper and mail and stamps sending this stuff to me. And then this guy got to make a judgment on how much money I owed. I went there about a month ago. I'm like, please, let's just make this end. I told the lady there, I know it's not your fault. I never want to hear from you again here, and I never want to hear from this judge again. Can we make this end? Tell me. I'll write you a check. We don't take checks. I'll give you money. Okay? How much money? It doesn't say in the latest thing they've sent me how much money. She says the judge will decide. I said, what is this? Like court TV? Am I going on trial? What do you mean? Is there not a standard rate for leaving your car in the street?
I would love to see you have to show up for trial. Ben Tenuta comes and takes the video of it. Joe Starkey standing here to pay his ticket is crazy.
Mulsey as my lawyer. I mean, what are we doing? So then I went again yesterday because they keep sending me stuff through the whole last month. And I show up there and I said, I just want this to go away. Tell me what I need to do. So she read it. She said, you owe like $57.34. I'm like, okay. And I forgot that I couldn't write a check. Can I write a check? No. Money order or cash, as if that makes sense, limits. I said, okay. Or maybe it was I couldn't do credit card. I don't know what the hell it was. So I gave her $60. And she said, we don't have change. And I said, leave it as the judge for a tip and tell him he'll be on the radio tomorrow. That was my final word to her. And then I forgot his name. So whoever you are out there, congratulations on the big settlement. And use your tip wisely. A couple swear words go through my mind, and I'm ready to move on. How are you today?
I'm okay. I'm doing all right, Joe. I'm very excited for tomorrow's big festivities. Very
nipple piercing.
Excited,
The
yes.
nipple piercing's going to be big. I may meet Crowley and company there for a steak on a stone.
Yes.
It's an opportunity for a steak on the stone.
Huge.
And if I'm not mistaken, good old Mike gave me a very generous gift card a few years ago, Limits. I may even treat you to steak on the stone tomorrow. Yeah.
6 o'clock sharp.
I've already treated you once, right?
At
that far with the same gift card. It's still alive.
That was from the Christmas party.
This guy, Mike, from Mike's Beer Bar, he's the opposite of the judge in Scott Township.
He is electric.
He's a kind man, a nice man, a generous and giving man.
Every time that I go to a Steeler game, I try to stop in and say hello to Mike. And typically I'm told, Mike is very busy. He is working in the kitchen right now. Mike is a very hardworking man.
There,
and a good man.
Yeah, he's all the time he's there, and the steak on a stone is absolutely incrinculant. And I haven't used that word in a while, only on special occasions.
Incrinculant.
All right, let's get to the Steelers. Yes, we're going to get to the Penguins, who are a great story. Pitt's a great story. A couple of feel-good sports stories in this town right now. The Steelers decidedly are not one of them. Off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. And this begins with a question that I got in the old mailbag yesterday. Or was it today? Yes, it was today. I'm sorry. And we talked about this. In fact, this was part of the lead to the show, is that it's time for Terrell Austin, figurehead or not, to go. They fired Matt Canada mid-season 2 years ago. This guy's resume, especially when you measure it against the money being spent on his side of the ball, is worse. So I'm asked by Jay Crossland, 895. Legendary, this guy. Weighs in every week on the mailbag limits.
We love consistency.
He says, good evening, Joe. Which is a nice salutation to get when I put out the call last night for questions. Would firing Terrell Austin be a catalyst for this organization to finally move on from Tomlin? He said, I know it's beating a dead horse, but I feel like if they do indeed fire Austin, they'll have no one left to blame except for Tomlin. At the same time, he says, I think that's exactly why the Steelers won't make a move. Canada was an easy scapegoat because that's not Tomlin's side of the ball. Thoughts? Feelings? Asked Jay. And I said I agreed with every syllable he just uttered, or in this case, typed. I think this is brilliant, and it's taking the story to the next level, which is, listen, regardless of whether you're mostly a figurehead or not, and again, we all know this is Tomlin's defense by scheme, design, personnel, execute. It's Tomlin's defense, okay? Regardless of that, you have to answer to your job title. And Terrell Austin's job title is defensive coordinator. More to the point, the Steelers seem to want to perpetuate the myth that he actually is the defensive coordinator. Okay, if he's the defensive coordinator, then he needs to be fired. But third, and most importantly, is where Jay Crosslands went here. It took this to a deeper level, which is by firing Austin, and I guess I'm taking it to even another level here. By firing Austin, you leave everything in the hands of Tomlin with that defense, his baby, and therefore he becomes fully responsible for it. And therefore, you link his fate beyond this season to how that defense performs the rest of the season. I think that makes perfect sense, and I think it's very fair. I think it's very fair. That's your baby. You wrote the big check before the year saying we're going to make history. When I mean big things, I mean historical things. You wrote that check, and now look. I mean, it's a league-wide national embarrassment that any show you put on your television that covers the NFL is joking about the Steeler defense. Adam Crowley had a great rant earlier where he pointed out all the history that they are making, and it's the wrong kind. Like, we can't just sit here and say, you know what, Tomlin didn't cash that check because they're just okay. They're average, maybe slightly above average. No, they're literally making the wrong kinds of history. They're doing what he promised to as far the opposite as humanly possible. I don't even know where to begin. Jamar Chase set a franchise record, made history against them for the Bengals when he had whatever he had, 8,000 catches. Kenneth Walker became the first player in the history of the league to score on 3rd and goal from the 19 on a running play, and he wasn't touched. The Steelers became the first team in franchise history since 1985 to have a lead of 10 or more points going into the fourth quarter and lose by 10 or more points. That's history right there, my friends. And here's one straight from Brian, now I forget his name, Scarpino. That's his name.
Yeah, from the
wonderful
Steelers.
man. Because his Twitter handle is not his name.
Correct. That's always going to be confusing.
He put out 20 or more first downs they've allowed in 14 straight games, the longest active streak in the NFL and tied for 5th longest in NFL history or team history. I don't know which one. I've lost track of all the crap history they're putting out there. How many quarterbacks have completed 20 or 21 straight passes against the Steelers? I mean, this is incredible. But back to the main point. And they're really kind of two separate but related things. Number one, Terrell Austin needs to go, okay? He does call the defensive signals. He does. He's got the play sheet there. You can see him talking into the headset. I mean, it's not, you don't need Sherlock Holmes here to decipher that he's the guy calling the defensive signals. Tomlin has done that, and he should do it again. That's the point. Make this defense fully accountable to Tomlin. Fully accountable. It's yours now. Let's see what you do with it, and your fate beyond this season is linked to how this defense goes. As for Austin, elevated to defensive coordinator in 2022, that was Tomlin's first mistake. Okay? He wanted a figurehead and not an independent coordinator, and that would have been Brian Flores, who he never should have allowed to leave the building. He should have given Flores the defense and said, it's yours. You have, total autonomy. The head coach is always going to have an overriding philosophy, but as much as he could possibly bear it, Tomlin should have given Flores total autonomy. Instead, he hired a guy that I guess he knew he could control, or he knew was just going to be what he is, which is largely that, a figurehead. However, as I said, you're accountable to your job title. Tomlin and the Steelers seem to want to perpetuate the myth that Austin is a real defensive coordinator, okay, then let's get the numbers out for them if they want to perpetuate that. In 2022 is when he began. Terrell Austin has yet to finish in the top 10 in defense. Okay? Hasn't finished in the top 10 in defense yet. And this year, they're 30th. They allowed 478 rushing yards in 2 horrendous playoff losses. And that's not, I didn't misspeak there. So their defensive coordinator. Oh, did I mention he's had the highest or second highest paid defense in the league every year, Austin has? So with all that money rolling around, he hasn't even had a top 10 defense. They rank 30th at the moment, and in their 2 playoff losses to the Ravens and Bills, the Steelers under the Tomlin-Austin defensive regime allowed 478 yards rushing. It almost sounds laughable. That's history, too. I'm not even going to look it up. I'm going to tell you that based on 50 years of watching football, I at least seriously doubt that any team in history has ever allowed 478 yards rushing in back-to-back playoff games. I'm sorry. I think they set a record there. In those 2 playoff losses, they allowed a total of 68 points and 924 yards, and most disturbingly, perhaps. So this isn't a one-year thing, just like Matt Canada wasn't a one-year thing. This has been building, and before Tomlin takes the podium today, as was the case with Canada, we should, but we won't, I'm sure, get word that Terrell Austin was fired, that this is now Tomlin's defense, sink or swim. Worst of all, it was especially disturbing that with extra time and allegedly extra motivation, you would think from that Bengals embarrassment, this defense came out at home on a Sunday night against the Green Bay Packers in one of the most high-profiled NFL games this season, and gave up 454 yards and 28 second-half points. Art, are you out there? Where art thou? I just thought of that, Limits. Where art thou? Seriously. Art, what are you doing? And I respect you, and I think you're a good man. What are you doing? What are you looking at? This defense, within the last 8 years, set an all-time NFL record for most consecutive playoff games allowing 40 points. I just read you the other numbers. You have the highest paid defense in football and have for a while. I think it may have been second highest when Austin started in 22. Are you watching? Do you know that even though it's that highly paid, it's never in the top 10? How did nobody get fired after last year's playoff game? Were you there, Art? Did you watch the game? You gave up 299 yards rushing, and yet, you had players and the head coach come to camp this year after that debacle and have the gall to tell the world we're going to be one of the best defenses in history. You would think that these quotes were AI generated, that they weren't real. Are you watching or listening? And why don't you do anything? Some people think that you stepped in and had Canada fired, so do it here. That was a fireable offense the other night, based on everything that led up to it, like giving up 478 yards rushing over 2 playoff games. What are you doing? Sometimes I wonder, and I wonder if he's sitting there satisfied or at least, okay with the fact that they're in first place in a ridiculous division. They're outperforming the mean, I guess. How nobody got fired after the Ravens playoff game is a miracle to me. It was one of the most embarrassing defensive performances in franchise history, and we keep saying that. We keep saying that. It was in the same year that the Eagles got the ball with 11 minutes left and ran off 10 and a half, basically by running right at the Steelers for 10 and a half minutes. That happened. Kansas City happened. Lamar happened twice. And you had people, and I don't care whether they were on that defense or not, whether they were or not with that defense, like Juan Thornhill, who I think is still suspended in midair trying to tip that ball the other night. You had people come into training camp after that and say, we're going to be great. Not just great, we may make history. And the head coach was presented with an opportunity on the team's flagship station to put a damper on that. And instead, he pulled out a can of gasoline, poured it all over it, and lit it on fire. Are you kidding me? This defensive coordinator should have been fired in the locker room after that Ravens game, even though, again, we all know he ain't the defensive coordinator. You still have a job title. Somebody's got to go. I mean, this is just, if I were a Steeler fan, I don't know what I would be doing or thinking right now. It's maddening. It's absolutely maddening. Where art thou? What are you doing, Art? Wake up. It's like we're looking at Bob Pompiani's mannequin over there, which, again, is very realistic, isn't it, Limits?
You dog, you.
He glows in the light.
Are you watching this, Art? I can't believe you just do nothing all the time. It's incredible. So do something. Step in. Tell Terrell Austin after that performance with extra prep time and extra motivation, after that performance, you're done. You did it with Matt Canada. You need to do it here. Matt Canada, hey, he had the 31st ranked passing offense when you fired him. This guy's got the 32nd ranked passing defense. This is in some ways worse than Canada, this embarrassment. In fact, it is based on what you're paying. Do something. 412-928-9370. I thought it was a brilliant question by our friend Jay Crossland, 895, and I think he's on to something. That the reason they won't do it is that they continue to shield Mike Tomlin from that defense that is his creation. That's his creation. I would make him fully responsible to it the rest of the season. And if he fixes it, and it turns out that they turn things around, they win a playoff game, great. I'll be first in line here giving him credit. If he doesn't fix it, then maybe even Art would finally wake up, although I doubt that. Right, Bob? Can you see the mannequin over there?
You
Lemon?
dog, you.
Not that again. Please, not that again. 412-928-9370. Do you agree with this? Like, what would you do at this point? And yes, I've seen people, I should say the players are largely to blame. Of course they are. That's always the case. But we all have job titles. This guy, Terrell Austin, his job title is defensive coordinator. And this looks like a very uncoordinated defense and continues to look that way. They wanted to make Minka a scapegoat for the communication issues. How does that look now? When Jamar Chase, on his 22nd target of the night, is running so wide open on the winning drive in Cincinnati that and this is not an exaggeration, that there's no Steeler on the television screen with him. Was that Minka's fault? It's such an uncoordinated, miscommunicated, overrated defense, and now you have the Super Bowl 40 guys in this week to watch it. And my understanding, Limits, is that there's at least one guy from that Super Bowl 40 defense who's very unhappy, and his name is James Harrison. Do we have a clip from the Harrison podcast yesterday, Limits? You appear to be yelling at somebody. Are you there? Are you with me? We can't show the same lack of communication that the Steelers defense does.
It's not that. It's just that the callers are flooding into the lines,
Are they?
Joe.
Yeah.
Yes, they are very anxious to talk to you, just like how James Harrison on the Debo and Joe, with Joe Hayden podcast.
These guys are going to be watching this weekend.
Went absolutely berserk.
They're not playing at a high level.
You know what I'm saying? Like something they have to perform better. They have to.
Bro, how you don't get up for Sunday night football if you can't get up for nothing else? Ain't nothing else on but you at home in front of your family, your kids.
I would not do not.
Make that name on your back mean something. Make them 3 stars on your chest mean something.
Debo. It wasn't me not performing. I'm just trying to let you know. That's why I'm like you said. I think I could be like your counselor, bro, because it's okay. It's all gonna be okay.
It's gonna be all right.
Yeah, everything will be fine. I keep coming back to, Tomlin, of course, is largely responsible, but the guy who's more responsible than anybody is Art. More responsible than anybody in this organization, and I think that he thinks that things are pretty okay. First place in the AFC North. Go to the playoffs most years. And that's true. And the non-losing streak is true. But just as true, and I think far more profound, is the fact that the Steelers are not just mired in their longest playoff win streak in 60 years, but they haven't even been competitive in a playoff game in almost a decade. And they don't always make it, contrary to popular belief. I mean, they sneak in sometimes. But in their 8-year, going on 9-year drought here of playoff wins, they have missed the playoffs 3 times in that span. That's 40% of the time, just about. So let's get that right. And then let's also get it right that they haven't had even a mildly respectable defensive playoff performance since 2016. That's a fact. That's inarguable. That's not an opinion. They haven't even had an average defensive playoff performance since 2016. Since then, as I mentioned off the top, they set an all-time NFL record, becoming the first team in the history of professional football to give up 40 or more points in 3 consecutive games. I don't know if Terrell Austin was part of any of those, but he's been part of some since, hasn't he? Almost 1,000 yards and almost 80 points in 2 playoff losses. And did I mention in those 2 playoff losses, his defenses, if he's the defensive coordinator, which that's what his title says, right? That's what the Steelers say he is. 478 yards rushing, and he didn't get fired. He didn't get fired. The whole thing is just such a farce. So make it Mike Tomlin's farce. Make him fix it. Give him the defense. Take away the human shield that is Terrell Austin and make Tomlin answerable to what he created. And again, if he fixes it, more power to him. But make him be the guy. He should. By the time he gets to that podium today, Terrell Austin should be gone. But I don't think that's going to happen. Do you, Limits?
No. I don't think they're ultimately going to move on from him. I don't, unless there's a really bad performance against like Miami later on in the year and Tua goes for 30-plus points on them.
What if they give up 40 and 500 yards to Indy, which is not an exaggeration of what could happen with the Super Bowl 40 guys looking on? Is that a Canada moment?
I feel like Tomlin would make the excuse that Indianapolis is the number 1 offense in the NFL right now, and they've done this to everybody.
And this isn't, by the way, I don't want this to come off toward Art or Terrell Austin as mean-spirited. It's not meant to be that way, but it's pro sports. This is professional sports. Look what happened to Canada, deservedly so. Art, do something, please. Let's go to the lines.
All right, Joe, let's start with Mark. He has a theory on the Steelers.
Hey, Mark.
Yes. I have an explanation for the Steelers' woes.
Yep.
Keeping in mind that this is October and Halloween week, and the Steelers have put up 2 dud performances against 2 teams wearing all white uniforms and white helmets. And this week is Halloween week, and they will be facing Indianapolis, whose away uniforms are also all white and white helmets.
All right.
So I think the Steelers' defense has been victim of the ghost theory, like they're a ghost chasing Jamar Chase.
Thank you. Limits, did you vet that one? Did he present that theory to you?
He said that they would be like ghosts in the night. And I said, you're going to talk other Steelers stuff too, right?
Well, the ghosts of defenses past will be there on Sunday, including James Harrison might just run on the field and start like punching people on that defense.
Did you hear the very end of what he said to Joe Hayden?
I'd like to, though.
Counselor, bro, because it's okay. It's all gonna be okay. Everything's still gonna be okay.
Joe, you came from a line of losers. Y'all will always be losers.
Damn, now you being disrespectful.
The Cleveland Browns, the line of losers. Wow, Joe.
Except they have won a playoff game in the last 8 years, and it happened to occur here without their head coach on the sidelines and some guy named Frank in their offensive huddle. All right. That's enough of that rant, but I'd love to talk to people about it because that is really by, the merit system of what happens in pro sports. It's ridiculous that Terrell Austin is still the defensive coordinator. Seriously, it's ridiculous. And I think on some level, Art must know that. Is he just protecting Tomlin? Does he think that's working to protect Tomlin? I mean, it's truly incredible to watch. And again, this was the time. This was the time. Coming off one of the worst regular season defensive performances in the history of a proud franchise to watch what Joe Flacco and the Bengals did on that Thursday night. To have a guy get 23 targets, to give up 35 points, and was it nearly 500 yards, I believe? It was just horrifying. So you figure they're going to be wounded. They're going to be the proud Steelers coming out for a Sunday night game. They have extra prep time to watch the Packers. And then to watch what Jordan Love did to them, to not sack him once, to have more blown coverages and miscommunications and missed tackles, and to keep your defensive coordinator? I don't want to ask again, what are you doing, Art? But I will. What are you doing? 412-928-9370.
Texter. That last caller sounded like the Dolphins coach trying to explain the problems with his team.
He was really frustrated at the, just like he's as I was, and we talked about the challenge ahead to get ready for the Chargers. That was kind of the extent of it.
And don't forget what he said from Clay Ferraro's video.
I never will. And on Tua's potential performance this last week.
Yeah, he's going to take the snaps this week, and he's going to be our starter this week. And my expectation is that we don't throw 10 picks.
God, I love that. Be careful what we're laughing at, though. The Dolphins may light up this defense, too, at this rate. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Steelers have a new player. They also have quietly sort of demoted one of their defensive players already. Let's talk about that a little bit coming up and get to your calls, as far as we know, Terrell Austin is still the defensive coordinator.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
But will Mike Tomlin say anything differently today? We will find out at noon. You'll hear it right here in just about an hour and a half, as Mike Tomlin will meet with the media before the Steelers play the Indianapolis Colts. 7-1. They're the best team record-wise in the entire NFL, and they will play here against your Steelers. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
If the Steelers lose tonight, I'll get both of my nipples pierced with no numbing agent.
Wednesday at Mike's Beer Bar. Join us as we present a painful pony party for a good cause. It's 93.7 The Fan's Pony Pierces Cancer. Tickets are only $33. The ticket gets you a commemorative t-shirt and appetizers. The piercings take place at 7:30 with the help of Gilded Violet Piercings. All proceeds will benefit McGee Women's Research Institute and Foundation. Pony Pierces Cancer is brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel, South Hills Kia, and South Chrysler Dodge Jeep. Hampton Beer Outlet and Cheerleaders. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Sports Minute presented by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury firm for the people.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Congratulations to the Dodgers' Mookie Betts for winning the 2025 Roberto Clemente Award. Betts' 50/50 Foundation has provided success resources for youth in Los Angeles and Nashville. He's also helped support victims of the Southern California wildfires, along with various education, nutrition, and housing initiatives. He's an amazing person. Congratulations on Boomer Esiason.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-922-1284. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-922-1284. 800-922-1284. 800-922-1284.
Let's qualify for enrollment. Results vary. Consult with your tax professional prior to enrollment.
Broken furniture and appliances, abandoned pianos and exercise equipment. Let's deal with that junk that's been haunting you. 2 men and a junktruck.com.
5 words no one wants to hear. You need a new roof. What do you do? Who do you call? How are you going to pay for it? It's Chris Muller, and these are all questions that run through people's minds when they hear those 5 words. But if you pick up the phone and call MHI Roofing, your new roof will be the easiest, most hassle-free home improvement project you'll ever do. MHI has thousands of 5-star ratings for both customer service and high-quality installation. Plus, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. And since no one wants to pay these high interest rates, for a limited time, MHI is offering 5-year no-interest financing with minimum monthly payments for qualified buyers. So if you need a new roof, don't stress. MHI Roofing has got your back. It all starts with a free 21-point roof inspection to assess the exact condition of your roof and what needs to be done next. Set up your inspection today. 412-998-8864 or online at MHIRoof.com.
Gather up the season's best savings all month long during the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington Harvest the Savings event.
Get 0% APR for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishis.
Don't wait. The road to fall savings starts here. Your deal, your way. What a great day at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington.
Visit JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com to shop today or call 724-209-8075 for offer details.
As we grow older, we all need a little more help. That's why the elder law firm of Julian Gray Associates has a full-time social worker on staff to help you with challenges that lie ahead. To arrange a no-obligation consultation, please visit grayelderlaw.com and grow old with us.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Hey, it's Dan Zangrelli from my friends at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Fall into a great deal this month with their 7-month CD offering a 3.95 annual percentage yield. And you only need $1,000 of new money. Full terms at AllegiantFCU.org.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now, promo code RADIO.
BetMGM is inviting you to charge the field this pro football season. Existing BetMGM customers can have a ball without having to sweat. Log into your account to get a Pro Football No Sweat token. Apply the token to your next pro football bet. If you lose with the token attached, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets. That's right. With a No Sweat token, you get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. There's nothing like a fresh set of downs. And that's just what BetMGM is offering if you don't win with a No Sweat token. So find your favorite matchup and be a part of all the hard-hitting, crowd-pleasing pro football action. Make this pro football season one for the ages. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Just saw where Creed Humphrey, Chiefs center, and did you watch the Chiefs last night, Limits? A young, fast, talented defense that's second in the NFL in points allowed. And Patrick Mahomes has all his weapons and an improved line, and Travis Kelce looks like he's in his prime again. Are we going to kid ourselves and think they're not going to the Super Bowl again?
Patrick Mahomes did throw 2 picks, and Jaden Daniels didn't play.
You're not impressed with the Chiefs, huh? Patrick Mahomes threw 2 picks. Yeah, that's true, but they also scored 28 and could have scored 40, it looked like, if they wanted. You're not impressed by the Chiefs?
I'm impressed, but I'm still not ready to say that they're automatically a lock to go to the Super Bowl.
I am. I think that defense is really, really good. Meantime, I saw that Creed Humphrey, their center, who's going to be in the Hall of Fame someday, has allowed 1 pressure in his last 217 snaps. The Steelers in the 2021 draft famously took a tight end 8 picks ahead of Humphrey when everybody knew they needed a center. They circled back and took an undersized guard out of Illinois who didn't want to play center. His name was Kendrick Green.
He is out of the league.
Let's go to the lines, Limits. Who do we have?
Here is Dave. He is in Washington.
What's up, Dave?
Hey, Joe. Good morning. I just wanted to make a comment about Tomlin's defense and the culture of defense. Every time these defensive players talk or Tomlin talks about this defense, my mind goes back to the Jacksonville game where Mike Mitchell's outside the locker room screaming and hollering.
Yeah.
And I think part of the issue is when Tomlin came in and this defense was veterans with all these, borderline Hall of Fame guys, they would always say it's a 5-star matchup because they're in it. And I think that was true.
They would always say it's a 5-star matchup. Why? I didn't hear that.
Because the Steelers are in it.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that has carried over, but I don't think that's the truth anymore. But I think these players believe that. And I think Tomlin believes that. And then these guys get smoked every year. And at this point, they have the best players or top 5 players at every position, and they're worse. So that has to be coaching. But I don't know if anything changes.
Well, I'm not gonna take all the blame off the players. That I won't do. Somebody like T.J. Watt, for example, has not been playing up to that contract that he was begging for. And neither really has anybody else who's a big contract guy on that defense, right?
Yeah, I agree that they're underperforming. Definitely tired of hearing them wanting their money and then not doing anything. But they want individual legacy, not team legacy, and I'm kind of used to that with these guys now.
Well, I'll tell you this much, and I appreciate the call. It's just never been the same since that defense of Polamalu and James Harrison and Casey Hampton and James Ferrier and Aaron Smith and all those guys started to get old and fade away. This has not been the same. And they do have some big names, but as Maurice Jones-Drew said on NFL Network the other night, it seems like it's all name, no game. And again, the really galling part of it all is that these guys, some of them anyway, including the head coach, had the nerve to come to camp and start talking about making history. How about just play an average playoff game defensively before we get to that? You know, what they're basically saying is we're the 85 Bears. What are we doing here? How about play an average defensive game in the playoffs for the first time in nearly a decade? Then we can work our way up to the 76 Steelers and the 85 Bears. Just incredible stuff. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Sunny today with a high of 56. Lamar Woodley, a low of 36. Jerome Bettis, Fan weather. Brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. And man, when those bookends were going, Lamar and James Harrison, look at what it is now. And T.J. Watt's been a great, great player here. Alex Highsmith had one great year here. Right now, anybody in their right mind would take Woodley and Harrison in a second. Right? Next.
All right, let's go to Mike in the South Side.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, Joe. Hey, I agree with everything that's being said, but accountability of the players is nil. The coach, without a doubt, the only thing that is constant is the coach. So whether he hires the best defensive coordinator in the world, I think he would ruin the defense regardless, Joe. I think, like you said.
Well, no, but that's the point. Is if you put him back in charge of play calling on defense and make him fully 100% responsible for this defense, then you watch and he either sinks or swims.
But if he sank, they would just say, "Oh, he needed a better defensive coordinator." Art's going to make sure that he brings in and delegates more things to other coaches. It's a lose-lose no matter what we do, as long and with all due respect to Mr. Tomlin, I don't want to see him lose a job any more than I want to lose a job. But I have to produce every day on my job. You do.
I mean, Andy Reid was pushed out. Andy Reid was pushed out by the Eagles, and Bill Belichick was pushed out by the Patriots. That's kind of all you need to know. Tony Dungy was pushed out by the Bucs. It happens. He'll be okay. He's making $16 million a season.
Right.
He'll be fine, and someone else will want him. They had their opportunity last offseason when the Chicago Bears came a-calling to probably get a first-round pick and have everybody be happy and have him go to a new city where he'd be hailed as an incoming hero, and Art didn't even take the call. Next.
All right, here is Tom in Hampton.
Hey, Tom.
Hey, Joe. Good morning, fellas. I really enjoy listening to you. You provide me with a lot of entertainment.
Thank you. Appreciate your listenership. Is that the right phrase?
Yeah, sure.
Limits?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Hey, so you know what? I've been watching the Steelers my entire life. I'm 69 years old, and what I've noticed since the Roger Goodell era is the business model has completely changed for teams, and I think the 32 teams kind of feed the beast, which is the NFL. And when it comes to the owners, I feel they have more to gain by cooperating with the whole parity around the league. And they stand to gain more collectively than they do individually as owners. So I really don't think there are any consequences for coaches and players. And while they're professionals, I think the game has changed. And it's entertainment. It's about eyeballs and ears. And the fantasy, the people that are promoting the business really enjoy points. And hopefully our defense will turn it around when it counts. But for now, everyone's enjoying the game.
Wait, what? Did you understand that, Limits?
No, I'm still kind of confused, Tom.
Well, yeah. So, I mean, I attended an event over the weekend, and watching the Eagles game, and everyone was involved and engaged in who they had on their fantasy teams, what their betting lines were, and it's about scoring points. And as long as teams are out there, so I don't think that Mike Tomlin is really going to come down hard when.
All right, then score more points. That's what I would say to that. That's what I would say to that, Limits. And speaking of that, Marquez Valdez, how do you say his name again?
Marquez Valdez-Scantling.
Valdez-Scantling is here. I'm not overly impressed. I don't think this tips the balance of power in the AFC, does it? Although it's a guy Rodgers is familiar with. And Adam Schefter says the Steelers are on the lookout for more offensive weapons, including maybe another receiver, but not necessarily just a receiver. I'm all for it. You have a quarterback. You've done the hard part, which is the miracle here. So, and now everything else has fallen to pieces. So double down on Rodgers and let's go here.
How about a left guard? Was Sayamalo going to be out for who knows how long so that Anderson can stay at the swing tackle spot?
Not a bad idea. Listen to the Pomp and Joe show every Wednesday. How about Breece Hall? That's not a bad idea either, is it? Although that would take some premium draft picks. And I don't know that that's the wisest thing to do.
Maybe play the guy you took a premium draft pick on, Caleb Johnson.
You're not serious, are you? You would. I think
No.
Warren's been fine. I think Gainwell's been fine other than the fumble. I would have run. I would run the ball more. Trey Essex was on this morning and told Crowley that when they led 16-7, they only ran the ball 3 times between that and when they lost the lead. I say double down and run the ball even more. Maybe protect this defense a little. By protect, I mean keep it the hell off the field. Listen to Pomp and Joe every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. Limits.
Joe?
Did you see, before we get to the top of the hour here, where the Dodgers are going to intentionally walk Ohtani maybe every at-bat? Does that ruin the World Series?
Every at-bat? You think the Blue Jays would do that?
Listen,
really?
Somebody said Schneider, the Blue Jays manager, was asked whether the strategy to walk Ohtani will extend to the rest of the series. Yes, he said, because they walked him late. Did you see that?
Well, I know that they walked him. I think it was in the bottom of the 9th. After, when there was 1 out, nobody on, and they just immediately walked him, which was the right move. It was the right decision to be able to do.
He was on base 9 times, Limits.
Well, he was 4 for 4 with 2 doubles and 2 home runs.
There have been Pirates who have played entire years here who weren't on base 9 times. This dude got on base 9 times in one game. Would you walk him every single time? As long as there's not a rule against it, I would. Of course, you bring up Mookie Betts, but at least you don't have to deal with Ohtani.
As long as the bases are not loaded, or it would load the bases, yes, I would.
Me too. And that stinks. Maybe they should make a rule where you can not walk the same guy more than once in a game. I think that'd be a great rule, actually. Do you agree?
No, I think that it would be just way too much.
Way too much. Limits. They have ghost runners on second and regular season games to
I don't
start
like that either.
They,
Look at this 18-inning affair.
No, this sucks.
Great.
Everybody wants to watch Ohtani. It's the only sport. Is it the only sport where you can pretty much literally take a guy out of a game?
Well, watch him
and
pitch
not let him
tonight.
perform. No, I want to watch him hit. If I were commissioner, I would make that rule tomorrow before the end of the World Series. The way the NHL made a rule in the middle of the season one year, maybe even the middle of the playoffs. I can't remember. Remember, you wouldn't remember. Sean Avery was waving his face in front of the Devils goalie, Marty Brodeur. And the NHL said, we now have a rule against that. You can't do that. That's what I would do right here today. Rob Manfred should come out and make a rule today. You can't walk a guy more than once in a game. It's the World Series. Yes, of course. Okay. Then again, you could unintentionally walk him, right?
You could. You could just throw 4 pitches wide.
Forget everything I said then. This sucks. We're not going to get Ohtani in this World Series. The rest of the World Series.
Poor Dodgers. Mookie Betts will come up and hit a big home run.
I know.
Freddie Freeman
you know what I'm
in the
saying.
18th inning.
You know what I'm saying.
I do.
The whole world wants to see Ohtani hit.
And he's been Man, watching that game last night, I know a lot of people have said, and we don't get to see as many Ohtani at-bats just over here with them being on the West Coast, 10 o'clock starts. Being able to see him mash the ball like he did, steal bases, and I know he was thrown out at second in the ninth, and then ultimately start the game tonight? He's insane.
There's
That's
no
wild.
conversation left for the greatest baseball player who ever lived. There's again, it's not really an opinion anymore. It's just a fact. He's the greatest baseball player who ever lived.
I agree. This year convinced me of that.
You weren't there for Babe Ruth, though, were you?
I was not. You know who was though?
There.
You're a pathetic person, you know that?
The thing about Ohtani, too, that I think is pretty cool is being able to go. Like, I've never gone and seen LeBron.
Yeah.
I know that you and I both want to go see
I saw Ohtani. I took my daughter to see Ohtani in California.
I saw Ohtani when the Dodgers came here last year.
In Anaheim, I should say.
It was Skeens versus Ohtani. Skeens struck out Ohtani on 3 pitches the first at-bat.
Yeah.
Ohtani took him yard into the bullpen the second at-bat.
That's a great game.
It was a crazy game.
Where did Babe Ruth hit his last home run limits?
It was in Pittsburgh.
Wrong. It was in Pittsburgh at Forbes Field.
He hit his last 3 in Pittsburgh.
Very good.
Thank you.
In the same game.
Yes.
You're a student of Pirate history.
I try to be a student of baseball history.
When was the last time the Pirates won a playoff series?
1979.
Wrong. 1979. Who was the starting pitcher in Game 7 of the World Series in 79? Wrong.
Bert Blyleven?
Jim Bibby.
Yeah.
Who was the starting pitcher in Game 6 of the World Series that year? Wrong.
Wrong.
John Candelaria.
Thank you.
Game 5?
Who threw the last Pirates no-hitter? That was not a combined no-hitter.
John Candelaria.
1976.
I was at my grandfather's house in Riverhead, Long Island. I think that was the first house that ever had a TV clicker.
A clicker?
It's unbelievable. Yeah.
So you didn't have to go up to the TV and change the channel?
No, it was incredible.
That's one thing that my dad said to me when I was younger. Is like, you have no idea what it was like for us to have to go up there and change the channel.
True.
Right on the TV.
Not only that, but you had an antenna that, depending on how you moved it, would affect your reception.
My grandmother still has an antenna connected to her
amazing.
TV. Still has it. There's like
we had
tin
3
foil
channels
on the end of it too to make sure that you get the signal.
We had 3 channels, 2, 4, and 7, and then like channel 29 was like PBS, like, you know, Mr. Rogers and things like that. It's
Nice.
incredible. Thank you, Limits, for complimenting me on that.
Thank you for your kindness.
Listen to the Pomp and Joe show. Did I already do this? Every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. Nick Faribaugh on all things Steelers, including how he would fix the defense and what he would be looking for by the trade deadline. He's very good at what he does, and he joins the fray next on Pomp and Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, the Penguins, they are on fire so far this year. They'll play in Philadelphia tonight at 6 o'clock. 6-3, the final last night at home against the St. Louis Blues. Sidney Crosby, a goal, 2 assists. Now 1,700 points as a Penguin in his career. He continues to climb up the ranks. Tristan Jarry, 26 saves on 29 shots. Rust, Mantha, Wotherspoon, the goal scorers, as well as Crosby and Malkin. Russ scored 2 on the night. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller like to get the party started early. Join them every Friday for the PM Tailgate Party. A first look at all things football for the upcoming weekend. The PM Team Friday Tailgate Party is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar, Saloni's Italian Bread, Smale Lincoln Greensburg, and Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers. The PM Team's Friday Tailgate Party is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Chris Muller with a no-risk, all-rewards path to real weight loss. If you're not happy with your Awaken 180 results in the first week, get 100% of your money back. No risk, but every reward with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
84 Lumber is your one-stop destination for top-quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend. And let's get building together.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here for Blue Chew. And Blue Chew isn't just a tablet. It's a cheat code for your crotch. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best. Stronger, harder, longer lasting, like somebody gave your downstairs a nice pep talk and then a gym membership. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. And guess what? We all want to be more confident where it counts. We all want a little more boing in the bedroom, and Blue Chew can help. Guys, it's not just about performance either. You want to give her group chat something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. You can discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. That's promo code Chris at BlueChew.com. Hey Pittsburgh, it's Chris Muller here with some big news. Verizon, America's best 5G network, wants you to bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill, and they'll give you a better deal. If you think Verizon is expensive, well, think again. Not only does Verizon let you lock in your low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plans with my plan. And they let everyone get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on my plan. That means new and existing customers. That's more reasons to save, more reasons to switch. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Pittsburgh Verizon store, and they'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score Report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply to promotional offers. See Verizon.com/switch to Verizon.
Tailgating without Pepsi? That'd be like watching the Steelers without a Here We Go chant. Here we go! Kielbasa is good, but kielbasa paired with a refreshing Pepsi Zero Sugar? Game changer. Tailgating deserves Pepsi.
BetMGM is inviting you to charge the field this pro football season. Existing BetMGM customers can have a ball without having to sweat. Log into your account to get a Pro Football No Sweat token. Apply the token to your next pro football bet. If you lose with the token attached, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets. That's right. With a No Sweat token, you get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. There's nothing like a fresh set of downs. And that's just what BetMGM is offering if you don't win with a No Sweat token. So find your favorite matchup and be a part of all the hard-hitting, crowd-pleasing pro football action. Make this pro football season one for the ages. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Right now, buy 2 windows and get 2 free. No interest for 3 years. Restrictions apply. Call 412-545-6003. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
At Humana, our Medicare Advantage plans give you coverage you can count on, along with guided support to help you feel your best. Our licensed sales agents are ready to help you understand your options and choose a Medicare Advantage plan that fits your needs. Things like dental, vision, and hearing coverage are included in every plan, even offering a yearly cap on out-of-pocket costs for covered medical services. And with access to Humana's large, trusted networks, it's easy to get the quality care you need. Plus, every plan has a $0 or low monthly plan premium, which makes it easier to save too. So this Medicare planning season, we can help you plan well with Humana. Learn more now at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
Leaves and interest rates are falling here at the gorgeous new Crown Mitsubishi in Washington. It's 0% on all this fall. All Mitsu models now have 0% financing for 60 months. That's incredible. 7-passenger Outlanders take them to $8,000 off. 43 mile per gallon Mirage now for $3,500 off. Plus that great warranty and 2 years of prepaid maintenance. Winning team, customer driven, world-class facility. The bow tie means a better buy. CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See the for details on all offers.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
JTV, Jewelry Television. With 80,000 jewelry looks, we're kind of a big deal. Even bigger with new lines of designer handbags, fragrances, and more. And biggest of all, because you could win a 7-night stay in Bali, spending money, and thousands worth of JTV jewelry, making you kind of a big deal. Enter by December 7th at jtv.com/sweepstakes. No purchase necessary. Then watch JTV on TV or shop jtv.com for big holiday deals.
At Shooters Golf in Wexford, golf season is never over. Our 16 outdoor heated bays let you tee off in comfort all year long. Looking for a fun night out? Shooters is the perfect place for guys' night, girls' night, even a date night. Pair your game with great food, cold drinks, and catch every big play on over 30 TVs throughout the facility. Don't miss our bay specials. Half price every Tuesday from 10 to 4, Sundays after 6 p.m. Shooters Golf in Wexford is more than golf. It's your go-to destination for sports, food, friends, and fun. Book your heated bay today.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Brought to you by Mr. Magic. 23 neighborhood locations to keep your car clean and shiny every time.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Mike Tomlin will speak to the media in just under an hour. You're going to hear it right here on The Fan as they get ready for the Colts. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Nick Faribaugh joins us next.
Get a load of this. I'm turning it up. Talking Pittsburgh sports on the Pomp and Joe Show.
Oh, it's all for real.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Nick, it's a pleasure to have you. I don't believe we've ever spoken before. You're a recent graduate of Slippery Rock. Am I right about that?
No.
Nick Faribaugh from Penn Live joins us. He's on the YouTube channel. The numbers are skyrocketing on YouTube. It's a fun watch, especially with Bob's mannequin here, as always. Just go to our YouTube channel or go to our website, 937thefan.com, and that'll take you right to YouTube. It's a good watch. Limits, we need to get you on the air on the video part of it, right?
I would love that, Joe. We put a little camera just right above the window here. You can see me. I could wave.
Right.
It'd be
People get
wonderful.
your fashion tips every single day.
Yes.
Nick, it's already begun with the defense as far as changes. Darius Slay's snap count going down rather dramatically. What else would you do? First of all, do you agree with that move? And secondly, what would be your next one? Maybe a little more Nick Herbig and a little less Alex Highsmith?
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be the correct way to go about it. You need more.
What's happening?
What's happening, Nick?
Nick, is somebody at your door?
No, they're changing the pipes right below me right now. It would appear. So
that was
unbelievable. The ground was shaking, y'all. I was like, whoa. But yes, Nick Herbig, I think playing more makes sense. I think Slay. I mean, Slay dogged it on the Savion Williams touchdown, the first one of the second half. You got to have compete at the very least. This team needs effort. There's not enough dog, if you will, on this defense right now. And Echols at least brings that to the table. He brings intensity. I also think, you look at Jabril Peppers needs to play more in the box with Deshaun Elliott probably done for the year now. I think he's their best safety, to be quite honest with you, so needs more Peppers. And I would also play a little more Peyton Wilson on rundowns. I think Wilson was great last night, 2 nights ago now. I thought he played really well. So we'll see what they can kind of do. But personnel changes, I think, are going to be little tweaks, but I don't think it's going to wholly fix this defense. They need some really look-in-the-mirror stuff.
This is unbelievable.
He put his mic on mute after that.
Nick, what's the problem there? Is there pipes that have broken? Have they snapped? Are you in any kind of danger? What's the project being done?
No, I'm not in danger. It's something that's been kind of overdue. They're kind of rusty and leaky. So
yeah,
whenever rain maybe comes in, you always have to worry about things coming down. So let's not flood my basement, and that's a nice idea. So fixing this because it has rained so much often. But yeah, so you guys get to hear the beautiful sounds of a hammer right below me shaking the ground of which I sit upon right now.
Certainly. Is there any chance that, and I know they're busy and on a time clock, any chance that they could postpone it for 10 minutes?
Yeah, right, honestly. Or I could move myself. So you guys want to see live action moving?
Yeah, that would be exciting. Look at this, Limits. It's like a
house tour.
House tour.
This looks like the Blair Witch Project. Look at the camera shaking.
Campus Cribs. This is the Faribault household.
This is incredible. I don't know that we're not going to hear. It looks like a nice place you got there, Nick. Real nice.
It is. It's a nice little place out here. So
where?
We'll
what part of town?
Instead.
What part of town you living in?
I'm up in the North Hills. I'm in McCandless.
Nice. All right.
So,
well, you're right. I don't think there's any easy fixes on this defense. Should Terrell Austin be fired?
I'm getting to that point. I mean, listen, here's the thing with TA. How much does he really affect everything week to week? I think that's the question.
I mean, he does appear to be the play caller. He's got the play sheet. He's the guy who's talking into the headset on every play, so he must have some kind of effect.
He does because, when I talk to players, that's who they go to get the adjustments done. Not Mike T, Terrell Austin. So if you have any suggestions, you go to Terrell Austin. So that tells me he's got at least the duty on game day. Now, how much of the game planning aspect, how much of the philosophy is Terrell Austin versus Mike Tomlin? That's a big question. But I think there's this kind of ideas out there at points that, moving on from TA would do nothing. And I don't really agree with that. I think it would bring a fresh voice. There's even an argument to be made that maybe Mike T needs to get more involved. I think, just to see what that looks like. And they kind of need to remove all doubt of who the play caller is. So I do think, moving on from Terrell Austin, if this continues down this path, and certainly I think they're facing a team that is likely to repeat that performance, then yes, I think that is going to be on the docket sooner rather than later, to be quite honest with you.
Do you think they're going to look for defensive help at the trade deadline? And if so, where, Nick?
I mean, listen, I don't know if they're going to look for help at all. Is this team worth investing picks into? I think is a real question for the Steelers at this point. It should be. A corner free safety, I think, make a lot of sense. I think you have Peppers at strong, but you need a free safety. Thornhill has really struggled this year. Corner, I think, is another one because if Echols isn't the answer and Slay is still doing what he's doing, you still need another guy. I thought Roger McCreary from Tennessee would have been a good pickup. He just got traded to the Rams yesterday. You could look maybe to Seattle. Maybe someone like Reek Woolen could be something that you look at, try and take on a reclamation project there. But, there's not a ton of obvious options. You could go to Tennessee again and look at safety room. They have Amani Hooker there. I think that could make a lot of sense for them.
Yeah, man.
There's names out there that make sense. There's probably names that they could trade for. The real question I think the Steelers have to look at is, do you want to put picks into this team? Do you want to spend picks on this team in an effort to win when this defense has looked as bad as it has?
Not premium picks, that's for sure. But again, I'm not looking for, Richard Sherman in his prime. I'm looking for average cover guys, which would be a major upgrade. That's all. Give me an average cover guy. Give me a safety who knows what he's doing. That's all. And if that's a 5th round pick, whatever, then yeah, I think it's worth it, Nick. But what about the other side of the ball? We see Adam Schefter, reporting that the Steelers are on the lookout for not just a receiver, realizing that they signed one today, Valdez-Scantling, but also another playmaker at maybe another position. What do you make of that report?
I mean, I don't know. It can't be a tight end, can it? So
I hope
you have
not.
three tight ends. So it would have to be a running back. In which case, I mean, there probably are going to be a few running backs that could be available. It wouldn't be a star. Would it be a bigger back, to kind of complement what Warren and Gainwell are doing? I think Warren and Gainwell are a fine duo. I think that they are good. But if it's a guy that I think can bring some, natural explosiveness, like was what Caleb Johnson was supposed to be, right? He was supposed to be the explosive wide zone runner. If they can find someone in that mold, sure. But I mean, I think if they're going to make a trade offensively, I'd still be stunned if it wasn't wide receiver. MVS, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, is just, signing to the practice squad, 1. So that says enough of that.
Yeah.
2, we're talking about a guy that has been horribly inconsistent over his career. He's a big player, nothing machine. He's a depth piece. The emergence of Roman Wilson also, to me, lessens that need. But if they're going to make a big trade, it should be a wide receiver. It should be for Jacoby Myers. It should be for someone like Rashid Shaheed or Chris Olave. But really, Myers, we talked about this last week, is the type of player they need on this offense. So, to me, that's where you go. Running back, what's the point, honestly, to some degree? I'm not sure I would invest in a running back. And Lord forbid they trade for another tight end.
No, I was just going to ask you about that. First, you can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL games all season long, kicking off with the juicy Week 9 matchup between the Indianapolis Colts and the Pittsburgh Steelers. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. This whole Caleb Johnson thing, yes, he was going to fit perfectly into Arthur Smith's zone scheme, but a funny thing happened on the way to executing that zone scheme. They switched back to more man-to-man blocking. So where does that leave Caleb Johnson? Well, that and everything else. Is this guy going to turn out to be a bust?
It's kind of looking that way right now. He's had 0 snaps the last 2 weeks. So do with that what you will. They were starting to get him some carries and starting to let him kind of fill in the gaps against the Vikings and the Browns. And then all of a sudden, boom, he gets his role completely yanked. He's not on kickoffs anymore for obvious reasons. There's a lot here that doesn't fit what he does, right? The man-to-man, the gap stuff, that's Gainwell and Warren more than him. And they're still running a ton of wide zone stuff, but he just doesn't look as polished as those other two. He makes the wrong reads, I think, a lot. The game is just moving so fast in his head. Like, you can just see it. Every time he goes out there, he looks like it's a different world. It doesn't look like he's comfortable at all. He doesn't run with physicality behind his pads. He doesn't make the right cuts a ton. And so I think he's starting to get it in practice, but it's got to translate onto the field. And right now he's not getting opportunities because the Steelers are playing in a lot of close games, and you're not taking Warren or Gainwell off the field given how they've played this year. And so, it's trending that way with Caleb Johnson. I think you can be fair because he's a young player to give him one more year, and maybe he can turn it on year 2. I wouldn't be stunned if that happened. He's a young player. I think he's 20 right now. So he was a true junior coming out of Iowa. So he's not, there's a lot of youth there. There's a lot of growth. There's a lot of seasoning needed in his game. But certainly right now, he is not nearly as ready as they thought he was. They thought they were going to get big contributions from him, and they've gotten, Joe, they've got nothing, to be quite honest with you, out of it.
Except a memorable kick return. Limits?
The secondary could definitely be helped out, Nick, by the pass rush being able to benefit and get to the quarterback. How much blame and responsibility should there be on T.J. Watt and Cam Hayward?
There should be some, but I also understand why they're not getting home in some respects, because the ball's coming out so fast. Love got rid of the ball in under 2.5 seconds on 27 of his 38 attempts. That's a lot of them. So you kind of need to marry the rush and the coverage together. I think the Steelers do it worse than anybody in the league. They don't marry the front with the coverage. You leave open voids way too often. Their blitzes are very predictable. This is where scheme, I think, comes up to a degree. And also you see guys making really bad plays and their eyes in zones and vacating zones in the second level on the back 7. So there's part of that. I do think Watt hasn't looked the same. I think if you look at it, the first step, kind of Next Gen Stats tracks players' first steps. In 2023, his first step was off the ball in 0.75 seconds. It's now 0.94 2 years later. That's significant. That's 0.2 tenths of a second. And in the NFL, that can be the difference between a sack and just the pressure. And so that is significant. But I do think the front, to some degree, has been neutralized by the lack of coverage ability on the back end. They did stop the run for the most part in this game. And it still didn't matter because what happened behind them really left voids open. They were able to quick game them. And when the Steelers did get the opportunities to get after Jordan Love, I think that's where they fell short on some of those third downs. On the big throw to Watson, for example, Watt crashes inside. You cannot let Love get outside the pocket and even attempt that play. If you keep him inside the pocket, he either throws it away or you sack him. So there are some things that they can work on, but I'm not nearly as concerned about the pass rush as I am about that secondary and the linebackers.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Nick Faribaugh of Penn Live is on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. He has to get over to the Tomlin news conference. So we'll end with a little game. You ready, Limits and Nick?
Let's do it.
I've got the top 15 trade deadline targets, just regardless of which team they might wind up on, just the top 15 guys. You tell me if it's realistic for the Steelers, and if not, what would be a good team for this guy? Let's go with number 1 first, and that is Max, don't call me Sidney Crosby. Obviously, I'll say not realistic for the Steelers, but man, would he look good on the Buffalo Bills or the Cincinnati Bengals? Nick?
You sure would. Yeah, I don't think that's realistic at all, but the Cowboys could also use a premier edge rusher, couldn't they? So one of those two teams between the Bengals and the Cowboys, the Bills make a lot of sense there too.
I'd like to see him on the Lions.
Oh, my God. Please, no. Jeffrey Simmons, number 2, defensive tackle Titans. And like Crosby, they're saying they're not going to trade him. Who cares what they say? Anybody can get traded if the price is right. Nick, Jeffrey Simmons.
Yeah, not realistic, but I'll tell you what, I'd love to see him on the Green Bay Packers. Give Micah Parsons in that front another weapon and really throw that there. The Bills, again, with Ed Oliver down with a biceps injury, I think also makes sense.
Yeah, Nick took the words right out of my mouth. With Oliver hurt, he'd be perfect with the Bills.
Man, I'll say Trey Hendrickson, number 3 on the list. How about him? I mean, realistically, anybody could use these guys. You know what I mean? You said Dallas. What about the Rams? What about, any number of contenders? What about Denver? Anybody could use these guys. But what about Trey Hendrickson? Do you think he does get traded?
I don't. I think they're going to hold on to him. He's also hurt right now with that hip injury. We'll see where that's going. I also think a team that could maybe pop in here is the Niners. They've been so hurt, and Bosa's done for the year.
Yeah.
So they could use a premier pass rusher. So Trey Hendrickson to me makes a lot of sense there. If you're going to try and separate that, the Seattle Seahawks, I also think could be a team that maybe makes a big investment defensively. It feels like that's kind of what they're missing right now with their offense really humming.
Jalen Waddle, wide receiver, Dolphins.
That'd be my top target if I were the Steelers. I don't think it's realistic, though. I don't think he gets traded. You have to get rid of your first-round pick, given what the quarterback situation is. They want that probably still. But if he did get moved, I mean, there's a few teams I think that make sense there. We talk about the Bills. I think the Bills kind of need a top weapon. I think the Packers could use a top flight weapon.
Yes, they could.
There's a few teams there that could make a lot of sense for Jalen Waddle. I think he's an absolute stud.
Chargers, anybody could use him.
Right.
Any of these teams. I mean, Kayvon Thibodeau for the Giants, number 5.
See, that one I think could make sense to be traded because they have Abdul Carter now with Brian Burns. Steelers obviously not in that one, but any of the teams we just named for Crosby and Hendrickson, Kayvon Thibodeau is a high upside option for any of those groups.
Chris Olave, wide receiver, Saints.
I think he stays put. I think the Steelers would be in on it if he was available. I think that'd be a good trade target for them to not only have for this year, but to extend.
Yes.
I think that's actually what ends up happening. I think he gets extended in New Orleans. But what I do think, when you think of the Bills, you think of the Steelers, I think the Chiefs could maybe utilize him as well. There's more than enough teams there for a Chris Olave market, but I don't see him getting moved.
Jacoby Myers, Raiders, wide receiver. And while you're at it, Breece Hall, running back, Jets.
Yeah, see, Myers is a guy I think gets moved. I think that the Raiders are posturing and trying to get someone to kind of cave there, and we'll see who it is. I think the Steelers are definitely in on that. I think the Bills are in there. I think the Broncos. I think the Falcons. I think there's a few different teams that are in on Jacoby Myers. It's not a guy, a guy that's going to just get. They're going to get rid of him for a sixth. It's going to be a fifth or a fourth or something like that. The Steelers are going to be in on that. Breece Hall, I think probably ends up getting moved. I don't think it's to the Steelers though. I could see him, going to a place with a wide zone scheme that kind of needs that juice. Maybe could he complement Kyron Williams in L.A.? Could he go up, to Seattle, Minnesota? Maybe could be a really interesting option there. I know they're struggling, but
there's two left. There's two left in 30 seconds. Alontae Taylor, maybe the best corner on the market from the Saints, and Rashid Shaheed, wide receiver, Saints.
Both those are realistic. I think Taylor would be a good fit in Pittsburgh, but if not, I think I talked about Packers. That's another one, and Shaheed I actually really really like, and so. He's realistic in a bunch of different places, but the Steelers should be in on him too.
Great stuff, Nick. We appreciate it. I know you're off to the news conference. Ask good questions and take care.
Thanks for having me on, as always.
Wonderful man, Limits, and very polite, I might add.
Incredible, man. We've had a lot of fun times together, Nick and I.
That was good, going over each of these trade candidates. Alontae Taylor is a guy who stands out to me. Get somebody who can cover people. I mean,
wouldn't that be nice? Somebody that covers the opposing wide receivers.
Simplistic, but that it used to be at the NFL trade deadline. Oh my God, that guy can't possibly fit in our system. No, if your scheme is simple enough, you have that guy. Go cover him. Don't worry about anything else. I'd love to see him here. All right, coming up next, let's take a look at some of the other things happening, namely the good Pittsburgh sports stories. The Penguins and Pitt football. Does Pitt football have a shot at the playoff? If you would have told me that a month ago, I would have said you're out of your mind. But it's actually possible. Let's take a closer look at that as we ramp up for Mike Tomlin's news conference. Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcast. First, Limits. Let's do some FanDuel. NBA is hot right now, and Victor Wembanyama is ridiculous right now. Austin Reeves is on a bender for the Lakers. I think he has 91 points in the last two games, something like that. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is your place for live betting. So even if you miss the start of the game or want to ride the hot hand, FanDuel has live bets on everything from who will score next to fourth quarter comebacks. Plus, you can combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now's the perfect time to join because FanDuel is giving new customers $300 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to sign up today. Play your game with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
It took 18 innings, but the Dodgers won Game 3 against Toronto in a back-and-forth affair. That was a thrilling World Series game that ultimately ended in a 6-5 final score with Game 4 tonight at 8. More headlines. 93.7thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. As the days get shorter and the air gets crisper, football is back across the area. And we want to encourage the young players out there with our youth football showcase. All season long, we're taking our hosts on the road to fields across the area. And we want to be part of your team. Go to 93.7thefan.com and sign up your league and let us come out and show our appreciation for all the youth players and coaches. Brought to you by Steel City Shredding, Hellman Electric, Keystone Custom Apparel, Living Treasures, and Saloni's Italian Bread. From Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The New York Giants are 2-6, and Brian Daboll's job is hanging by a thread after a 38-20 loss to the Eagles and another devastating injury, this time to Cam Scatterbo. He needs a near miracle turnaround to save the season. Rookie quarterback Jackson Dart brings energy and fight, but with key weapons out and a tough schedule ahead, the pressure on Daboll has never been higher. I'm Maggie Gray.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-583-5795.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Aviation technicians are considered some of the most skilled and technically capable mechanics in their field. They ensure our most precious cargo, from family to goods, arrives safely every day. Whether you're thinking about a skilled trade or a 4-year education, if you enjoy combining problem solving with hands-on training, then explore an in-demand career in the aviation industry. Visit PIA's Pittsburgh Campus Open House on Saturday, November 8th at 11 a.m. Take pride in your career. RSVP at PIA.edu.
Yo, Adam, around here you gotta watch for porch pirates.
Not with Guardian Protection. Buy one camera, get the second free, front porch and back deck cover.
That's double protection for your food deliveries and your holiday packages.
Don't wait. This BOGO deal's here for a limited time.
Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to claim your buy one, get one free cameras.
That's 1-800-PROTECT. Terms and conditions apply. Guardian Protection, keeping you in safe.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosis and colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-623-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $399 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires November 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Free case review, 0 fees unless we win.
LGKG, Luxembourg Garbage
Kelly and George.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning, and you too can be so much more.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance.
Financial services.
Insurance.
Financial services.
Now when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide.
Is both.
Nationwide.
Is both.
For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply. Tailgating without Pepsi this football season? That'd be like playing football without pads. You could do it, but I wouldn't. Or like watching the Steelers without a "Here we go" chant.
Here we go!
It's just not the same. Your tailgate's kielbasa is good, but kielbasa paired with a crisp, refreshing Pepsi Zero Sugar? That's a game changer. Steelers Nation, stock up on Pepsi Zero Sugar at Giant Eagle today, because tailgating deserves Pepsi.
Let's go!
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Out here in the middle of these acres, it can feel like you're the only person on Earth. That's how it feels when you're struggling with your mental health. But you don't have to feel alone. Find more information at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Mostly sunny this afternoon, the high 57.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Joe, what a great lunch we just had. Did you get a sandwich? No? No?
Sorry about that. My mic wasn't on. Yeah, that place is unbelievable.
Tim's Corner Market. Very good.
I had the macaroni salad, some nice chips, little bacon BLT, it seemed like, with a little turkey mixed in there.
Wait, you did have the BLT?
Yes, I did.
I didn't see the bacon out there.
That's because I had the last one before you got to it.
Oh, man.
Great place. Meanwhile, there's a lot of other things happening in sports other than the Steelers' defense. One of those things, it's always somebody here. It's always somebody. And now it's Joe Shad from the Palm Beach Post. MLB should consider going to a ghost runner on second, starting with the 13th inning in postseason games. Just randomly starting with the 13th inning? I thought that he was joking, but then he says, I don't think a World Series game ending at 2:51 a.m. Eastern is good for anyone, players or fans. So ending at 1:51 Eastern would be... Come on! Limits, it was a legendary game. The Penguins and the Flyers once went 5 overtimes. The whole point is that doesn't happen very often. That was a legendary sporting event. Penguins Capitals a long time ago, multiple overtimes. Penguins Red Wings in the Stanley Cup Finals on the Sikora goal. This is part of what makes sports great. No, we don't need a ghost runner in the 13th inning. Please leave with that take.
Yeah, hey, buddy. Get over it. You don't want to watch the game anymore? Turn it off. Go to bed.
Go to bed, old
it's the
man.
World Series.
Yes.
No gimmicks or any of this other crap that they try to do to
Who cares
speed up
about the
game.
players? I don't think the game is ending at 2:51 is good for anyone. Players or fans, says Joe Shad. Come on. Part of the challenge now is they all had to stay up till probably 5 in the morning, and they have a game tonight. It's become totally intriguing and unique This is what you want in sports.
Yes.
I mean, yes, it would be a problem if every World Series game ended at 2:30 in the morning. I agree with that. But once every 50 years or once every 100 years, I think we can deal with it.
Get your fellow Joe in order here, Joe. Come on.
Yeah, this is just really embarrassing the rest of us Joes out here, us regular Joes. In the meantime, the Pirates have hired a new pitching coach. Did you see this story, O Limitless Wonder?
I did, formerly of the Houston Astros.
Yeah, and Jason Mackey wrote about it today. And it's Bill Murphy, good old Billy Murphy of the Astros. And while, there's some things to like about his resume and the organization he came from. I mean, Mackey points out that in 2022, for example, Houston was flat out dominant. Well, yes, they were. They also had a $25 million pitcher in Justin Verlander. I don't know what was wrong with the pitching around here where Oscar Marin had to go. The one thing they did good was pitch, and they fired that guy. So I don't know what they're doing, but there are things to like about his resume, I guess, and the fact he was in that organization is great. Now let's see if the Pirates can well, they seem to have some pitching talent, right? Let's see if they can come up with the kind of depth of talent that Houston has had. I tend to think it's more about talent than the pitching coach myself. You?
Based on some of the things that I read last night coming from the Houston area, they seemingly are upset about this loss, and that Murphy was also getting a lot of interest from
why did he
other
come
teams.
here? Why did he come here?
Chance to work with Paul Skeens. Chance to work with Bubba Chandler. I mean, it is the Pirates. Yeah, you could say that is an attractor, but don't you think it's enticing to work with one of the greatest pitchers of all time?
Yeah, you're right about that, Limits, and I cede the point to you.
Thank you.
Next. The Penguins. What a story they are. They've got the second most points in the Eastern Conference. I keep thinking that they're getting outplayed as I'm watching games like last night, for example. I think they had 31 giveaways, something like that, and yet they find it somewhere, I think largely through it's been really good goaltending. It's been a resurgence big time of Gino, and last night it was Sid. That was a night to savor. When it's Sid and Gino doing the damage. Isn't it, Limits? I mean, that was just flat out fun. And then Sid, you look at he got a 1,700th point. You look at the most points with a single franchise in NHL history. You ready for this one?
Please.
He passed Gretzky a while ago on that. He's 22 short of tying Mario. He's 54 short of tying Steve Yzerman. And he's only 108 short of Gordie Howe. Sidney Crosby, if he stays here, is going to finish his career with the most points with a single franchise in the history of the league. How did I not know that? When they flashed that graphic, even though I know Gretzky played for the Kings and Rangers, I still would have said him with Edmonton.
And the St. Louis Blues.
And the Blues. I didn't know that Sid was here on this. I frankly admit that. Man, was that fun. His goal late in the game where he cracked in his own rebound on a great pass, a great lead pass from Brian Rust. That was fun to watch. Gino's been fun to watch this whole season. I don't know. Mulsey asked me when will I, on my mailbag, Mulsey weighed in. Did you know that?
No, I did not see Mulsey in the mailbag.
Very exciting to have a celebrity in the mailbag. And he asked, when will they convince you that something real is happening here? And I said around Thanksgiving. I'm not convinced, but I don't care much if I'm convinced or not. Who cares if I am or not? They're fun to watch right now. And I'm tuning in tonight, I can tell you that much, for Penguins Flyers. And I believe they're calling this, the Frozen Frenzy? All 32 teams in action. It's the sixth 16-game day in league history. But tonight, all the starts, or most of them, are staggered. We're going to get things going all night long here. Starts at 6:30 with Vegas, Carolina. It's a pretty hot matchup. 9 p.m., you have Jersey at Colorado. So is that. And mixed in there, you have Penguins Flyers. Limits. Your thoughts?
This is good for the NHL because we know that they have a marketing problem. They have a putting out their product for exposure problem. So I'm glad that the NHL is making creative ideas like this to try to showcase the game. But on that Crosby goal, I thought it was kind of hilarious. It kind of felt like like Kobe or LeBron throwing it off the backboard to himself when he threw it off the pad and then immediately got his own rebound and threw it into an empty net for like throwing it off the backboard to yourself for a dunk. It was great.
And the crowd went nuts. It was fun. It was a fun game to watch. They're fun to watch. They're winning. Can you imagine what a blight it will be on the Pirates if the Penguins make it back to the playoffs before they do?
Sad.
Very sad. Now, I got a couple questions in the mailbag this week about Pitt football. Can they make the playoff? And the answer is yes, they can. I wouldn't be betting on it necessarily. But we're down to the wire here. And if you would have told me, a month ago, that Pitt would be playing really big football games this season, I would have said, you're crazy. But here they are. They're at Stanford. And if they win, and wouldn't it be very Pitt-like to lose, but if they win, they're 7-2 overall and 5-1 in the conference limits. Then they play Notre Dame, and that would be the definition of a pretty big game. I didn't think Pitt was going to play in any this year. And I know Notre Dame's not in the conference, but it's the number 12 ranked team in the country. And if you beat them, you can end maybe their college football playoff hopes. I think that would be the end of Notre Dame.
Three losses.
That's a damn big game.
Huge game.
And if Pitt wins that game, then all of a sudden the ACC's on the table. You're at number 8 Georgia Tech, followed by number 10 Miami. Again, I'm not predicting that they would win those games, but to get to the second last game against Georgia Tech, even if you lose to Notre Dame in a good game, you're harboring realistic playoff goals at that point. You are. If you win the ACC, you're in. Am I right about that?
Yes.
Now, there's a lot of teams fighting for those spots and a lot of complications there. But the point is that Pitt has a chance to play in some really big games, and it's not out of the realm of possibility that they could put themselves in position for the playoff because they have a stud quarterback.
And at the start of the year, I even said I thought they were going to win the Miami game. Now the Canes, I think, have showed that they are frauds. Carson Beck had a couple of good moments. Yeah, I think Miami is frauds. I don't think they're that great.
Limits called Miami frauds.
I did, yes. I think Miami is fraudulent.
Wait a second. They've only lost one game.
Haven't they lost 2?
They did?
Or is it just 1?
It's showing me they only lost to Louisville.
Regardless, I don't think they're very good. I don't think they're going to win the ACC. I don't think they're that good.
Limits, you're already going the fraud route. They've beaten Notre Dame, South Florida, Florida State.
They almost lost to Florida State, who's pretty bad. We are starting to see that. They escaped against Notre Dame at the beginning of the year.
But
that was
look
a very
at the
impressive
schedule.
game.
SMU, Syracuse, NC State, Virginia Tech. They're going to go into the Pitt game at 10-1. I think.
Yeah, there's no Georgia Tech on this schedule. There's no Virginia on this schedule.
How good is Georgia Tech? Can Pitt beat them? You tell me, Limits.
I think they can. King, their quarterback, has had a really good year. Nobody expected Georgia Tech to be all that good this year. Nobody, at least expected this, right around a top 10 team in the country. I think it's doable.
Who
for
have
Pitt.
they beaten?
Georgia Tech?
Yeah, Georgia Tech. That's who we're talking about.
Please allow me 5 seconds.
I'll tell you who they've beaten, Limits.
Here we go.
Wrong.
Temple.
Nobody.
Clemson. They did beat Clemson.
Clemson stinks.
They beat Colorado.
Colorado stinks.
Yeah, they're terrible. They beat Duke.
Duke stinks.
On the road. That's a decent win. They'll play Georgia at the end of the year. That's when we'll really find out.
Georgia stinks. No, that's when we'll find out about. No, we'll find out about them against Pitt. All I'm saying is Pitt has a chance here, which is unbelievable going into the final 3 games. Now let's see if they can beat Stanford. That wouldn't it just be just like them to lose that one and then come back and upset Notre Dame? Guess how much money you can get into the Pitt Stanford game for?
Wrong. $10.
$8.
$8. Man.
By
That's
the time,
value right
by the
there.
time Saturday rolls around, they may pay you to go to the game. Limits.
So it's one of those, I left 2 tickets on my windshield, and when I came back, there were 4.
Should I? That's a good line. I never heard that. Should we make a last-second trip to California and go to that game? And I'll play golf on Saturday?
Yes.
Let's look into that.
Would you like to find somebody to announce my Saturday game for me?
Yeah, get Donnie. I don't care. Call in sick.
Okay.
All right. Let's get to Mike Tomlin. Coming up next, Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Where do you fly to if you're going up to Stanford?
That's a good question. I don't know.
I think it's a great question, actually.
LAX and then just drive?
I don't know. I'm going to check that out, too. I'm in the mood to take a vacation. I would play golf, actually, Saturday and Sunday mornings, and then we would fly home, okay?
Okay.
Maybe Bob can get me into Pebble Beach. Is that near Stanford?
Joe, we have to go. Mike Tomlin will not wait for us.
I don't care about that either. I want to plan my vacation. Sunny today and a high of Ray Mansfield, 56, a low of Jerome Bettis, 36. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group. Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. My feet hurt. Well, at least they used to hurt. And then along came the Good Feet Foot Arch Support System. Along came the Good Feet store. It worked for me. It can work for you. You don't need to go out and get new shoes or anything like that. The arch support system fits whatever you got. Incredibly comfortable. Different flexibilities, extra firm to soft, to promote maximum performance and versatility for every foot and every lifestyle. You got dance shoes, dress shoes, golf shoes, basketball shoes, work shoes, whatever you got, they fit into. And again, it works for me. The pain lessened. I could do what I wanted to do. You might be plantar fasciitis for you. Might be pain and burning in the balls of your feet, needles in your heel, whatever. Goodfeet.com is the place to go. You can visit one of the stores, Robinson Town Center across from IKEA, Cranberry Township, Route 19 North next to Walgreens, and Morgantown at the Suncrest Town Center. Come on in, try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Mike Tomlin will speak to the media in just under 10 minutes here, right here on The Fan. More headlines, 937thefan.com, and our headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the A-Rod Report. A-Rod came up short in the battle of the aging QBs, but not without a great effort. Still showing nice footwork, A-Rod threw for 249 yards and 4 touchdowns, but 2 first-half interceptions proved costly. Rodgers did find 88 in this game after being MIA for most of the year, including a touchdown with 2 minutes remaining. A near 70-yard Hail Mary pass by A-Rod was close, but it was swatted down at the end of the game. The A-Rod Report, brought to you by Steel City Shredding, Pittsburgh's locally owned and operated document management solution. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Chris Muller here for Universal Windows Direct. The kids are back in school, fall is almost here, and that means it's time to refocus on the house. And if your windows need an upgrade, Universal Windows Direct and their exclusive Super Spacer technology can help. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no limit. Plus, get 0% financing for 3 years. Schedule now and take $500 off your entire home improvement project. Don't wait. Call 412-545-6003 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. If your garage floor looks lousy with stains, cracks, or bad epoxy job, right now you can get 50% off labor on a new Comer & Cross garage floor. Call them now because 50% off labor ends soon. Here's their number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A new Comer & Cross garage floor will be your favorite home improvement. It's going to feel like pulling into a new car showroom every night. Guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And Comer & Cross makes it so easy. All their employees are well-trained pros. They don't use subcontractors ever. They're in and out in one day. They'll fix your cracks and pits perfectly. They even take your stuff out for you. For 50% off labor and your new Comer & Cross garage floor installed by the holiday, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or go to COMERcross.com. Comer & Cross Garage Floor Coatings.
Leaves and interest rates are falling here at the gorgeous new Crown Mitsubishi in Washington. It's 0% on all this fall. All Mitsu models now have 0% financing for 60 months. That's incredible. 7-passenger Outlanders take up to $8,000 off. 43 mile per gallon Mirage now for $3,500 off. Plus that great warranty and 2 years of prepaid maintenance. Winning team, customer driven, world-class facility. The bow tie means a better buy. CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See the local details on all offers.
Other sportsbooks just don't hit right. But FanCash makes switching to Fanatics easy. Only Fanatics gives you up to 10% FanCash back on all bets, win or lose, which you can use to unlock the world of Fanatics. From more bets and game tickets to signed memorabilia and one-of-a-kind experiences only Fanatics can offer. Switch to Fanatics Sportsbook and let the fan cash roll in. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. MD, visit mdgamblinghelp.org. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app.
At Odyssey, we believe in creating a diverse and inclusive workforce. We also value the power of community and encourage local organizations to help us in referring qualified applicants to our stations. If you're a community organization interested in receiving our vacancy information, simply email equalemployment@odyssey.com. You'll be notified of all our open positions. That's equalemployment@odyssey.com. And for all our listeners, please visit odysseyinc.com/careers for a list of job openings at all Odyssey radio stations.
The Tomlin Presser, brought to you by Verizon, official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
At Giant Eagle, we're working hard to bring more ways to save to every aisle. Because every dollar and every moment counts. At Giant Eagle, we're going for better, so you can bring home the best. Because it matters.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here for Blue Chew. Blue Chew isn't just a tablet. It's a cheat code for your area downstairs. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best. Stronger, harder, longer lasting. Like somebody gave your privates a pep talk and a gym membership. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. Date nights, they just got longer and better for everyone. And with Blue Chew, you can be ready when she is. And guys, it's not just about performance. It's about maybe giving her group chat something to talk about. Because nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, that's promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Moments away from Mike Tomlin speaking to the media before Steelers and Colts. Right here live. More headlines, 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Tomlin Presser is brought to you by Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, and scenic views.
Black and gold fans at Schlage Company, we're intercepting all the high prices. Schlage.company.com.
It's time for the Tomlin Rewind. Recap of the Coach's Presser is brought to you by Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Slideck and Fence, Alicia Community Federal Credit Union, Smale Lincoln Greensburg, and Twin Peaks Sports Bar. The Tomlin Rewind is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Our friend and yours, Bob Pompiani, about to introduce the Steelers coach. Meanwhile, news out of Baltimore, Lamar Jackson. He's in for Thursday. Expected to start after that right hamstring injury. Went through a walkthrough Monday and looked great, according to John Harbaugh. So, the goal for that team is just to stay within 2 games of the Steelers and hope to sweep the Steelers, regardless of what their records are. It doesn't matter. That's the goal for Baltimore. In the meantime, The goal for the Steelers is to stop somebody when it matters. And all they have to do this week is control the number one offense in the NFL. Weapons everywhere, starting with good old Danny Dimes, but really Jonathan Taylor, who's an MVP candidate. I think he's the best running back in football. You?
I agree, and Tyler Warren might end up being Offensive Rookie of the Year, but Taylor, 3 touchdowns last week. Their offensive line is very strong. I'm a little concerned about the Steelers in the trenches in this one.
Part of me says just because every single trend and every single person out there is saying this is going to be bad news for the Steelers, it's the NFL to go the opposite way, but I can't this week. I just can't.
Yeah,
Mike Tomlin doesn't have to work this week to make the opponent sound good because they have the best record in the AFC, and it is going to be a monumental challenge, starting with Taylor. And Mike's going to talk about injuries. He's going to be asked about defensive adjustments. He may be asked about Slay's reduced playing time from the Packer game. There's a lot on the docket for the Steeler coach, Valdez-Scantling, joining the team, at least the practice squad.
Yeah.
And any second now, Bob Pompiani is going to hand that baton to Mike Tomlin.
He's wearing a great, I think it's orange. It's like an orange-red type of shirt.
Mike or
Very
Bob?
nice. Bob. He has a vest as well.
Of course he does. He looks great every day. One of the things I think Tomlin will also be asked about is the tight end situation with having 93 tight ends on his team and Jonnu Smith. Jonnu Smith just not getting the same action he got with Miami. He's on pace for 30 less catches and 500 fewer yards. And that hasn't come up in a news conference yet, and I wouldn't be surprised if it did today, Limits.
No, I wouldn't be surprised either. I mean, it was a little bit of a different story in Miami because there were a lot of injuries and Tua was banged up and they threw a lot of passes short. But I agree, Jonnu Smith was brought here and given a contract for a purpose, and they haven't utilized him enough yet.
All right. What's Bob doing anyway? He must be buying time like I am at this point, huh?
He is.
Any second now?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1?
3, 2, 1. Here is Mike.
Good afternoon. As always, I'll start with a quick review of our last performance. As I said after the game, just really disappointing on a lot of fronts. But probably the most important component of it is we didn't put 60 minutes of football together. Felt like we were doing the things that we needed to do over the course of the first 30 minutes of action, although it wasn't perfect by any stretch. You're always a little bit concerned when you're settling for field goals when you're playing good people. It seems like touchdowns is how it gets done in our business at this level. And so it was a little bit less than comfortable at halftime settling for 3 field goals. I think those drives were stopped by penalties and negative plays on 1st and 10. Put us in some second and long circumstances. We didn't perform very well in second and long, not only in the first half of the game, but in the totality of the game. It produced a lot of third and longs in the game. That's low percentage conversion rates for us. That's low percentage conversion rates for everyone, to be quite honest with you. We were in more third and longs in that game than we're comfortable with, and I think we suffered the consequences of that, particularly as the game wore on. On the other side of the ball, I thought a couple of third down conversions in the third quarter were significant, not only in terms of keeping us on the field and producing touchdown scoring drives, but I thought it just changed the texture of the day. They got 60 yards on one third down conversion. They got 35 on another. That's 100 yards on 2 plays. Field flipping plays, touchdown drive producing plays, and I just didn't think we did a nice job recovering from those. First and foremost, you don't want those plays to happen, but after they happen, I didn't think we did a good enough job recovering from that and finding our footing as a collective football group, offense, defense, and special teams, in an effort to make the necessary plays over the course of the last 15 minutes to win the game. Regarding those plays, we certainly need to be better in third down than we've been, but it doesn't necessarily mean dramatic changes in terms of schematics and things of that nature. If you look at those 2 plays, on the 60-yard play, the quarterback was hit as he let it go. And so it's details that are usually the difference when when it's a millisecond. And on the other play, the roughly 35-yard play, he got outside the pocket on us and extended, and we certainly got to do a better job of keeping him constricted in the pocket, man, and getting two guys at the catch point down the grass. And that's one thing that we didn't do in either circumstance. We play a lot of man-free concepts. It usually gives us an opportunity to get two guys at the ball down the grass. We didn't in those instances, and it produced field flipping, drive producing, touchdown drive producing plays that really kind of changed the texture of the ball game. But for us, you know, we view all three phases as an opportunity to win. We didn't make the necessary plays in the three phases to secure victory. There's some personality things that were concerning as the game wore on. The turnover component of the game is something that we value here, obviously, and is one of the building blocks for engineering victory for us. We turned the ball over in the second half. We didn't get any turnovers. I think that's the second game in a row that we didn't get any turnovers, and that hadn't been us. And we certainly need to get back to that component of our winning formula, protecting and preserving the football while taking it away from our opponents. That certainly is going to be significant this week when we lean in and play the Colts, man. Their group that does that very well. From a health standpoint, before I get directly to Indy, I'll update you on a couple of guys. Scotty Miller, we talked about last week, man. He had a broken finger. It has been repaired. How functional he is will determine his ability to contribute or the level or the quality of that contribution. Daniel Akewale has got an ACL injury that will definitively have him out. Deshaun Elliott can be declared out this week also with his hyperextended knee. Isaac Seumalo can be characterized as questionable with his pec injury. Just had a brief conversation with him in the training room. He's in a good mindset. He certainly is going to be limited at the early portions of the week, but he'll have a chance to contribute, particularly because he's a veteran player. He has some global snaps in his bank that could be an asset to him in terms of being ready to play on a limited number of snaps that maybe a younger player would not have. We got some other bumps and bruises, man, associated with play that may limit some people at the early portions of the week. And then we'll harden that up as we get closer to game time, but not expecting any of those guys to lack availability at the end of the week. Now on to Indy. Man, they're a really good football team, but they need no endorsement from me. Been watching the video over the last 48 hours or so. It is telling, to be quite honest with you. Starting first and foremost with their offense. They're high scoring. They don't punt very often. And the way that they're getting that done is pretty black and white. They got a rock-solid offensive line that's been together, led by Nelson largely for a number of years. They do a really good job of controlling the line of scrimmage and getting hats on hats. They're a good zone scheme group. They're a good gap scheme or pull scheme group. And obviously Nelson is a major component of that. Behind that collective, man, they got Jonathan Taylor, who is really on top of his game right now. But he has been for a number of years. I think in 22 and 23 he dealt with some injuries, but 24 through 25, you see his talents. He's significant. He's got great stop-start ability. He's got great short area burst and vision. He's got the long speed to finish plays, as evidenced by the 80-yarder that he had last week, but he's always been explosion play capable. When you play a guy like that, man, it's really an all-day job because of that home run hitting ability. We got to do a really good job of setting the edges and certainly being in the appropriate gaps. They do a nice job of running the ball out of a variety of personnel groups and offensive formation structures that make you cognizant of that regardless of what they have on the field. Because they play so well behind Taylor in their running game, I think they've really done a nice job of preserving and protecting the ball, as I mentioned earlier. I think they got 4 turnovers on the season. Daniel Jones has been spectacular in that space. He's taking care of the ball. He's distributing the ball to a rock-solid group of eligibles now that's been together for a number of years. Pittman and Pierce have been together for a number of years. Pittman is rough and tumble. He's got the in-breaking routes. He's the chain mover, if you will. Pierce has always been a down-field threat, a guy that to get one-on-one down the grass with is a problem. And certainly coming off last week's performance, man, where we're in some one-on-one circumstances that were field-flipping plays, that certainly has our attention as we prepare today. But it's not just those two guys. They got Downs that plays in the slot as a capable interior slot receiver. They got A.D. Mitchell, man, a second-round pick from a couple of years ago, who is really talented. And certainly they got their first-round pick, the young tight end out of Penn State, man, is that hadn't warmed up to it at all. Man, he's plug and play, not only in terms of his playing ability, but their utilization of him. They use him in a variety of schemes. They get the ball in his hands early and often. Some of the things that you saw on video at Penn State, man, you see on video in Indianapolis. But that's why you take dynamic players like him that high. He's been an integral component of what they've been able to do offensively. Can't say enough about it. Kudos to Daniel Jones, man, and his ability to redefine his narrative. But I doubt that can be considered an outlier today. It's a lot of pressure being a young quarterback, man, drafted high in the programs, man, that don't have a lot of traction. There have been a lot of examples of guys, when given an opportunity to turn the page and get a new environment, the talents that made them high-round draft picks turn up. And certainly his is turning up in 2025 in this environment. But as I mentioned, man, he's in a stable environment. Shane does an awesome job with the offensive schematics. He's got a stable receiving group, guys that have been together for a number of years. He's got a veteran offensive line and running back who are on top of their game. And so when you put all of those things together, man, it's not surprising that he and they are doing well. On the other side of the ball, we're familiar with these guys from a personnel standpoint because we've played them quite a bit here recently. But it also is some new schematics, new to them, but not necessarily new to us. We've competed against Lou over the years, from his years in Cincinnati as a defensive coordinator. I see some things that are certainly Lou, but he's certainly adaptable in terms of highlighting the talents of the men that he works with. It starts inside and up front with their defense. Buckner and Stewart are Grizzly veteran players, man, who are really good at what they do. They control the line of scrimmage. Stewart's really tough against the run. Buckner obviously is a dynamic pass rusher on the interior. They do some things to create matchups for him on guards, on centers. The schematic variations that you see, particularly in one-dimensional passing moments, really highlights their talents. They got a nice edge group that runs deep. They play a lot of people. They're multiple. It helps them on third down, man. They get in a bunch of structures on third down. You can see nickel 4-2, nickel 5-1, dime 3-2, dime 41. Lou does a nice job of keeping you off balance by mixing up a variety of personnel groups, particularly in one-dimensional passing moments. At the linebacker level, man, got a lot of respect for Franklin. He's their defensive quarterback. I just appreciate a guy who's grown and developed within a system or a location. In playing them over the years, man, at the early stages of his career, he was a core teamer, and then he became like a rundown defender and then a support defender to Shaq Leonard, and then he became the defensive quarterback, and it's just been a nice, fluid progression. He's a volume tackler. He has been for a number of years. He gets to the ball all over the field. He's a very good blitzer. Lou's using him in a very similar way that he used Logan Wilson from his time in Cincinnati. You can see some parallels in terms of preparing for these guys. They use killer understanding of some of the things that they're doing so that we can, counteract that. But they're a great group. They're getting a bunch of turnovers, but they've been up on some people. People have been one-dimensional, and usually bad turns the worst, and they've benefited from that. They've done a nice job of preserving and protecting the ball. I think their point differential on the season is, plus 150, And I think it's indicative of some of those things that we've been discussing. They're a really good group. They're rolling. They got really good momentum. It's an awesome challenge for us. I'm excited about the prep process that leads to performance. And so we got a big week ahead of us, man. But it's always nice to perform in Acrisure, and we're excited about that. I'll pause and open it up for questions.
Mike, Kim said after the game that he didn't think that the team, the players, handle adversity very well. And he said if they start feeling sorry for themselves, it's going to avalanche. And he said it was a clear case of that. Do you agree with that? Do you see that?
I certainly agree with that. As I mentioned, I don't think I like how we responded to the explosion plays, field flipping plays, drive-producing conversion third downs that happened in the third quarter. I didn't think our offense responded very well to the non-call on the first third down of the half. And, you know, you don't always have control over what happens to you in game. Rest assured, some things are going to happen. There's ebb and flow over the course of 60 minutes. But in that instance, as a collective, we feel like we didn't respond in the appropriate or the desired way. We didn't smile in the face of it. We didn't produce the type of plays that counteract those things and get the balance back in our favor. And so we're certainly being critical of ourselves, and we're utilizing that as fuel as we prepare for our next opportunity.
Mike, how do you fix that? Is it is guys looking in the mirror? How do you fix it?
The first component of fixing it is acknowledging it. You really don't get an opportunity to fix it until you face those circumstances again. And so we spent some time acknowledging it. We're going to get back to work. We certainly believe that we work in the right spirit. We do the right things environmentally. We're going to get back to work, man, and wait for our opportunity to rectify it. You can spend a lot of time talking about your ills, but the true fixes come in stadiums. And so that's why sometimes I'm somewhat hesitant to respond to the how do you fix it question. There's certainly procedurally things that you go about doing that fixes it, but the fix happens in stadium, and the rest of it is just talk.
Mike, you've got a pretty mature group, especially on defense. Should they, at this point in their careers, be able to handle adversity better than they did on Sunday?
You know, sure. Our kids should do what we tell them to do, but they often don't. You know, we all fall short of perfection, man. That's why we're always working as individuals and as a collective, whether it's football or life.
Mike, just one clarification injury-wise on Elliott. You said hyperextension. Is that actually a positive thing as opposed to what you thought you saw on Sunday night?
I didn't have any preconceived notions, and so I just have learned over the years to wait on clarity from the medical experts, and so I don't know that I had a perception.
Is week to week a fair standard to describe him?
It is.
Is he a candidate for injured reserve?
We haven't discussed that at all yet, but you can characterize him as out for this week, certainly.
When you look at the way that Indy's offense runs with Tyler Warren and those big tight ends, I mean, what do you miss when you don't have him on the field for that?
He's a significant component of what we do, particularly relative to some of the things that Indy does well. He is a central figure in our secondary in terms of run defense, for example. He covers tight ends oftentimes in passing circumstances, and so certainly we have some adapting to do in terms of how we divide the labor up this week. But that's always the case when you lose someone, particularly someone significant. It's not a one-person job. It's a multi-person job, and that's the spirit in which we're planning as we sit here today. There'll be several people given an opportunity to meet the demands of what he does for us.
Mike, what have you learned about playing against Shane Steichen over the years? Not just him coaching in Indianapolis, but also like you faced him in 2022 when he was OC.
I think the run game balance, the use of quarterback mobility, the run game balance, the use of quarterback mobility, the corresponding play passes and misdirection passes, his ability to run the ball and pass the ball out of various offensive personnel groups and formation structures. His gun running game is really impressive. His quarterback up under passing game is really impressive. He's got a well-balanced and diverse attack, and he's got a specialized division of labor. You see it being played out in some of the guys that we mentioned, Pierce being a down-the-field threat, Pittman being a chain mover, et cetera. But that's usually the case when you're talking about good offenses, man. There's well-defined division of labor. There's versatility. There are multiple personnel groups and so forth. And all of that kind of reflects Shane and his group.
Mike, you said that you don't necessarily want to fundamentally change the scheme in some of these instances, specifically third down, but do you look at taking over sole play calling for defense or making adjustments?
No, that's not on the table as we sit here today. We just got to keep doing what we're doing and do it better.
There were some bold statements made early on before the season started about what type of defense this could be. Obviously, it didn't play out how you envisioned it, but what do you chalk that maybe disconnect up to from the early evaluation to what we're seeing play out?
We make no excuses about how or why we fall short. Our job is to perform and perform at a high level, and we haven't done that. And so I'm excited about getting back to it. 7 games or whatever doesn't make a season. We certainly got more in front of us and more opportunities to write our story, whether it's individuals, whether it's a component of our team, or whether it's our team in general. I think that's our general mindset.
Mike, Cam and a few others talk about not enough fight. Is that the same as handling adversity, or is that a separate issue?
I think it's all being described in a variety of ways. I didn't see or hear his words, and so I'm not going to speculate on what he meant. But Cam and I are usually aligned in terms of how we see things relative to this collective and what we need to do to push forward.
So did you see a lack of fight when you watched the tape?
No, I don't necessarily say a lack of fight in terms of effort. I'm talking about fight in terms of playmaking. You don't get credit for trying hard. We're not in the try-hard business. Our fight is about production and producing, and we certainly didn't produce enough plays over the last 30 minutes of the game, particularly in any of the phases to secure victory.
Like you said for Cincinnati, that you feel failure to stop the run was a component of not getting them into disadvantages down distance. You largely stopped running against Green Bay, but they were still able to get there with short passing. Is that a similar problem that needs to be addressed?
No, I thought the run game wasn't an issue versus Green Bay. Certainly tackling in the passing game was. Tucker was a major component of that. We didn't do a good enough job getting him on the ground in particular. I think he had 100 yards of run after catch himself.
Last 2 weeks, quarterbacks have gotten the balls out really quick against your defense. How do you kind of counteract that and get more production from your pass rush?
I think that's been our life for a number of years. I think anytime you got dynamic rushers, I think that's the first way that you work to minimize them. I think that's everyone's agenda, to be quite honest with you, when they play us, to run the ball in an effort to stay on schedule, to minimize one-dimensional long-yardage circumstances, and to get the ball out quickly. And so from that standpoint, it's nothing new. It requires no quote-unquote adjustments. Certainly, we can coach and play better.
Mike, when you guys install rules on, for the defense to respond to different things as the pre-snap plays out, and you're seeing these mistakes that continue to happen, how do you guys course correct on that when it's like, hey, we've installed this, you know what it is, and it's still being a problem?
I think you're always putting 8 pounds in a 5-pound bag. I just think that's the nature of what we do as coaches. There's never completeness of work. You never can say, oh, we got that. Now, you got it until the next time something comes up. And that's not only defensively, but that's in all 3 phases of the game. You're continually tooling and retooling what it is that you do, making sure that it remains sharp, and when it doesn't, finding the appropriate fixes or alterations in an effort to keep concepts, people, or units going.
Sort of that point then, Mike, what did you determine, what did you discover about where you guys are in the high red zone, kind of to your opening comments about some of the drives that stalled out? Aaron mentioned that as well in his postgame.
Yeah, sometimes it's just about playing clean, You get a penalty and it puts you behind the chains, or you have an ineffective first down play for a variety of reasons, and it puts you in 2nd and long. That's kind of been our issues. Again, I don't know that it requires anything dramatic in terms of an altering of personality relative to plans or scheme. We certainly could put them in a better circumstance to minimize negativity, to minimize some of the penalties that have occurred, and certainly we can put them in better position to perform, and they certainly can perform better. It is certainly a component of the game that is significant for us, something that we value. We've largely been really good as an offensive unit in the red area, but we certainly were not, particularly in the high red Sunday night.
Mike, how do you evaluate the job that Terrell Austin's done to this point?
I've known Terrell a long time. He's very capable. He's very thorough. I've largely been pleased with his work. But certainly he and I are not pleased with where we are right now from a defensive unit perspective, and so we're just going to keep working.
Mike, do you still see communication issues in the secondary, or is it just guys not finishing plays?
In some instances, it's communication, but communication is always strained in the secondary, particularly when you're faced with pre-snap shifts and motions. And so I'm not going to act like that's some earth-shattering statement. As I mentioned when we were talking about tooling and retooling, that's a component of coaching that you'll always be urgent regarding. Pre-snap communication, because week in and week out, the adjustments change, the shifts and motions change based on offensive units, based on the talent within those offensive units, how you choose to deploy your people based on those things. And so there are alterations to communication and adjustments every week, and so there's always urgency there. We certainly can be better there, and we will.
You had Echols in over Slay late in the game. What went into that decision?
We were just playing. We were rolling guys. Echols has been good for us and is deserving to play, and we played him some.
Ranked last in the league in total defense, but we also haven't had a takeaway since the Dublin game. Which is a bigger red flag to you in terms of the way your defense is trending?
You pick. I just think that, they both are significant in terms of playing the type of defense that we desire.
How would you characterize the play of Slay? He only played about 50% of the snaps last game.
He's been solid at times. Certainly, he's left a few plays out there, but I think that's not only reflective of him, but reflective of the collective. You can say the same thing about us as coaches, starting first and foremost with myself.
Mike, it looks like you guys only get 10 guys on the field on that two-point attempt. How does that happen, and who's maybe in charge of making sure you got 11 out there?
Echols was in for Slay. Echols thought that they were going for one. I think he came off the field because he's not on field goal block, and we weren't able to get the transitional component of that. And that happens from time to time when you're rolling a lot of people. You never like it, but the reality is the more people you play, the more complex rotations are, particularly when rotations get abnormal.
When you look at the lack of turnovers, is it more, or teams maybe just being more careful with the ball, or are you guys simply just missing opportunities?
I would imagine teams are working to be careful with the ball. I mean, I know we work to be careful with the ball. Sometimes it's just not taking advantage of opportunities. I know we probably dropped 3 or 4 balls against Cleveland, for example. And there's a price to pay when you miss opportunities. And so it's not only about producing opportunities, but it's about taking advantage of them. And we hadn't done that. There have been some balls on the ground that we weren't able to recover, for example. And so we're just going to keep working, man. We feel really good about our values regarding our turnover culture, the things that we tangibly do, the physical labor that we do week in and week out on a routine basis, not in a reactionary way relative to the fact that we're not getting turnovers right now. No, it's just a component of our everyday business. It has and will continue to be because we value that component of play. We're not getting the fruit of that labor, but we're committed to continuing to work.
Mike, when you guys, in the past 2 games, the quarterbacks have basically averaged getting the ball out before 3 seconds because of their quick reads. What do you guys have to do to take away primary reads more consistently? And and how do you kind of correct what you guys have been doing against that?
There's a lot of answers to that, to be honest with you. None of it earth-shattering or interesting. You change up schematics, you play man, you play bogus zones, all of which we do. We just haven't been doing it well enough to minimize what you discussed, and so we're going to keep working.
Does either the recent play of the secondary or the injury to Elliott make you more likely to pursue a trade for some secondary help?
I think we're always open for business, particularly as we get close to the trade deadline. We're always buyers. We're always trying to position ourselves to be the best that we can be this year. But that not only applies to the secondary that you asked about, I'm sure that applies to all 3 phases of the game.
Mike, you guys saw Jones basically like a year ago. How does he look different on tape than he did when he was in New York?
He's at the sticks of a really good offense. They're running the ball. They're taking care of it. He's got some eligibles that have been together. He just looks really comfortable in a structured system, and it's going really well for him.
Like just one league-wide thing here, as far as about the halfway point, how are you finding the implementation and the communication to the coaches of the expedited review process?
It has been a non-issue.
Mike, there's reports of you guys worked out Valdez-Scantling yesterday, and reports that you're going to sign him. Can you speak to that? And you're going to have.
We're also working out Von Bell and Eddie Jackson today. It's just a normal procedure for us on Monday and Tuesday, like it is for the other 31 teams. We're continually evaluating what's out there and how we could potentially be better. If we sign them, you'll hear about it.
Mike, how has Spencer grown as an extra offensive lineman if he has to fill in for Isaac?
We have no reservations about his ability to perform and perform at a starter level. He's done it in the past. That's why we work to be inclusive regarding his participation. He's done some awesome things at an offensive lineman reporting as eligible. And so I'm excited for him if Isaac is unavailable and he gets an opportunity.
All right.
Great, thanks.
Sort of a very matter-of-fact, tolerant, non-combative or confrontational Mike Tomlin today, sort of resigned to the fact that we all saw what we saw and there isn't much to say, really, at this point. Now, Von Bell in his prime would be interesting. Unfortunately, he's not in his prime anymore, Limits, so that makes him less interesting and why he's trying out for the Steelers on a random Tuesday in late October. Him and Eddie Jackson. Some other interesting things. We're going to bring in Brian Batko here at some point to talk about that. First, for me, was I thought the Deshaun Elliott injury was a season ender. It looked gruesome. And now it's become week to week, so that's good news.
Very.
And I thought Sayamalo, too, it didn't sound good, but he might play. I didn't have that on the docket,
no,
did you?
Not on my bingo card. I thought it was going to be Spencer Anderson right in that position because it sounded like it was bad with Sayamalo. So those could end up being two positives for them. I don't think Elliott's going to play this week.
No, he's already said he's out this week, but the fact he's been characterized as week to week, to me, is a borderline miracle based on what we saw, and really good news and good for him. Mike Tomlin went after the offense first, again, in his news conference. First thing he pointed out was you're always a little bit concerned when you're settling for field goals against good people. That made it a little bit less than comfortable at halftime. I mean, they led 16-7 and they were getting the ball. How uncomfortable could it possibly be, especially when you have an allegedly great defense? Shouldn't be that uncomfortable. Some other interesting things on the Cam comments. Tomlin said he didn't sense a lack of effort. It sure sounded like that's what Cam meant, though, right?
Yes, it definitely sounded that way. I don't know if Cam is trying to call out like the younger guys. I don't think he's speaking on like TJ or Ramsey in that regard. It seems like they have their own fraternity of veterans, but still, Tomlin doesn't seem like it's much of an issue.
That was a long one today. We'll tell you next, and we'll play for you what Mike Tomlin said about his evaluation of Terrell Austin and also Darius Slay. And when the best you can say about a player is, quote, he's been solid at times. That's not good. And that would explain why Darius Slay's snaps were cut in that game, and I would expect more of that. We talked about it going into the game last week. Would Eccles take some of his snaps? Turned out he did, and now the question is, although I don't know that Highsmith ever came up today, would Nick Herbig take some of Highsmith's snaps? And I think that needs to happen. Fan Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Brian Batko of the Post-Gazette helps us break it all down. Coming up next, but first, we've got NBA to talk about. What an early season it's been. People just going nuts. We see 50-point games all over. Man, if you can jump on one of those early, that could turn out well. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is your home for live betting. So even if you missed the start of the game or want to ride the hot hand, FanDuel has live bets on everything from who will score next to fourth quarter comebacks. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now's the perfect time to join. Because FanDuel has given new customers $300 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Scotty Miller has a broken finger, but according to Mike Tomlin, has been repaired, so should be good. Daniel Aquale, though, unfortunately, ACL injury. He is out for the year. Hyperextended knee for Deshaun Elliott. He's considered week to week. Isaac Seumalo, questionable with a pec injury this week. Elliott won't play in the game, but Seumalo will be limited early in the week. There's a chance that he might be able to go against Indianapolis. More headlines. 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
If the Steelers lose tonight, I'll get both of my nipples pierced with no numbing agent.
Wednesday at Mike's Beer Bar. Join us as we present a painful pony party for a good cause. It's 93.7 The Fan's Pony Pierces Cancer. Tickets are only $33. The ticket gets you a commemorative t-shirt and appetizers. The piercings take place at 7:30 with the help of Gilded Violet Piercings. All proceeds will benefit McGee Women's Research Institute and Foundation. Pony Pierces Cancer is brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel, South Hills Kia, and South Chrysler Dodge Jeep. Hampton Beer Outlet and Cheerleaders. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Old Trapper, what's your beef? Browns owner Jimmy Haslam is talking a big game, backing coach Kevin Stefanski and GM Andrew Barry. But after getting blown out by the Patriots in Week 8, the tough breaks are piling up. The defense struggled, the offense didn't show up, and while Haslam insists he's all in on his leaders, his history of hiring and firing coaches makes that confidence feel shaky at best. I'm Maggie Gray.
Your favorite neighborhood spots run unsquare. You know the ones. Maybe it's the popular shop that just opened a new location by you, or the big sports bar that's always packed on game day. These places make the neighborhood, and the money spent there stays in your community. Square powers more than 4 million neighborhood businesses worldwide. To learn more, go to square.com, or just stop by your favorite local business. See you in the neighborhood. Square.
Lowe's knows you want to spend less time shopping and more time on the job site. Bulk savings on trusted brands means big savings and more time on the job. Get up to 25% off select drywall when you buy in bulk. Buy more and save to make sure you're prepared for any job. Lowe's. We help. You save. Selection varies by location.
This year's senior class is back at homecoming, reunited and protected with mNEXSpike, the new COVID-19 vaccine from Moderna for adults 65 and older. That's because these seniors know they face the highest risk of severe COVID. mNEXSpike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA, is a COVID-19 vaccine for people 65 and older and for 12 to 64-year-olds at high risk for severe COVID. You shouldn't get mNEXSpike if you've had an allergic reaction to a previous Moderna COVID-19 vaccine. Rare cases of inflammation of the heart muscle and outer lining have been reported. Common side effects include pain at the injection site, tiredness, headache, muscle or joint pain, chills, nausea, vomiting, and underarm swelling or soreness. mNEXSpike may not protect everyone. This year's senior class came ready with a COVID-19 vaccine that helps them keep showing up. mNEXSpike from Moderna, here for the senior class. Visit mnexspike.com to schedule your vaccine today. That's mnexspike.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Hey Steelers fans, Verizon's kicking off big savings, scoring a touchdown with low prices locked in for 3 years, guaranteed on My Plan. Save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands. It's a deal that'll have you doing an in-zone dance. Huddle up at your local Pittsburgh Verizon store today. You'll be tackling savings in no time. Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers. Hey, it's Chris Muller, and everybody wants the shortcut. Players stealing signs or even betting on their own games. Guys juicing to hit one more homer. People taking shots to drop a few pounds. It's all the same thing, trying to cheat the system. I wanted results, but I didn't want to gamble with my health. I didn't want a short-term fix. I went with Awaken 180, and I received both the short-term and long-term results we all want. 35 pounds down in just 6 weeks. So think about it. If you start Awaken 180 today, you could be down 35 pounds heading into the holidays. Now, that might sound crazy, but you really could be. I did it. Donnie, Paul Alexander, and probably people that you know personally have done it as well. We all had the same results, 4 to 5 pounds gone each and every week until reaching our goal. It's that simple. So if you're tired of shortcuts that don't last, stop gambling on the quick fixes and play the sure bet and win it. Start today at awaken180weightloss.com.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments worked for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
In St. Pete Clearwater, you can chill by the crystal clear Gulf.
And stroll downtown St. Pete's galleries and murals.
And hang with the locals at a fishing pier.
And escape to secluded white sand beaches.
Secluded, huh?
Yeah, and they're spectacular.
And then grab a sandwich at the grouper capital of the world.
And maybe a nightcap at a rooftop bar with sunset views.
Okay, in St. Pete Clearwater, you'll find just what you're looking for.
And then some.
Your Florida escape begins at visitspc.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code TRAVEL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code TRAVEL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code TRAVEL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. October is here. Spooky, and you've got old windows. That means you're back to dealing with chilly air seeping into your home. You don't want that. Eliminate those drafts once and for all with Window Nation. And this month, you buy 2 windows, you get 2 for free, plus you pay nothing for 2 years. Celebrate your upgraded home with 2 free tickets to an upcoming Pens game. Don't miss out on free windows and 0 payments for 2 years with Window Nation. Visit windownation.com before October 31st to get started.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program may only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it could end your debt nightmare and save you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. For free information and to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, simply go online and visit DRA.com or call 800-455-9311. 800-455-9311. Again, that's 800-455-9311.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Insurance companies prep for settlements. We prepare for trial.
LGKG is ready to fight. Car accidents, wrongful death, med mal. When it matters, we fight.
And win hundreds of millions of dollars for our clients.
LGKG, your home team. LGKG.com.
Football is on at Rival Sports Bar. Cold beer, hot wings, every game live at Rival.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Brian Bacco of the Post-Gazette has entered the fray. Limits didn't tell me that Brian would be in the building. What a treat it is to see him here.
I wanted it to be a surprise.
It's great to see you.
And your respect, your deference toward Bob is almost moving me to the point of tears. I asked you, I said, you can move the mannequin, the cardboard cutout of Bob, and you said you wouldn't think of that. You'll take the seat in the corner.
Absolutely, although it's coming back to bite me because I can't hear anything in these headphones, so I might have to adjust and move somewhere else.
You can't hear anything?
No.
Limits, can you help, Brian?
I can.
Because I don't think we should move the mannequin at this point. I think that's a fixture on the show. In the meantime, Brian, while you're not able to hear me through the headphones, you can hear me across the table. And one of the first things Mike Tomlin said was the injury report, and that was actually heartening. I don't know about you, but I thought that Deshaun Elliott, the way that went down, was going to be done for the year, or certainly for multiple games, and now he's week to week. That's great news.
Yeah. Just watching him, you could see from the press box, it was right after that second Tucker Kraft touchdown, and I guess they kicked the extra point. It was an extra point or two-point conversion. Regardless, right in front of the press box window, Elliott's getting carted off and just has his hand over his face, and it looked really bad.
Yeah.
So, and obviously the injury itself, I couldn't believe they showed the replay because I had the broadcast up on my phone in the press box, and I wouldn't have wanted to look at that too many times. So, yeah, maybe he did dodge a season-ending injury.
Wow, the fact that is only a hyperextended knee, great for him and could be great for the Steelers that he's not out, apparently, for a long term. He's out this week for sure, Tomlin said.
Yeah.
But then he left the light on for Isaac Seumalo, too, and I didn't have that on the old bingo card either. I thought he was going to be out multiple weeks. He might play, it sounds like.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like they're at least going to limit him early in the week, and I wasn't really sure what to make of that one because he did come back in and try to give it a go in the second half. So, yeah, I guess we'll see where it goes with Seumalo. He's had that pec before. I don't think Tomlin specified if it's the same pec as
I wasn't
last
even
year.
aware of that. He came back and made it a go and then
He
left
did.
again, though,
yeah,
right?
I think he played one series, and then they rolled
Okay.
him out for the rest of the game. And big Spencer Anderson came in, and as
Right.
Aaron Rodgers astutely pointed out afterward, taking one of their pass catchers off the field.
That was pretty good.
To have that humor in the moment was, I mean, I guess if you wanted to be very anti-Aaron Rodgers, you'd say it's not the time nor the place.
It was great.
But
I
I
thought it
was
was
funny.
great.
Yeah.
Can you hear me through the headphones? Can you hear the clips through the headphones?
Yes.
Maybe we proceed here.
Yes.
All right, Limits. Then the show is yours now. You play a clip, and Brian and I will riff on it if you don't mind.
All right, Joe, let's first start with Tomlin's opening statement and what he had to first say about who was to blame.
Good afternoon. As always, I'll start with a quick review of our last performance. As I said after the game, man, just really disappointing on a lot of fronts. But probably the most important component of it is we didn't put 60 minutes of football together. Felt like we were doing the things that we needed to do over the course of the first 30 minutes of action, although it wasn't perfect by any stretch. You know, you're always a little bit concerned when you're settling for field goals when you're playing good people. Seems like touchdowns is how it gets done in our business at this level. And so it was a little bit less than comfortable at halftime settling for 3 field goals. I think those drives were stopped by penalties and negative plays on 1st and 10.
I mean, it's always the offense first. He had a 16-point lead. They've won games without touchdowns. They won a game early last season in Atlanta.
Two of them. They won 2 games
and
without
Denver,
a touchdown
right?
last year.
Was Denver the other one?
I don't think
maybe 1 touchdown in Denver.
Definitely the Atlanta game. I can't remember the other one. Baltimore? Why do I want to say Baltimore?
Might have been, but I don't know. It's always for him. He seems to go right to the offense, and I think a lot of people look at it like he doesn't want people, or he wants to deflect attention from his defense.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you got a 16-7 lead, and you have one of the greatest defenses of all time. That should be good enough, quite frankly.
Do you think just when you get into the process of him laying out the presser comments, I mean, is it just like reading left to right? You start with the offense, you go to the defense, and then if there's
Tomlin
something
strikes me
special
as more
teams to
intentional than that. But
yeah, I don't know, honestly. I imagine asking him that next week. Like, do you always start with the offense just as a matter of course, or do you think you could switch it up for us? I remember in Penn State season when things were going haywire, James Franklin forgot to do his usual review of the next opponent or something like that, and one of the guys asked, like, "Are you still going to do that?" And then next thing you know, he's fired.
Well,
a couple weeks later.
Yeah, that was the Northwestern League. That was the week before
Limits?
he was fired.
I mean, in a sober analysis of the game, they scored 25 points. They gave up 35 points, almost 500 yards. The other guy had 20 straight completions. I would think that if you're breaking down a game, you might want to start with I think it would be obvious for me anyway to start with my defense.
Yeah. 21 straight completions if you count the 2-point conversion, and I wouldn't dare want to leave that out.
I wouldn't either. But you raise a good point there, Brian. In the middle of, and we're talking to Brian Backo of the Post-Gazette, the fan hotline. He's on the fan hotline essentially, although you can take a look at him on our YouTube channel. Wonderful man. 50-minute mark on the fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. He was in the middle of some esoteric breakdown of what kinds of blitzes and coverage alignments the Colts use, and I said to Limits on the little intercom we have here.
Was it all the nickel formations and dime formations they use?
Why does he do this each week? Because I don't think any other coach goes to these lengths to break down the other team. Sometimes it's interesting, but why do you think, because again, he's a very intentional guy with what he does, why does he do that? Why bother? Why not just say, here's your injury update, questions, and let's get this over with? Why does he do that, Brian, in your opinion?
Well, I've talked about this with people who have been on the beat longer than me. It used to be more of a made-for-TV event, although it still is televised, I believe, on KDK+. So I don't know if that was the intent there or if times have changed from 2007 to 2025, as long as this guy's been on the job. I mean, hey, we all have stories to write. He could be trying to help the media. There have been times where it's like, hey, it's the end of the week. I'm doing a story on Jonathan Taylor now, and the Steelers trying to stop him. Boop, I go back to Mike Tomlin at the 8:23 mark of Tuesday, and he said 400 words on him. So it can be helpful, but it's interesting, too. Like, I was talking to one of the Packers writers. They were shocked that he only does this once a week.
Yeah.
Now, he's available at other times in the week, but he's usually very brief if those times come up, and it tends to only be requested if there's a quarterback situation or a really big injury situation that's going down to the 11th hour. I don't know. That's just what he's always done, and that's kind of the Steelers' MO in a lot of things.
It's just
the way that it's always been done.
It's for some reason today, it especially just struck me as strange. Like
he got really in the weeds on the Colts.
He really
defensive
did.
personnel groupings.
And to my knowledge, no other coach comes close to doing what he does.
If
with
you're
the scouting
curious,
report.
if you're curious, most other coaches around the league, they'll do like a quick Monday thing with their beat writers to talk about the last week's game.
Yeah.
Then I think a lot of them will talk again, like maybe Tuesday or Wednesday. And then
you
maybe
can
again
request
Friday.
him. You can request him on Friday if you want him.
Yeah, and I think Wednesday or Thursday too. But yeah, I mean, he generally just gets it all out there, and these other coaches aren't talking for a half hour at a time. To be fair, they're not taking as many Q&A sessions as Tomlin does with the Steelers reporters. But yeah, we're getting philosophical now on Tomlin Tuesdays, but that's what we're here for.
Well, let's break down next what he had to say about Terrell Austin, who, if he's not under some fire, certainly should be. We'll do that next with Brian Bacco, the Post-Gazette. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Sunny today with a high of Alex Highsmith, 56, a low of 36, Jerome Bettis. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. So, yes, what did Mike Tomlin say about Terrell Austin? How would he evaluate the job he's doing? And does Tomlin agree with Cam Hayward that there was a lack of fight on defense against the Packers? Oh, and an explanation for 10 men on the field on a 2-point conversion? We'll talk about that.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins are playing tonight in Philadelphia against the Flyers. It's at 6 o'clock. Pens are coming off of a victory yesterday against St. Louis, 6-3. Sidney Crosby, the 9th player in NHL history to reach 1,700 career points. More headlines. 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. He is obviously the biggest voice in Pittsburgh sports, and we break down his comments after every presser.
Seriously, it's awesome. It's awesome. Come on, let's get this money.
It's the Tomlin Rewind, every Tuesday at 12:30 with Joe. The Tomlin Rewind is brought to you by Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Slide Deck and Fence, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, Smale Lincoln Greensburg, and Twin Peaks Sports Bar. The Tomlin Rewind is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. It's NBA tip-off week, and FanDuel is your home for live betting. So even if you missed the start of the game or want to ride that hot hand, FanDuel has live bets on everything from who will score next to fourth quarter comebacks. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However, you want to play, now is the perfect time to join, because FanDuel is giving new customers $300 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. How about that? So visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to sign up today. Play your game with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
At Bucko's Roofing, we're on top of it. Whether it's siding, roofing, windows, gutters, or insurance claims, you can count on Bucko's for quality customer service. Find us online and get a free quote today.
It's Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
Bucko's Roofing.
Hi, everyone. This is Bob Pompiani. Let's count the ways that #1 Cochran Kia delivers a clearly better car buying experience. First, they have a huge selection with hundreds of new Kia models in stock. From the Forte and Sportage to the Telluride and Carnival, there's a vehicle for every lifestyle. Second, #1 Cochran's clear-cut pricing structure gives you the absolute best price up front. This simplifies the buying process and makes for an enjoyable, stress-free experience. Third, their exceptional lease and APR financing rates are designed for maximum pricing power during the Kia Fall Savings event. Clearly, better car buying. It's transparent. It's hassle-free. It's a #1 Cochran Kia exclusive. Test drive today at their location on Campbell's Run Road in Robinson or shop online at CochranKia.com.
If you're hosting a Halloween party, then make a potion with on-sale spirits from Fine Wine and Good Spirits. Batch a monstrous Manhattan with Jim Beam Devil's Cut Straight Bourbon, conjuring notes of deep oak and vanilla. Or stir up a Speak of the Devil using Ghost Tequila Blanco and a bite of juicy raspberry liqueur. Just grab a bottle, the ice, shake, and poof, the perfect potion. Shop Wickedly Good Spirits in-store or online at FWGS.com. Both bottles 750 milliliter. Offers end November 2nd, 2025. Please enjoy responsibly.
Exciting news for men. Steel City Medical Center is officially trained and certified from the inventor of the P-Shot. That's right, the P-Shot. Call today to regain your confidence behind closed doors. Steel City Medical Center.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Car dealerships have come and gone, but one has stood the test of time. Smale. We're proud to announce the grand opening of our new Smale Kia showroom. Get up to $1,000 APR bonus cash on select models, plus 0% financing for up to 48 months on 2025 Kia Sportage and Kia Sorento gas models during the Kia Fall Savings Event, Route 30 East, Greensburg.
SmaleKia.com.
With approved credit, not all will qualify. Must finance with Kia Pay for 0% APR and bonus cash on select models. See Smale Kia for details. 11-325.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here for Blue Chew. And Blue Chew isn't just a tablet. It's a cheat code for your crotch. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best. Stronger, harder, longer lasting, like somebody gave your downstairs a nice pep talk and then a gym membership. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. And guess what? We all want to be more confident where it counts. We all want a little more boing in the bedroom. And Blue Chew can help. Guys, it's not just about performance either. You want to give her group chat something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. You can discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. That's promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
When you hear an ad for an injury attorney on the radio, as you know, there's plenty of those, it's not often that you hear the same voice on the radio that you will on the phone with you directly handling your injury case every step of the way. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. With the injury firm at LGKG, you get the named partner, the Big Cats, Larry Kelly or Joe George.
We've always built this practice on service. We like talking to our clients. I think it's important if someone takes the time to call me, they get a chance to talk to me. Or if they want to call Larry, they get a chance to talk to Larry or one of our other associates.
Larry, it's rare that the same group will take things from the onboarding phone call all the way to the final resolution, whether it's the settlement or it's trial.
That's continuity. At LGKG, we're a small firm that handles cases on an individual basis each and every time.
What a concept that is. That's service. That's the Western PA way, where you don't get lost in the fold or you become just another number. That's a huge home field advantage, and that's LGKG. Accidents, med-mal, workers' comp, history, trust, service, and results. LGKG.com.
Tailgating without Pepsi? That'd be like watching the Steelers without a Here We Go chant. Here we go! Kielbasa is good, but kielbasa paired with a refreshing Pepsi Zero Sugar? Game changer. Tailgating deserves Pepsi.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
At Giant Eagle, we're helping bring the holiday magic home. Because your get-togethers bring everyone together. Because you make the holidays feel like the holidays. Because nothing beats free. From October 16th to November 6th, spend $350 and earn a free turkey on your next visit. Redeem through November 30th. Giant Eagle. Because it matters. Must scan My Perks loyalty card to earn and redeem. Restrictions apply. Visit gianteagle.com for details.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Mike Tomlin saying that Deshaun Elliott's knee injury, at least for us, is not as bad as we might have initially thought because it's hyperextended and he's out this week, but considered week to week, not season ending, unlike Daniel Quale, who has an ACL injury and is out for the year. Isaac Seumalo questionable this week, expected to be limited early on in the week. He has a pec injury. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Brian Batko joins.
Where's what we came for? Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey are talking Pittsburgh sports and beyond. Let's go, let's go! It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Brian Batko of the Post-Gazette sitting across from me, ready to break down the Mike Tomlin thing. Did you stay up for the baseball game last night?
I was
2:30 in the morning.
I was flipping back and forth between that, Chiefs, Commanders, and believe it or not, Memphis, Arkansas men's basketball in an exhibition game.
Ooh, do you watch a lot of college basketball?
Not as much as I used to, but I'm still in a college basketball fantasy dynasty league, so I need to be well aware.
I want to get back into coaching basketball of some sort. Limits, can you put the call out that if anybody needs a basketball coach, 4th, 5th grade on up, that I'm available?
I thought Jason Bumbless was going to offer you a job.
He did, but I never really followed up on that.
He's one of your good friends. How'd you not follow up?
Because a lot of things, Limits. Things got complicated. I've got a daughter who's going off to college. I didn't know how long her volleyball season was going to go. My availability became a question.
Maybe you could be a volunteer coach that appears.
Well, most coaches at that level are pretty much volunteers anyway. I don't care about the money. I just want to coach basketball.
You should just show up to practice one day with Jason, and he'll put you to work.
Now, get you an AAU team. AA me. What would Joe Starkey's AAU program be called?
The Birdnecks. That's the name of my fantasy football team, which I lost last night. It reminded me. I haven't played really serious fantasy football in years, and this isn't serious either. It's just like an ESPN.com.
I won this week, but
it came down. I was 7 points down. I had Patrick Mahomes and Pacheco. The other guy, who I don't know, obviously, it was just a random league, had Rashee Rice, and he won. He won by...
Pacheco got vultured a couple times by Kareem Hunt, who's on my team.
So that touchdown pass to Rice ruined it for me.
In my league, I beat, you remember former Pirates writer Liz Bloom from the Post-Gazette?
Yeah.
I took her down last night, knocked her down a peg. She was
Congratulations.
She was in the top 3 in the standings, and I was not.
You know what we never heard about that Limits just randomly brings up during the break is the after party. Was it from Cam Hayward's celebrity softball game?
Yes.
Why didn't you ever tell this story on the air? Tell us a little bit about the... I don't know.
I 100% did.
You never told me that Joe Hayden asked you to punch a punching bag.
Yeah, we were at the after party. Pony was there. Callis and I were the 3 representatives that went from the station. I don't think that Donnie went afterwards, but it was incredible. At the arcade that we were at, Joe Hayden was like, "Here, try to hit the punching bag. I want to see what score you get." So I did. He ultimately beat me, which was no surprise. His score was really impressive. And
the harder you punch it and the more accurately, the higher your score? Or what?
Yeah, I don't think accuracy is even involved.
Just hard.
Just how hard you punch the bag, yeah. And then me, Pony, and Chris Kirkpatrick all played duck pin of NSYNC. Chris Kirkpatrick of NSYNC played duck pin bowling that night.
Infamous Eminem lyrical victim, Chris Kirkpatrick, and Western PA native, is he not, Austin?
Yes.
That's probably why he was involved.
Yeah. And he was on Celebrity Big Brother, which I love Big Brother.
I wasn't here then the day that you talked about it because I would have a memory of that, and I don't remember you saying one thing about that. You hung out with Joe Hayden.
Yes, and Chris Kirkpatrick.
Those punching bag games are hilarious. I've been at what I think has to be the nation's capital for that game on Broadway in Nashville. In a back room at Tootsie's, they have one of those. And
wow,
just imagine the intoxicated guys going up there with boots and cowboy hats
beer muscles,
on,
yeah,
trying to punch that bag as hard as they possibly can. Sat and watched it for about an hour at my brother-in-law's bachelor party.
Sounds entertaining. I'm going to Nashville in early December. What a town! And is there a better street in America than Broadway in Nashville? You walk in there a Tuesday morning at 11 a.m. and there's live music, and it's not bad live music.
Yeah, it's pretty great. I mean, I'm a Vegas guy too, but they're both right up there.
Limits, have you been?
I've never been to New Orleans.
Never.
New Orleans
either.
Is unbelievable. You ever had it? Well, you've never had a New Orleans beignet straight from the source. It's like a buffalo chicken wing right from Buffalo. And everybody else can make them, but until you go to Duff's in Buffalo, you've really never had a chicken wing. Did you know that, Brian? And have you been to Duff's?
I have. I've been to Duff's. I've been to Anchor Bar.
Which is better in your humble opinion?
Well, I've had Anchor Bar a few times, and I've only had Duff's, I think, once passing through. So I can't really decide, but I feel like Duff's was a little more memorable.
Yeah.
We also got the hottest sauce that they have at Duff's, which not enjoyable.
No.
But at least we could say we tried it.
All right, Limits. Back to the news conference. First, let me tell you, and Brian joins us every week to break down the Mike Tomlin news conference. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long, kicking off with the juicy Week 9 matchup between the Indianapolis Colts and the Pittsburgh Steelers. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. What else did you hear, Limits?
Well, I thought it was kind of fascinating. You guys brought it up a little bit earlier before we get into Terrell Austin. The Steelers only having 10 guys on the field on the two-point play. What happened, Mike?
It looks like you guys only had 10 guys on the field on that two-point attempt. How does that happen, and who's maybe in charge of making sure you got 11 out there?
Eccles was in for Slay. Eccles thought that they were going for one. I think he came off the field because he's not on field goal block, and we weren't able to get the transitional component of that. And that happens from time to time when you're rolling a lot of people. You never like it, but the reality is the more people you play, the more complex rotations are, particularly when rotations get abnormal.
What?
First of all, he keeps using this word rolling. If you're not in the NFL, like coaching or scouting world, that just means subbing, basically. And that was his answer, too, for why Eccles was playing over Slay at the end of that game.
Well, why isn't the answer to that question, we blanked up, and that is inexcusable
that's a good
at a point.
question.
And he almost made it sound
Joe.
Excusable. Like, yeah, if you had to deal with this, you might do that too.
And also, it's just very rare, I think, that he does pinpoint the one player who apparently screwed up here. I wonder why he decided to do that to this particular situation in this particular week. I don't know. And, even if it was completely a brain fart by Brandon Eccles, how do you not have somebody on the sideline yelling, holding up the two like you always see coaches doing on the offensive side of the ball, holding up for him? No, stay on the field. 2-2-2.
Did that give us a window into these communication breakdowns on defense? Like, he almost basically said, listen, this gets pretty complicated. Don't like it when it happens, but it's going to happen. Well, no, it can't happen.
Why
you can't have 10 people on the field for a key two-point conversion attempt. Let me hear that again.
Yeah.
If you would.
Oh, I thought you were going to further lead into that.
Yeah.
It looks like you guys only had 10 guys on the field on that two-point attempt. How does that happen, and who's maybe in charge of making sure you got 11 out there?
Eccles was in for Slay. Eccles thought that they were going for one. I think he came off the field because he's not on field goal block, and we weren't able to get the transitional component of that. And that happens from time to time when you're rolling a lot of people. You never like it, but the reality is the more people you play, the more complex rotations are, particularly when rotations get abnormal.
Again, what? The transitional component? Yeah, this will happen from time to time. You'll only have 7 people out there for a play, but hey, we're subbing a lot of guys in. Surely you can understand is almost how he finished that.
And he did not answer the particular part of Will's question that was who's responsible for making sure that doesn't happen.
Now, I'm sure
do you need another defensive quality control coach on your staff so that the transitional component doesn't ever pop up? I don't know.
The transitional component theory. Like what? First of all, I'm sure it happens all the time that guys get confused.
It's not like the Steelers are the only team that's ever had 10 guys on the field.
Eccles, am I out there or not? Are they going for 2? No, are they kicking an extra point? They're going for 2. Come on off. Let's go. Let's get our defense out there.
Brutal, but just imagine for a second Brandon Eccles looking up at the Jumbotron or whatever and seeing that the defense and the Packers offense are out there and just thinking, oh, no. That's one of those, was it Southwest? You want to get away?
Oh.
That had to be him.
Mike,
and then when Romeo Doubs catches the pass with nobody 100 feet of him.
On the screen again. Mike, you only had two defenders on the field for the losing quarterback sneak in the Super Bowl. Well, if you only knew how complicated it was, this happens from time to time. Don't worry about it.
I can't give you all the ingredients to the hot dog. You might not like it.
Unbelievable, Brian.
The other tentacle of this is, man, was he running Joey Porter Jr. for Darius Slay. And by that, I mean he was running interference for Darius Slay. He was asked specifically about essentially Slay getting benched. And, he didn't really say he needs to play better or anything like that. He eventually got into he's been good at times. And
he damned him with some pretty faint praise, though. Somebody said, well, what do you think of Slay so far? He said, he's been solid at times.
Yeah.
He's been solid at times.
But I think, right before that, though, he was asked about just the decision to go with Eccles over Slay.
Do you have any of that, Limits, the Eccles-Slay thing, or do you have a different topic? This is your world. Brian and I are just living in it.
Yeah, I want to get your guys' thoughts on Tomlin saying that the defense needs to handle adversity better.
Mike, you've got a pretty mature group, especially on defense. Should they, at this point in their careers, be able to handle adversity better than they did on Sunday?
Sure. Our kids should do what we tell them to do, but they often don't. We all fall short of perfection, man. That's why we're always working as individuals and as a collective.
They weren't even fighting out there, Brian. What'd you make of that answer?
Cam said they didn't have enough fight. And then a little later in the presser, Tomlin was asked about the fight component, if you will.
Yeah.
And it kind of got into the semantics of, when we say fight, we don't necessarily mean effort. It's playmaking and splat. Like, no, those are two pretty different things. And fight doesn't have very many different connotations to it when you're talking in a football context. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think sometimes guys are just trying to come up with anything to tell us after these games, right? And fans don't want to hear miscommunications. Obviously, they don't want to hear we didn't execute. They also don't want to hear we didn't fight enough. So there's really nothing you can say after a game like that. But
I think that's the last thing they want to hear, though. And I don't know if Cam knows what he did by putting that out there. That was a team that had been embarrassed in the previous game. It's the highest paid defense in football. They're playing at home on a Sunday night, and he's telling the world we didn't try hard enough. Whether he's using it as a deflection or not, that's pretty. If he didn't mean it, then that's pretty reckless to throw out there because people are going to jump on it and look at plays like the one where Darius Slay didn't seem to be all that interested in making a tackle on a touchdown play, right?
Yeah, Savion Williams to the pylon there from the Packers.
He was Savion himself from a hit on that play, it looked like.
Yes, business decision, it looked like. But, yeah, I mean, that is going to have to be something that players probably have to answer for now the rest of this week. And
right.
It's kind of like when Tua Tagovailoa came out with the comments about lack of leadership and accountability in the Dolphins locker room. It's one thing for him to say that and be candid, but you also know you're opening up a can of worms for your teammates when it comes to the storylines that surround you. Now, if you go out there and you turn around and you find a way to beat the Colts, kind of runs off of everybody's back, but at least until then, it is going to be a subplot going into that game when you've lost 2 straight.
For sure. And you've been covering football for a long time. It's Brian Batko of the Post-Gazette. So you've been around a lot of coaches. And we do have a clip of Mike McDaniel talking a couple of weeks ago about a meeting with his owner, Brian. I want you to tell me if you've ever heard a football coach lay out something this clearly. Limit?
He was really frustrated at the, just like he's as I was, and we talked about the challenge ahead to get ready for the Chargers, and that was kind of the extent of it.
Couldn't be much clearer than that, could he?
both guys frustrated. Chargers are up next. Let's go. Let's get to it. Let's turn this season around, Fins. I really liked Mike McDaniel when they hired him. I think he's hilarious, but he's clearly in over his head.
Oh my God!
Here, and
imagine his halftime speech.
He's gonna need a change of scenery to ever succeed as a head coach, and he might never succeed as a head coach.
What do you know about the Super Bowl 40 reunion this weekend, Brian? What's happening over there? Other than they're all going to be laughing at the Steeler defense.
I don't know. I know Debo was dropping massive F-bombs on his show with Joe Hayden this week. So sure he's not too happy. But all in all, that is a group that – one thing that is interesting to me, and I feel like you hear this from fans a lot when things are going south for a team, do the players care enough? Do the players –
Well, that's the Cam Hayward thing. Are they fighting enough? Do they care enough?
And that's in-game, but I think fans also – they start asking, all right, they pack up their bags, they answer a few questions from the media, they walk out of the building after the game. Do they care? Are they just happy that they got the paycheck? I wonder if guys like James Harrison and Casey Hampton and Troy Polamalu, like, was it different back then? I mean, has anything fundamentally changed in?
I don't know, but by the end of his career, James Harrison was sleeping in meetings and leaving games at halftime. So,
and he's sitting there belting out that guys need to respect the name on the back of their jersey on Sunday Night Football and play for their. So it is just one of those cyclical things. I mean, you always feel that way once. I think a lot of these former players put on the fan hat once they retire, and you're kind of like you're rubbing elbows with all the people who watched you and criticized you for years when you
exactly.
Games.
Well, the first voice you'll hear on this little gem is Joe Hayden, and then James Harrison loses his mind as they talk about this team.
They're not playing at a high level. Do you know what I'm saying? Like something they have to perform better. They have to.
Bro, how you don't get up for Sunday Night Football if you can't get up for nothing else? Ain't nothing else on but you at home in front of your family, your kids.
I would not.
Make that name on your back mean something.
Right after that, Limits. If you would keep it rolling, he tells Joe Hayden tries to
here it is. It wasn't me not performing. I'm just trying to let you know that's why I'm like you said. I could be like your counselor, bro, because it's okay. It's all gonna be okay. Everything's still gonna be okay.
Joe, you came from a line of losers. Y'all will always be losers.
Damn, now you being disrespectful. I'm trying to just be here for you, and then you just gonna
Joe, that was a personal attack. It's not about you, Debo.
It's not a personal attack, but you did come from a long line of losers.
Poor Joe Hayden is catching shrapnel from the imploding Steelers secondary years after leaving the team.
Exactly.
Oh, that's rough. But I mean, I do think also you look at this Steelers team, and it was especially stark compared to the Packers team across the way. We know there's not a ton of homegrown guys in this franchise anymore because the drafting and the developing, or both, has been so mediocre in the last several years that you're going out and bringing in outsiders like Jalen Ramsey and Darius Slay and Juan Thornhill and Chuck Clark. And you hope these guys are bought in and care as much as Cam Hayward and TJ Watt. But how can you really when those two have been only in the Steelers helmet and they've only been with this team for as long as they've known the NFL and they've been just dying to win a playoff game and they haven't done it. So I think Mike Tomlin talks about that a lot about, hey, why don't we, when you bring in free agents or you make trades, you don't necessarily know the guy. You aren't familiar with the guy. You hope he fits into everything you're trying to do, but who knows?
No, that's a good point.
And the Packers are the youngest team in the league. I mean, they're crushing drafts.
Right.
Most of those guys playing were drafted and developed by Green Bay.
And you looked at the Seattle sideline when Renegade played, for example, and those guys were going wild when they were here on their sideline. Do you remember that?
You want to get into the Renegade discussion?
I want to in a minute, yes. I want to in a minute. Tomlin has spoken about that. And it was after, I don't know if you have this. I remember we played this one day, Limits. It was after Melvin Ingram blatantly quit on the team.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of, too.
That Mike Tomlin went to the podium and said, yeah, that's why we build from within around here.
Yeah, like preferring to do business with the guys that we know and got to know in the draft process and things of that nature. Now, he did get to know Jalen Ramsey and people like that in the pre-draft process.
Sure, but it's not the same. It's not the. I don't think it's a bad way to build a team, but I think their preferred method used to be, whether it was based on sound reasoning or not, yeah, let's build from within and get everybody cultured.
It helps your salary cap, too, when you've got guys on rookie deals who are excelling for sure.
We're the Steelers. We draft our own, we culture our own, we build our own, and that is absolutely not what they are anymore because of what you said. They didn't do a good job of drafting their own.
So now you're trying to piecemeal it, put patches on holes on the ship, and it looks good at times, like against little Dylan Gabriel and the Browns.
Right.
It doesn't look good other times. So,
do you have either Tomlin or Crowley's rant on Renegade? Either one of those would do, Limits. Do you have either?
I do have what Crowley had to say. He is very, very tired of listening to the song, Joe.
Well, this comes off to a question in the old mailbag this week, Brian, where I had someone who said, that's it for Renegade. Let me try to find this. And I think a lot of people, here he is, his name's Simmer, Global Simmer, he calls himself. Let's please retire Renegade. It's overused and overplayed. It provides no spark and has in the past only made the opponent fired up, says Global Simmer. And even before he asked that question, our very own Adam Crowley, who's on a roll this week, I might add, he's seeing the keys. He is on a Austin Reeves type, a Victor Wembanyama type role right now. Let's listen to him on Renegade from Monday.
This loss is made worse because it compounds all the issues that they had in the Cincinnati loss. They lost the same game twice. They need to retire Renegade too, Harry. I'm sick and tired of Renegade. You can't stop a nosebleed. Wisconsin's got the cheese heads. Maybe it's Swiss cheese because that's what the Steelers defense looked like last night. And they played Renegade with 12 minutes left in the game, and the first play that's run after Renegade is a 12-yard run.
The jig is up, the Steelers suck, they can't stop cardboard. Yes. Like that song better?
I like it. I hate it, but I like it. I'm sick of Renegade. All the hard hits, all the highlights. Can't play anything from this season. I tweeted it out. There's a montage of all the Packers' touchdowns and some of the big plays that they made last night. If the Steelers were a two-hand touch football team, they'd be an elite defense.
I didn't think Harry was going to pop in there.
He did, yes.
If I'd known that, I might have nixed the clip before it ever started, but that was good.
I know it's a common term, but when's the last time you had a nosebleed? Those aren't that easy to stop.
I know.
Those are actually quite pesky and annoying.
I actually get them frequently.
Are they easy to stop, Limits?
Sometimes.
Do you agree?
Because a lot of the times, like my sinuses will bother me, or I'm dehydrated and I'll get a nosebleed, yeah.
You can be very sickly at times. Things seem to affect you deeply.
Yeah. The weather has kind of messed with me a little bit this week as well.
There are a lot of fans, though, that still come to these games and expect to hear Renegade. You might be a
let's
Steelers
get to
fan
the
who
point
lives
there.
in Montana. You come to one game a year. You're looking forward to twirling your towel to the tune of Sticks.
Should it
because
be
it's something
retired
you've been
or
done
no?
for years. No, I'm not there. I also just don't really care. It's not like a song actually has a profound impact one way or the other. It's more about getting the crowd foaming at the mouth, I think, and actually being audibly loud enough to get the opposing offense on a silent count, force a delay of game, force a false start, something along those lines. Doesn't really matter how you get there as long as you can impact home field advantage that way.
Limits, I agree with every syllable and half syllable Brian just uttered. I don't think it should be retired. Keep playing it. He's right. People, when they come from out of town, or I think just Steeler fans in general, want to hear Renegade. I could be wrong, 412-928-9370, but I think people really want to hear it.
They
when
do.
the team's playing poorly, everything stinks.
Yes.
We know that. Yeah.
They do, but when I've gone to 2 games so far this year, I'm probably going to go to the Colts game. I don't get fired up when I hear Renegade anymore because I don't have enough confidence that the defense is actually going to make a stop. Like, there used to be a
Well, then this is half your fault. You should get fired up when you go to the games. Do you cheer? Do you cheer the team on?
Yeah, I cheer.
Well, why don't you cheer during Renegade? You've already given up.
Smack the seat in front of you.
You don't have to fight. You're what Cam Hayward's talking about.
Bring a cowbell.
Fight.
You know what?
You dog, you.
You know what? Spoiled.
You're spoiled. You're spoiled.
Maybe I'm spoiled because going to games growing up, I would hear Renegade, and James Harrison would go smack somebody in the mouth, or Troy Polamalu would make a big play. Now, I don't have confidence that after they play it, because of the results of the last however many times they've played the song, that they're actually going to stop anybody. And that's what takes some of the lore and luster away.
Well, what would a new song be for you guys? Brian?
Freebird.
Freebird, maybe? Something from Peter, Paul, and Mary?
Haven't given it a ton of thought.
If I Had a Hammer?
Haven't given it a ton of thought.
What about Black and Yellow?
Well,
Some
I'm
Wiz
sure
Khalifa?
they play that during games.
I
at
think
some
it's
point,
become
right?
as intertwined with the Steelers. Well, not quite, but it's like the terrible towel in that it's associated with the Steelers, and they love it.
Also, do you know how difficult it is to get, let's say, 6 people on board with one song choice or musical genre, let alone 66,000 of them?
Right.
Changing the song would be fraught with peril, I think, when you look
can't
at the
do it now,
melting pot
Limits.
of people who go to these games.
I think Wiz Khalifa and Snoop should just come up with a song together that they make specifically for the Steelers.
What if we just played the original fan theme song from Joe Grishecki at that point in the fourth quarter? Do you have that?
I don't. Or they play
It's somewhere in there
it's
if you want to
somewhere
find
in
it.
here. Or they play the Steeler polka. I love the Steeler polka.
Okay, I'll go
before
with that,
games.
Brian.
That'll get fans up and out of their seats.
I think- What about Sweet Caroline?
Hate it.
You like Neil Diamond in general?
Not really.
His slower stuff, Song Sung Blue, Gitchy Goomy, anything like that?
Never heard them, but probably wouldn't like them.
Can I make a point about Sweet Caroline for a second?
Please.
I was at the Pitt volleyball game against Penn State last year, and there was a Penn State fan behind me that says, "This is our song. They play it at our stadium." And I'm looking at the guy, and I said, "No, Pitt plays it here. That is Pitt's song for college football. It is no
Penn
one
State
else's."
plays it for volleyball or
Penn State
football?
plays it for both at
They do
football
for
and
football?
volleyball. They do
There's
for
like
football, yeah.
8,000 teams play Sweet Caroline.
When I hear
because
Sweet
it's a
Caroline,
sing-along song.
I think of Pitt football, and I think of Boston Red Sox baseball.
Try to find Joe Grishecki's original theme where he talks about Filippiani and Mueller.
Even though I went to Pitt, I think Country Roads probably clears all these songs in terms of fun stadium sing. I mean,
I do
Renegade's
too.
not really a sing-along. That's more of just a, like Limits said,
Pump
you're
me
watching.
up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're watching the highlights and
Right.
I don't know. I mean, they could put Jalen Ramsey's Week 1 hit against the Jets on there for this season's highlights. Dylan Gabriel, I'm sure he got popped.
Oh, I
a few
mean-
ti- how about Mike Tomlin bringing up too that they didn't get any takeaways from Dylan Gabriel in the Browns game? It didn't matter. I couldn't care less that they didn't pick off any of those passes. That
Right.
was like playing out in the street
Yeah, they
with
broke
the
him
little
in half.
with the little neighbor kids, and you just don't catch the ball so that there's no interception, but
Right.
you simply bat it down to keep their self-esteem up a little bit. It didn't matter. It's these last 2 games that matter that you couldn't get a takeaway because you also can't stop teams from moving the ball fluidly.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Pony Pierce's Cancer. Proceeds benefit McGee Women's Research Institute and Foundation. Tomorrow, Mike's Beer Bar. Registration 5 p.m. Event 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Ticket price $33, includes appetizers and a commemorative T-shirt. And the piercing is provided by the Gilded Violet Piercing. And it'll take the actual piercing of Pony's nipples is at 7:30. Brian, I don't know if you had any plans.
My son has karate
Okay,
tomorrow night.
fair enough. There will be a cash raffle with all proceeds to go to charity. Pony Pierce's Cancer is brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel, South Hills Kia, and South Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Cheerleaders. That's going to be quite an event. Limits.
I'm excited, Joe. I think we should go tomorrow. I'm definitely going to go.
Do you think Marquez Valdez-Scantling will be there?
He may. I mean, he's got nothing else to do. He's only on the practice squad right now, right?
He's not anywhere right now.
Oh,
but-
they didn't sign him? I thought they were signing him.
Well, Tomlin said today, if it happens, we'll hear about it.
We have news. The Steelers are signing safety Derek Forrest to their practice squad, per a source.
Can he see the forest for the trees?
Very good.
I think.
Very good.
Oh, this is a
If
good.
he's in the Steelers secondary, he probably
All right,
can't.
I'm going OK State. Am I right? Where's he from?
I've
No, Cincinnati.
I've never heard of Derek Forrest until I said his name 3 seconds ago.
Well, they worked out Von Bell today and Eddie Jackson. Von Bell always he's infamous in Steeler lore for that game in Cincinnati when Juju was doing
that's
the
right. He
Corvette
lit him.
TikToks
Right.
at pregame. And he did it in Cincinnati. And Von Bell just detonated him, forced a fumble, and the Steelers lost to Ryan Finley, I believe.
I was there.
He went to Cincinnati. Very good, Brian.
Very
All
good.
right, that was my
Brian.
second.
He was a
guess.
Bearcat.
Half credit.
Do you know what kind of pizza they serve at Nippert Stadium?
If he transferred there from Oklahoma State, I'm really in business.
Wrong. Papa
Little Nippers?
Joe's. Yeah.
Little Nippers?
Yeah. Well, it is Little Nippers. You're right.
Well, no, that's a pizza place in Oakland that I would get at 2 a.m. when I was at Pitt.
Yeah, I think it was Papa Joe's. Is that a pizza
Never
place?
been.
Okay.
Papa John's.
Papa John's. You're right.
Papa Joe's.
What am I talking about? Have you ever been to Nippert Stadium?
No, I pass it every year when we drive down to Paycor Stadium.
They're they're renaming it after Pony this year. They're going to call it Nipple Stadium, I think.
Very
Come on,
funny.
Limits.
Come on, Joe. We got to go.
I know we have to go. It shouldn't wipe out your sense of humor. Where's the Joe Grishecki song?
You've gone well overboard here.
No, I haven't.
Aaron Rodgers still had his sense of humor
there was a Joe
after that loss.
Grishecki song.
I was looking for it, but
it's
we have
easy to
go.
find. We play it every anniversary. Brian, you sticking around still?
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you, Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Mike Tomlin gave some injury updates and also said about Terrell Austin that Tomlin taking over play calling is not on the table right now, and he thinks Terrell Austin is very capable and says, I've largely been pleased with his work. The Steelers' defense is 30th in the NFL. More headlines. 937thefan.com. Headlines. They're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the A-Rod Report. A-Rod came up short in the battle of the aging QBs, but not without a great effort. Still showing nice footwork, A-Rod threw for 249 yards and 4 touchdowns. But 2 first-half interceptions proved costly. Rodgers did find 88 in this game after being MIA for most of the year, including a touchdown with 2 minutes remaining. A near 70-yard Hail Mary pass by A-Rod was close, but it was swatted down at the end of the game. The A-Rod Report, brought to you by Steel City Shredding, Pittsburgh's locally owned and operated document management solution on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. In many ways, Brian Kelly felt like an old-school coach, and if college football comes to its senses, his $54 million buyout with LSU will soon become a thing of the past. In the NIL era, that money should be spent on players. We'll see if any of the new coaches get a crazy buyout or if that, too, becomes a relic. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Ready to kick off the fun? Chumba Casino is your go-to game plan during halftime or overtime. From spinning slots to instant scratch-style cards, it's like running the perfect play, all from home. New players score a free welcome bonus and daily logins with a shot at some serious prizes every time you play. Get in the game and visit ChumbaCasino.com today. Let's Chumba. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me. Like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right.
I gotta try that Febreze car.
Just right, just right, just right. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency, all over Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face when it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Hey Pittsburgh, it's Chris Muller here with some big news. Verizon, America's best 5G network, wants you to bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill, and they'll give you a better deal. If you think Verizon is expensive, well, think again. Not only does Verizon let you lock in your low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plans with My Plan. And they let everyone get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on My Plan. That means new and existing customers. That's more reasons to save, more reasons to switch. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Pittsburgh Verizon store, and they'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score Report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply to promotional offers. See Verizon.com/switch to Verizon.
Natural disasters happen every year. Fires, hurricanes, tornadoes. And with that, your most important moments recorded on VHS, camcorder tapes, and 8mm could all be gone in an instant. Cherished moments like your wedding, baby's first steps, family trips to Yellowstone, lost. Enter Legacy Box. Digitizing your old media with Legacy Box protects your irreplaceable memories from the threat of natural disaster by digitally preserving them onto thumb drive, DVD, or the cloud, so they're safe forever. Legacy Box is the safest and easiest way to preserve your past, which is why it's been trusted by over 1 million families. Send Legacy Box your home movies, photos, and film. Their team of trained professionals will do the rest right here in the U.S. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering radio listeners an incredible 50% off. Go to legacybox.com/value and save 50% when you digitize your memories. That's legacybox.com/value.
Football is on at Rival Sports Bar, Rival, Fox Chapel Waterworks, and Collier Town Square.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest-lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
The Neofis Insurance Group has proudly partnered with Nationwide Insurance for more than 60 years. The team at the Neofis Insurance Group knows that finding the right protection for you and your family's needs is important. That's why they partnered with Nationwide, offering protection for you, your family, your business, and your future. Call the Neofis Insurance Group at 412-364-3388 for an on-your-side review. That's 412-364-3388 or online at neofisinsurance.com. That's Neofes insurance.com.
Hey, football fans, tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL. Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by the Home Depot. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
Gather up the season's best savings all month long during the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills Harvest the Savings event. Get 0% APR for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishis. Don't wait. The road to full savings starts here. Your deal, your way. What a great day at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills. Visit JimShorkeyNorthHillsMitsubishi.com to shop today or call 724-209-8075 for offer details.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. What's cooking, brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly. Sunny today and a high of Ray Mansfield, 56, a low of 36. You know who that is. The Bus. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Brian, you and Limits both have been surprising me with little tidbits that I didn't know about that should have made it to the air by now. You interviewed Darius Slay the other night before the pack of media came over, and you asked him about his getting benched.
Yeah.
What did he say?
Well, he said, I asked him about Brandon Eccles going in there ahead of him, and he didn't say anything about Eccles should have been on the field for that two-point conversion, but he said he had a tight calf, so he was sort of whatever. He's ready. Everybody in the secondary is ready to go. Okay, I said, tight calf, did you take yourself out? And he said, no, it's up to the coaches. If I'm up, I'm up. If I'm down, I'm down. At the end, do you expect to be back at your normal workload next week? He said, whatever they want to do.
My God, he sounds like the Jeremy Burnitz of Steelers secondary people just riding it out right now. Yeah, do whatever as long as the jet cash
if he complains, people will crush him for that too.
Yeah, you're right about that. You're right.
But maybe Eccles will play over him more. I mean, if you're looking at ways to try to stop the bleeding right now in the secondary, I mean, you don't have too many options. Somebody has suggested to me James Pierre. I'm like, we've seen James Pierre play corner.
Too much.
Yeah, it's not good. He's
the other
great
thing
special teamer, but no. And Eccles, maybe see what he's got in here.
The other thing you mentioned is you might go to a Clippers-Suns game at the Intuit Dome the night before the Steelers play out there. And also you have a choice to go to the Rose Bowl maybe. But I was really interested that you told me you went to the L.A. Coliseum and people were throwing hats down on the field, did you say?
On these road trips, got one? On these Steelers road trips, I usually try to do something else if I'm in the area.
Yeah.
I've gone to Coors Field for a Rockies game the night before Steelers-Broncos. A couple years ago, Steelers played at the Rams. USC had a home game against Utah. I wanted to see Caleb Williams in person, and that was fun. USC lost on a last-second field goal, but someone in the upper bowl or the upper deck, I guess I should say, did throw a hat down to the lower bowl. I caught it. I took it home and washed it, and now it's in my rotation.
That's gigantic.
Wow. And Limits, you were at this game, weren't you?
I was.
Why didn't I see you? There weren't that many people there for USC on a Saturday night.
No, there wasn't. I saw Nick Farabaugh outside the concourse that day.
I just remember my buddy and I got the cheapest tickets we could, and we just walked right in, and there were no ushers, so we just sat in the lower bowl.
What a gigantic move to take the hat home and wash it. What's on it?
A lion, and it says King.
Wow.
It's in your rotation.
Yeah, I'll wear it next time.
Limits, do we have anything else to take care of today?
Yeah, actually. I think there might be something that we could throw out there.
What do you got?
Taking us into the third shift will be Chris Mueller.
Do you prefer that or this?
Late nights, Andrew Filippiani.
I prefer that, Andrew Filippiani. You going to the nipple piercing?
I will be at the nipple piercing, yes.
Yeah.
And, Joe, I hope that you go to the dinner that we plan to have beforehand. If you bail, I will be sad.
Oh, I'll be at the dinner. I don't know if I'll be at the piercing. I don't know if I can.
Yeah,
just the mention of it makes me.
That's like my wife's a physician assistant. She always shows me these like surgery videos and pimple. I'm like, I don't want to see this. I can't watch this.
There's a whole show about pimple popping.
Yeah, she used to watch that.
What's the What's the
Dr. Pimple Popper?
Yeah,
it's called.
I don't get that. Do you,
I think you've called your producers that over the years.
Dr. Pimple Popper.
That's the only thing I haven't called them. I don't understand the fascination with that.
Even to bring it to sports, like I don't like watching stuff like the Deshaun Elliott injury. I have not sought out the Cam Scatterbo injury. I just don't want to see it.
I see where the Eagles security guy brought him Philly cheesesteaks in the hospital. Scatterbo. Big Dom, yeah.
Good for him.
Limits, I thought you did a hell of a job today. 4 or 5 mistakes, but other than that, you were great.
Well, you can give up a couple hits in the game, but as long as you don't give up a run, it's okay.
Brian Batko was on top of his game, right?
Very much
It's
so.
almost like he took a Mulsey Blue Chew before he got here. He was so fired up. I don't know what's going on.
Popping those things, like Bob said, would be like mints.
Bob did say that. Yes. What do you think of these Blue Chew commercials with Mulsey? He's our new Phil Bork.
I don't know.
Borky? You have a Borky here, a Mulsey there?
I just
Given the group chat something to talk about.
I was going to say, I hope you guys are talking about me in the fan group chat after today and what a performance Batko put on. Something got into him.
He was great. He was great today. Thank you, Brian, for coming in today.
You're welcome. It was good to see you, Joe.
Yeah, man. We had a blast. Hopefully Wednesday night basketball. Well. If I may join, does Gentili play?
No.
I'm near the magic number. I'm down to 201.8 pounds in the mornings.
In an hour of sweating it out, 5-on-5, that'll get you there.
I think it'll get me under 200. See you, buddy.
See ya.
See ya.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins play tonight at 6 against the Flyers. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. And listen to Pop and Joe on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and wherever you get your podcast. The Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh Trusted Plumbing and HVAC Service, over 50 years. PM Team next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is bringing out the big boys for the Fan Game Day. Donnie Football, Mark Cavalli, and Jason Mackey host the enhanced Fan Game Day. The biggest personalities, the hardest working hosts, bringing you all the coverage before the game. The Fan Game Day is brought to you by Rivers Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Westminster College, Verizon, official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Schley Deck and Fence, and Saloni's Italian Bread. The Fan Game Day on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Play of the day in the World Series is over 8 runs between the Dodgers and the Blue Jays. The Blue Jays have a tough matchup against Ohtani, but this lineup is averaging more than 6 runs a game this postseason. Meanwhile, Shane Bieber starts for the Blue Jays. This postseason, he's given up 7 runs in just 12 innings. Both bullpens should be gassed after last night's 18-inning thriller. Over 8 is the play. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app. Please gamble responsibly.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/play.
It's the great taste of Germany right here in the Berg. Hofbrauhaus Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant starts with a wide selection of traditional beer brewed right on site with seasonal selections every month. Next is their award-winning menu. The holiday season is around the corner, and there's no better place to celebrate than Hofbrauhaus Pittsburgh. Book your holiday event today and bring the warmth of Bavaria to your celebration. Call 412-224-2328 or email Heather at hofbrauhauspittsburgh.com to get started.
Hey, it's Dan Zangrelli from my friends at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Fall into a great deal this month with their 7-month CD offering a 3.95 annual percentage yield. And you only need $1,000 of new money. Full terms at AllegiantFCU.org.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-269-3454. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-269-3454 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-269-3454 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-269-3454.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and everybody wants the shortcut. Players stealing signs or even betting on their own games. Guys juicing to hit one more homer. People taking shots to drop a few pounds. It's all the same thing, trying to cheat the system. I wanted results, but I didn't want to gamble with my health. I didn't want a short-term fix. I went with Awaken 180, and I received both the short-term and long-term results we all want. 35 pounds down in just 6 weeks. So think about it. If you start Awaken 180 today, you could be down 35 pounds heading into the holidays. Now, that might sound crazy, but you really could be. I did it. Donnie, Paul Alexander, and probably people that you know personally have done it as well. We all had the same results. 4 to 5 pounds gone each and every week until reaching our goal. It's that simple. So if you're tired of shortcuts that don't last, stop gambling on the quick fixes and play the sure bet and win it. Start today at awaken180weightloss.com. 5 words no one wants to hear. You need a new roof. What do? Who do you call? How are you going to pay for it? It's Chris Muller, and these are all questions that run through people's minds when they hear those 5 words. But if you pick up the phone and call MHI Roofing, your new roof will be the easiest, most hassle-free home improvement project you'll ever do. MHI has thousands of 5-star ratings for both customer service and high-quality installation. Plus, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. And since no one wants to pay these high interest rates, for a limited time, MHI is offering 5-year no-interest financing with minimum monthly payments for qualified buyers. So if you need a new roof, don't stress. MHI Roofing has got your back. It all starts with a free 21-point roof inspection to assess the exact condition of your roof and what needs to be done next. Set up your inspection today. 412-998-8864 or online at MHIRoof.com.
Tailgating without Pepsi this football season? That'd be like playing football without pads. You could do it, but I wouldn't. Or like watching the Steelers without a "Here we go" chant. Here we go! It's just not the same. Your tailgate's kielbasa is good, but kielbasa paired with a crisp, refreshing Pepsi Zero Sugar? That's a game changer. Steelers Nation, stock up on Pepsi Zero Sugar at Giant Eagle today, because tailgating deserves Pepsi.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
BetMGM is inviting you to charge the field this pro football season. Existing BetMGM customers can have a ball without having to sweat. Log into your account to get a Pro Football No Sweat token. Apply the token to your next pro football bet. If you lose with the token attached, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets. That's right. With a no sweat token, you get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. There's nothing like a fresh set of downs. And that's just what BetMGM is offering if you don't win with a no sweat token. So find your favorite matchup and be a part of all the hard-hitting, crowd-pleasing pro football action. Make this pro football season one for the ages. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Insurance companies prep for settlements. We prepare for trial.
LGKG is ready to fight. Car accidents, wrongful death, med-mal. When it matters, we fight.
And win hundreds of millions of dollars for our clients.
LGKG, your home team. LGKG.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, some good news on the injury front from Mike Tomlin, if you take him at his word. Deshaun Elliott, hyperextended knee, out for Sunday's game, but called him week to week. Did not describe that as a season-ending injury. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. It's a Tomlin Tuesday on the PM team.
Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
You evaluate the job that Terrell Austin's done to this point?
You know, I've known Terrell a long time. He's very capable, very thorough. I've largely been pleased with his work, but certainly
He and I are not pleased with where we are right now from a defensive unit perspective, and so we're just going to keep working.
Good afternoon, everybody, as Mike Tomlin likes to say, although no one's feeling good after watching the Steelers the last 2 weeks. And Mike Tomlin not ready to hit any panic buttons, not willing to do what he did or what he was told to do a couple of years ago with his buddy, Matt Canada, who he watched recruit his son to Maryland. And that was the gift that kept on giving because Canada came here, self-imploded, obliterated the Steelers' offense. And what do you know? Hasn't worked in football since. And it's not like he's getting paid by the Steelers to sit at home and do nothing. No one has wanted him. No NFL team, no college team. He's unemployed. And Tomlin today asked about Terrell Austin and said he's not making any changes and that he's been largely pleased with his work, Austin's work. Ballsy, he says that because Austin's work is his work, right? I mean, there's no...
I'm largely pleased with Terrell's work, which is actually my work. I'm doing a pretty good job. But
Einhorn is Einhorn, Finkel is Finkel.
I'm not happy right now with myself, but I'm usually happy with myself.
That's why I am surprised by a couple things that I see on social media, in our YouTube comments, my Twitter mentions, on air, all those things. And that is, first of all, people wanting to blame Terrell Austin for the state of the Steelers' defense. I asked a simple question on Twitter. Do you blame Terrell Austin for the Steelers' defensive struggles? 64% of our listeners said yes. 64% said it's his fault. He's to blame. Guys, take the earwax out or the potatoes out of your ears and listen to people who are around the Steelers. It's not his defense. He's got to do what his boss tells him. Now, he can go rogue if he wants, and that would probably get him fired. He's not the man in charge. He takes orders. He is the furthest thing from the boss. So that's the thing that I'm, first of all, shocked by. How many people say he's to blame? And then how many people think firing him would somehow maybe fix things? We had a caller yesterday bring up the idea, if you fired Austin, Rooney could put it on Tomlin and say, it's your defense, call the plays. We're going to sink or swim with you at the helm. Really good idea. Also, 0% chance of that happening. If Terrell Austin got fired, they'd promote either their secondary coach or their linebackers coach or their defensive line coach, and that guy would become the next puppet defensive coordinator, de facto defensive coordinator, who, or not de facto, that'd be Tomlin, would just be the figurehead defensive coordinator who does Tomlin's bidding.
Defensive coordinator Gerald Alexander, please step up to the plate.
Yeah, so I got to be honest with you. I feel differently about this than I do Canada. I don't think Austin should be fired. I don't think he deserves...
Other than as a means to an end to get Mike, in the hypothetical you just said would never actually happen, the only justification for it would be to get it out in the open that it's Mike's defense.
Right now, should Terrell Austin be fired? No, because I think if he is fired, he's like taking the blame or becoming the scapegoat for what Mike's done wrong. And I don't think that that's fair. I think it would be unfair of the Steelers to fire him.
Can I also say that I don't think Terrell Austin is actually good at his job in a vacuum, whatever it is? Every time.
How do we know that, though?
I mean, we've seen him as a defensive coordinator elsewhere.
Okay, but that was when he was probably doing the job of defensive coordinator, scheming up the defense, defensive philosophy, all those things.
The last time we saw him actually as a team's real defensive coordinator, right?
Yeah, it wasn't good.
He was 32nd in the league in yards.
Yeah.
And 30th in points.
Yeah. Actually, that's about what they are right now, Chris. A little bit better in points.
30th and 30th.
Yeah.
Now. That's it. They're the third from the bottom in both categories. But, I mean, I get your overall point that firing it, people want to see coaches get fired when things aren't going well because they want it to affect change. Firing Terrell Austin would not change anything with the Steelers.
Firing Matt Canada did because Tomlin doesn't call all the plays on offense. It wasn't his offense. It was Canada's stupid-ass jet sweep offense. And you replaced him with somebody, Mike Sullivan, who had called plays and previous stops in the NFL. He had offensive coordinator experience. You fire Terrell Austin, you just give somebody else a title that they really don't deserve or they really don't get any of the responsibilities that come with that job description, and Mike Tomlin just keeps doing his thing. That's my opinion. I mean, maybe callers want to call in and tell me differently that you at least need a pound of flesh here and somebody's got to pay for this. Do it. 412-928-9370. We know Tomlin's not getting fired. There's snowball's chance in hell of that happening. So why do so many fans want Teryl Austin fired is what I want to know. 412-928-9370.
Well, I guess I want to know, do people really think it's his defense? Do people
can't possibly think that,
truly
Chris.
Believe it's his defense, that he's making the calls, that on game day, unless Mike wants a specific look at a specific time, otherwise Teryl Austin is the one making the actual executive decisions?
You'd have to be really in the tank for Tomlin. You'd have to be like a Tomlin homer, Tomlin lover, who sees nothing but blind spots to say that Tomlin has been done in by Austin. That it's another just bad assistant hire, and Teryl Austin is dragging down Mike Tomlin. I don't think actual clear-headed fans, knowledgeable Steelers fans, believe any of that. We had Keith Butler come on the air and say his regret from coaching the Steelers is that he never got to call defensive plays. He came on the air and said those things out loud. Did the paradigm shift? They fired a well-respected defensive assistant who had multiple opportunities to coordinate defense other places and decided when they promoted Teryl Austin, now is the time to give him carte blanche? No. No one actually believes that with a brain.
They had Brian Flores in the building, and they didn't let him do it.
And why do you think Brian Flores probably didn't want to stick around, Chris?
Because he knows that Mike Tomlin calls the shots on defense. Calls the shots overall, but calls the shots specifically on defense and would probably, under no circumstances, allow that defense and control of it to be pried from his cold, dead hands.
So I'll ask again, why do people want Teryl Austin fired? 412-928-9370. Let him make his $1 million or whatever it is to just take orders from Mike Tomlin. Firing him would change absolutely nothing, in my opinion. Donnie, do you disagree? You think they should can him?
No, I mean, it's not going to change anything. He will just be the scapegoat for the season, and I think it would look pretty much the same. You might have a wrinkle here and there that's a little bit different, or I guess like he has some wrinkles here and there that are a little bit different than what we previously saw, but that's at most all it is. They might get like that initial like bump of like 1 or 2 games. Like let's say they would do it. Let's say they would have done it today.
Mm-hmm.
And they go out and they actually have a surprisingly good defensive performance against a team who has looked like the best team in football.
Yep.
Okay.
You'd have people pounding the chest. See, we knew that was the problem. Mike Tomlin's going to lead this defense to greater heights. And then it would take about a week or 2 after that before the defense looked exactly the same as it just did.
And so you're saying they would get like a motivational morale bump from firing somebody.
Yeah, because I feel like
you don't actually think like all of a sudden their schematics and everything would get better.
Do you think that it would be like specifically the guys in that room like Teryl because he's a pretty nice guy? They respect him because he's been around for a while, and they would want to win one to show that like he didn't deserve it? You know what I mean?
I mean, we just see that oddly sometimes in sports where like teams will dump a coach and then out of nowhere,
because everyone's on notice now. Everybody feels like, okay, if this guy can get fired, my job might be on the line next.
Sure, Don, but don't you think that doesn't necessarily apply to the Steelers because those guys in that room understand that Teryl Austin doesn't really have any power and that it's all Mike? It wouldn't feel like everyone's on notice because the guy who actually does the job would still be doing the job.
So what are you arguing? They'd be pissed off that somebody who didn't deserve to get fired lost his job and maybe it would have the opposite effect?
I think it could. I'd love to know how many of those veterans who've come in from other organizations this year, Ramsey via trade, I'm talking on the defensive end, Darius Slay, those two in particular, Chuck Clark even.
Yeah.
I am wondering how many of them are looking at Mike Tomlin, if they're looking at Mike Tomlin right now and saying this isn't necessarily all it was cracked up to be.
Tomlin says, I've largely been pleased with Teryl Austin's work. The entire time Austin has been the defensive coordinator for the Steelers, the Steelers have had the highest paid defense in the NFL. For 4 consecutive years, they've been number 1, 22 through 2025. They've never finished in the top 5. It would be like, we talk about payrolls in baseball. It would be like if the Dodgers, for 4 straight years, never even made it to an NLCS. They don't get what they pay for at all. And that's not Terrell Austin's fault. That's Mike Tomlin's fault. So I just maybe I'll find out in the course of the next 20 minutes here that this is a non-issue for fans and they agree with me that Austin is not the fall guy at all. But social media says otherwise. Social media, like, fire Austin is a trending topic. Why? 412-928-9370. Here's Anthony in Oakland. Hello, Anthony.
You know, fellas, observing this team for as long as I have, it's not Austin. It is Tomlin. And the problem is...
And you used to be a Tomlin apologist, so it means a lot hearing you say that, Anthony.
Well, he got what he wanted.
When they gave him that contract extension, you came on the air and you belittled me. You had scorn in your voice. You ripped me to shreds for questioning his resume and success as a coach. You murdered me for that, Anthony. So I give you credit for being able to change your opinions on him.
Well, after this conversation, my breasts will still stay the same, though, unlike yours. So let me say this. The problem is Mr. Rooney, because what happened last year down the stretch was not an anomaly.
Yep.
So it's a pattern. It has transferred to this season.
Yep.
What we've noticed from observing this team is if they don't somehow get turnovers, there are minor league stuff going on out here. So, you know, Mr. Rooney's the culprit. He's unlike his father in so many ways.
So let's address that. What would his father have done that he's unwilling to do? Fire Tomlin?
His father would have called the coach into the room as he did a 4-time Super Bowl winner and said, you're going to change some of the people that you have hired because this is unacceptable. And the coach did it. And then the next year, a few years later, didn't turn out to say, we called him back in again and said, you need to change again. And that's when that coach said, sayonara, I'm leaving. But there has to be somebody. Listen, look what Cowher did. How many coordinators did Cowher go through? From Capers to LeBeau to Haslett to Tim Lewis. Then he brings LeBeau back.
Yeah, but this guy's been here for a while and has gone through a lot of defensive coordinators too. The problem is the defensive coordinators have no say, Anthony. That's the issue.
But see, this is why Cowher gets more out in the public than it does, because Cowher allowed them to do it, though. He allowed them to coach. And Tomlin alone. Well, at least bring an overseer in here. Bring in Eric Mangini, who's accustomed to the 3-4. Jared Mayo or something. So bring somebody in as a consultant, for God's sake.
But if Mike doesn't want to listen to what the consultant has to say, what difference does
I'm with Chris on that, Anthony.
But that's where the owner has to step in for good.
Anthony,
come on,
I actually
man.
agree with you that the bigger problem is art, and if we want to trace this back to the roots, all of this becomes somewhat impotent talk because Art will never do any of the things that most of us feel like he needs to do here.
Well, then he's becoming a football version of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
What? Wow. I mean, I think that's a little bit of a stretch. Don't you guys? I mean, the Pirates haven't had a winning season since 2018?
Art works within a system.
Playoffs since 2015? We got the Steelers compared to the Pirates here.
Art works within a system that has no artificial or constraints on what a team in Pittsburgh can spend relative to a team in Dallas on its payroll. And within that system that is set up for parity, Art's team maybe is a model of parity because they always go 9-8, but they haven't been seen rightly as a threat in almost a full decade, and he has done nothing to modernize their approach or to light a fire under any of his people that he compensates very well to get better at their jobs. I think he's doing a horrible job as Steelers owner.
Wow. Holy man.
He
Holy
is.
cow, man. A horrible job.
Yes.
Oof.
When's the last time they won a playoff game?
Well, we know the answer to that question.
And what does he do at the end of every season where they manage to go 9-8?
He acts like they
get up in his
something,
bully pulpit and all but lecture fans about what the expectation
successful
should be.
Or something big. Yeah.
So yes, I'll underline it. He's doing. Hold on, I'll say it better. Art Rooney II is doing a horrible job as Steelers owner and is the biggest problem with the franchise right now.
412-928-9370. I'm guessing that fans agree with us that Terrell Austin shouldn't be fired because that's what the phone lines look like right now. Just people nodding in agreement and saying, yes, keep the man who is the defensive coordinator of the Steelers. Do you agree or disagree? 412-928-9370. What would you do? 412-928-9370. Tomlin says, I've largely been pleased with Terrell Austin's work. Should the man lose his job? 412-928-9370. Here's Donnie's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Kansas City, a 28-7 win over the Washington Commanders on Monday Night Football. Thursday Night Football to kick off Week 9 of the NFL season. The Ravens and the Dolphins in Miami Thursday night. You can listen to that game right here on 93.7 The Fan. The NFL and Westwood One coverage begins at 7:30, kickoff at 8:15. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mosey.
Thanks, Don. It is October, late October, as a matter of fact. Most of the mornings have been in the 30s, and if you're noticing that your house is a lot colder than it should be, despite what the thermostat says, and the furnace is just on at all hours of the day, it's probably because your windows are letting in way too much cold air. Like, ideally, you don't want them to let in anything, right? You want them to keep the warm air in. If they're not doing that, you need to call my friends at Universal Windows Direct. You need to get your windows fixed with their great October deal that is loaded with value. Right now, you can buy 2 windows and get 2 free. There is no limit. If you need 8 windows, you only pay for 4. If you need 16, you only pay for 8. You can also enjoy 0% interest for 3 full years. Plus, when you schedule this month, get an extra $500 off your home improvement project, the entire home improvement project. Exclusive super spacer technology that's found in Universal's windows. Well, it keeps the cold air out, keeps the hot air, the warm air in, and keeps your energy bills lower and your house more comfortable. Don't wait on this one, folks. Call them at 412-545-6003 or schedule your free in-home estimate at universalwindowsdirect.com. When you do, like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller like to get the party started early. Join them every Friday for the PM Tailgate Party. A first look at all things football for the upcoming weekend.
Tailgate.
The PM Team Friday Tailgate Party is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar, Saloni's Italian Bread, Smale Lincoln Greensburg, and Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers. The PM Team's Friday Tailgate Party is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. There are certain players whose reputation comes down to the postseason, like Eli Manning in football or Robert Horry in the NBA. Freddie Freeman is a great player in both the regular season and the postseason. Last night, the Dodgers star hit his second World Series walk-off home run to win an 18-inning classic over the Blue Jays. When Freeman goes into the Hall of Fame, his playoff heroics will be a huge part of his story. I'm Andrew Perloff.
My whole identity had been wrapped up in being a soldier. To have that so violently ripped from me when I was wounded, I was lost for a very long time. When Wounded Warrior Project came into my life, being around the other warriors, people that had similar experiences that I did, it was a game changer for me. Having King join the group, that was the beginning of a really good friendship. It's a good time.
I first heard about Wounded Warrior Project through CQ. And at first I was kind of like, I don't know if I qualify. But having been a part of it, it's kind of taught me that it's not just the wounds that you can see, but it's those that you can't.
When you do something like a peer support group with Wounded Warrior Project and come together from different walks of life, man, the growth is incredible. If not for Wounded Warrior Project, I really don't think that I'd be here today.
See how we help warriors combat stigma at woundedwarriorproject.org/combat stigma.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me. Like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go, but I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there, providing hot meals, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding.
To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
At twomeninajunktruck.com, you can book same day or next day. Then we arrive, we quote, you like the price? Yes! We haul it away. Yeah, it's that easy. We'll even whistle while we work. 2 men in a junk truck.
Can't find the right words? Say it with Flowers. Order today at oliverflowers.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
How would you characterize the play of Slay?
He's been solid at times. Certainly, he's left a few plays out there, but I think that's not only reflective of him, but reflective of the collective. You can say the same thing about us as coaches, starting first and foremost with myself.
I think part of the problem is, you hear it in that answer, Tomlin, on Darius Slay, who stunk and really made a half-assed effort on that Savion Williams touchdown. I'd like to hear him, doesn't have to cuss guys out in the media, but can you be an honest broker when guys aren't playing well and admit it and just say it?
Pretty deferential to a veteran.
And not give them the cover of, well, everyone needs to be better.
I mean, it wasn't obvious that Darius Slay was the only person he criticized today because you could at least tell in the change in tone there. Him saying he left a few plays out there is tantamount to him saying he stunk because he did. But, yeah, he won't
Why couch it with he's been solid at times?
He won't ever be the guy who just crucifies a player, particularly a veteran player.
I would say that's the big distinction because he was fine with blaming Caleb Johnston for the Seattle loss.
Well, he also, will give you the spiel about, getting on the moving train or whatever, but when it's a veteran, they have no problem doing that. I don't know, man. No offense to Darius Slay, but I don't really think the head coach needs to show him a lot of deference right now. I don't sit here wondering.
I don't think he needs to show much playing time.
I don't sit here wondering, man, what happens if Darius Slay checks out on this team? He looked like he already did.
412-928-9370. And yet, over 60% of our listeners believe Terrell Austin is to blame for the Steelers' defensive struggles. I just don't get it, man, and they want him fired. They want him to be shown the door.
Do you think they want him fired in part because even if they think Mike Tomlin is actually the reason, because they know Mike calls the defense, that Terrell Austin getting fired would be a sign that Art Rooney is at least waking up and starting to take steps towards eventually getting down the road to firing Mike Tomlin? I'm going to fire the guy that covers for you.
No, because we've seen coordinators get fired or have their contracts renewed all the time.
Here. I'm trying. I'm trying to find a reason to believe that why people would think the way they do about this.
Matt tweets in that he wants Tomlin fired, or Tomlin, he probably does, based on this tweet, wants Austin fired because it would hurt Mike Tomlin's feelings. That's kind of like when fans said the Steelers should cut Connor Hayward to, give Cam the proverbial middle finger. Yeah, let's not actually let's not really address the real problem. Let's go with some tertiary issue and hope that it makes the guy who's in charge feel awkward.
It won't.
No. He's Teflon.
I'm just laughing at the picture you just tweeted out of me saying Art Rooney is doing a horrible job, and I don't know why.
Do you see it, Don?
You always find the funniest pictures of these guys.
You see Artie boy?
No, I saw it.
His face looks more like he just farted in the Great Hall and hopes nobody realizes it's him.
Here is JT in Cranberry. Hello, JT. JT? Going once, going twice, sold. You bought him. Here is Nick in Bethel. Hello, Nick.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, man.
Hey, so my biggest thing is I understand people being upset with Tomlin and Terrell Austin, right, and wanting them fired. But honestly, in years past, Tomlin's defense has been proven to work, right? We've had games that our defense is absolutely dominant and the ones that have won us the games, right? So when is it the players' fault?
Hold on. When you say he has shown that his defense can work, what time period are you talking about?
Even just last year, years past with Kenny Pickett and Mason Rudolph, we went to the playoffs with some of the worst quarterbacks.
Nick, the quarterback play has nothing to do with the performance of the defense. Their defense in those two playoff games that you're talking about against Buffalo and last year against Baltimore put forth some of the worst defensive performances ever in playoff games, statistically. Announcers were saying mid-game, it looks like their defense is sleepwalking like they don't care.
I agree. The defensive performance in the playoff games have been horrible, and that gets to my point. I
don't know if it does, because if your point is the defense works, but it doesn't work in playoff games, then how does it actually work?
It's the players showing up, right? When is it Cam Hayward's fault? When is it T.J. Watt's fault, right? Why do we have the biggest, highest-paid defense, and they don't show up on Sunday? That's my question. I don't think it's the play calling. It has been proven in games that have gone.
What do you say to Jamar Chase? What do you say to Jamar Chase saying we knew what they were going to do before the game and we were hoping they would do it? How does that not stand as a major indictment of the play calling and scheme?
Yeah, that definitely makes it harder. I totally agree. But there's been times where teams have known what we're going to do. There's times where we know what teams are going to do, and we get pooped on, crapped on, where we have the same issue.
So you just
the problem is our players don't show up.
You truly do believe, though, that Mike Tomlin is running a really good scheme, correct?
I don't think it's an amazing scheme. I don't think it wins us the Super Bowl, but I don't think it's something that he has to be fired for.
All right, so let me ask you a question. Do you coach any sports? Have you ever coached a sport before?
Yeah, I currently coach lacrosse.
Okay, so you coach lacrosse. If your team consistently, your best players, didn't show up in big games, they never did, you don't think it would be fair of those parents to ask, why can't this coach get more out of our guys? We've got talent. Why don't they show up for games? You don't think getting players to show up for games is an indictment on a coach? Of course it is.
I agree with that part, but the thing is that counteracts that is Aaron Rodgers and the other guys that are here for Tomlin, for his locker room presence, for that stuff. So, it's a hard battle.
Aaron Rodgers wanting to come here to play for Mike Tomlin has nothing to do with how his defenses play. Nothing.
Yeah, but I'm saying as far as whenever you're saying getting guys ready to, wanting to play and showing up on Sundays, clearly he gets Aaron Rodgers ready. Aaron Rodgers hasn't been the problem. He's ready every week.
But you're saying you can't get T.J. Watt and Cam Hayward ready.
Yeah.
Okay. So what good is he then? He's not an offensive mastermind. He's not an offensive guru.
I'm not going to I didn't want to say it to Nick because I feel like it would have gone way down the rabbit hole. Mike has to sign off on any personnel move they make because he's been here for 20 years and he's shown that level of deference. All the guys that he just named there, T.J. Watt, Cam Hayward, whoever else, you want to put Ramsey and Slay in there as big name guys with big baseball card resumes. Mm-hmm. How old are all of them? At least
30.
And who has to sign off on bringing in aging players to add to a defense whose best two players are already long in the tooth relative to their position? Mike Tomlin.
So the caller says lay off Mike Tomlin. It's the player's fault. Don't fire Terrell Austin because it's not on him. It's on the players. Don't even think about firing Mike Tomlin because it's on the players and not him. Your thoughts at 412-928-9370. You can tweet them in too. Brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. We'll give you our PM Team Tomlinism of the Week coming up next. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
6-3 win for the Penguins last night against the St. Louis Blues. Brian Rust, a couple of goals and an assist. Penguins and Flyers tonight in Philadelphia. Puck drop set for 6 p.m. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Yeah, more NBA. Second week of the season. A lot of compelling matchups and storylines out there. A lot of big games. Tonight, you've got, for example, Milwaukee and New York, two teams that feel like they can get to the NBA Finals matching up with each other. You've got injuries already factoring into this season as well. And FanDuel is the place where you can take your hunches, your analysis, and put them to good use. Right now, FanDuel is giving everyone out there, new customers I'm talking about, everyone who does not have an account, $300 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins on FanDuel. So whether that's a spread bet, a total bet, a player prop, a parlay, you get that right, you're going to turn 5 into 300 in bonus bets on FanDuel. Just go to FanDuel.com/Andrew to sign up today. 21 plus President Pennsylvania for Sound minimum one wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible. Bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and everybody wants the shortcut. Players stealing signs or even betting on their own games. Guys juicing to hit one more homer. People taking shots to drop a few pounds. It's all the same thing, trying to cheat the system. I wanted results, but I didn't want to gamble with my health. I didn't want a short-term fix. I went with Awaken 180, and I received both the short-term and long-term results we all want. 35 pounds down in just 6 weeks. So think about it. If you start Awaken 180 today, you could be down 35 pounds heading into the holidays. Now, that might sound crazy, but you really could be. I did it. Donnie, Paul Alexander, and probably people that you know personally have done it as well. We all had the same results. 4 to 5 pounds gone each and every week until reaching our goal. It's that simple. So if you're tired of shortcuts that don't last, stop gambling on the quick fixes and play the sure bet and win it. Start today at awaken180weightloss.com.
Taylor, during your Jeep of Pittsburgh Drive into Fall sales event, what's your difference?
Simple. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we'll beat it. Within minutes. No waiting, no games. Easy as that.
And if you can't,
Bob, we haven't run into that problem yet.
Get to Fournier's Three Rivers Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram at the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard across from the Golden Arches. Or visit jeepupittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. If your garage floor looks lousy with stains, cracks, or bad epoxy job, right now you can get 50% off labor on a new Comer & Cross garage floor. Call them now because 50% off labor ends soon. Here's their number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A new Comer & Cross garage floor will be your favorite home improvement. It's going to feel like pulling into a new car showroom every night. Guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And Comer & Cross makes it so easy. All their employees are well-trained pros. They don't use subcontractors ever. They're in and out in one day. They'll fix your cracks and pits perfectly. They even take your stuff out for you. For 50% off labor and your new Comer & Cross garage floor installed by the holiday, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or go to COMERcross.com. Comer & Cross Garage Floor Coatings.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here for Blue Chew. Blue Chew isn't just a tablet. It's a cheat code for your area downstairs. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best. Stronger, harder, longer lasting, like somebody gave your privates a pep talk and a gym membership. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. Date nights, they just got longer and better for everyone. And with Blue Chew, you can be ready when she is. And guys, it's not just about performance. It's about maybe giving her group chat something to talk about, because nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, that's promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565. Trucking isn't just for drivers. PGT Trucking needs professional staff to help support their men and women out on the road. With positions in safety, recruiting, driver training, fleet management, maintenance, and more, you too can join the proud professionals of PGT and play a major role in the supply chain. Ditch the boring desk job and get in on the action with PGT. Call 1-800-TEAM-PGT or apply online at pgttrucking.com/work. That's pgttrucking.com/work.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
We've competed against Lou over the years, from his years in Cincinnati as a defensive coordinator. I see some things that are certainly Lou, but he's certainly adaptable in terms of highlighting the talents of the men that he works with. It starts inside and up front with their defense. Buckner and Stewart are Grizzly veteran players, man, who are really good at what they do. They control the line of scrimmage. Stewart's really tough against the run. Buckner obviously is a dynamic pass rusher on the interior. They do some things to create matchups for him on guards, on centers. The schematic variations that you see, particularly in one-dimensional passing moments, really highlights their talents. They got a nice edge group that runs deep. They play a lot of people. They're multiple. It helps them on third down, man. They get in a bunch of structures on third down. You can see nickel 4-2, nickel 5-1, dime 3-2, dime 41. Lou does a nice job of keeping you off balance.
All right, our Tomlinism of the week, which you can sponsor, by the way. Very popular thing to pick out the unique terminology used by Mike Tomlin at his press conference, even though after almost 20 years it drives us nuts, especially when the Steelers are losing games.
I haven't heard that one ever. I don't think that one has. He's nickel 5-1, nickel 4-2.
Nickel 4-2, nickel 5-1, dime 5-2, dime 4-1.
That's
Donnie,
gotta
you're
be
a ball
somebody's
knower. You know what that means?
That's got to be somebody's fantasy football name for next year. Change your team's name right now. Nickel 4-2, nickel 5-1.
You played college ball. You know dime 5-2, dime 4-1, nickel 5-1, nickel 4-2.
I mean, you always just have like the 5 DBs in those. So is he like giving the numbers? See, I always thought, though, you gave the number like by the layer of the defense.
Right, so that would be 4 defensive linemen, 2 linebackers, 5 D-line, 1.
Correct,
5
but
DBs.
if he's pulling out like 5
down linemen,
dime,
1 linebacker.
Dime 5-2, dime 4-1.
5 DBs.
Yeah. But he also said, I see some things that are certainly Lou.
I like that one, actually. That one tickled me. Oh, that's very Lou. Look at that. That's so Lou.
Talking about Lou Anarumo, the Colts' new defensive coordinator who's in Cincinnati. And then again, he keeps calling old players grizzly veterans.
Yeah. Not grizzled. Grizzly.
Grizzly vets. Tannehill was a grizzly vet. Now Buckner and Stewart are grizzly vets.
Yeah, they're grizzled. Or does he say grizzly on purpose because he knows people are going to react to it, as he has admitted to many times?
Of butchering the English language?
Of saying purposely things in a certain way to make sure that everyone stays paying attention.
So he doesn't think grizzled really catches their attention or catches their eye like picturing a big old bear?
My thing, yeah, apparently not. I think whenever he says in a myriad of ways, it's always bothered me. I know he uses it properly, but I've never used it that way, and that always gives me like kind of like a little jolt of like, ew, don't like that. Nails on a chalkboard.
Breaking news on the Steelers defense, season saved. They have signed Derek Forrest to the practice squad.
They're not going to miss the forest for the trees this time, Malsey.
He is the guy who spent time with the Colts, I think, on their practice squad. So presumably he knows what they do. Before that, he was with the Commanders.
I'll credit them here. At least the guy is in his mid-20s and not like 33.
The problem for him is if he's in his mid-20s only, he probably cannot catch up to that moving train if they need him. Only those grizzly vets can.
Grizzly Adams crew can catch up to the moving.
Grizzly
train.
Adams did have a beard.
2022 guy had 4 picks with the Commanders. It's a lot in 11 starts, but has done nothing since. So former 5th-round pick from Cincinnati. All right, thank you, Donnie, for the Tomlinism of the week. Let's go back to the phone lines here. 63% of our listeners want Terrell Austin fired. My question back to them is, what problem would that solve when we know full well it's not his defense? Here's Preston on the Fan. Hello, Preston.
How's it going, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, so first off, these these press conferences are like nails on a chalkboard. I'm getting really sick of hearing these things. But with Austin, yeah, you guys are right. There's no reason to fire him. I mean, we know he doesn't control anything. He'd be a sacrificial lamb is all he would be. Biggest thing here is that Tomlin's ego is what's killing us because he won't hire a good coach to just step up and actually lead the defense. And, yeah, he's been ruining his team. He's not as good as what he thinks, and it's showing over the many, many years. And to counter that one caller who said that their scheme's not the problem, we have stars on our defense. Of course, at times, stars are going to beat the guy across from them, and it doesn't matter what the team is, they're going to do good at times. But overall, the vast majority of the time, we look like crap. And the thing is, you guys are all right. We're never going to fire Tomlin. I mean, we're not going to. And it's not that they won't, they can't. He's like the Rooney rule. They can't fire him. The only time they'll fire him is if Marcus Freeman, the Notre Dame coach, ever wants to take over and be the head coach in the NFL. That's the only way we can ever move on from Tomlin.
I completely disagree with that. They can and they could fire him. Art Rooney, I think, doesn't have the stomach to fire him because Art Rooney, in his mind, always sees the team that he owns play meaningful regular season games.
I do think, though, if he were to, for some reason, just abruptly retire, I absolutely think Freeman would be on a very, very short list of candidates. He's young. He's energetic. He's coaching at a Catholic school, and it's Notre Dame, and it's the Roonies who own the Steelers.
Well, then they should hire Duquesne's head coach if they're having a good year.
They might as a consultant. They like him a lot. Schmitty.
I'm going to reject the notion that he would only fire Mike Tomlin if he could replace him with another qualified black head coach.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
I'm rejecting that notion out of hand.
I agree with that, but I'm saying regardless of whether he's black, white, green,
Freeman's
brown,
going to be
blue,
a hot name
Freeman
for
would
NFL
be a
jobs.
candidate for
he
that.
would be.
For them.
And I've seen people actually who want Tomlin gone in our chat actually say very sincerely, if they fired him and hired Marcus Freeman, I'd be excited. I would be excited if they fired Mike and hired a very offensive-minded head coach on the rise or a coordinator on the rise.
I don't think Arthur Smith has done a bad job here. I think if I look at his year plus now, I would binary grading, good or bad, I would say he's done a good job. Now, things went off the rails with Russell Wilson last year, but they were not a horrible offense. The defense has underachieved way more than the offense has. The synergy between him and Aaron Rodgers, I think, has largely worked, that combination. I'm bringing all that up because I still don't believe that Mike Tomlin's idea was to hire Arthur Smith. I think Arthur Smith, because of his resume, having worked with Malarkey and Wisenhunt and LeBeau and all these Steelers guys, who his dad was, I think made him attractive to Art. And I think Art suggested to Mike, you should interview this guy. I think he was what I'm saying is I think he was a Rooney-approved candidate. I think Mike ultimately hired him, but I think Mike knew that he had the backing of the owner. And that always, how could it not? Don't you think that factors into decisions we make?
Well, if it's a guy that you know the owner likes going in and you decide you like him well enough, then it's a frictionless process.
Exactly. And I'm bringing that up because that works on the offensive side of the ball, which is not really Mike's domain. I can't picture something like that happening on defense. Where, like, let's say this guy that, he has to have a connection to Pittsburgh, of course, or the Steelers in some tangential way. Let's say somebody like that with a big resume became available. I can't picture Art saying, hey, Mike, we're moving on from Austin at the end of the year when his contract expires. Bring this guy in for an interview, hire him, and oh, by the way, he's actually going to run the defense now.
Well, no,
because Mike would look at that as like
you're
stepping on my toes now.
No, he would look at it as a demotion. I'm your defensive coordinator. Part of the reason you pay me so much money is I technically do two jobs. Pony, the inverse of that situation happened with Flores. Tomlin extended a life preserver to Flores.
Good move by him.
Good move by him. Went down in the story of it, went down the hall to Art basically and said, guess who's available? We need to hire him. He's really smart. But then Mike, again, I will say it's his ego that gets in his way more than anything, cannot bring himself. I would have even understood, Pony, if they hadn't given Brian Flores the keys to the defense right then and there, because it's not his defense coming in. He'd have to, learn all their terminology. But, bring him along so that the idea is you're going to keep him long-term and he's the man. They didn't even hint at doing
Listen
that.
to the PM Team on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Time is 2:46. Time to make that smart call to the Buell Insurance Agency, 724-443-5610. Should the Steelers fire Terrell Austin, yes or no? 412-928-9370. And did Mike Tomlin throw shade at Aaron Rodgers today? I thought he did. You'll hear it next. You tell us what you think and why. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. First, a message from Mulsey.
It's about Daisy French onion dip. Thanks, Pony. It's a guilty pleasure of mine snacking while I'm eating or while I'm watching games, while I'm watching anything just about. I like to throw down maybe some vegetables if we're going pretty healthy. Maybe if I'll throw the chips and pretzels in the mix, I want to just treat myself a little bit. But either way, I bring Daisy French onion dip into the picture, and then it's definitely me treating myself. Daisy French onion dip and Daisy ranch dip, as good as homemade, made with real herbs and spices, made with the kind of stuff that you'd find right now in your own kitchen. Those are just some of the reasons why you've got to go look for Daisy French onion dip at a grocery store near you.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, Blank Kepler-Coriac, Cranberry Dental Studio, EJ Dick Trummel and Lindy Group, PGT Trucking, NSS Live, Lot 17 Bloomfield, and Feeney Insurance Agency. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Have you been diagnosed with metastatic prostate cancer? You may qualify for a clinical trial studying an investigational therapy designed to activate your immune system to fight cancer throughout the body. If your prostate cancer has spread and you've received prior hormone therapy, you may be eligible. Take the next step in your fight. Visit Legion100trial.com to learn more or call 1-888-636-5344. That's Legion100trial.com or 1-888-636-5344.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 122. Plus tax acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer doc fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for Santa Fe rebate. Not all buyers will qualify. Select units only. Offers end 10/31/25.
Get to Mike Camlin Hyundai today for huge fall savings. New 2025 Hyundai Tucson's 1.99% for 60 months. Or the new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe 1.99% for 48 months. Or up to $3,000 in rebates. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Camlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Mr. Magic Car Wash. Pittsburgh's undisputed car wash champion is Mr. Magic. Get a free premium wash by texting FAN to 47757 or visiting MrMagicCarWash.com. Then stop by our 23 neighborhood locations to enjoy the most exceptional wash in the burg. Enjoy the shine at Mr. Magic Car Wash.
Leaves and interest rates are falling here at the gorgeous new Crown Mitsubishi in Washington. It's 0% on all this fall. All Mitsu models now have 0% financing for 60 months. That's incredible. 7-passenger Outlanders take up to $8,000 off. 43 mile per gallon Mirage now for $3,500 off. Plus that great warranty and 2 years of prepaid maintenance. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. The bow tie means a better buy. CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See below for details on all offers.
Other sportsbooks just don't hit right. But FanCash makes switching to Fanatics easy. Only Fanatics gives you up to 10% FanCash back on all bets, win or lose, which you can use to unlock the world of Fanatics. From more bets and game tickets to signed memorabilia and one-of-a-kind experiences only Fanatics can offer. Switch to Fanatics Sportsbook and let the fan cash roll in. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. MD, visit mdgamblinghelp.org. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how retailers become constantly connecting must-visit shops. How restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with our reliable business internet. Plus, stay connected when you add Wi-Fi backup for just $35 a month. And ask about a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Wireless Connect requires business internet for additional monthly charge. Taxes and other fees extra. Prepaid card offer ends 11/16/25.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/life.
I had to do something when my headaches were making my entire life a headache. My PCP was so good about it. We talked about my routines, like all the coffee I'm drinking and all the sleeping I'm not doing. We ruled some things out, and I made some changes. So far, fewer headaches. So good. My PCP specializes in me.
Find a PCP near you and connect to a network of nationally recognized care at upmc.com/PCP.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should all my money be in checking?
Do I open more than one credit card?
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
How can I make a budget and actually stick to it?
How big of a nest should my nest egg be?
Can I mix a little green into all the black and gold? Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
84 Lumber is proud to partner with Anderson Windows and Doors to present an all-new interactive showroom, now open in Mount Lebanon. The showroom features an extensive selection of windows, doors, and accessories from Anderson. The space is designed for personalized consultations, so homeowners, builders, and contractors can work directly with 84 Lumber experts to find the perfect Anderson products for their projects. Visit the showroom at 1675 Washington Road, Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. or Saturday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive as low as $329 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $229 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires November 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Hey, it's Dan Zangrilli for Comcast Business Solutions. Comcast Business Solutions and expert partnership can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how retailers become constantly connecting, confidently transacting, must-visit shops. How restaurants become reliably up and running, dinner rush crushing neighborhood favorites. how healthcare offices become the data-protecting medical team collaborating caregivers we all depend on. It's how shipping companies become package tracking, speedy delivering logistics masters, and how wealth management firms become cyber-securing, market-tracking guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and connection redundancy with Wireless Connect, Comcast Business is helping businesses stay connected and get threat ready. Comcast Business, powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities. Call today to learn more about their great offers.
Celebrate the spooky season with Zero Res and get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129 and take 15% off your air duct and dryer vent cleaning. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and take advantage of these huge savings.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Back-to-back for the Penguins. 6 o'clock face-off against the Flyers tonight in Philly. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Tomlin Tuesday on The Fan.
It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
You're always a little bit concerned when you're settling for field goals when you're playing good people. It seems like touchdowns is how it gets done in our business at this level. And so it was a little bit less than comfortable at halftime settling for 3 field goals. I think those drives were stopped by penalties and negative plays on 1st and 10, put us in some 2nd and long circumstances. We didn't perform very well in 2nd and long, not only in the first half of the game, but in the totality of the game. It produced a lot of 3rd and longs in the game. That's low percentage conversion rates for us. That's low percentage conversion rates for everyone, to be quite honest with you. We were in more 3rd and longs in that game than we're comfortable with, and I think we suffered the consequences of that.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19, Peters Township. Pitt plays a big game at Stanford on Saturday. Temperatures there will be in the 60s. That's fan weather, brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. All right, Mike Tomlin again started his press conference by blaming the offense for settling for field goals, which I think is still crazy that that's his number one takeaway from this game. If only we had cashed in and turned those drives into touchdowns, we would have been fine. When the opposing quarterback completed 20 consecutive passes in a row, he's had a chance to talk about this game twice, and he hasn't brought that up either time.
He's also led with more or less complaints or down talk towards the offense both times.
And I think this answer here that I'm about to play drives home that point even more. Dulac always gets the first question. It's kind of old-fashioned the way that they do it. I just want to show up at a press conference one time and try to beat him to it to get him mad at me. I did that in Indy.
You did get the first one in?
I went for it, and then he just powered right through it. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to stop talking.
You're tough to power through in that setting.
So I'm just
maybe he was just on autopilot.
I'm going to concede it.
Maybe he was just on autopilot, and the thought of somebody else actually talking never occurred, so he didn't even hear it.
That was also the trip where the Colts GM, I think, took the loudest dump I've ever heard in my entire life.
Really?
Oh, yeah. In the press box there.
Like,
it was like bellowing and echoing.
You couldn't hear it outside the bathroom, could you?
No, and I was in there. And It was just like a thunderous noise.
Man.
Yeah.
High pressure job.
I guess. It sounded like thunder. It sounded
like a rolling thunderclap.
It was just
Donnie, have you ever heard of a dump described as being thunderous?
I'm just trying to think
hands. Of like boom.
I was washing my hands, and it sounded like the force of it would hurt.
Well, I mean, if it
must have crazier acoustics than the bathrooms here. Those have some pretty good acoustics.
I was going to say, what you have to assume then is if it was that loud of a dump, the splash probably hit him, and he had to do a whole undercarriage clean off. I mean, that's ugly right there.
Anyways.
Yes.
So this clip here that I have is from a Dulac question about what Hayward said after the game about showing fight and those things. And Tomlin took this opportunity to say something else that I think, okay, the first one about settling for field goals isn't like a total shot at Rodgers, but I think this one is a bigger one, which I don't know why you'd even want to imply or indirectly make it sound like you're kind of peeved off at your quarterback, but I think he's saying that in this clip. Here it is.
I certainly agree with that. I don't think I like how we responded to the explosion plays, field flipping plays, drive producing conversion third downs that happened in the third quarter. I didn't think our offense responded very well to the non-call on the first third down of the half. And, you don't always have control over what happens to you in game. Rest assured, some things are going to happen. There's ebb and flow over the course of 60 minutes. But in that instance, as a collective, we feel like we didn't respond in the appropriate or the desired way. We didn't smile in the face of it. We didn't produce the type of plays that counteract those things and get the balance back in our favor. We're certainly being critical of ourselves, and we're utilizing that as fuel as we prepare for our next opportunity.
No quarterback in the NFL takes more pride in getting free plays than Aaron Rodgers. And when he
made a career out of it.
And when he feels like he gets ripped off, he doesn't hide his feelings at all. The NBC cameras went right to him. He was furious.
He's had that look about him many times in many games so far this year.
He was livid that they had missed that call.
He was incredulous and mad at the same time. How could you miss it? And, oh, my God, you actually did miss it.
And furious over it,
yeah.
right.
Well, because to him then, not getting the call makes the play a wasted play because he attempts a throw that he might not otherwise attempt.
So when Tomlin says today that the offense really didn't handle that missed call well, they didn't smile in the face of it, and it negatively affected them in the game after that. He's obviously talking about Aaron Rodgers. Who else could he be talking about? He doesn't think that Troy Fautanu went about his business the right way? We know who he's talking about there. It's the guy who is the most animated over those types of mistakes and has the most control out of capitalizing on those mistakes, and feel you could see it on him when he's on the bench or on the sideline or in the game. Again though, it's just of all the things to harp on from this game, it's a very weird one for Tomlin to
to be latched on.
Yes,
to like that?
Yes, exactly.
I have a theory on it that I don't think I've said before though.
Go ahead.
Maybe
why is he hyper focused on it?
So maybe it's not even a theory. It's more of just an explanation, and I think a shortcoming of his and of theirs. I think that he coaches football and strategizes for such a razor-thin margin in most games that stuff like that, not getting that small, not a small call, it was a big play, obviously. It would have been at worst 3rd and 2 for them, and they probably get it because they can get 2 yards. Yeah. I think he works within such almost deliberately small margins that stuff like that takes on added importance compared to other teams. For example, I'll just try to use it in a real football example. If that play happens to the Chiefs and they're playing the Packers and they don't get that call, Mahomes throws the exact pass, defensive back makes that, or linebacker makes that nice play to knock it away on the pass that does get attempted, and they have to punt because it's 4th and 8. One, I don't think that it becomes that big of an issue and the game turns because, frankly, Mahomes and the Chiefs are just a well-oiled machine. But 2, I think those kinds of teams also operate within a much greater margin for error because their offense is so reliably great. And I'm not saying Rodgers has been bad. He has the highest touchdown percentage in the league. But when you know you can move the ball and when you know you can get first downs and get points when you need them, you operate in a way that allows you to have more possessions. I think Mike focuses so much on possession downs because he wants to play like a low-event football game.
I don't think it's right to point the finger at Rodgers in any way for this game. He was not his best. I didn't think he was going to play well to begin with because he just, over the last few years, now that he's older, he doesn't play as well against good teams. He beats up bad competition, and he loses to good competition. He's basically the NFL quarterback version of Penn State under James Franklin. That's what he does. But I think the offense, for the most part, did its job. 25 points against Green Bay is the second most points they've given up all year. Dallas is the only offense that scored more.
Would you call the last touchdown, though, one that is like a true within the flow of a real game? Because I wouldn't.
No, not really. Probably not.
I mean, they threw it, and if Smith holds on to the two-pointer, they're going to attempt an onside kick, and it's at least going to be potentially interesting there for a minute. But, like, I still felt Green Bay was in total control of that game.
Right, but you see 35-25. Do you think, oh, man, the Steelers' offense didn't pack its lunch today, or the Steelers' defense? That's an easy one.
No, that's an obvious one. And
right.
I mean, if that's the real talking point here, then it's a good one. Why is it constantly, other than an ego play, or he thinks Rodgers can handle the criticism and he's just deflecting, but I don't think Rodgers is the kind of guy who's going to take kindly to that necessarily. Why can the head coach not admit the obvious when we can all pick up one of these game books off NFL.com right here, see how many yards per play they're giving up, and realize that defense is the problem?
He would have taken, regardless if it was Boswell field goals or not. I give his defense a 9-point halftime lead. Tomlin is so...
And the ball coming out of the half.
Yeah, he's so obviously conceited and full of it about his defense. He probably thinks they win that game 100 out of 100 times. So, it's just... I'm perplexed again that he goes back to this well of the offense did us wrong, and my 41-year-old quarterback never really got over a bad call. Come on now.
I just don't think there's a lot of a willingness to look in the mirror and say, I mean, I think Mike he wouldn't win people over at this. If he came out of a game like that saying, listen, I do call the defense. It's my defense. We got strafed. That's completely on me. I have to be better more than anyone in this organization. If he said that 10-second soundbite, you and I wouldn't come in here and say, wow, a heroic and brave performance. You know what I would say? Mike Tomlin finally told everybody the truth.
Yeah, I would say I'm happy that he owned it. Now, I'm still ultimately
go out and be better,
because the results have been so bad. But it would be nice to it would be.
He's never once owned it.
It would be reassuring to hear him say, the reason why we're losing these games is because our defense is awful, and I personally need to change and fix all that.
Like when he says something like where he lumped himself in and said, we've all got to be better starting with me, it always feels stapled on to me by him. Honestly, I'll even compare him to this. It's like sometimes when Roethlisberger would say, it's on me, guys. And it was on him to a degree, but it was almost theatrical.
But he loved saying that after he actually played a good
well,
game.
Yes. But, I mean, he would do it sometimes anyway. But you knew it was partly theatrical, and he knew he was supposed to do it. And it was a performative impulse. It wasn't – do you really think – let me put it this way. Do you really think in Mike's heart of hearts he believes he is the problem here?
No, I don't at all.
Do you believe in his heart of hearts he thinks
not.
that their offense really was the bigger problem in this game? That it didn't get them enough touchdowns and that it didn't respond in the face of adversity well?
Do I think he actually believes that and is just lying to us, or I guess is he just delusional and he...
No, dude. Do you think he believes in this previous game here that the offense is... Because he's led with it after the game.
Yes, I think he does.
Then that's wild.
Obviously it is.
That's
why I'm making such a big deal out of it.
I don't know if sometimes there's a method to the madness and he figures I'm not going to kill the defense. They've been taking enough slings and arrows. Privately, Rodgers and I talked. He knows it's not really on him, but I'm going to say it's on him.
But why would he even play the mind games if I'm going to hold the offense to a higher standard than my defense?
I don't know, man. I'm openly trying to work
when the defense is the one that's made up of vets and Pro Bowlers and All-Pros
he thinks that his
Super Bowl
relationship with Rodgers supersedes it, and he's not going to kick the defense when they're down, and he knows it. Is he going behind the scenes, and Rodgers is going, hey, Mike, you sucked this week. And he's like, yeah, I know, but I'm going to say to everybody that you kind of sucked. Can you just deal with that?
Here's Ken on the fan. Hello, Ken. Ken, you there? Hi, Ken. You're on the radio. This is when you talk.
Hey, how you doing?
Hi, Ken. What's up?
Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Thanks for taking my call. You score 25 points, and you score 31 points, and you don't win a game. Now, I remember this team would beg even on the offensive side, to score 21 points, and they could win a game.
Mm-hmm.
Of course.
And they've averaged 28 points a game in the last two, which would put them, I'm going to guess, even this early in the season, probably in the top five of scoring. The Colts are number one at 34 a game.
Exactly.
So they've scored like a top five offense and gone 0-2 in the process.
For Tomlin to put the offense, what he said about the offense, that's just crazy because I remember we could win games, you know. Our defense would hold a team to 14 to 17 points. Even if you let the other team score 2 touchdowns and they could get 2-point afters and score 2 field goals, that's only 22 points.
I know. I would absolutely love.
By the way, the Steelers have given up 68 points, Pony.
Yeah.
In the last 2. That's good for dead last in the NFL if it were over the course of the whole season.
34 points a game. I'd love for somebody tomorrow to bring up to Rodgers, hey, Mike implied that you guys really never got over that bad third down, missed offsides call in the third quarter on that opening drive.
Mike flat out said you didn't respond well to it.
What's your reaction to that? And I want to see if he still plays nice.
Well, you're going to find out if he and Mike are on the same page behind the scenes about this, I think, if somebody does ask that.
And if he offers up a mea culpa, well, then I guess Tomlin was right, and Rodgers would have to, make peace with that. But I can't imagine that Rodgers actually thinks that they're the reason why they lost that game against Green Bay, and Mike keeps making it sound like the offense had a big hand in that loss, which maybe you agree with it, 412-928-9370. The other big topic is, should Terrell Austin be fired? 63% of our listeners think so. I think that makes no sense because Austin is just a yes man. Your thoughts, 412-928-9370. That is the Edgar Snyder & Associates fan text line. First thing law firm, they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Let's get a Donnie headline in here.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Taking a look at the local weekend in college football, Penn State and Ohio State Saturday at noon, West Virginia and Houston also Saturday at noon. Pitt at Stanford Saturday, 3:30 kick. You can listen to that game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pregame coverage beginning at 12:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. 4 more. Go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Mr. Magic Car Wash, I'll be stopping by tomorrow. My weekly routine is to get my car washed once a week at one of the many incredible, awesome 23 Mr. Magic locations all around Western PA. They are offering up right now to fan listeners a free premium wash. All you have to do is text FAN to 47757 today, and you can get your car washed from Mr. Magic. You're going to want to sign up for their 3 for $30 deal. That's $30 for 3 months of car washes, and you can get as many as you want for those 90 days. So sign up today with Mr. Magic.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucco's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Game 3 of the World Series was 18 innings, 6 hours and 39 minutes. But how long was it really? Monday Night Football began after first pitch, so the Commanders lost an entire NFL game, dealt with a flight delay, and almost got back to D.C. before the Dodgers won. The team plane landing at 3:38 Eastern, about 45 minutes after Freddie Freeman's homer. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-583-5795. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
For all station contest rules, go to 937thefan.com/rules.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Heavy delays are backing up most of the major roadways, especially when heading into the Fort Pitt and Squirrel Hill tunnels.
Hey, it's Chris Muller with a no-risk, all-rewards path to real weight loss. If you're not happy with your Awaken 180 results in the first week, get 100% of your money back. No risk, but every reward with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Our kids should do what we tell them to do, but they often don't. You know, we all fall short of perfection, man. That's why we're always working as individuals and as a collective, whether it's football or life.
Mike Tomlin on veteran players not handling adversity well versus Green Bay. Our kids don't often listen to what we tell them to do.
Oh, I can relate to that.
We're not dealing with 2-year-olds and toddlers and 6-year-olds or whatever. We're talking about guys in their 30s who are making tons of money. And by the way, like, I know Tomlin doesn't like this connotation because he thinks it makes him sound like he's lacking in the schematic side of football. But everybody in the game says this is supposed to be what he's great at. Getting guys up for games, getting them like emotional intelligence. That's a huge Tomlin plus as a coach.
Like the antithesis of the recently fired, let's say, Brian Kelly, who guys hated at LSU because he's just a standoffish person who doesn't connect with people on a human level.
Yeah, Nick Saban not good at that either.
Mike connects with these guys.
Yep.
I mean, Belichick wasn't good at it either.
No, he just happened to have the greatest quarterback of all time.
You'd hear about Belichick could be funny if those guys got him in the right setting, but he would treat Tom Brady like a high school freshman in film sessions.
Tomlin continues to throw shade at the Steelers' offense and Aaron Rodgers by extension, including when he said they never recovered from that bad call in the third quarter, which is obviously a shot at Aaron because we know how hacked off Aaron was. Everybody saw it on TV Sunday night. This is a unit that scored 25 against Green Bay. Keep in mind Detroit scored 13 against the Packers defense. So really only one offense all year has truly lit them up. That's Dallas. And the Cowboys' defense sucks, but their offense is
second
top
best
2 or 3 in the league. Yeah,
they're lighting just about everybody up. And they did it in Dallas where they really
I think if you went to Mike before the game and said, hey, would you take 25 points? I think he's saying absolutely. Yes. Give me 25, and I'm going to find a way defensively to stop Green Bay.
It might be 25.
They don't have Joe Flacco as the quarterback, so we'll win.
It might be 25-24, but we will get it done.
But it's the offense's fault for settling for field goals.
I actually think, Pony, if you had told Mike you will have 19 points with 8 minutes left to go or whatever, he'd say, well, it's a one-score game either way, and we can absolutely win.
Here's John on the fan. Hello, John.
Hello, guys.
Hey.
Firing a titular coordinator, first of all, would just be ridiculous. And the way I have it figured, could be with the secondary in specific. Either the scheme is wrong, or 2, the scheme is right and the players are in the wrong position, or both the scheme is right, the players are in the right position, but can't make the plays. So it's the most maddening,
I think there's an obvious answer in that combo, by the way. I think that the scheme is predictable, especially to teams that see them more than once a year. I think that's why it's a divisional opponent's best player who's saying that, Jamar Chase. I think that the players have had obvious problems communicating and getting themselves set pre-snap. They openly admit that when Deshaun Elliott isn't there, they have much more trouble communicating. And then I think because the average age of the players they brought in to augment their secondary so they could play all this man-to-man defense was over 30 years old, even if they are all lined up correctly, they aren't winning physical battles. Jalen Ramsey is going to be at worst, what, Pony? Fringe Hall of Famer?
Yeah, I think he's on the bubble for sure.
He'll be on the bubble, okay? At his best, he was one of the most physically dominant corners in the league. One of the pivotal plays so far of their entire season was very simply T. Higgins being bigger, stronger, and faster than Jalen Ramsey in a one-on-one and catching a decisive pass in a football game.
The 2 guys they thought would be their 1 and 2 corners are both over 30. I don't think that that's really a smart, intelligent way of building a defense. Now, you dump Minkah Fitzpatrick. You got 2 for 1. I didn't complain about that trade. I like that trade. I did say giving Darius Slay that amount of money was highly questionable, in part, too, because the team that was moving on from him could have easily afforded to keep him, having just won a Super Bowl with him, and they thought, nah, we're good. And it ain't like Philly's flush with corners if you watch them play. They got DeJean, who everybody loves. Mitchell's good.
They're both. Those two are both really good players.
Their third corner has been atrocious all year. Teams have picked apart their second outside corner.
If they thought
if Slay was good
enough,
they would have absolutely kept him at that price.
Also, Howie Roseman's the best GM in football, and don't you absolutely do what I do and do the old, if Howie Roseman decided he was at the end of his usefulness, there's probably not a lot of reason to bring him along? Don't you do that? I do. It's a Tampa Bay Rays kind of thing.
Yeah, I think that they generally know what they're doing, so when they think it's time to move on from a player.
When they cut loose a player, or when they want one of your players, if they're actually looking to trade, there's probably a good reason for that.
Here's Charles in Uniontown. Hello, Charles.
Hi, how is everybody doing today?
We're okay.
Good. So I just want to make a quick point. First, I want to shout out Chuck in Uniontown. Been listening to his takes for several years, and it's always a joy just listening to him kind of opine about his fandom, and just want to shout out a legend. And then I'll be quick. So my main point about the whole Tomlin, Terrell Austin, that whole issue that we're seeing with the Steelers, I don't know, man. Like, do we fire Austin? And I want to just ask that because firing him for our performance is like pooping your pants and getting mad at your tighty whities.
Pooping your pants and getting mad at
He started laughing before he even finished delivering the line.
Yeah.
Because he thought he had a good one cooked up there.
Did he have a banger? Give it on a 1 to 10
Donnie,
scale.
repeat that out loud.
It's like pooping
it's when
your
you
pants.
poop your pants and you blame your tighty whities.
I give it a 6.5 out of 10. I don't know
about
why.
there.
6.5 out of 10. Just because who says tighty whities anymore?
You crap yourself.
We've heard worse.
And you say, oh, man, it's the underwear.
All right, I actually have.
You have a horrible defensive game, and you say, oh, man, it's Terrell Austin. Yeah, I agree.
You know what?
You know what, Charles? I'm going to say 9 out of 10 call all the way around.
I have another take on this.
You give Chuck in Uniontown some love.
That's always a good start.
You said poop on the air, which I think excited you.
He said crap your pants, I thought.
Oh, he didn't say poop. He said crap.
Either one. How about this, by the way? It's actually applicable. We're trying to potty train Ace a little bit right now, kind of like slowly develop, like, hey,
okay,
get a little Hershey kiss if you go on the potty and blah, blah, blah. My mother-in-law had him the other day, watching him.
So you're bribing him to go to the bathroom?
No, it's a reward system.
Okay. Does it work?
Yeah, he does a good job a lot of the time. So she has him wearing, like, his little training underwear all day.
Yeah.
And he's going number 1 just fine.
Yep.
She puts him upstairs because she realizes he has to go number 2 and he, like, won't. But his, like, place where he likes to go do that is, like, he'll stand in his crib and just chill.
Mm-hmm.
Tells me after the fact that she forgot that she still had the training underwear and had not put a pull-up on him. So could you, in that sense, say you crap your pants and blame the underwear there a little bit?
Because the underwear is
not
done now.
Yeah, I mean, the underwear is in the garbage.
Right.
But that was, like, the thing I thought of was, like, it kind of happened in my house. Thankfully not with me.
Why haven't we evolved as a species enough where kids can learn how to go to the bathroom faster?
Well, when are you going to start trying to potty train Stella?
Well, we've already had conversations with her, but she's, like, indignant about it.
See, that's the pony.
She says, no, I'm going to wait until after Halloween. I'm having too much fun is what she told us.
Wait, that's what she told you?
Yeah.
Oh, that's an absolutely metal answer. She's not even 2. She'll be potty trained by the time she's 2 easily.
She is 2, Chris.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. She's not even 3. Yes, sorry. I always go younger. Yes, she's going to be potty trained by Christmas.
Why is
my
that?
prediction. Girls potty train much faster than boys.
Why?
I think developmentally. That's why, like, girls are always taller than boys until, like, 5th or 6th grade. Like, they do some of, like, the developmental stuff better.
Brian's on the fan. Hello, Brian.
How's it going?
Hey, man.
I think it's twofold, the answer to why he keeps going to the offense. I think Aaron Rodgers does understand that he can take it. The other more important reason, or the more functional reason, I think 2 things. 1, he has to admit that he's wrong. And 2, I don't think he knows what the answer is on defense. So he just goes back to the default of, hey, I've been blaming the offense for so long, and I know what the offensive problems is. I can tangibly say that, but I have no clue what the answer is to my defensive woes.
Thanks, Brian. I also think if somebody wanted to be a real a-hole in that press conference today,
yes,
when he brought up that, and I know he talked about this on Sunday, but who cares? If he wants to relitigate the game and he starts it, you might as well join in on it. When Tomlin says, a big problem was the fact that our offense, specifically we know Aaron Rodgers, didn't handle that missed call by the referees appropriately. Someone should have shouted back, Mike, do you think abandoning the run and running the ball 3 times with the lead in the second half of the game might have had anything to do with your offense struggling against Green Bay? It's not the coach's fault. It's the way your players comported themselves after that missed call.
Do you know what he would say about the running game being abandoned, honestly? He'd say we lost Sayamalo and therefore we lost the ability to go to our heavy set.
What do you make of that if he said that, Donnie? Well, we lost our jumbo package, so that's why we didn't run the ball in the second half. We lost Anderson because he had to go in and play guard.
I hate that excuse. How is there no other player that can there's another guy named Anderson they could just plop in at the same spot. Like you have how many offensive linemen are they dressing? 8? 9?
McCollum, Spencer Anderson, and I would think Calvin Anderson, right?
Yeah, because Pete doesn't dress yet, but he probably will for this game.
So I would think it's 8.
Yeah.
You're telling me you can't put in the other Anderson there?
Well,
you have the brothers Anderson up there playing jumbo?
Well, the especially egregious reason why that wouldn't pass muster with him is his ultimate maxim, maybe above all else, is besides maybe the standard is next man up, which is an offshoot of the standard.
There's 2 ways you can go with this ridiculous explanation by him. The first one is it's preposterous that he blames the offense more than the defense. The second one is the reason why he thinks the offense struggled is also ludicrous. It's because of the way they handled a bad penalty. It's not because of the decisions you made as a coaching staff to basically be all pass, pass, pass.
That also just tells people that your team is mentally weak. Oh, they had a bad penalty called against them. Now we
That's a good
can't
point.
Handle the game.
How about that cell phone too, Chris? You've got a 41-year-old quarterback who's leading the offense, but the referees make one bad call early in the first possession of the second half.
And everybody has a temper tantrum meltdown.
Yes.
No, I know. That's definitely an own goal. It's a very good point.
412-928-9370. Mike Tomlin blaming the offense and Aaron Rodgers for the loss against the Packers. Do you agree with him? 412-928-9370. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Here's the headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
A wild one in the World Series last night. The Dodgers outlasting the Blue Jays 6-5. Freddie Freeman, a walk-off home run in the 18th inning in L.A. They lead the series 2-1 Game 4 tonight at 8. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thanks, Don. Blue Chew. Fellas, it can help you turn that music in the bedroom from wah-wah to bow-chicka-wow-wow. Add a little boing to the bedroom with Blue Chew. Not just a tablet, a cheat code for the old downstairs region. It's like somebody gave you a pep talk down there, then a gym membership. What is Blue Chew? It's the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. Plain and simple, and it can help you guys out there be more confident where it counts. You go on date night with your significant other. Date nights will get longer and better for everybody involved there. Blue Chew can help you be ready when she is. It can help you be more confident where and when it counts. And it's not just about performance, fellas. You can give her group chat something to talk about because nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the A-Rod Report. Disappointed was how A-Rod described his emotions following the loss to his former team. This is the A-Rod Report, brought to you by SteelCityShredding.com. Rodgers was steady, passing for 219 yards and 2 touchdowns. He claimed penalties, breakdowns, and stalling in the red zone as the biggest factors in the loss, and blaming himself for not finishing drives. The A-Rod Report, brought to you by Steel City Shredding, Pittsburgh's locally owned and operated document management solution. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Tailgating without Pepsi? That'd be like watching the Steelers without a "Here we go" chant. Here we go! Kielbasa is good, but kielbasa paired with a refreshing Pepsi Zero Sugar? Game changer. Tailgating deserves Pepsi.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
He's a significant component of what we do, particularly relative to some of the things that Indy does well. He is a central figure in our secondary in terms of run defense, for example. He covers tight ends oftentimes in passing circumstances, and so certainly we have some adapting to do in terms of how we divide the labor up this week. But that's always the case when you lose someone, particularly someone significant. It's not a one-person job, it's a multi-person job, and that's the spirit in which we're planning as we sit here today. There'll be several people given an opportunity to meet the demands of what he does for us.
Listen for Starkey's Card of the Week tomorrow on Pomp and Joe, brought to you by the Baseball Card Castle and Cranberry. Contest runs every Wednesday through Friday at noon on the fan contesting page. Time for Donnie's Tomlin Tidbit. Tomlin talked for 27 minutes today, and Donnie pulled one thing out of his press conference to discuss as our resident football guy on the show. In Football Talk is brought to you by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much. You can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long, kicking off with the juicy Week 9 matchup between the Indianapolis Colts and the Pittsburgh Steelers. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right, Donnie, what did we just hear there?
So that was Mike Tomlin talking about Deshaun Elliott, and I know that Chris has a bit of a theory on this that he will likely share in a few moments, but Mike didn't put him on the IR today. He didn't announce that. He didn't say that he was going to be out for the season, but he can be categorized as out for Sunday, and I would think a little bit longer than that. We had the report from Jeremy Fowler last night that they are bracing for him to perhaps miss the rest of the season, but very predictably, he talks about the guy like he's a Hall of Fame player, like he's prime Troy Polamalu, Ed Reed, go down the line, name all-time great safety, insert all-time great safety here. I even joked that he would make the loss of Daniel Ekuale sound like they were losing Warren Sapp out of that offense, out of the defensive line.
Yep.
Listen, you guys know I'm a Deshaun Elliott fan.
Yeah,
of course. He was my favorite player on that defense last year. I do think the guy is a good player. If losing that guy is what kills your defense, that is not a good thing. That is not a good sign. Like losing just...
I thought that he's a $7 million player.
Think about how many of these superstars you have on your defense. You lose that guy and your defense goes to crap.
You have one sure Hall of Famer in Watt. He's going to go. You have one guy, I think, in Cam Hayward, who I would put at better than 50-50 at this point. You'd have one guy at Jalen Ramsey, who I might even put at like 52-48 to go. Okay? You gave Darius Slay, I think, almost twice the money on a one-year deal that you gave Elliott. But yet, if you pull that, it's like pulling one of the bottom blocks of a Jenga tower. The entire thing is going to come crumbling down. Also, what was my theory, Donnie, that I think he's probably done for the year?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I saw Jeremy's report. The way that injury looked, I think Mike can be telling the truth to say that right now it's week to week, but it could get worse.
Yeah, I was shocked when he explained Elliott as just injury for this week based on what Elliott looked like Sunday night after he was injured and after what was reported last night. I co-sign everything you guys said. He's a really good player. He's one of the best run defending safeties in the NFL, even though one man can't solve all the problems, run defense issues, as we've seen pop up in the majority of their games this year. But when you have $160 million out to players, losing one guy, especially one that I would probably rank among their defensive players as maybe their fifth best or fourth best, should not be the end-all, be-all of things. And he has expressed that several times. It's also just hilarious to me that defensive backs can't get on the same page with each other when you take one guy out.
How bad are the rest of them at communicating?
That's
with
what
one
I mean.
another?
I'm just nonplussed by that aspect of it too. Man, if not, Elliott should have demanded $15 million a year from the Steelers then, if he's that vital to what they do defensively. And if Tomlin's true to his word, and I think the way they've played kind of backs it up, they might have been inclined to give it to him.
Also, I guess my other thing is, why do we not, and granted, we're covering the Steelers far more closely than we are any other team. We're all trying to pay attention to everybody else in the NFL, but we don't have time to sit there and go through like Shane Steichen's every press conference and all that.
Right.
But I guess I see anecdotally other teams lose players who might be important and see their defense or see their offense sort of, because this applies to Sayamalu too a little bit, see players get replaced and the whole operation doesn't come completely crashing to the earth. So, what if Tampa Bay has Levante David? He's going to be wearing a gold jacket someday.
Yeah.
You mean to tell me that he's still a good player. You mean to tell me if he got hurt, the Buccaneers would just cease to exist,
Chris,
basically?
The Lions didn't have Brian Branch against Tampa Bay because he was suspended for what he did to Juju, and they held the Bucs and Baker Mayfield, who might win the MVP award, to 9 points.
The Lions had Aiden Hutchinson gone for most of last year and managed to still be really good until they got to the postseason.
Well, they needed to score about 100 points per game.
Still.
But what I'm saying is that defense lost its veteran leader in the secondary who's a legit all-pro player, and they held an excellent offense to 9 points. So thank you, Donnie, for sparking this conversation.
It's Deshaun Elliott. He is a good player who I enjoy watching. I think most people would agree that of all those guys, he's one of the few that definitively brings it on every play.
Yeah, I like him a lot.
In fact, the fact that he was actually putting in an effort to chase down Kraft is why he got hurt, but it just seems...
But he shouldn't be the straw that stirs the drink.
It gives the game away, or it really calls into question how they do things that he is talked about. Not compensated but talked about as if he is by far their most important defensive player.
Irreplaceable. Here's Scott. Scott, can you take us off speaker?
Oh, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Sorry.
You're okay.
Is that better? Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. I had two things. One, I wanted to make a comment about the reason they didn't run the ball, and I think it's something Tomlin won't admit to, but the Steelers can't sit on the lead like they could years ago. I think the Minnesota game in Ireland proved that, where if you try to run the ball, you can't rely on that defense not to give up big plays to allow teams to catch up. And Tomlin will never admit that. The second thing is a scenario, which is if they would move on from Tomlin, just throwing this scenario out, and they've said about wanting to get Rodgers to come back, what would be the possibility, or what would your opinion be on trying to get McCarthy, who I know fizzled in Dallas, but have McCarthy come in as a Steelers head coach with Arthur Smith, who Rodgers respects both. Also, Malarkey has a reputation as being a good good QB coach. He's helped develop. And going after Wink Martindale, who's the defensive coordinator at Michigan, who was in the AFC North with the Baltimore Ravens for years. And
what do you think about bringing Dean Pease in as well as an assistant to Wink Martindale?
I don't know that guy's name, sir, to be honest with you.
How about Ben Roethlisberger as quarterback's coach?
Dean Pease is one of Tomlin's favorites on the defensive side of the ball. How about Roethlisberger as the quarterback's coach, too? Best quarterback we've seen since at least Terry Bradshaw in this town.
Thank you, Scott.
People were asking when I said earlier, if you were going to fire Mike Tomlin, I'd want to see an up-and-coming offensive coordinator get hired. Steichen's calling the plays there.
Yeah.
They do have Jim Bob Cooter, though, as the offensive coordinator in Indy. He's only 41. That ain't old.
I just can't fathom like relying on a guy named Jim Bob Cooter to be my
Okay, I'm glad you said that. Can you imagine Art
offensive savior?
They hire him. He's their new head coach.
His name is Jim Bob Cooter.
If Art is up there giving the initial remarks before Jim Bob Cooter does his introductory presser, does he call him Jim or Jim Bob?
He sounds like a guy that was put on this earth to be like Louisiana Monroe's head coach.
He sounds like a guy who was put on this earth with a zin in his mouth when he came out of the womb.
He sounds like a character from the Joe Dirt movie.
Louisiana Monroe's head coach. It's not bad.
Look, I think Mike McCarthy is Mike Tomlin's equal, and the way he gets talked about by the national media is that he's some kind of bumbling buffoon. And I think going on McAfee Show weekly has probably helped smooth that image some, because people seem to go on McAfee Show and get jobs because of it. They restore their image in football. If you asked me right now, if I had to pick one for the next 3 years, if I'd rather have Mike McCarthy or Mike Tomlin as the Steelers head coach, I would actually pick McCarthy.
Because he's offense.
Yeah, but think about what he did too. I mean, he brought Dan Quinn into Dallas to run their defense. Like, he made a good hire. I know they, like, look, it's pretty much the same thing. Mike McCarthy lately has horrible playoff success too. So I'm not here saying it's some kind of big upgrade. I don't want people to take my opinion on this and say, oh, well, here's Pony contradicting himself, saying Mike McCarthy would be the answer to the Steelers' prayers. I'm not saying that. But, you know, we power rank things all the time. If I have to pick one over the other, I would pick him over Mike Tomlin. Not by a lot, but I would.
To me, that's like offensive-minded coach breaks the tie there. That's simply my calculus in that respect. Speaking of which, have you seen the latest thing, the one thing that the national media, the cognoscenti, is starting to come around with on Tomlin?
What's that?
That he just, Mike Florio posted something on Pro Football Talk, like just does not go for it on fourth down, like is the least analytically minded coach in the league by a wide margin. Basically, the headline was like, don't tell Mike Tomlin about analytics.
But those people really aren't on TV.
No,
those are social media people.
It's the internet. It's your Ben Baldwins. It's your Ben Baldwins, your Sam Hoppins, your things of that nature.
All right, quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. Coming up, Mike Tomlin was asked about changing the play-calling duties on defense, taking them over, what changes need made to the defense. He addressed that on his own. You'll hear all of that from his press conference today after back-to-back excruciatingly bad performances by the Steelers' highest-paid defense in the NFL. And more of your calls on it, too, at 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. We'll be right back. First, I'm going to tell you guys about Comer & Cross. Comer & Cross concrete floor coatings. Right now, you can get 50% off labor on a new Comer & Cross garage floor. 50% off. I did it. I took the plunge last week. Stella was walking through the garage today and talked about how much she liked the way it felt on her toes, is what she said. So I consider that an upgrade over what we had before, which was a disgusting, unfinished garage floor that was stained and already starting to crack. So get 50% off labor right now with Comer & Cross. Believe me, you're going to look at this as one of the best decisions you've ever made with your home. Take it from me. Guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift again, and they make it super easy. These are well-trained pros, not subcontractors. They did mine in one day, and they'll do yours in one, too. They fix all the cracks and pits perfectly, and if you've got a lot of stuff in your garage, like I did, a big refrigerator, they'll take it out for you. 50% off labor, and they can install it by the holiday. Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or go to COMERcross.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This evening, sunny skies with temperatures in the mid-50s. Overnight, mostly clear with lows in the upper 30s and patchy frost. Sunny to start off our Wednesday with afternoon highs in the mid-50s and rain showers arriving Wednesday night with overnight lows in the mid-40s. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
For that special occasion, order today. OliverFlowers.com. That's OliverFlowers.com.
This holiday, give the gift of peace of mind with a AAA membership. Enjoy exclusive savings on shopping, dining, theme parks, and even travel planning, plus 24/7 roadside assistance. Right now, gift a membership for just $35 and get a free household member. We'll even thank you with a $20 Visa gift card. Visit AAA.com/gift. AAA, we're always with you.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Planning to move your office or business? Trust Corrigan Moving Systems, formerly Parks Moving and Storage, Pittsburgh's leader in workplace solutions. From office relocations to decommissioning, warehousing, and inventory management. Corrigan makes moving seamless, so your office can be back up and running without skipping a beat. For a free quote, go to CorriganMoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray. Did you know that if you are a caregiver for a family member at home, that you may be entitled to payment from the government for your services? You are sacrificing a lot to provide care to a loved one, and every month that goes by, you could be missing out on valuable cash benefits for your services. For a no-obligation consultation with one of our certified elder law attorneys, visit grayelderlaw.com. That's grayelderlaw.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hey guys, Precision Pointing, an amazing company, amazing crew of workers, amazing craftsmanship. I've been talking about them for quite some time now, and I'm not going to stop talking about them because they're that good. If you've got a masonry project that you need done, like brick pointing, chimney repair, anything else, well, I can't say enough good things about them after I saw them work their magic on my own home. No down payment required. That's crazy. A guarantee on all of their work. Who does that? Precision Pointing does. BrickPointingPittsburgh.net.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 122. Must tax acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for Santa Fe rebate. Not all buyers will qualify. Select units only. Offers end 10/31/25.
Get to Mike Camlin Hyundai today for huge fall savings. New 2025 Hyundai Tucson's 1.99% for 60 months. Or the new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe 1.99% for 48 months. Or up to $3,000 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Camlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
BetMGM is inviting you to charge the field this pro football season. Existing BetMGM customers can have a ball without having to sweat. Log into your account to get a Pro Football No Sweat token. Apply the token to your next pro football bet. If you lose with the token attached, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets. That's right. With a no-sweat token, you get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. There's nothing like a fresh set of downs. And that's just what BetMGM is offering if you don't win with a no-sweat token. So find your favorite matchup and be a part of all the hard-hitting, crowd-pleasing pro football action. Make this pro football season one for the ages. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Deadlines move fast. So should your takeoffs. With Lowe's Blueprint Takeoff, you can turn blueprints into competitive quotes. Bring us your plans, and we'll generate itemized material lists to make quoting faster and easier. And when you're ready, we'll deliver everything you need straight to the job site. Visit the Pro Desk today to get started. Lowe's, we help, you save.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
I'm PJ Glasser, host of Send It In, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM network. The Falcons travel to New England to take on the red-hot Patriots. The Falcons are a 5.5-point underdog, and I think could win the game outright. Coming off an embarrassing home loss to the Dolphins and getting Penix and Drake London back, I see the Falcons playing a way better game this Sunday. Give me Atlanta plus 5.5 and plus 200 to win the game. I'm PJ Glasser, host of Send It In on the BetMGM network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today, and please gamble responsibly.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me. Like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
In the Steel City, we love a good 2-for-1, especially when it comes to protecting our homes. Right now with Guardian Protection, buy one camera and get the second free. That's twice the coverage for the same price. Place one outside for packages and one inside for peace of mind. HD video, motion alerts, and real-time security from a company that's been protecting Pittsburgh for decades. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to claim your buy one, get one free cameras. That's 1-800-PROTECT. Terms and conditions apply.
Bank of America is a nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Injured? This is attorney Ed Shenderovich of Shenderovich and Fishman. Our fee is only 25%, and we guarantee we'll win your case or you pay nothing. So call us at 888-98-TWINS. We've got your back, not your wallet.
Hey, it's Jason Mackey, Westminster College class of 2006. Westminster College means a lot to me. I learned from great professors and received hands-on experience in media that prepared me for the career I have today. At Westminster College, every student accepted for fall 2026 is guaranteed a scholarship, making exceptional education genuinely affordable. I'm living proof that real experiences lead to real success. Visit westminster.edu to learn more and to find out if you're eligible for a $1,000 visit grant.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how retailers become constantly connecting must-visit shops. How restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat ready with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with our reliable business internet. Plus, stay connected when you add Wi-Fi backup for just $35 a month. And ask about a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Wireless Connect requires business internet for additional monthly charge. Taxes and other fees extra. Prepaid card offer ends 11/16/25.
BetMGM is inviting you to charge the field this pro football season. Existing BetMGM customers can have a ball without having to sweat. Log into your account to get a Pro Football No Sweat token. Apply the token to your next pro football bet. If you lose with the token attached, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets. That's right. With a no sweat token, you get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. There's nothing like a fresh set of downs. And that's just what BetMGM is offering if you don't win with a no sweat token. So find your favorite matchup and be a part of all the hard-hitting, crowd-pleasing pro football action. Make this pro football season one for the ages. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Looking at a couple accidents this rush hour, and on the major roadways, heavy congestion continues to back up the Parkway West outbound from Technology Drive, and also from Technology Drive, lanes are stacked on the outbound side of the Parkway East. On the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Rensel.
This October, eliminate chili drafts for good with Window Nation. Right now, when you buy 2 replacement windows, you'll get 2 free, plus pay nothing for 2 whole years. Hurry, sale ends October 31st. Schedule your free estimate now at windownation.com. That's windownation.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy 2 get 2 free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins look to win back-to-back games tonight on the road against their hated rival, the Flyers. Puck drops at 6. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Tomlin Tuesday on the PM team.
Afternoons with Pony and Muller, Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We certainly need to be better in third down than we've been, but it doesn't necessarily mean dramatic changes in terms of schematics and things of that nature. If you look at those 2 plays, on the 60-yard play, the quarterback was hit as he let it go. It's details that are usually the difference when it's a millisecond. And on the other play, the 35-yard play, he got outside the pocket on us and extended, and we certainly got to do a better job of keeping him constricted in the pocket, man, and getting 2 guys at the catch point down the grass. And that's one thing that we didn't do in either circumstance. We play a lot of man-free concepts. It usually gives us an opportunity to get 2 guys at the ball down the grass. We didn't in those instances, and it produced field-flipping, drive-producing, touchdown drive-producing plays that really kind of changed the texture of the ball game.
15-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 Peters Township. Temperatures Sunday afternoon for the Steelers and number 1 ranked Colts will be in the low 50s. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Mike Tomlin saying dramatic changes aren't needed on defense. And saying if you look at the big plays, we're talking about split-second, millisecond things. We're almost making plays. We're this close to making plays.
But we're not making plays.
We're not, so we're going to just keep on keeping on here. We're just going to keep it moving. Same old, same old. It's not the scheme. It's not the players. It's just, hey, they're pros too. They make big money too. And we're barely getting beat on these things. So when I think we're close, I'm not going to try to reinvent the wheel here, is pretty much what he said.
So, I mean, we've said a lot. I'm going to try to say something new here. Football is a game of inches. Football is a game where a guy could appear to be still running very fast, like still have his speed. But football people know that if a 34-year-old corner, let's say, is 92% as fast as he was the year before, and even 95%, that might make the difference between being able to cover people and not being able to cover people.
Yeah.
So guess what? If your defense is pretty old, which it is, they're one of the 5 oldest teams by snap counts played in the entire league this year. I think they might be the number 1 oldest, Pony.
Good stat.
If they're old and you're counting on older guys to make a lot of plays on that side of the ball, what is there to suggest that because you've been just a tad off against good competition like the Packers are, that's going to get better?
I also don't agree with him. He did the same thing coming out of the Bengals game. Those 2 big runs in the second quarter beat us. This game, these 2 big chunk plays, 59-yard catch Kraft, 35-yard catch Watson. Those are the straws that broke the camel's back, so to speak. Well, if we're talking about the difference between, a 14-13 win and a 17-14 loss, I might agree with that. But we're talking about 2 games where quarterbacks combined for over 650 yards, and the 2 teams both scored over 30 points, and both quarterbacks threw 3 touchdowns.
You played like the worst defense in the league combined.
It's obviously not just 2 plays in either game. What really has consistently beat the Steelers in both of these games is the offense using the death by 1,000 paper cuts method. Cincinnati ran slants like crazy. You had no answers for those. The Packers ran those flat routes like crazy. Really, what do those 2 things have in common? It's a quarterback getting the ball out fast. And Tomlin tried to give an answer to that today. He was asked about that. Let's see what his reaction was.
I think that's been our life for a number of years. I think anytime you got dynamic rushers, I think that's the first way that you work to minimize them. I think that's everyone's agenda when they play us, to run the ball in an effort to stay on schedule, to minimize one-dimensional long yardage circumstances, and to get the ball out quickly. And so from that standpoint, it's nothing new. It requires no quote-unquote adjustments. Certainly we can coach and play better.
It requires no adjustments. Well, then why are you so bad at it right now? If this is what you've seen for years, and this is what you're used to seeing,
why aren't you able to snap everything into place quickly?
Right.
Because you don't have physically the guys to do it. That's pretty obvious.
That would be like a mechanic who does oil changes for a living, having the same model of car, make of car come in all the time, doing hundreds of those oil changes, and then all of a sudden forgetting how to do them and ruining cars' transmissions by putting the wrong oil in or something like that. If you're so used to it and so accustomed to it,
stopping it, you should be like begging teams to keep trying it because you'll be great at stopping it.
Unless it was a function of, well, back then when teams did this against us, we had these great cover corners and now we don't. I don't think that's...
the Steelers had great cover corners?
They really haven't.
They've had Joe Hayden for a little bit.
Ike Taylor was obviously good in his prime. Mike had some of that.
Different kind of football, though, back then, even when Ike was playing. Different league. Also, what he is saying that has the ring of truth, and it predates even his time here, they have been death by 1,000 cuts by great teams, going back to the... Like, I actually vividly remember the game where that started, and it was in 2002 when they played the Patriots.
Yeah.
Not so much the Raiders early that season, but the Patriots. I think Brady attempted 25 straight passes on them because the book was out.
I remember that. So Tomlin got asked today a great question by Brooke Pryor. Terrell Austin is the quote-unquote play caller. He's not getting the job done. You're a former defensive coordinator. That is your calling card. This defense has struggled so much. Why don't you just take over play calling duties? Here's the question and answer.
Mike, you've said that you don't necessarily want to fundamentally change the scheme in some of these instances, specifically third down, but do you look at taking over sole play calling for defense or making adjustments?
No, that's not on the table as we sit here today. We just got to keep doing what we're doing and do it better.
We just got to keep doing what we're doing and do it better.
It's
the
not on the
plan's
table.
Great. The schematics are great. The players are great. It's going to work. Just trust me, it's going to It's going to change. I like that she said sole play calling duty because implied in that, and Brooke knows her stuff, is that Austin technically sends the play calls in. But you're a complete rube if you think they're all his play calls. If you think Mike just sits back on game day and says, for literally the 6 days leading up to this, I put all of my time and energy into our defensive game plan, our schematics.
You do what you want on game day, bro.
And then I just...
Here, it's all you, though.
Yeah.
Whatever you want to do.
It's not. We know that because we've talked to people.
Also, you have seen Mike lately because there was a big, it was like the big catch it on camera. Can you ever see it? And people
he's had a play call sheet.
He has had a little call card. And people said, boy, that's a tiny call card, but it's defense.
Austin's
so
play call card is small, too.
Right, but the point is, for a while, you wouldn't see Mike having one or it wasn't visible, and he was either hiding it or didn't have one at all. He's had one lately. He calls the defense.
Tomlin suggests plays. Tomlin tells Austin, sometimes even, specific plays to run in situations.
Yep. Good for Brooke for asking it.
Yes.
And Mike said it's not on the table at this time because it's never on the table.
Well, but that's also such a complete 180. After the game, after the Packers game, I wish we had the clip here. He said everything's on the table.
Except that. We
lost another game where our defense, supposedly, although he said it was the offense's fault, we got strafed here again. We got carved up. Everything is on the table.
I think that's a rare.
2 days later, no, it's not. Nothing's changing.
Pony, I think that's a very rare. In the moment, he lets his emotions get the best of him because I think almost everything he tries to put out there in these pressers, in his answers, in his opening soliloquy is very targeted. I think occasionally you get him so fed up after a game, he'll say that. He doesn't mean that. Because if everything was literally on the table, firings would be out there. Me, Mike Tomlin, ceding play calling to somebody else would be out there. My job would be on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
T.J. Watt actually playing Nick Herbig would be on the table.
I was just going to say, Donnie, the big change we've seen them make over the last 2 games is to put their best defensive player on the bench. Is what they've done.
Yeah, that just seems like coaching malpractice to me. And then they'll just say, like, well, he can't defend the run as well, so we don't want to put him out on the field in those situations.
By the way,
he's been their most explosive player all season long, and I know he doesn't get the attention that T.J. Watt or maybe even Alex Highsmith get because that's the first thing that people will jump to.
Who's those people? Steeler apologists?
Yeah, or, if you suggest that Nick Herbig's like having a great year. I mean, I think it was a couple of weeks ago when I said that Herbig was my defensive player of the year.
Yeah, you said he was playing better than Watt, and I think Cavalli sent you that gift that he does.
Yeah, people like blew
Check
up
it out.
the chips, the double teams. Listen, I get it, okay? I understand that.
You're capping out
but
there.
The fact that they're keeping that guy now off the field is absurd.
Yeah.
You don't know what cap means?
No, I see people say it. I don't really get it. I also don't get 6'7".
No cap means no lie. The word cap just means lie.
What does
Somebody
6'7"
says you're capping,
mean?
That means you're lying. I still don't know what 6'7" means.
Donnie, what's 6'7" mean?
You have to call Tenuta.
I have no idea. All I know about the 6'7" trend is that it's apparently like very harmless and that like they've done these little explainers about if your kid is saying 6'7",
it's good.
Here's what you don't have to do. Worry because it's completely harmless.
I don't think it's a bad thing. It's just like some TikTok trend.
So you're supposed to also go 6'7" like this.
Why didn't I would have liked somebody to have asked Mike today. Mike, you stopped the run. And you still gave up 35 points. How do you explain that? Because he says it all starts with that.
Somebody did ask that.
They did? What he said?
I'm pretty sure somebody.
Today?
I'm pretty sure somebody.
Whoever asked that question, my bad. Kudos to you.
Hold on. Maybe it slipped through the cracks, Donnie. Maybe somebody asked him essentially. I thought that was basically the answer that he gave where he said it wasn't the tackling. Like.
Oh, then maybe you're right.
It wasn't insofar as they said you still gave up 35, but like he was asked a question that started with Mike, largely their running game wasn't a factor.
Oh, yeah, you're right. That did
happen. And then he said, well, we didn't tackle, we didn't do this. Like he clearly got caught flat-footed because someone actually, and then he acknowledged, yeah, they didn't really run the ball. Now here's why they just kept moving it on us through the air.
Good.
So that was, I think, what you're asking there.
Here is Joe on the Fan. Hello, Joe.
Hello, guys. This is Joe from Dayton.
Hi, Joe. You're on the air. Yep.
Hey, I got just one quick one, guys. Tomlin's ridiculous comments about blaming the field goals for the offense.
Yeah.
One thing that's getting missed on that whole deal, we weren't on the 2-yard line. 3 of those kicks were the 35 to the 40-yard line. We weren't knocking on the door. I mean, it's ridiculous for him.
They were 56-yarders. You're right.
Yeah.
They weren't. Yeah, you're right. They weren't like in the low red zone deciding to kick and stalling out. They were stalling out just shy of midfield.
Yeah, 3 of them were in the 50-yard, the 35 to the 40-yard line. That's
actually a good point.
Worse.
That's actually a good point. Because, like, they really weren't, like, that close. It feels like they are because any Boswell kick feels like an automatic make, but yeah.
So does that make you side with him even more then? Because the offense didn't move the ball that well?
One thing
They're just bailed out by Boswell?
Yeah, I said that the offense did not have – I didn't think Rodgers had, like, any great game either. I will say that, like, the offense has not – it's been very opportunistic at times and helped them win some games that I don't think they would have otherwise won. But I don't think it's been like a juggernaut where the defense has gone downhill so badly, but the offense has like fully commensurate with the defense's downfall started to become a big-time
Look, you can give me some of the circumstances of the points they scored, which I agree with. They weren't long, sustained drives. They fizzled out like between the 40 and 30-yard line. One of their touchdowns was kind of cosmetic and in garbage time. That being said, it's still 25 points with no takeaways from your defense to help set up scoring drives. You didn't get any of that. And you scored 25 against one of the probably 5 or 10 best defenses in the NFL with Micah Parsons. I'm good with that. I'm fine with that. Yeah, Boswell helps them. Sure.
My bottom line is the reason why I find his focus as the head coach on the offense so laughable is not the right word, just so silly, so specious, is because the defense was so objectively bad. There is no defense there, and it just feels.
And he says dramatic changes aren't needed.
Feels like a deflection on his part.
Dramatic changes aren't needed. We were milliseconds away. How about that, Pittsburgh? 412-928-9370. Your reaction to what you would change on defense with the Steelers, tell us. We've got phone lines for it right now, 412-928-9370. And your reaction to Mike continuing to blame the offense and Aaron Rodgers for the loss against Green Bay. 412-928-9370. Here's Donnie's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Chiefs 28, Commanders 7 on Monday Night Football. Thursday Night Football to kick off Week 9 of the NFL season. Ravens and Dolphins in Miami, 8:15 kick. The NFL on Westwood 1 coverage begins at 7:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mousy.
Thanks, Don. I love talking about MHI Roofing because unlike some teams in town, they always come through in the clutch. They always deliver the goods, and they always make a new roofing project at your house like the easiest, most hassle-free home improvement thing you're going to do. Love partnering with MHI. They can get you through what could be a scary time. If somebody tells you, oh, hey, you need a new roof, you just call MHI and they take care of business. They're all about communication. They're all about high-quality installation. That's how they have thousands of 5-star ratings for both of those things. It's also how they can offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. I've seen firsthand when Xavier from MHI came and looked at my roof, the sheer level of dedication, of focus, of expertise, frankly, that they provide. And that put me at ease, knowing that my roof didn't need to be replaced after Xavier took a look at it. And if yours does need to be replaced, know that when you're with MHI, you're in great hands. Not good hands, great hands. They also know at MHI you don't want to pay high interest rates. So for a limited time, they're offering 5-year no-interest financing with minimum monthly payments for qualified buyers. The whole process with MHI starts with their free 21-point roof inspection. So set yours up today, 412-998-8864, online, MHIRoof.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Window Nation. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucko's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Shohei Ohtani is already the greatest baseball player that we've ever laid eyes on. His latest accomplishment also stakes a claim to the best individual baseball performance in history. He got on base 9 times against the Blue Jays, had 2 home runs, was 4 for 4, and drove in 3. A World Series would certainly make it even more easy to crown Ohtani the greatest of all time, but the fact is, he's probably already that. I'm Bill Ryder.
Steel City Medical Center, serving the greater Pittsburgh market for almost 10 years. We specialize in bioidentical hormones for women, testosterone replacement, medical weight loss, and medical weight loss done the right way. We have a 5-star review. Please give us a call today. Steel City Medical Center.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Partly cloudy tonight, the low 34.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Buy 2 replacement windows from Window Nation. Get 2 for free, plus pay nothing for 2 years. WindowNation.com. This October, eliminate chili drafts for good with Window Nation. Right now, when you buy 2 replacement windows, you'll get 2 free, plus pay nothing for 2 whole years. Hurry, sale ends October 31st. Schedule your free estimate now at WindowNation.com. That's WindowNation.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
The first component of fixing it is acknowledging it. You really don't get an opportunity to fix it until you face those circumstances again. And so we spent some time acknowledging it. We're going to get back to work. We certainly believe that we work in the right spirit. We do the right things environmentally. We're going to get back to work, man, and wait for our opportunity to rectify it. You can spend a lot of time talking about your ills, but the true fixes come in stadiums. And so that's why sometimes I'm somewhat hesitant to respond to the how do you fix it question. There's certainly procedurally things that you go about doing that fixes it, but the fix happens in stadium and the rest of it is just talk.
4:16. Time brought to you by Gina G. and Petra of RE/MAX Select Realty. Mike Tomlin on fixing the defensive issues. If they acknowledge there's a problem. Well, before that he said dramatic changes aren't needed. I'm not shaking anything up. So who knows with him. Bottom line is, for almost a full season's worth of games now, the Steelers have been one of the worst defenses in the NFL. If you're not willing to make dramatic changes now, then I think Mike Tomlin falls victim to the thing that a lot of fans get frustrated with. He's just set in his ways as a coach. He believes that what he's been doing is going to work, will eventually work, because it's worked before. And
That's his favorite thing, where whenever he gets asked, why do you believe in this team's ability to bounce back, which he didn't get asked today. I predicted he would. He just goes, because I see these guys every day. I know what they're capable of. I know the work I and my staff put in. I know what we're capable of. If the solutions and the fixes only come in stadiums, what happens if you go to your own stadium again this week against a very good offense? Like when he made them sound like the 88 49ers, it actually rings true right now. What happens if they give you an absolute ass whooping? Then what?
I give Arthur Smith and I give, by extension, Tomlin credit when they couldn't run the ball all of training camp, all of the preseason, all the first couple of games. They cooked up a way to run it better by bringing in Washington more and by using the 6th offensive lineman. That's ingenuity. That's putting your thinking cap on. That's doing his silly, you got to go into the lab. That's actually, okay, we've got this big tight end who's unlike any other player to his position in the NFL. Let's use him plus another guy who's pretty nimble for an offensive lineman, and let's get them out there with, now we've got 7 blockers, and we're just going to beat people to death with that. Smart.
Well,
I'm actually giving him credit for that.
What it was actually novel, because the problem for them has been, they'll say, well, we're zigging when the rest of the league zags. We're going to be the team that runs the ball. But they did it without any kind of interesting conceit. They just said, we're going to try to line up and run it at you. going with, I love it when all these analysts who love old school football love pointing out that's 1,300 pounds on that side of the line. But you know what? That's their little thing. They kind of pioneered that right now.
And I think that their defensive change-up, so to speak, for this year was we're going to be a team that blitzes more. And they did. And I think initially that threw teams off. And I think that teams have gotten used to it now. I think.
Well, they didn't blitz Flacco.
Well, that's right. That was the one, like, because obviously he's scared of Flacco. So
but then it's like they tried to overcorrect.
He did make an adjustment.
But then they tried to overcorrect and blitz Love a ton, and all the stats going in suggested that was a very bad idea unless you got home unbelievably quickly, and they didn't. Like, Love is great against the blitz because he can move.
Here's Bill on the fan. Hello, Bill.
Hey, how you doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Yep.
So I have basically just stopped listening to what Mike Tomlin has to say in these press conferences. I think he goes up there and just BS's and lies because he thinks he's this all-knowing football god. Do you really, really think he actually believes that the offense was the problem? I mean, he came out, all he talked about was, not recovering from that offside. There's no way he actually thinks that. He's coached for too long.
I think there's a chance he does, because I think to suggest that the defense was the problem would be to do something uncomfortable, and that was admit, like, tacitly that he's been the guy failing.
Right, but do you not think that he knows that and he just lies and doesn't want to say it? Like, he has to know that, right?
I mean, if I were going to defend his point of view here, couldn't I say that, like, his defense or his offense only had 2 drives all game, other than the last one when Green Bay was trading time for, yardage. They had 2 drives where they went over 50 net yards until the very last one. They didn't really move the ball, like, super effectively on a regular basis.
Bill, just 2 weeks ago, he ripped another team in the division's GM for trading Joe Flacco to the Bengals.
So he'll be honest when he wants to be.
I mean, was that a lie, or do you actually think he believed that?
Okay, I'll give you that. I think that was extremely out of character, and I really amended him for that because, I mean, no one likes Andrew Berry, and he was willing to come out and say it. But the league has almost shifted back into what he wants to do, a run-the-ball defense, a little more than maybe what it was 4 or 5 years ago.
And that's why I said, and Chris, and no one brought this up again today, when he tried to blame that penalty for the offense feeling sorry for itself and going into a shell, somebody should have asked him, how much did not calling any running plays in the second half have to do with that? And just make him defend the fact, again, I know he did it Sunday night, but if he's trying to move the goalposts and say, basically my offense had the boo-boo face for the entire second half because the refs, like, ripped them off. And by the way, like, somebody also could have asked, Mike, when you sensed that, did you try to do anything? Did you talk to your offensive players about it?
There was no shot of him doing a very rare gather them around.
Right? I mean, isn't that good coaching, too? If you sense that your team's wallowing in self-pity here, how about that play happened, it's over with. Flush it, get over it. We got to go out and win this game. Did he do that?
There might be people who would mock him if there had been a scene of him gathering the offense on the sideline and, like, giving an impassioned speech and said, oh, there he goes, the cheerleader. But, I mean, you've said this about Pickens when they still had him, when Mike would get him under control and then he'd do something good. You'd say, like, in game, you'd say, well, that's good coaching.
Yes.
If Mike showed that level of, like, fiery, we cannot F this up, we're letting this slip away, I do think for a lot of people that would be something that they would put in the positive column.
No, all the shots from him in the second half of the game was him falling victim to the same exact thing he's accusing the offense of doing wrong.
He had the fart face. I just smelled a fart face.
I thought he had a million-mile stare where he's just, like, standing there.
Every time they cut to him, he just is looking into middle distance.
That's what I mean.
1,000-yard stare,
Yep.
yeah. He was looking up at, like, a scoreboard that you can't see, and just looking perturbed.
And if he went off on his offense or tried to rally the troops, NBC would have showed us that.
Of course.
Here's Chris on the fan. Hello, Chris.
Afternoon, fellas. How are we?
We're good.
Hey, 2 very important questions I really like to hear your opinions on.
Yep.
So if I'm not mistaken, Mike Tomlin reached out to Tony Dungy, I'm guessing before the Packer game. My question about that is, how could a guy who's never had a losing season...
Time out a second here. I didn't hear this story. So what happened? This is shame on me if true. So Tomlin did what with Tony Dungy?
Tomlin had a conversation. I'm guessing he called, from what I heard. He called Tony Dungy and was asking him questions. I think it was more regarding of if he should be more aggressive in his defense.
Okay.
Now, so for argument's sake, let's say that is true. My question to you would be, how could a guy who, and you and I both know how he talks, how he treats the media, talks about the fans, whatever, players, how could he be a defensive guru? You can't tell him anything because of his arrogance, and yet reach out to a retired head coach?
Because he respects Dungy.
Yeah, that's an easy one. He
respects
coached with Dungy. He looks at Dungy as like the godfather of defense.
Yeah.
And
he does respect people, and that's one of the few that he would, I think, go to for counsel.
I also have no problem with that. Like there's a respected, revered defensive mind. If he reached out to Tony Dungy and said, "What are you seeing on our defense? You know, give me some."
If word
thoughts.
got out that he had reached out to Bill Cowher and said, like,
I love
"Hey,
that.
what?" Like people here would have been like, "Well, first Cowher should be the coach," but then they probably would have said, like, "At least Mike is showing a tendency to lean on someone here."
I'm a fan of that. If that's what he did, it clearly didn't work.
One of the Steelers' biggest wins of all time, you know this story, happened when their coach happened to talk to another active coach that had his number and got a very secret little bit of intel on a team.
Here is Carol in Clinton, one of the queens of the PM team. Hello, Carol.
Hi, Carol.
Hi, guys. Hey,
Carol, can I just say before you give us your spiel, I feel like in your shoes right now, you got to feel like the chickens are coming home to roost. Because so many of the things you have said about Tomlin for years are now being said by the callers to this radio station.
And that's why I want to congratulate myself and my cohort callers on our Marconi that we won.
Yes, well, absolutely. I'm giving you a round of applause right now. We should invite you to the big dinner, Carol.
Carol, you never ever disappoint. You always have a great line prepared, and that one's one of the better ones in a while.
I think the anti-Tomlin rhetoric put us over the top, but that's just me.
I'm just saying, I've been saying it for months and months and years. But here I'm going to piggyback on Malsey's opinion of Art II, because have you heard the clip that Joe keeps playing of Mike McDaniel, where he sounds like he's having a nervous breakdown?
Yes. Joe loves that clip.
I mean, that guy needs an intervention. He sounds like he's. You'll never hear Tomlin sound like that.
No.
Because the one living in his fears is Art II. He's so afraid he's going to besmirch his father's memory if he does anything like firing Tomlin, that Tomlin is completely comfortable in his position. He's never on the hot seat.
The great irony of that, Carol, is that Dan Rooney, if this had gone on this long with this little in the way of results, I feel very strongly would have approached Mike behind the scenes and forced some changes.
I think more would have been done by Dan if he were still running the team after the Ravens playoff loss. It's to your rival, the manner in which they beat you, what was said about your team during the game.
I'll go this far. I think Dan would have stripped him of his play calling duties. I think Dan at that point would have said, "I've seen enough. You are not calling the defense anymore." I do think Dan would have done that.
You're going to go back to being like a CEO coach.
You're a CEO. And if Mike would have balked at that, Dan would have said, "The proof's in the pudding. You've run the defense for a long time. We haven't seen a playoff win here or a competitive playoff game in a long time. Deal with it. Or find a job elsewhere if you really want to."
Mike Tomlin today, dramatic changes aren't needed. We got to keep doing what we're doing and do it better on defense. Your thoughts, 412-928-9370. Follow us on Twitter. At 93.7 The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Donnie's biggest football story of the day is coming up in the debrief, but first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
6-3 win for the Penguins last night against the Blues. Brian Rust, a couple of goals and an assist. Penguins and Flyers tonight in Philadelphia. Puck drop at 6 p.m. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mousy.
Thank you, Don. Let's talk about Blue Chew, fellas. Because Blue Chew isn't just a tablet. It's a cheat code. You remember the cheat codes from old video games? It's a cheat code for your crotch. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you, simply put, feel and perform at your best. Basically like somebody gave the old downstairs a pep talk, a gym membership, and then said, go get them out there. Blue Chew is the original brand. They're offering chewable tablets for better sex. Blue Chew, guys, can help you because it's a small chew for a big difference. It is something, Blue Chew, that can have you flashing back to your glory days when you were in your prime, so to speak. And more importantly than anything else, Blue Chew can help you be ready when she is. It isn't just about performance, guys. It's about giving her group chat, among other things, something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is bringing out the big boys for the Fan Game Day. Donnie Football, Mark Cavalli, and Jason Mackey host the Enhanced Fan Game Day. The biggest personalities, the hardest working hosts, bringing you all the coverage before the game. The Fan Game Day is brought to you by Rivers Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Westminster College, Verizon, official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Schley Deck and Fence, and Saloni's Italian Bread. The Fan Game Day on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Aviation technicians are considered some of the most skilled and technically capable mechanics in their field. They ensure our most precious cargo, from family to goods, arrives safely every day. Whether you're thinking about a skilled trade or a 4-year education, if you enjoy combining problem solving with hands-on training, then explore an in-demand career in the aviation industry. Visit PIA's Pittsburgh Campus Open House on Saturday, November 8th at 11 a.m. Take pride in your career. RSVP at PIA.edu.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Be at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
That music means it's time for Donnie's biggest football topic of the day. Football Talk on the Fan, brought to you by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long, kicking off with the tremendous Week 9 matchup between the Colts and the Steelers. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. So we will get Steelers, Colts, and then Bills and Chiefs on KDK and Paramount Plus this Sunday, which I would say is probably the most interested I've been in an NFL doubleheader all year.
And you like to watch one game at a time.
Yes, although I've watched Red Zone the last 2 weeks because Steelers Thursday and Steelers Sunday night, and it's been the worst 2 weeks of Red Zone football of all time.
My mother-in-law was again.
There were no good games on Sunday except Jets Bengals.
She stopped by again and apparently does not watch Red Zone. She loves the Steelers, is a big sports fan. She watched it and noticed that they were jumping from game to game, and I just got a very plain-spoken, "What is this?" And I said, "It's Red Zone. It's kind of like football on drugs." She said, "Yes, exactly, and that's why I don't do drugs. This is too much." Have you ever met anybody that's had Red Zone fatigue where they're just I can't handle this?
Sometimes that happens to me where it's sensory overload and I feel like I'm watching everything but retaining nothing.
Yeah, Sarah doesn't like when I put Red Zone on. Like if there's a non-1 p.m. Steeler game or they're just off.
Dude,
she says it messes with her OCD.
The move for me early in the year when it's still nice enough to sit on the deck and watch games, first probably 3-4 weeks of the year maybe.
Yeah.
Big TV has Steelers game sound on. Bring down, since we have YouTube TV now, bring down one of the smaller TVs from our guest room.
Yes.
Plug it in outside, Red Zone on the small TV on mute. It's glorious, man.
Quote from someone I knew. Who I used to talk to.
Mm-hmm.
On Red Zone. "This is better than sex. And I love sex." That's what this person said.
Was it a woman?
I'm not going to say.
Someone he used to know. What is this, a Gautier song?
What
a great song
What
that
happened
was.
to that guy, by the way?
Now he's just somebody we used to know.
What do you think
I'm pretty sure he was a producer who.
Now you're just somebody who watches Red Zone.
I'm not a huge fan of that song.
He didn't want I don't know. I guess like he would rather produce music than like be the actual artist. That song's great. We've had an argument about that song before.
Did I say it was bad?
Yeah,
because it is.
It's a great song.
What do you think is the 4:05 game on Fox we get Sunday? Jags Raiders or Saints Rams?
Oh my God. Jags Raiders will be my guess.
Boy, that is a bad duo.
I think we're going to get Saints Rams.
Wouldn't we get Jags
Tyler
Raiders
Shuck.
because it's an AFC game?
No, I think they'll just give us the game that they deem to be like higher on their power rankings because neither one has like a Pittsburgh. It's not an AFC North team playing.
Part of me would
So
think,
I think
like
we'll just get Saints Rams.
The old Raiders, like,
No, that's
used to be
too far removed.
Man, Mark Davis has really jacked up their Q rating. They have great uniforms still, but they got to be one of the only like 70s heritage franchises that I would argue has fallen on hard times and actually become diminished in stature. Like it would legitimately.
Hello, Cowboys.
The Cowboys are still the most talked about and covered team.
I get
I'm
what you're
talking
saying.
about like from an attention standpoint.
Yeah, you're right. The Raiders don't move the needle at all.
Right.
Time for Donnie's biggest football topic of the day. It's called the Donnie Football Debrief, and it's brought to you by Saloni's Italian bread company, over 100 years of baking experience. Don?
The debrief, October 28, 2025.
You have a lozenge in right now, by the way?
No.
Oh.
I feel like I need one. I don't know why he said that, Don.
I never asked you how your trip was.
No, you didn't, but we can talk about it later.
Okay.
I never asked you how your trip was either. That's some bad work by us.
Guess you guys didn't miss me that much.
Jeez.
Guess I don't bring much to the table here, huh?
Well, there's only one producer on the station who should be cracking the mic from what I've heard.
We might need to abolish
And it
this
ain't me!
We might need to abolish this segment. Anyway, continue.
So Daniel Jones, who is obviously having a fantastic year. The Colts are the best team in football by record. He joined the Pat McAfee show earlier. I thought they had a pretty funny exchange as he was signing off.
About to get back in the film room. We got to see what these Steelers look like.
I'll tell you.
You're gonna like what you see.
Yeah. Oh, no. Daniel Jones.
Danny.
Don't say that to him.
No, I know. But he might.
Good news is Tomlin just had his press conference and said they're not changing a damn thing.
We knew that, though. We knew that.
Yes, we did.
Yeah, we knew that.
That might be the most like negative that I've ever heard that show be.
Tone Diggs, who you hear there in that clip, responded to something Donnie tweeted today about how, we're having that annual maybe Art Rooney's the problem conversation in Pittsburgh, and it's happening a lot earlier on the calendar than it usually does. And, right, would you say I paraphrased that accurately? And Tone Diggs from Pat McAfee responded to Donnie and said, Dan 3 is an absolute dog. And I came in and I saw Donnie today and I asked him, do you think he said that because he knows that Malsey and I troll that show sometimes for saying that everybody is a dog? Or does he actually think that the next successor here, the man that is going to inherit the Steelers' throne, is actually going to fix all of this stuff that we're
I have an answer to
bitching
that.
about?
I have an answer. It's definitive. I think he really thinks Danny Rooney is like that, is a dog. I've heard almost exclusively good stuff about Danny Rooney, the football guy.
Okay.
I had heard when the Ramsey trade happened that he had what would be a surprising level of agency in making that deal happen.
Okay, I like that.
In terms of what outsiders would think, because I think most people would just say, well, Tomlin wanted this. I heard that Mike's role in that deal was like more minimal and that Danny Rooney was very prominent.
Okay.
I also think that the other reason Tone Diggs would not, I know those guys are aware of us, obviously. I think they're doing the dog thing no matter what. Even though we are a Marconi-winning radio station, even though you and I are a highly rated show, I think we are still a fly on the windshield for Tone.
Jeez. A fly on the windshield.
I didn't think when he sent that reply that it was like, I know that the two guys that this kid works with always make fun of us for calling people dogs.
Because aren't they on the air at a similar time
Yeah, but
of
Tone's
day?
dad listens to us.
Would Tone's dad
so
be
does
like,
Phil.
Would
So
Tone's,
does Phil.
Yeah, but I think Phil is very – I've never heard – I get texts from Phil, and it's always very nice stuff about the show or stuff like he's listening and is amused by something.
I mean, we're just busting their balls. They say dogs all the time.
Phil has never sent me a text going, man, could you cool it on the dog stuff?
They do. They call everybody dogs.
Like, I just think it's funny, man.
I mean, if he's listening right now, he's probably chuckling about it.
Yes.
Phil, that is.
I do think, like, Pat has made it very clear that, like, one of them, the MO of that show is they want it to be positive and fun, and they're not going to do they're not going to, like, bury anybody, which is why them kind of doing that, like, tongue-in-cheek side eye at Tomlin and saying, like, yeah, of course nothing's going to change. And you might love what you see on film because they stink. Like, that's the most negative I've heard those.
Man, I'll tell you what. I'm looking right now. Went down this rabbit hole after pulling up the games for this weekend and what we would get on TV here in Pittsburgh. ESPN lists the get-in price for all of these games. Now, if you guys have cheated, this isn't going to work. But
okay.
What do you think the get-in price is for Chiefs-Bills on Sunday?
That's
$350.
Where's that game? At Arrowhead?
No.
Oh, at Buff. Get in.
Oh,
get in, not the most expensive.
Yeah, I'm going at least $350.
No, I don't think so. I think it's like $180.
Donnie's closer, but he loses by Price is Right rules. $303.
Oh, wow. All right, I'm just an idiot.
What do you think Steelers Colts is get-in price?
They give you $20. I'll say like 78.
I'll go like 145.
You are on the money. 138.
Still lost. $1, Bob.
Here are the games.
I mean, NFL games are just getting more expensive as it goes. You need to have like a bad team to.
Here are the games that are cheaper to get into. Bears and Bengals by $1.
And this is just for one ticket, right?
Yeah. Well, I'm guessing like a pair. Bears, Bengals, yeah, like 138 apiece.
Like per ticket, yeah.
Okay, wow. Oh, yeah.
Bears, Bengals, 137. $1 cheaper. Chargers, Titans in Nashville, $23.
Well, wasn't
like
Dolphins,
a Pirate
Browns,
afternoon game?
Wasn't the Dolphins
like
Browns
10.
like $8?
Yeah, but that was like played in a monsoon. That game was played in like terrible weather.
Let's see what else here. Broncos, Texans in Houston, $88. Jaguars, Raiders, $86. Saints, Rams, $54. Seahawks, Commanders, $74. For a Sunday nighter.
Of all those games that are cheaper than the Steelers game, which one would you be most
willing to...
Well,
there's one more. Cardinals, Cowboys, $21.
Which game would you be most willing to shell out the money for? Like, taking into account how good you think the game will be relative to the price.
Cheaper, you're saying?
Yeah, of the games that are cheaper. You might not take the cheapest game if you don't think it'll be a good game.
Did you say, what'd you have, Texans, Broncos?
You know what?
I'd go to that one. Yeah, that's the one I would
You know what? I might actually go for the opposite reason to Cowboys, Cardinals. I kind of just want to see that offense go crazy.
I said this.
That offense goes crazy, bro. People forget.
I said this before the Seattle game. And then they lost 27-19, but then they followed it up by holding the 49ers to 15 points. I think Houston's got a shot because Stroud's coming off a good game.
It's his first 300-yard game in how long? It's been a while.
They play the Broncos and Jaguars at home in back-to-back weeks, but they also have a murderer's row coming up of Bills at Colts at Chiefs.
They'd have to probably, to have a realistic shot at running down the Colts, they have to win that game in one of the other two.
I think they're going to play the role of, like, frisky spoiler, but ultimately they're not going to get in.
Yeah, they still got to see the Colts twice.
Thank you, Don.
Realistically, when could the Colts have that division sewn up? If they beat the Steelers, they're 8-1.
Well, Jacksonville still has a winning record.
Yeah, but I mean, they got the Jags. They got like a backloaded schedule. They have.
I mean, right now the Colts look like a 15-2 team. And I remember what I tweeted about Daniel Jones before the season started, and you guys should see the mentions.
No, you got that one right, though. I gave you credit for that. I said you were legitimately all over that. And that's why only 50 people in the world, if that, in this ESPN Pick'em contest are better than you right now. Give us a little Starkey eyebrow. Give us the flutter. You might be in the top 40-some right now, right? Because you got last night right.
I did. I am...
This is for like $100,000 first prize.
In the entire world.
of the people who participated
in ESPN's Against the Spread Pick'em pool for 2025, I am currently, let's see here.
You were 52nd yesterday. You
46th.
45 people on God's green earth entered this and are doing better than our guy right here, Don.
99.9 percentile. I am 76-45 against the spread.
He's nuking us too in picks, though, Donnie. He is.
That's a phenomenal record.
It really is.
How many total people?
Do you know? Here's what I asked him yesterday while you weren't here. You were
still 45 are ahead of me.
You were still coming back.
Right, but how many are in?
It's over 500,000 people. Here, Donnie. Here's what we talked about.
I'm 31 games over 500 against the spread.
We talked about this yesterday while you were still on your trip that we haven't asked you about yet. I said to him, off the air, I go, have you bet on each of these games individually? You'd be making a killing.
Yeah, Donnie, tell me if you like this answer.
Even if you were just doing a standard 1-unit bet, whatever that is, you'd be crushing it because you're doing this against the spread. So you're getting, at worst, minus 110, whatever. He goes, if I was actually putting money on them and not doing them for this contest only, I would mush all the games by actually betting on them.
Yeah.
He's convinced his record would be flipped if he was betting on each game.
I mean, I think people fall into those, that way of thinking. If I'm actually putting money on it, the pick won't go my way. My thinking when we were down there was, I'm gonna bet a sum here on the Packers because if I actually bet on them, the Steelers will win the game. So it's I don't know what people call that.
Reverse psychology.
Yeah.
Thing.
And I ended up winning money there because they just kicked their ass in the second half. But my thinking was if I put actual money on the Packers to win the game, it won't happen.
I love that we're all smart people who can take emotion out of certain situations, and yet we all fall victim to basically the exact same fallacy.
There are two guys in this pool that are 81-40 against the spread this year.
He's like Jimmy the Greek's grandson.
41 games over 500.
I mean,
dude.
that's what I said to him though. Is that's just at some point it's dumb luck. Remember, he almost won that crazy college basketball or the NBA playoffs pick'em pool, and then came up just short. What I told him here is the weird part is it's hard to even get excited yet for him.
Because there's so much left.
There's so many games left to pick.
I mean, we got half the season.
You picked 121 games. An NFL season's 256 or 270 whatever now?
Oh, I got a long way to go here. But I put myself in the conversation, as they say.
Donnie, I think one thing he's done is it would take an act of God for one of us to run him down in picks.
And the great irony of it is because I was so bad with one pick, I've got to get my nipples pierced tomorrow night, folks.
Yes, you were.
There is a lot to say about that next hour. The group that is going to be benefiting from that event is going to call into the show. Also, breaking news on something that people can win at the event from probably one of the most iconic people in the history of Pittsburgh sports who wanted to lend a helping hand, which I'm really excited about. Quick timeout, then a low commercial-free segment. Tomlin's takes are next. We take 27 minutes of Mike Tomlin and just give you the good stuff, the greatest hits, including what he said about the NFL trade deadline. Right now, let's talk about Comer and Cross. Comer and Cross came to my house on Wednesday, and I went from a garage that made me sick to my stomach to the garage of my dreams, and it took less than 24 hours for it all to happen with Comer and Cross. Right now, you can get 50% off labor on a new Comer and Cross garage floor if you call right now, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, and you're going to have the garage floor you've always dreamed about. You're going to turn that into extra living space. I've got a TV hooked up out there now. When I'm puttering around in my garage, I can watch games now. I can have a beer and hang out in there and get away from my wife who wants to watch scary movies every night. So Comer and Cross makes it so easy. They don't use subcontractors. They're in and out in one day. If you've got a lot of stuff in your garage like I did, lawnmowers, a refrigerator, they'll take it out for you. 50% off, and they can get it done. 50% off labor, and they can get it done by the holiday if you call now. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Go to COMERcross.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, Line Kepler-Coriac, Cranberry Dental Studio, DJ Dick Trummel and Lindy Group, PGT Truck, NSS Live, Lot 17 Bloomfield, and Feeney Insurance Agency. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Football is on at Rival Sports Bar. So many TVs, every seat at Rival feels like the front row.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Right now, buy 2 windows and get 2 free. No interest for 3 years. Restrictions apply. Call 412-545-6003. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
Your neighbors, your family, the people of Western Pennsylvania.
That's us, LGKG, with roots right here for over 90 years. When you need trusted personal injury attorneys, we bring experience and heart.
Free case review. 0 fees unless we win.
LGKG, Luxembourg, Garbett, Kelly, and George.
What's the scariest thing about Halloween? The footsteps upstairs? Don't go up there. The face in the window? Who's out there? Or not having enough wine for your guests? This month, Fine Wine and Good Spirits has great prices on some wickedly good reds, like the devilishly smooth Casillero del Diablo Malbec, or a hauntingly good glass of Ghost Pines Cabernet. Both bottles are $2 off. Shop in-store or online at fwgs.com. Offers end November 2nd, 2025. Please enter responsibly.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Looking to upgrade your home comfort without the upfront cost? McVay Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling and Bryant makes it easier than ever. Right now, get 0% APR special financing for 60 months on select new Bryant Heating and Cooling systems. That's 5 years interest-free comfort for your home. Don't wait. Call McVay today to schedule a free in-home consultation and stay comfortable year-round. Or visit callmcvay.com to schedule online. McVay and Bryant, whatever it takes. Financing subject to credit approval. Offer applies to qualifying purchases of Bryant systems only. Restrictions and conditions apply. Call for details.
Aviation technicians are considered some of the most skilled and technically capable mechanics in their field. They ensure our most precious cargo, from family to goods, arrives safely every day. Whether you're thinking about a skilled trade or a 4-year education, if you enjoy combining problem solving with hands-on training, then explore an in-demand career in the aviation industry. Visit PIA's Pittsburgh Campus Open House on Saturday, November 8th at 11 a.m. Take pride in your career. RSVP at pia.edu.
Baird is proud to call Pittsburgh home. And with 6 locations in the region, we're even prouder to be helping so many of our neighbors build confident financial futures. From our big picture global perspective and business expertise, down to the personalized financial plans we create based on your unique goals and aspirations, your financial confidence is our first priority. Discover the Baird difference. Visit pittsburgh.bairdwealth.com. Robert W. Baird & Company Incorporated, member SIPC.
October means big Jeep savings at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. Take home a 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo with payments starting at just $289 a month for 24 months. Don't miss out. These fall offers end soon. See dealer for details.
Natural disasters happen every year. Fires, hurricanes, tornadoes. And with that, your most important moments recorded on VHS, camcorder tapes, and 8mm could all be gone in an instant. Cherished moments like your wedding, baby's first steps, family trips to Yellowstone, lost. Enter Legacy Box. Digitizing your old media with Legacy Box protects your irreplaceable memories from the threat of natural disaster by digitally preserving them onto thumb drive, DVD, or the cloud, so they're safe forever. Legacy Box is the safest and easiest way to preserve your past, which is why it's been trusted by over 1 million families. Send Legacy Box your home movies, photos, and film. Their team of trained professionals will do the rest right here in the U.S. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering radio listeners an incredible 50% off. Go to legacybox.com/value and save 50% when you digitize your memories. That's legacybox.com/value.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-583-5795.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $399 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires November 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
84 Lumber is your one-stop destination for top quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend. And let's get building together.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
BetMGM is inviting you to charge the field this pro football season. Existing BetMGM customers can have a ball without having to sweat. Log into your account to get a Pro Football No Sweat token. Apply the token to your next pro football bet. If you lose with the token attached, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets. That's right. With a No Sweat token, you get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. There's nothing like a fresh set of downs. And that's just what BetMGM is offering if you don't win with a No Sweat token. So find your favorite matchup and be a part of all the hard-hitting, crowd-pleasing pro football action. Make this pro football season one for the ages. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When you walk through our doors, you're not a case. You're family.
At LGKG, we take time to listen, to care, and to fight for what matters most, you.
AV-rated super lawyers. Taking your personal injury case personally. LGKG.com.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.